Lu Songli died in a car accident, just one day after eliminating all her rivals and being invited to become a partner by the founder of the firm. It was a time of great success for her. As her consciousness faded, she had only one thought. Wasn't it said that good people don't live long and that bad deeds leave a lasting legacy? Wasn't she bad enough? Was the title of great villain just a joke? When Lu Songli regained consciousness, the first thing she felt was coldness and suffocation. The prolonged lack of oxygen made her dizzy, and her chest ached, but she slowly realized she was underwater and sinking. Her survival instinct kicked in. She could swim, but her legs were cramping, leaving her to flail her arms towards the surface. On the shore, voices were raised in panic. "Quick, our second young lady has fallen into the water. Someone come help." Several maids shouted and tried to enter the water, but they couldn't swim and had to retreat, crying in desperation. "Please, someone save our second young lady. She has a heart condition." Fortunately, their cries attracted a crowd. The eldest daughter of the Xiao family and the second daughter of the Lu family have fallen into the water. Someone extended a long bamboo pole, but the two are too far from the shore to reach. "Are there any maids who can swim? Hurry, go save them." The one on the left must be the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. She's wearing a pure white cloak tonight. Then the one on the right must be the second daughter of the Lu family. The night was dark, and despite the many lanterns by the lake, the flickering lights made it hard to see clearly. They could only identify the two girls this way. The white cloak was somewhat visible in the water. "Make way, young Master Xie and young Master Qin are here." These two were the fiancés of the second daughter of the Lu family and the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, likely rushing over after hearing the news. The crowd parted for them. Saving someone is like putting out a fire. Once they reached the lakeshore, without hesitation, they jumped into the water to swim towards the struggling women. The person in charge of the prince's residence breathed a sigh of relief. They couldn't find any maids who could swim, and while there were male servants who could, it was uncertain if they would dare to jump in. The fact that the two young ladies' fiancés were willing to dive in was the best outcome. "How did your second young lady end up in the water?" "I don't know what happened." There was still some time before the night-blooming Sirius opened. "Our second young lady and Miss Xiao were enjoying the moon and talking at the pavilion by the lake. We were waiting at a distance when the accident happened suddenly. Both young ladies fell into the water." Lu Songli felt a cramp and couldn't save herself. When she noticed someone coming to help, she clung desperately to the rescuer. She valued her life and thought that no matter if this was a dream or reality, she needed to escape the danger first. When Qin Sheng looked down and saw her face, his expression changed dramatically. "How is it you?" Noticing that the rescuer was trying to pull away, Lu Songli held on tightly to him. "Let go." "No, I won't." Lu Songli thought to herself. "Lu Songli, loosen your grip. I am Qin Sheng, not Xiaozhan. Do you hear me?" Qin Sheng frowned when he saw the people by the lake. He just wanted her to loosen her hold a bit. He didn't mean to abandon her. Lu Songli paused, and memories flooded back into her mind. She relaxed her grip on Qin Sheng slightly. Resigned, Qin Sheng pulled her toward the shore. Meanwhile, when Zhao Yuten saw young Master Xie swimming closer, she clung to him as if he were her lifeline. As they neared the shore, she seemed to lose consciousness. With no choice, Xiaozhan let her hold on and swam toward the bank. "Something seems off here. Wait, is young Master Xie saving Miss Xiao? Then Qin Sheng is saving our second young lady?" The maid's voice trembled with fear. "Why is the second young lady from the Lu family wearing Miss Xiao's cloak?" They didn't know that earlier. While enjoying the moon at the pavilion, Zhao Yuten had noticed the wind by the lake was strong and, despite Lu Songli's refusal, had taken off her cloak and wrapped it around Lu Songli. "This is a mistake. Oh no, we've saved the wrong person. What should they do now, with all the hugging and holding during the rescue?" The lakeside fell silent. Lu Songli was pulled ashore by Qin Sheng. Before he could react, she quickly released his hand. As soon as she was on land, her maid hurriedly wrapped her in a dry cloak. "Second young lady, are you all right?" Lu Songli shook her head. She wasn't seriously hurt, just felt cold, but she couldn't focus on that right now. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the clothing of the people around her and began to ponder the names Xiao, Zhao Yuten, and Qin Sheng, feeling they sounded familiar. Then she suddenly thought of something, paused, and realized that she might have entered a book, becoming the original character with the same name but from a different time and place. This guess came from a visit during the New Year when her little cousin stayed at her house and complained for a whole week. During that time, she vented about a novel she was reading called The Beautiful Concubine of the Powerful Minister. Because of this, she heard a bit about it, and since she has a great memory, she recalled her cousin's words. In the book, the male lead is Xiao, the female lead is Zhao Yuten, and the original character, Lu Songli, is a supporting character. In the story, Lu Songli and her best friend Zhao Yuten got married on the same day. Zhao Yuten married the youngest son of the loyal Qin family, while Lu Songli married the eldest son of the prestigious Xia family. After their marriages, their fates were completely different. Shortly after Zhao Yuten married, her family was punished and exiled. Many people from the Qin family suffered during the exile, and she endured great hardships. In contrast, Lu Songli's family, the Xia family, remained strong regardless of the situation. Later, the Qin family rose up in the place of exile to reclaim power, and Zhao Yuten returned to the capital after her husband had died, gaining status through her husband's family. When Zhao Yuten returned to Chang'an and visited her friend, she met the refined Xiao. They developed feelings for each other and secretly pursued one another, but Lu Songli discovered their affair, leading to her tragic death. Lu Songli had already been ill for 3 years, and her death was shrouded in mystery. Additionally, she could not have children, so her legacy was quickly erased by the Xia family. The book spends a lot of time describing the secret exchanges between Zhao Yuten and Xiao, while her cousin criticized them as unfaithful. The Xia family gained significant favor by opening the gates of Chang'an and remained unaffected by the change of dynasty. A year after Lu Songli's death, Zhao Yuten married Xiao and had a pair of twins. During this time, the new emperor, Qin Hung, fell ill and passed away, having exhausted his health during the exile and battles. He passed the throne to his son, who was also unwell. It is said that after her marriage, Zhao Yuten cared for her former husband's nephew, often visiting him in the palace. The emperor's nephew appreciated her kindness and, seeing her concern, gradually entrusted important matters of the state to Xiao. As a result, Xiao became a powerful minister in the new dynasty. In the end, the main couple lived happily together until old age, with many children and grandchildren, enjoying a blissful life. The reason this novel left my little cousin feeling so unsettled mainly comes down to 2 points. First, the death of Zhao Yuten's husband, Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng was a skilled warrior, a young general comparable to the famous Huizubing from the Western Han Dynasty. It can be said that the Qin family's eventual counterattack on Chang'an was largely due to his efforts. He led troops to fight against foreign invaders during a time when the Great Li dynasty was struggling, protecting the people from harm. Everyone believed that, given time, Qin Sheng would drive out the invaders and restore peace and safety to the land. Unfortunately, such a remarkable person died unexpectedly from an infected wound. His death caused great pain for his brother, Qin Hang, and sorrow among the people, while also giving the invaders a chance to breathe, setting the stage for the male lead, Xiao, to take over later. The second point that upset my little cousin was the tragic ending of a supporting character in the book who shared her name. My cousin said that this character was nothing like a member of the Lu family and was frustrated by her weak and passive nature. She crossed her arms and said that if the character Lu Songli were truly her cousin, with her ruthless personality, she wouldn't allow such bullying and would have dealt with them long ago. After saying this, she got 2 playful taps on the head. Was that a jab at her or at the character? Then my little cousin went to the side, picked up her phone, and started commenting on the bad male and female characters, typing furiously while saying that with such a unique name, if the supporting character ever crossed over, she would make sure to teach that pair a lesson. She would even write a fanfiction about it. At that moment, Lu Songli didn't take it seriously, not realizing that her cousin's words would come true. And now, what is the situation? Quick, quick. Young Master Xie and Miss Xiao are almost at the lakeside. Everyone, get ready and lend a hand. Lu Songli glanced over and, in that moment of distraction, saw Xie Zhan and Zhao Yuten nearing the shore. Qin Sheng pursed his lips and stepped forward to take his fiancé's hand. Seeing her second daughter lost in thought, Bing Mo felt anxious. Their second daughter was stubborn, trying to hold on despite her frail health, while Miss Yao was much healthier. If she fainted now, she wouldn't have to face the gossip of others. If Lu Songli knew what Bing Mo was thinking, she would certainly disagree. Fainting might help her avoid the gazes and words of others, but it also meant losing control of the situation. Lu Songli heard the whispers around her and, of course, she wouldn't just stand by. She had her doubts. After thinking for a moment, she got up and walked forward step by step. Her face was pale, and her gaze was somewhat intimidating, causing others to instinctively part for her. At that moment, Xie Zhan and Zhao Yuten were wrapped in cloaks, and Zhao Yuten had her eyes closed, as if she had fainted. In the dim light, there was a fragile beauty about her. Lu Songli looked at her, pulled the wet white cloak from her back, and threw it onto Zhao Yuten's face. Startled, Zhao Yuten's upper body trembled involuntarily. Zhao Yuten's maid, Hong Do, rushed forward to protect her mistress, shouting, "What are you doing?" as she pulled the wet cloak off Zhao Yuten's face. Xie Zhan frowned as he watched Lu Songli. Qin Sheng looked at Zhao Yuten on the ground with suspicion. Others also felt that Lu Songli's actions were a bit excessive. At that moment, Zhao Yuten's cousin, Guoyen, threw her bundle to the ground and ran over, saying, "Lu Songli, you are bullying her too much." She reached out to push Lu Songli. Lu Songli snorted coldly and used her right hand to skillfully push Guoyen aside, causing her to fall. Qin Sheng instinctively wanted to intervene but, realizing it wasn't necessary, quietly withdrew his hand. While Lu Songli acted, she kept an eye on Zhao Yuten's reaction, thinking to herself, as expected of the main character, most people would scream if suddenly attacked like this. Zhao Yuten only trembled slightly, which others might see as just a chill. Lu Songli looked down at Zhao Yuten on the ground and said, "Zhao Yuten, this is the cloak you insisted I wear, so here it is." Zhao Yuten's eyelids fluttered because she was being watched closely by Lu Songli. Due to the lighting, no one else noticed. Indeed, a flicker of understanding crossed Lu Songli's eyes. Qin Sheng, coming from a family of martial generals and skilled himself, had been watching Zhao Yuten closely and did not miss her slight eyelid movement, filling him with an indescribable feeling. Lu Songli's every move caused whispers among the crowd. What does she mean by that? Is she blaming Zhao Yuten? Someone quietly remarked, "We did mistake her because of that white cloak." Does Lu Songli think Zhao Yuten did it on purpose? Hong Do retorted sharply, "Miss Lu, what do you mean? Our young lady gave you the cloak because she saw you were fragile. Now you're blaming her?" Bing Mo, the personal maid of Lu Songli, retorted defiantly, "Do you need to help us? We already had someone getting the cloak." Hong Do cried loudly while leaning on Zhao Yuten, "Miss, this is so unfair. Your kindness is being taken for granted." The commotion made the surrounding discussions grow louder. Guoyen shouted angrily, "Lu Songli, you have gone too far. How can you blame all the mistakes on someone who is unconscious?" Xie Zhan frowned even more tightly. Many others looked at her disapprovingly. Lu Songli ignored them. She wouldn't argue with someone who couldn't see. Besides, this was just a way to shift blame for her own protection. She felt no guilt, and Zhao Yuten might not be innocent either. After scolding Lu Songli, Guoyen turned to scold Qin Sheng. "Qin Sheng, are you blind? Lu Songli is bullying your fiancé right in front of you, and you don't say a word." Qin Sheng crossed his arms and glanced at her as if she were foolish. What else could she do besides complain? Did she really understand what was going on? Why were they all picking on the second miss of her family? Mo Bing was unhappy and protectively stood behind Lu Songli, starting to speak. Both fell into the water at the same time. Why is my second miss still holding on? If she wasn't guilty, would she faint? Her words made the crowd start to whisper again. Mo Bing had a point. Lu Songli's heart condition was not a secret. Lu Songli secretly gave a thumbs up to her maid, impressed by her support, as she was indeed the maid her parents had specially arranged for her. Is she still not waking up? Lu Songli looked at the person lying down with a mischievous glint and dramatically clutched her chest, saying, Xiao Yuten, I treated you like a sister, but you treat me like this? Then, as if she couldn't hold on any longer, she clutched her chest and fell toward Xiao Yuten. Second miss. Mo Bing was horrified and quickly reached out to catch her, but lost her balance and fell too. Hong Do could only watch helplessly as the two from the Lu family fell toward her and her mistress. She didn't dare to move. What would happen to her mistress if she did? The two from the Lu family landed heavily on Xiao Yuten and her maid, and they all tumbled into a heap. The scene instantly became chaotic. Noticing Lu Songli's eyelids twitch slightly, Qin Sheng, who had intended to help, paused and thought to himself that they were all troublemakers. He then turned and walked away. His actions were criticized by the Xiao family for a long time afterward, but that was another story. For now, the scene was still in chaos. Quick, someone separate them. Second miss, what's wrong? Is it a heart issue? Lady, please call the doctor. The young lady of the Duke's residence arrived just in time, rushing from the front yard after hearing the commotion at the pavilion. Then Lu Songli and Xiaozhan, along with two others, were taken to a guest room in the Duke's residence, given fresh clothes, and served a bowl of warm soup to prevent catching a cold. The residents also arranged for a doctor to attend to Xiao Yuten and Lu Songli. This incident alarmed the Duchess, and while they were busy, other guests left the residence, understanding the situation as the young lady apologized. The guests exchanged glances, wondering if today's events would affect the upcoming marriages. After the doctor examined Xiao Yuten, it turned out she was not seriously hurt. However, she had some bruises and scrapes from being pressed down by Lu Songli and her servant. The doctor suspected she had fainted due to inhaling water. The young lady of the Duke's residence suggested that Xiao Yuten rest in the guest room until she wakes up, but Hong Do disagreed, insisting on taking her back to Xiao's residence. Qin Sheng went to them. The Xiao family was determined to leave, and the Duke's residence did not insist further, as they were more concerned about the Lu family. Lu Songli's situation was tricky. She already had a slight heart condition, and this incident had caused her to faint, which was troubling. Make sure to do everything possible to treat Miss Lu. If you need any rare medicine, just let me know, the young lady instructed the doctor. After that, she led the others to the flower hall in the side courtyard. As soon as she entered, the Duchess asked, "How is she?" The young lady sat down, took a sip of hot tea, and shook her head. She hasn't woken up yet. Today's flower viewing banquet had kept her busy from morning until now, leaving her exhausted and with a headache. This matter must be handled well, the Duchess instructed. Otherwise, it will become very troublesome. The young lady nodded, fully aware of the situation. Although the Lu family was not of high status, they were not to be underestimated. Lu Songli's father, Lu Dishing, held a low-ranking official position as a fifth-rank inspector, but he was a supervisory inspector responsible for overseeing the conduct of officials. He was known for being outspoken in court, often criticizing others. As the saying goes, only names can be mistaken, but not nicknames. Lu Dishing was quite disliked, often seen as a troublemaker by other officials who secretly called him a flatterer. However, they rarely dared to confront him directly. There is no way around it. In their eyes, Lu Dapeng is someone who protects his own, has a simple family, and is honest, never accepting bribes or bending the law. It's hard to find anything against him. Moreover, the emperor supports him, so they can't do anything. His wife, Mrs. Jiang, is not very skilled in social situations. She is straightforward, and if you upset her, she won't care about your feelings and will say whatever comes to mind. It can be overwhelming. Lu Songli, the youngest daughter of the family, is quite favored. At the flower viewing banquet, if she falls into the water and is not seriously harmed, that would be fine. But if something happens, this couple might go crazy. The eldest daughter of the Liu family and her two brothers are also not easy to deal with. Thinking of the Liu family gives the princess consort a headache, and she can't help but say, if I had known, I wouldn't have invited the Liu family. Especially Liu Songli. Her health issues are quite concerning. The young lady glanced at her mother-in-law and thought, would anyone dare not to invite the Liu family? Others have tried, but what happened to them? The Liu family has a bad reputation, and the ladies of the capital avoid them. They are not the kind of guests anyone wants to invite. The reason they don't exclude the Liu ladies is that if they do, Liu Dapeng will make trouble for their men in court. As Liu Dixing puts it, I may not come, but you must invite me. I don't need special treatment, but I expect to be treated equally. After 2 incidents of trouble, the ladies of the capital had no choice but to accept this situation. They couldn't afford to offend the Liu family, as Liu Dixing would make things difficult for their men in court. Just as the young lady sat down to sip her tea, someone from the front yard announced that the Liu family had arrived. She quickly stood up to greet them. Liu Dixing helped his elderly wife down from the carriage and quickly walked toward the inner courtyard with the help of the palace servants. After Liu Songli fainted, Mo Bing had the carriage driver hurry back to the Liu family to inform them. Upon hearing the news, Liu Dixing and his wife rushed to the palace without delay. They not only came, but also brought the family doctor with them. When Liu Songli learned that her parents had arrived at the palace and that their doctor was checking her pulse, she woke up at just the right moment. Once their doctor confirmed she could be moved, the Liu couple firmly declined the palace's invitation to stay and insisted on taking her home. Liu Songli also wanted to go back with her parents and didn't want to stay at the palace. She's been feeling pain in the left side of her back since she was in the water, and her heart feels heavy. She suspects that her heart might not be healthy. The maid's words and the doctor's examination confirmed her worries. Also, she feels cold. After changing into dry clothes, she lay in bed, but even now, her hands and feet are still cold, and there is no warmth in the blankets. On the way back in the Liu family's carriage, Xiao silently escorted them with his servant. The people from the Duke's residence praised Xiao for this. When they arrived at the Liu family home, Liu Dixing asked his wife to take their daughter and the doctor back to her courtyard first, while he stayed behind to send off Xiao. Liu Dixing used the late hour as an excuse and did not even let anyone inside. Feeling angry, Liu Dixing spoke rather rudely. Offended by this treatment, Xiao's expression darkened, but he quickly lowered his head and agreed to visit again tomorrow. After sending them off, he calmly went to his daughter's courtyard. The yard was crowded. The doctor was preparing medicine, and the servants were busy. Mrs. Jiang came out from the house. Have they left?
Yes.
Sir, you shouldn't have shown a harsh attitude to your future son-in-law. Future son-in-law? That's not certain yet. They had learned about everything that happened at the flower banquet. Mentioning Xiao made Liu Dixing complain. How could his fiancée not recognize him? Thinking about the events of the night, Mrs. Jiang also felt troubled. Liu Dixing glanced into the house. Let's not talk about him.
How is Ali?
The doctor just finished examining her and went to get medicine. Ali has woken up and seems okay. I told her to rest on the couch. Let's go in and see her. When the two entered, Liu Songli was leaning against the headboard, calling out, Father, Mother. Do you feel unwell anywhere? Not really. Liu Songli had basically confirmed that the original owner might have mild myocarditis and also had severe coldness. Is your falling into the water related to the Xiao family's eldest daughter? Liu Dixing asked. Not sure, but I have my suspicions. Well, you can't let this slide. You handled tonight's situation very well. Liu Dixing praised her, taking the initiative, which was good. Liu Songli smiled shyly and said to her parents, Father, Mother, it's already very late. You should go rest. After everything that happened, it was almost midnight, which was quite late for them, who preferred to sleep early. As the couple returned to their main room, Liu Dixing went to the front yard for a moment. There were some matters he had to be cautious about. When they returned to their room, Mrs. Liu sighed. Sir, what is going on here? The incident of falling into the water might affect the engagement with the Xia family. Thinking about his daughter's feelings for Xiao, Lu Disheng felt troubled. As long as my daughter is fine, we can see how things go later, he thought. He was determined not to let his daughter suffer. That night, the families involved did not sleep well. In fact, Lu Songli did not fall asleep. She admitted that she was strong inside, but not strong enough to be indifferent after an unexpected death and then traveling to another world. She lay in her warm bed, staring blankly at the top of the canopy bed, while her personal maid, Bing Mo, slept at the foot of the bed. The dim candlelight filtered through the curtains, creating a comforting atmosphere in the dark night. She didn't feel too resistant to the idea of traveling to another world. After all, she had been in a car accident that injured her head, and there had been a lot of blood. Thankfully, she survived, but she worried about possible aftereffects, like being mentally impaired or in a vegetative state.
Just thinking about it was suffocating.
Now that she had traveled to another world in one piece, it seemed that it was of luck, though she regretted the newly purchased townhouse and the money she hadn't spent in the bank. Although her parents had a mixed reputation, she thought they were fine. The original owner had an older brother, an older sister, and a younger brother. The older sister was married, the older brother was with his wife at her family's home, and the younger brother was studying at a school. Her siblings were not easy to deal with. The original owner was an exception. She had a soft personality and did not resemble the Lu family at all. As outsiders would say, she was a good apple from a bad tree. It was worth mentioning that the original owner cared a lot about how others viewed her family and often felt distressed about their poor reputation. Lu Songli didn't know what to say about this. She could only conclude that the Lu family had protected the original owner too well. Overall, she was quite satisfied with the Lu family. Being tough was better than being bullied. After all, her own reputation in her past life wasn't great either. She had low empathy and was not the kind-hearted person who helped others. Her friends often said that she frequently walked a fine line of morality and that the law protected ordinary people like them. Without it, they would be bullied by her. She disagreed with that. She wasn't that bad. She had always been a law-abiding citizen who paid her taxes on time, just with a slightly weaker sense of morality. But she was self-aware. Becoming a partner at their firm at 27 meant she was no pushover. She entered the Lu family home like a crow landing on a pig. Neither should look down on the other. With this thought, Lu Songli felt tired and wanted to sleep. The next day, she woke up around 7 o'clock after sleeping for a full 8 or 9 hours. It had been a long time since she had such a good rest. In her previous life, she was a hardworking person, often cutting her sleep to the bare minimum to succeed in her career. As she got up, Bing Mo entered with the maids carrying her toiletries. They used willow branches dipped in salt for washing, which Lu Songli found a bit unfamiliar. Bing Mo attended to her and noticed that her face had a healthy glow from the good sleep, which eased her worries. Lu Songli looked at herself in the mirror. She used to have a standard oval face with balanced features and soft lines, giving her a gentle and elegant appearance. She liked her looks. Her subtle features felt non-threatening, which suited her proactive personality. She didn't need a fierce appearance, as that could make her rivals wary. The face in the mirror resembled her old self, but looked a bit pale. Her hair seemed thicker now. Perhaps she had worried too much about hair loss in her previous life. For breakfast, she had a meat pie, meat soup, and a bowl of thick, smooth millet porridge along with a cup of milk. Based on her memory, this breakfast was quite exquisite compared to the buns, dumplings, and tofu soup she was used to in her past life. The Dali dynasty was similar to the later Han in terms of diet and productivity, representing a parallel timeline. Lu Songli only ate half a meat pie, half a bowl of meat soup, and took just 2 sips of milk, which she found too strong. However, she finished the millet porridge. She knew the leftover food would be shared among the maids in the courtyard, so nothing would go to waste. After breakfast, she walked around the courtyard to aid digestion. On this October morning, the wind was cool and the sun was warm. In the Xiaofeng courtyard, servants were cleaning the fallen yellow leaves, and the sunlight felt warm without being harsh. The Lu family's courtyard, with its garden, was a gift from the emperor. Her parents lived in the main courtyard, while her two brothers chose the northwest courtyard, leaving her the northeast courtyard with the best view and light. Her courtyard is quite large, and the area filled with various flowers and plants is enough to make anyone linger. Even the expensive townhouse she bought cannot compare to this courtyard, not to mention that the entire Liu family's residence is located in the valuable area of Chang'an. Thinking of this, she feels refreshed. She is truly a winner in life. Compared to this, other troubles are minor. Lu Songli had just stretched a bit when someone from the main courtyard came to say that the wife of the Xie family had come to visit her with gifts, and Xie Zhan was also there. Her parents asked her to go to the front courtyard. All right, let's go. Wherever we are, we must strive. Life goes on, and we must keep working hard. In the flower hall where the Liu family received guests, since it was not a major court day, Lu Disheng did not have to attend morning court, and the three members of the Liu family welcomed the mother and son from the Xie family together. After both sides took their seats, taking advantage of the morning light, Lu Songli carefully examined Xie Zhan from head to toe. When she arrived last night, she had been in the water for too long, and her vision was blurry due to the water in her eyes, combined with the poor lighting. Xie Zhan was undoubtedly handsome, with a full forehead, sharp eyebrows, deep and expressive eyes, a high nose, and a jawline that was strikingly smooth and defined, making him unforgettable. With his tall stature, and perhaps due to his noble background, he carried an air of elegance. Standing with a fan, he looked like a refined gentleman. She thought to herself, no wonder young women in the capital are so drawn to him. If it weren't for the original owner's engagement to him, the threshold of the Xie family would probably be worn down by matchmakers. Even with the engagement, he remains the most desired young man among the girls in Chang'an. After the servants served tea, the wife of the Xie family took Lu Songli's hand, first inquiring about her health, then said with a sympathetic tone, "I heard about what happened last night. Who would have thought such an accident would occur? You suffered, dear." Lu Songli lowered her head, obediently like the original owner, but silently thought to herself, this was destined to happen. Alas. The ones most affected are still the Xiao family girl and you, little Li. I don't know which gossiping woman spread the news about last night. The words have become quite harsh. The Xiao family girl cried uncontrollably when she found out, and Mrs. Xiao came to the Xie family early this morning asking for advice. What advice could we possibly give? Lu Songli found it amusing, thinking that most of the harsh words were probably directed at Zhao Yuten, and there likely weren't as many comments about her. The three members of the Liu family stayed silent, but they could tell that Mrs. Xie was hinting at something, as if she was testing the waters. Mrs. Xie felt a bit awkward when the Liu family didn't respond. Why is the Zhao family asking your Xie family for advice instead of the Qin family? Lu Disheng asked firmly, but politely. Mrs. Liu added, yes, what does the Zhao family mean by that? Mrs. Xie replied, well, last night, Zhan saved the Xiao family's eldest daughter, and they hope he will marry her to put an end to the rumors. Lu Songli clicked her tongue, thinking the Xiao family was being too hasty. She couldn't believe that just one night could create such a big fuss. Mrs. Liu spoke frankly. Isn't the Xiao family being a bit shameless? Zhan saved her, and now she's making a fuss about it? Lu Disheng asked, so what does your Xie family plan to do? Mrs. Xie, trying to maintain some dignity, replied vaguely, this really depends on your side. The young lady's reputation is important. If not handled well, the Zhao family's daughter-in-law and Ali will always be talked about. Seeing this, Lu Disheng asked, so, according to you, Mrs. Xie, your family doesn't mind what happened last night? Mrs. Xie looked troubled. There are reasons for this situation, and I know Ali is innocent. Hearing this, the Lu couple relaxed a bit. After all, there were reasons. What was wrong with a little physical contact while saving someone? It wasn't like they were hugging for no reason. And Ali was indeed innocent. Mrs. Zhang said, as long as your Xie family doesn't mind what happened last night, our family's engagement remains unchanged. If the Zhao family wants to interfere, they can take a back seat. Lu Songli found it quite ridiculous that a little contact from saving someone could cause such a big issue. But she remembered stories she had heard about rich young ladies who fell into the water and were saved by beggars. They either accepted it or had to go to a temple to atone. She couldn't help but scoff. Mrs. Zhang's words caught Mrs. Xiao off guard, and then she quickly changed her tone. However, considering the potential long-term effects, I think we should be cautious about our family's engagement. Mrs. Xia, you're quite impressive, thinking you can decide for both the Xiao and Qin families, Lu Dixing said sarcastically. He was frustrated. If it weren't for his daughter, he would have kicked them out already. Lu Songli stifled a laugh. Her father was being quite sarcastic. Exactly. If you care, just say you care. Don't pretend to be innocent while acting otherwise. I can't stand that. Madame Lu also threw a straightforward punch. Wow, her parents are really strong. The blunt words from the Lu couple left Lady Xia feeling embarrassed. After staying silent for a while, Xia Zhan finally spoke. Uncle and aunt, this matter involves not just our two families. Our Xia family believes that we should find a chance for all four families to sit down and talk, to minimize the impact and resolve this issue. What do you think? His words were reasonable, and since he was still the future son-in-law of the Lu family, Mr. and Mrs. Lu were considerate of their daughter and didn't argue with him. Lu Songli didn't think there was much to discuss. It was clear that Zhao Yuten wanted the Xia family to take responsibility, and it seemed the Xia family might have some concerns about last night's events, possibly leading to doubts about her as a daughter-in-law. Overall, the Xia family seemed to be considering breaking off the engagement. Additionally, it seemed that the Xiao and Xia families might have reached some sort of agreement. This wasn't in the original story, was it? Lu Songli thought as she looked at Xia Zhan. He noticed her gaze and calmly met her eyes. She speculated that the incident where the original character and Zhao Yuten both fell into the water but were saved by their respective fiancés likely didn't happen in the book. Otherwise, with such a big disruption in the relationships, how could her little cousin not mention it? That didn't fit her cousin's style. What Lu Songli didn't know was that all of this had a reason behind it. It all stemmed from Zhao Yuten's recent prophetic dream, where both girls successfully got married. She married into the Qin family, and Lu Songli married into the Xia family. Shortly after her marriage, the Qin family faced punishment and was exiled, suffering many losses along the way, while Zhao Yuten endured great hardships during the exile. Meanwhile, the Xia family remained strong. Even though Lu Songli didn't contribute anything in the dream, the Xia family still ensured she held the position of Mrs. Xia. After waking up, she felt confused and decided to take a different path this time, refusing to return to the old one. Zhao Yuten herself didn't realize that her dream only showed half of the story. She had no idea that her original husband's family would ultimately be the winners. Lu Songli thought if this is a change, then it could be interesting. She understood how powerful the butterfly effect could be, and now everything felt uncontrollable. But she had a strong intuition that Xia Zhan and Zhao Yuten would end up together. She believed that there was always a strange attraction between unfaithful men and women. The conversation reached this point, and Lady Xia was not very satisfied, as the current progress was far from the results she wanted. However, she did not want to push too hard. At least they had tested the Lu family's attitude, which was as expected. They were very resistant to the idea of breaking the engagement. Lady Xia no longer wanted to stay there and glanced at her son. Just then, Butler Chen from the Lu residence hurried in with two middle-aged men. "What is it?" Lu Dixing asked. "Sir," the steward from the Xia family said, "there is an urgent matter that requires Lady Xia and young Master Xia." Lady Xia looked curiously at the middle-aged man in a brown robe next to her steward. Xia Zhan paused slightly when he saw the two men, thought for a moment, and said to the Lu family, "Since family members have come looking, there must be an urgent matter at home. So, Uncle and Aunt Ali, my mother, and I will take our leave now, and visit again next time." "Go ahead," Lu Dixing waved his hand. Although the conversation between the two families was not very pleasant, Lu Dixing and his wife understood the urgency of Lady Xia and her son wanting to leave without asking what had happened, as it was a family matter and not suitable to discuss outside.
"Wait,"
Lu Songli called out, her eyes fixed on the middle-aged man in the brown robe. Xiao turned back and, noticing her reaction, shifted slightly to block her view of the man. Ali, is there something else? The man on the left, he isn't your family's steward, is he? Lu Songli asked with a hint of a smile. The original owner was close with Xiao Yuten, who often invited her to their home, so she was quite familiar with the people from the Xiao family. The moment she saw the man in the brown robe, she felt he looked familiar. Besides, if the Xie family had an urgent matter that required sending someone to call for Xiao and his mother, they wouldn't send two stewards at the same time. At this point, Lu Disheng and his wife also realized something was off. They had felt puzzled earlier, but hadn't thought much of it. Of course, a steward could bring a small servant along, but this man in the brown robe didn't seem like someone who would be running errands. Meeting Lu Songli's gaze, Xiao felt a headache coming on. He was also puzzled about when his fiancée had become so perceptive. Wasn't she usually timid, quiet, and reserved? Moreover, her tone was quite sharp, making it uncomfortable for him. At this moment, Lady Xia also sensed that something was not right. What is going on? Lu Disheng squinted at the middle-aged man in the brown robe. Before Xiao could respond, a middle-aged man in a robe suddenly knelt down in front of him and Madame Xia, pleading, "Young Master Xia, please go see our young lady. She just harmed herself," sob. Hearing this, Lu Disheng stood up. "Are you from the Xiao family? Did Xiao Yuten harm herself? Is she dead?" Jiang asked directly. Lu Songli had anticipated this, and even upon hearing the news, she remained calm in her chair. The middle-aged man replied angrily, "Madam Lu, how can you be Did Xiao Yuten harm herself? Is she dead?" Jiang asked directly. Lu Songli had anticipated this, and even upon hearing the news, she remained calm in her chair. The middle-aged man replied angrily, "Madam Lu, how can you be so cruel? Your family must be hoping for something bad to happen to our young lady." Smack. Lu Songli stepped forward and slapped the man. Lu Disheng stepped forward and kicked the man down. "Someone come." The noise in the hall had attracted servants waiting at the door, and at their master's command, they quickly came in to restrain him. Xiao felt a headache coming on. Madame Jiang was the first to recover, steadying herself. She asked the middle-aged man, "Just tell us, is she dead or not?" Lu Songli thought to herself, of course, she isn't dead. She just didn't expect the Xiao family to be so shameless, coming to confront her, the legitimate fiancé. The middle-aged man hesitated to answer. "Is Xiao Yuten okay or not?" Madame Xia was losing her patience. The man lowered his head and replied, "Fortunately, we found her in time, and she was saved. A doctor was called, but she hasn't woken up yet. The doctor said she was in a very dangerous state, wanting to give up on life. Our master and mistress would like to invite young Master Xia to see her, perhaps." Smack. A cup was thrown at the middle-aged man, who dodged just in time, the cup grazing his scalp before shattering on the floor. After throwing the cup, Lu Disheng pointed at the door and shouted at the outsiders, "The Xiao family is too much. Get out, all of you." Xiao sighed and said, "Then uncle and aunt, we will take our leave. Mother, let's go." Madame Xia opened her mouth, sighed, and stepped out first. The Lu family ignored them. Even the task of seeing them off was left to Steward Chen. In short, the meeting was very unpleasant, and both sides parted ways unhappily. Lu Disheng said angrily, "This is infuriating. The Xiao family is too much, and the Xie family is extremely despicable. Xiao is heartless too." Jiang was also very upset. It was Ali who saved him back then, and now they want to break off the engagement over a small matter. They must have lost their conscience. Back then, Ali was so young and risked her life in the cold water to save him, which later caused her to have a high fever and heart issues. She almost didn't make it. Lu Songli had a feeling about why the Xia and Lu families, who were not well matched, were engaged. The memories of the original owner confirmed this. The engagement was decided by the late Xia patriarch. But now he had been gone for 2 years. To outsiders, this engagement seemed very unequal. The Xia family was a prominent family, and Xiao was talented and handsome, with a bright future ahead. It was clear to anyone that he was destined for greatness. The Lu family, on the other hand, was not a prestigious family. Lu Disheng, the highest-ranking member, was only a fifth-rank official. Although he had the emperor's favor, he was somewhat isolated among the officials and couldn't offer much help. Lu Songli was pretty, but her abilities were average, and she lacked outstanding talent. They were a poor match. Mom and Dad, please don't be angry. Ali, Lu Desheng and his wife looked at her with concern. They knew their daughter had always looked forward to this marriage. But what they didn't know was that, due to her earlier suspicions and the fact that she was not the original owner, Lu Songli was the quickest to accept the situation. Mom and Dad, I'm fine. Actually, Xiao has always been indifferent towards me as his fiancé. I can feel that he doesn't like me, Lu Songli said calmly. This is a good thing. The Xie family must have been unhappy with the engagement for a while, or they wouldn't be looking for an excuse to break it off. Now that we know their thoughts, it's better than me marrying into the family and facing difficulties. Lu Songli understood that this engagement was likely to fall through. Once a family like the Xies showed signs of wanting to break off an engagement, they usually had already made up their minds. However, if they want to break off the engagement, it should be done properly. As she said this, Lu Songli smiled, but there was a hint of coldness in her smile. She had initially thought it was just an engagement with a man, and since someone else was trying to take him and he had other intentions, she could let it go. Of course, even without the current situation, she would have felt uneasy about it. In the original story, Xiao is the male lead, but anyone who can flirt with his wife's friend while his wife is seriously ill is definitely not a good person. Of course, Zhao Yuten is not innocent either. Now, she doesn't want to make things easy for them. The actions of the Xie and Zhao families are very upsetting. The Xie family clearly wanted to break off the engagement based on the excuse of her being rescued while hugging another man last night, yet they want to avoid any blame. They are greedy, wanting to save face while also keeping their dignity. The Xiao family is almost as blatant as a thief. Why should she easily help both families? Even if she no longer wants this engagement, she won't agree without making them suffer a bit first to vent her frustration. I'm sorry for putting you through this, Jiang said, feeling emotional. Many young women tend to think positively about things, but she doesn't. Her daughter sees things clearly and is herself, leaving no room for wishful thinking. It's heartbreaking. Lu Disheng stood up, saying, I'm going to the study. Where's his sword? He wants to find his sword. They keep bullying his daughter. He won't let them get away with it. Lu Songli stopped him. Father, gather evidence of the Zhao family's corruption and expose them in court. The Xie family is harder to deal with, so let's start with the softer target, the Zhao family. Lu Disheng was taken aback. Daughter? Isn't she the one who usually dislikes his outbursts in court?
Don't worry about me.
Her friendship with Xiao Yuten has lasted for several years. At first, her father, Lu Disheng, was not in a good position in the capital. He struggled with his wife and the 3 oldest siblings while the original owner, being young and weak, was left in their hometown. It wasn't until he got help in the official circles that he finally found his footing and brought her to Chang'an. When the original owner first arrived in Chang'an, she was timid and insecure, feeling out of place among the noble ladies and was unwittingly ostracized. It was Zhao Yuten, the gentle older sister, who took her under her wing and helped her. The original owner was very grateful and trusted Zhao Yuten completely. The Lu family was also very appreciative of Zhao Yuten's protection of the original owner, so Lu Disheng often turned a blind eye to the Zhao family's affairs and even subtly warned Zhao Yuten's father a few times, helping her family avoid several crises. Now that their friendship is soured, she certainly won't let her father go easy on them. Lu Songli continued, if there's nothing from the main branch, then look to the side branches. If there's still nothing, go back to their family home. I don't believe the Zhao family is truly innocent. If there's a chance to act, take it. If there's no chance, create one. In short, don't let them off the hook. Jiang also emphasized, did you hear that? The Zhao family's eldest daughter is so shameless. You must make sure to give her a piece of your mind this time. These 2 are really pushing the child to her limits. All right, I'll listen to my daughter. But It doesn't have to be so complicated. The Xiao family isn't clean. They have plenty of skeletons in their closet. I happen to have some evidence against them. Lu Disheng felt pleased. His daughter usually didn't approve of his actions in court, but now she seemed to be recognizing him as a father. Thinking of this, Lu Disheng felt energized and secretly vowed to handle the situation well. In the past, out of respect for the Xiao family matriarch and his daughter's friendship with her, he had kept the information he collected about the Xiao family hidden. Now it was finally useful. What do they say? Better safe than sorry. Dad, you need to work hard now. I believe in you. I'm waiting for you to show your strength. Don't worry, I'm good at this.
Just wait and see.
Lu Disheng was almost ready to pat his chest in assurance. After saying this, Lu Songli returned to her own courtyard. Her weak body felt tired after just sitting for a while. Once she left, Jiang couldn't help but say, Ali has changed so much. Lu Disheng shrugged it off. She's just been stimulated. This is actually good. She used to be too soft. He wasn't worried about their first 3 children, but his youngest daughter had often been bullied by outsiders. Now he felt much more at ease. Also, she's grown up. Did you see how she defended you just now? Remembering how her daughter slapped the man from the Xiao family, Jiang nodded. After going through such an experience, her daughter might really have matured. Lu Disheng added, and Ali is becoming more like me. Look at her. She was able to say those words. She truly is my child. Jiang rolled her eyes at him. Yes, she's like you. Enjoy that. Back at Xiaofeng courtyard, Lu Songli was curious about how the rumors had spread and how they had pushed Zhao Yuten to harm herself. She then asked Mo Bing to send someone to find out. In Chang'an City, just as Lu Songli expected, everyone was discussing last night's events. Have you heard? 2 noble ladies fell into the lake during the flower viewing banquet at Prince Gong's residence.
Who are they?
They are the eldest daughter of Lord Zhao from the Ministry of Rights and the youngest daughter of Dr. LV. Is everyone okay? Yes, they were rescued. That's good to hear. But you won't believe it. Their rescuers were each other's fiancés.
What?
I heard that while in the water. The 2 ladies held on tightly to the men who came to save them.
Oh.
What happened next? Well, you can't really blame them, can you? They can't swim, and in a life-or-death situation, they acted on instinct. True, I don't think it's their fault. Their fiancés didn't recognize them when they jumped in to save them. That's true, but if you were one of their fiancés, wouldn't you feel uneasy every time you saw the other man? For example, if you, Li Si, found out your wife was held by Zhang San before your wedding, and you kept seeing him around, how would you feel? But you can't just break off the engagement over that, right? That seems excessive. Someone smirked and said, why haven't I had such luck? If I were there, I would definitely jump in to save them. The others gave him a disdainful look, as if to say, what are you thinking? Someone lowered their voice and said mysteriously, these 2 engagements might need to be reconsidered. That could be a solution. If that happens, the young lady from the LV family is in big trouble. She fell into the water and lost her fiancé. I heard there's more to the story. It seems Miss Xiao might have caused the incident, leading to the mix-up. She even pretended to be faint when rescued.
Really?
Is that the truth? What does Miss Xiao want? She wants her fiancé. The news spread quickly among the people of Chang'an, sparking all kinds of speculation. Gossip about romantic entanglements is always popular, especially when the main characters are prominent young men and women from the city. With some people fanning the flames, the story grew more outrageous and scandalous, with wild tales about the 2 ladies revealing their skin in the water and the young men reacting in ways that raised eyebrows. Upon hearing the news, Lu Songli realized that the rumors in Chang'an were indeed being stirred up by someone behind the scenes, and it was undoubtedly the Xiao family. She also suspected that Lord Lu had intervened. Given how the rumors were targeting Zhao Yuten, it was clear. Lord Lu, being an expert in public opinion, was very sensitive to such matters. Poor Zhao Yuten was in a tough spot, hurting her enemies while harming herself even more. She was probably crying her heart out in the restroom right now. Lu Songli was correct. Zhao Yuten was indeed sobbing uncontrollably, her neck wrapped in a cloth to hide the marks. The room was in disarray, and the maids had been sent outside, leaving only Xiao Yuten and her mother, Mrs. Luo, inside. Mrs. Luo said, "Stop crying, you might hurt your health." Xiao Yuten buried her head in the blanket. "Mother, how could this happen?" She was so frustrated. She only wanted to use the incident of saving someone from drowning to quickly marry Xiaozhan. She never expected the rumors to paint her in such a terrible light. Alas, it backfired. "Your father said there are other forces taking advantage of the situation, which is why the rumors are all aimed at you." Mrs. Luo was both shocked and angry, deeply worried for her daughter. Xiao Yuten lifted her head, tears in her eyes. "Is it the Lu family?" Yes, the Lu family reacted too quickly. They must have been prepared. Mrs. Luo sighed at this, knowing that Lu Disheng was an expert in these matters and handled it too skillfully. In fact, it wasn't just the Lu family. Their old rivals who were against the Xiao family had also taken action. Xiao Yuten was extremely upset. From the moment she decided to drag Lu Songli into the water, she thought everything would go smoothly and she would soon marry Xiaozhan. She was confident in her plan. First, she had two prophetic dreams. In the first dream, after marrying into the Qin family, they would soon be punished and exiled. In the second dream, she truly married Xiaolang, but they were both much older in the dream. In the dream, she didn't know why the Qin family and she could return to Chang'an, but she believed it was likely due to the emperor's mercy, granting them a pardon. These two prophetic dreams were the reasons she decided to take action. Knowing the road ahead would be difficult, she didn't want to suffer unnecessarily. Additionally, through the second dream, she was certain that she was Xiaozhan's true match. She felt confident in her plan because she learned from her dreams that Lu Songli had a cold constitution, which was not favorable for having children. Lu Songli's health has always been poor. The Lu family only claims she has a mild heart condition, hiding the fact that she suffers from extreme coldness in her body, which makes it very difficult for her to conceive. The Xie family is well aware of this. She doesn't think the Xie family would be satisfied with such a daughter-in-law. They only need a legitimate reason to break off the engagement. Just having Lu Songli's reputation tarnished isn't enough. They need a way to end the marriage with the Lu family without any blame. If such an opportunity arises, she believes the Xie family would take it. In her dreams, she sees a powerful man from the Xie family, yet he has no children. Can you imagine that? She feels sorry for him. What she aims to do is create this opportunity for the Xie family. After they both fell into the water that night and were saved by each other's fiancés, they manipulated public opinion to tarnish her and Lu Songli's reputations. She plans to use some tricks to make the Xie family take responsibility, and everything will go as she wishes. The issue of her tarnished reputation can be resolved, especially with Lu Songli by her side. She isn't afraid. However, she never expected the Lu family to be prepared and to direct most of the blame towards her instead of sharing it equally. Now her reputation is much worse than Lu Songli's. How will the Xie family see her now? Also, why didn't Lu Songli faint last night? If she had, the public wouldn't have been able to speak so poorly of her. Moreover, she immediately suspected her, showing that she never considered her a sister, a close friend, or a confidant. She feels betrayed. Don't cry. We will help you. You must believe that all these difficulties are only temporary, and the outcome will surely be good, Luo said, gently patting her daughter's head to comfort her. Her husband had mentioned that he consulted a master who said their daughter is exceptionally favored and destined for greatness. With such a prediction, she believes her daughter will turn misfortune into fortune. Xiao Yuten sniffled, forcing a smile. She knew her family would do everything to support her. A few days ago, she had shared her strange experience with her father. When she had her first prophetic dream, there were only 3 or 4 months left until the wedding, and she was very anxious, unable to think of a way to change her fate. She wanted to break off her engagement with the Qin family and marry Xiaozhan, but achieving that was not easy. Time was short, and the task was heavy. To get what she wanted, she needed her family's help. Her father, Xiao Wenquan, is a high-ranking official and the current head of the Xiao family, giving him significant influence. Xiao Yuten shared her first prophetic dream with her father to gain his support. At first, he was skeptical. It seemed a bit ridiculous, but he was also worried that if it were true, the Xiao family could be affected by the Qin family. To convince him, she revealed two important secrets about the Xia and Qin families, secrets only core family members knew. The Xiao family was currently investigating these secrets, and she planned to use a water trap strategy without their prior knowledge. This idea came to her suddenly, catching everyone off guard. Her father thought it was a good plan, but felt it was rushed. Xiao Yuten bit her lip and made a decision. Mother, I want to see Ali. All right, I will arrange it. As soon as possible.
Okay.
Lu Songli woke up from a nap and had the courtyard cleaned inside and out. The Xia and original family had been engaged for many years, maintaining normal interactions. During festivals and the original owner's birthday, the Xia family would send gifts, including food and toys. Of course, the Lu family also returned the favors. Mrs. Zhang knew her daughter valued her fiancé, Xia Zhan, so she gave many of the gifts to her daughter. The original owner had kept these items well, using them with care. Lu Songli was not the original owner and felt no attachment to these low-value items. She wouldn't throw them away, but selling them wouldn't bring much money either. She decided to store them away in a corner and give them to the servants once the matter with the Xia family was settled. While cleaning the house, she found a pouch, a fan, and a high-quality wolf hairbrush that the original owner had made for Xia Zhan, each crafted with great care. The final straw for her was discovering a set of undergarments secretly made for him. Since she lived in this courtyard, she couldn't tolerate these items being in her way. Lu Songli decided to give the high-quality wolf hairbrush to her father. He deserved it more than Xia Zhan. She planned to give the half-finished garments to Mo Bing to have a skilled maid alter them for her brother, Lu Mingji. The fabric was expensive silk from Hangzhou, and she couldn't bear to throw it away. Forget it. After thinking for a moment, she decided to open the storage room and take out the good materials that the original owner had saved. She would make outfits for each family member to give them as gifts during the new year. Otherwise, it would be strange to only give her brother a set of undergarments. Since Lu Songli decided to tidy up her place, the staff in her yard began to get busy. After she finished dealing with the clutter, she had nothing to do, so she thought about finding a book to read. She checked the original owner's bookshelf and found only a few dusty books. Flipping through them, she saw titles like The Classic of Filial Piety and The Book of Women's Conduct. The only book titled Strange Tales from the Mountains and Rivers was at the bottom. There were also 2 storybooks about virtuous wives and good mothers. She glanced at them and tossed them aside. Searching her memory, Lu Songli recalled the origins of these books. Besides Strange Tales from the Mountains and Rivers, which her brother had given her, the others were either gifts or recommendations from her former friends, who said she would need them when she became the wife of the Xia family, and the original owner treasured them. Lu Songli didn't know what to say, so she simply took a fishing rod and a wooden bucket to the pond to fish, treating it as a way to relax. Mo Bing quickly followed her. After catching 4 or 5 fish that were about the size of her palm, she saw Steward Chun hurriedly passing by with a servant. Mo Bing called out, "Uncle Chun." Steward Chun stopped and noticed that the second young lady was fishing. He smiled and said, "Are you and Mo Bing fishing, miss?" He glanced at the bucket, which already had several fish in it, and thought that her fishing skills were quite impressive. "Yes, Uncle Chun. Could you take 2 fish back with you later? They may not be big, but they look quite plump and lively, so the meat should be tender," Lu Songli said, wearing a sun hat. In this time without sunscreen, sun protection was really important. "Sure, I'll take 2 home later. I have some matters to attend to, so I must go now." "Enjoy your time, miss," he said, continuing on his way. "Uncle Chun, what's the rush?" Mo Bing asked as she chased after him. The Qin family sent a message to the master, wanting to pay a visit. "They are currently waiting outside the main gate," he replied. Mo Bing nodded. "Oh, I see. That did sound urgent." When Lu Songli heard Qin family, She wondered if it was the same Qin family that was engaged to Xiao Yun. She guessed correctly. It was indeed that Qin family making a visit at such a sensitive time. Lu Songli immediately became interested and couldn't help but want to see who they were. In the original book, the main character had a tough life, but the Qin brothers were not much better off. One brother brought great honor to the female lead but lost his life, while the other clearly suffered as well, as if they were drained by the main characters. "Mo Bing, you keep fishing here. I'll go find my mother," Lu Songli said, handing the fishing rod to Mo Bing and gracefully walking towards the main courtyard. Mo Bing instinctively tightened his grip on the rod, watching the second young lady walk away, and quickly sent someone to follow her. Not long after Lu Songli arrived at the main hall, the Qin family showed up. Madame Qin was too ill to come, so it was Qin Cheng's older brother, Qin Heng, who brought him. The two were received by her parents. Jiang Shi settled her in the flower hall and didn't let her show her face. The Qin family's purpose was simple. They came to offer condolences to Lu Songli, who was injured, and to express that the Qin family was willing to take responsibility for the incident. This matter involves the second young lady and Qin Cheng, both of whom are innocent. Her falling into the water was an accident, and Qin Cheng did nothing wrong in trying to save her, yet they both suffered for it, causing issues with their marriage. Since it has come to this, it was Qin Cheng who had physical contact with the second young lady. "If the Lu family needs us to take responsibility, we are very willing. If not, we won't interfere, and will follow the Lu family's wishes." Qin Heng's words made the three members of the Lu family feel at ease. See, this is what it means to take responsibility. But seeing Qin Cheng's unwilling expression, Lu Disheng felt a pang of frustration and blurted out, "What about the Xiao family?" Qin Heng smiled. "The Xiao family is not a problem. Our Qin family has already agreed to dissolve the engagement between the two families." He then reached out to ruffle his younger brother's hair, his voice filled with apology. Qin Cheng was angry but couldn't say anything. Qin Heng's words indeed eased the couple's discomfort caused by Qin Cheng's attitude. Lu Disheng sighed. He had seen Qin Cheng riding proudly through the streets, and now this young man had been rejected. In the end, he and his daughter were the most innocent. He also thought that the Qin family was decisive and straightforward, as expected from a family of military background. However, since they had a daughter, it was easy for them to be at a disadvantage, so caution was understandable. Qin Heng's voice was pleasant, and he spoke calmly. Lu Songli couldn't help but slightly pull back the curtain to peek outside. As soon as she looked over, the person on the other side noticed her, their sharp eyes turning towards her. Lu Songli felt a jolt in her mind. Wait, is this Qin Sheng? Last night, the lighting was too dim, and she wasn't focused on him, so she hadn't looked closely. She didn't expect Qin Sheng to have such a face that could be both good and bad. His features were sharp and defined, giving him a strong presence. He could look very noble but also quite intimidating. His narrow nose and close-set eyebrows gave a sense of intensity, as if he was locking onto you. Wow, with those looks and his rimless glasses, he seemed like a character straight out of a modern novel. She had seen a photo of a certain famous uncle from his youth, and he looked similar to Qin Sheng now. With age and a touch of power, he could easily resemble a fierce villain. It was that woman. Recognizing Lu Songli, Qin Sheng's sharp gaze softened a bit, realizing she wasn't an assassin or anything like that. But soon he frowned again. Why was she looking at him like that? As if she had just met him. Lu Songli was momentarily stunned by his face. Qin Sheng noticed her staring and glare at her. How shameless. Lu Songli. Such a face paired with that personality was truly a waste. She turned her head away in disdain. Lu Songli shifted her gaze to the man beside him, who was likely his older brother, Qin Heng. He had a long face, a slender build, and an air of maturity that balanced elegance and determination. Qin Heng also sensed something and discreetly looked over. When he saw Lu Songli, he paused for a moment, as if he guessed her identity, then smiled reassuringly at her.
Caught.
And it's the two brothers. Lu Songli forced a smile and stepped aside, trying to act nonchalant. As long as I don't feel awkward, The awkwardness is on them. There was no one else in the flower hall, and Lu's parents noticed the brothers' reactions, realizing they had spotted their daughter. The Qin brothers seemed friendly. The Qin brothers didn't stay long before saying their goodbyes. Lu Disheng personally saw them off. Clearly, compared to the Xie family, the Qin family received a warmer welcome. As they walked and talked, they reached the second gate. Qin Heng stopped and smiled. "Lord Lu, please wait." Lu Disheng readily agreed, and from then on, Butler chinwood them out. Given his status, it was best not to mingle too closely with anyone. Being seen together would not benefit either family. Before leaving, Qin Heng reminded, "The rumors in Chang'an City are endless and not good for your daughter. No matter what decision is made, Lord and Lady Lu should act quickly." Lu Disheng couldn't share his family's plans, so he just nodded in acknowledgement of the other person's kindness. As Lu Disheng stood up to see them off, Zhang Shi called for Lu Songli. "Ali, come out. They are leaving." After Lu Songli came out, Zhang Shi held her cold little hand and observed her face. Although it still lacked color, it looked much better than last night. "Why are your hands still so cold? Here, drink some warm water. I heard from Butler Chin that you were fishing in the pond just now." Lu Songli took the cup with both hands, feeling the warmth, which was indeed comforting. Xiaofeng courtyard is being cleaned thoroughly, and it's quite noisy. I had some free time, so I was just fishing for fun. Just have fun, but remember to wear more clothes outside. Also, make sure to take the medicine Dr. Zhou prescribed on time, Zhang Shi advised. She was already aware of the cleaning at Xiaofeng courtyard and knew her daughter had organized the items sent by the Xie family, treating it as a cover for her daughter's activities. "Mother, I know," Lu Songli replied, slightly lowering her gaze. It seemed that the coldness in her body was not simple. Since ancient times, men are considered yang and women yin, and women often have cold constitutions. Her hands and feet were cold, and even lying under the covers didn't warm her. She initially thought it was due to her cold constitution and falling into the water, especially since it was late autumn in October and the lake water was very cold at night. Now, after taking several doses of medicine, the coldness in her body remained heavy, showing no signs of improvement. She checked her pulse slightly and realized the coldness was severe, with a hidden fire that was weak and stubborn, not easily treated by ordinary warming medicines. She found an opportunity to look at the medicine Dr. Zhou prescribed last night, which included both heart disease treatment and warming medicines, confirming her suspicions. Lu Songli keenly realized that her parents had not informed her about her severe cold constitution, and she had always thought she was taking medicine only for her heart condition. After searching through the original owner's memories, she understood why this body had such severe coldness. The original owner had soaked in icy water for too long while saving Xiaozhan as a child, leading to the coldness entering her body. This coldness was serious enough to affect her ability to have children. Lu Songli believed this was the main reason the Xie and Lu families had arranged the engagement. Everything is due to a life-saving grace, and there is no way to repay it. Only a few people know this, and even she herself is unaware. She can understand her parents' concerns. This news is too heavy for a daughter. In this era, having many children is seen as a blessing, but the original owner has almost lost her ability to bear children. Her naturally gentle personality would make her feel very inferior upon learning that she might struggle to have children in the future. It's a parent's heart that feels pity for their child. This illness is not hard to treat. Before coming here, her great-grandfather was an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor. The older generation values passing down knowledge, and in his later years, he focused on teaching his skills. Everyone in the family was trained by him, and those with talent were encouraged to learn medicine. Due to family planning policies, only 3 siblings remained in her generation. According to her great-grandfather, she had some talent, so he also taught her medicine. During school, the 3 siblings worked as helpers for their great-grandfather, planting and preparing herbs, and often learned to diagnose patients alongside him. This way of life changed when she chose a marketing major in college. Once it was clear she wouldn't switch to traditional medicine, her great-grandfather allowed her more freedom, and she no longer had to work for him during summer and winter breaks. Her two brothers envied her greatly. However, she only enjoyed one summer of freedom. Starting from her second summer in college, she returned home to help her great-grandfather again. For several years, Lu Songli couldn't believe her stubborn great-grandfather would let her off so easily until she heard her older brother mention his opinion about her. He said she was too restless and wouldn't be able to focus on studying medicine deeply, but because she was clever and quick-witted, she could manage on her own without starving. After sharing this, her brother became quiet. Lu Songli wasn't upset by this feedback. She knew who she was. She enjoyed comfort, wealth, and fame. Studying medicine is a lonely path, which isn't suitable for her. She loves sales and the sense of achievement that comes from accumulating wealth through it. It's a fascinating process of turning knowledge, insight, and wisdom into tangible results through her own efforts. Of course, studying medicine can also lead to financial freedom. Take her great-grandfather, a skilled traditional Chinese doctor. Many people come to see him every day, and there are even scalpers selling tickets, making quite a bit of money. However, it's a bit slow for her. She's impatient and can't wait. After graduating from university, she worked in the pharmaceutical industry, dealing with both traditional and Western medicine. She took advantage of her resources to invest in some Chinese medicinal herbs and made a good profit. She didn't get involved with Western medicine or medical devices, as they can be quite complicated. Later, she brought her two brothers into the business. They were the poorest in the family, so she felt she had to help them. She doesn't deny that her success is partly due to her great-grandfather and the family's resources, but if they have these resources, why not use them? Her achievements also confirm her great-grandfather's earlier comments about her. To get back to the point, her health issues are not hard to treat, whether it's a cold body or heart problems. This era has its challenges with diseases, and often there aren't good solutions. However, future generations will have advanced medical knowledge, developed over thousands of years, with effective treatments for various illnesses. Dr. Xiao is one of the best doctors in Chang'an, but in Lu Songli's view, his prescriptions still have room for improvement. This is a case of a lower dimension striking. As her great-grandfather said, she only has a superficial understanding of traditional Chinese medicine, yet she can modify his prescriptions. She doesn't even know what to say. What are you thinking about? You seem so absorbed. Nothing. Jiang suddenly remembered something and said, by the way, your older sister sent a message at noon, asking you to visit the Su family when you have time. If you're feeling better, you should go. She probably heard about the incident when you fell into the water, but since she's in confinement, she can't come out, so she wants you to check on her. She also misses her older daughter. It's only halfway through her confinement, and she has already visited twice, so it wouldn't be good to go too often to avoid raising suspicions, but it's fine for the younger daughter to go. Why would the Su family tell her about this while she's in confinement? It's just going to worry her unnecessarily, Lu Songli said, not thinking her family couldn't handle it. It's not right to make a new mother worry. It's probably not the Su family's intention to tell her. The news about your fall has been spreading everywhere, so she likely found out by chance. The Su family isn't that careless. All right, I'll go see her tomorrow morning. Go in the afternoon. It's still too chilly in the morning. I'll listen to you. After a brief conversation between the mother and daughter, Lu Disheng returned. Did you see them off? Jiang asked. Lu Disheng lifted his cup and drank all the water in it. Yes, I took them to the second gate and came back. The Xiao family actually broke off the engagement with the Qin family. That was quick, Jiang remarked. Lu Songli nodded. They really are busy. A lot has happened in just one morning. Today, their family hosted both the civil and military leaders from two prominent families in Chang'an, and the elders felt quite reflective. In comparison, the Qin family seems to be more responsible, Jiang said, having a good impression of them. Lu Disheng scoffed. Those who act righteous often have ulterior motives. It's usually the scholars who are untrustworthy. Jiang rolled her eyes. Why are you including yourself in that? I'm different, Lu Disheng insisted stubbornly. Seeing this, Lu Songli couldn't help but smile and chimed in, Mother, Father is indeed different from Xiao. Xiao can't compare to my dad. Lu Disheng puffed out his chest, looking pleased as he glanced at his wife. Did you hear that? Jiang shot him a disapproving look and then urged him. All right, enough of that. Don't you have court tomorrow? Shouldn't you go to the study? As soon as Jiang reminded him, Lu Disheng stood up immediately. You're right, I should go to the study. Don't wait for me for dinner. With a big court session tomorrow, he had prepared a significant gift for the Xiao family. The day before such events, he always tried to stay in the study to practice various scenarios, hoping to avoid any mistakes in court. Jiang waved him off. Lu Songli stood up, smiling as she accompanied her father to the study. This habit of his was quite good and should be maintained. Let's sit with mother a bit longer. Lu Songli noticed her mother seemed to have something to say. Mother, just say what you want. Is there anything we can't talk about? She had originally planned to follow her father to the study to pick out a couple of books, but that was no longer possible. Jiang smiled. Did you figure it out? Lu Songli thought to herself. It was so obvious. Her mother wasn't blind. Jiang composed herself and asked Ali, what do you think of Qin Sheng? Lu Songli looked at her mother, her eyes widening slightly. Wait, did her mother mean what she thought? Jiang gave her an encouraging look. The Qin family is prosperous and has good values. If you marry into their family, as the youngest legitimate son, Qin Sheng has the protection of his father and brothers, so life would be easier for you. Most importantly, the pressure of continuing the family line would be much less for the youngest son. She has always felt worried about the marriage with the Xie family. Her daughter's health, marrying into such a prominent family like the Xies, especially to the eldest son Xiao, will bring a lot of pressure in the future. However, this marriage came at a great cost for her daughter, and giving it up feels very unsatisfying. This morning, the vague attitude of Madame Xie and Xiao only added to her worries. Your mother is right. That Qin Sheng is indeed quite good. Her father's voice came from outside. Father, weren't you going to the study? Lu Disheng replied, I forgot something and came back to get it, but that's not important. We're talking about Qin Sheng now. After saying this, both parents turned to look at Lu Songli. Wait, why do you suddenly have this idea? Lu Songli was shocked. She needed to quickly change her parents' dangerous thoughts. You see, in the original story, the Qin family faced punishment and exile shortly after Xiao Yuten married in. Later, the war hero Qin Sheng unexpectedly died. Although Qin Heng used Qin Sheng's remaining influence to reclaim Chang'an and achieved victory, many from the Qin family likely perished. Otherwise, the second-generation little emperor of the Qin family wouldn't be so close to Xiao Yuten, who had remarried. The Xie family has maintained its power well during the changes in the royal authority. With strong ministers and a young ruler, it's inevitable that power will shift. Given Xiao Yuten's influence, it's clear that Xiao will likely take control of the court later on. In the end, it's uncertain whether the new dynasty will be named Qin or Xie. Qin Heng might see these issues, but he probably feels powerless to eliminate the Xie family. The exile and battles have left lasting effects on his health, which impacts his lifespan. With the Qin family in decline, he may only be able to sigh and close his eyes. These thoughts are based on the plot provided by her younger cousin. At that time, her cousin didn't mention what crime the Qin family committed. Although the plot is changed, it's still uncertain if the Qin family can escape that disaster. The Qin family achieved the final victory, but considering both risks and rewards, betting early has high returns but also great risks, possibly leading to losing everything, even their lives. The Lu family only needs to wait for a clear opportunity to join in, right? Why should the Lu family wade into these troubled waters so early? She worries her father's health won't handle it. Ali, you should trust your father's judgment. Ali, if the marriage with the Xie family doesn't work out, you really need to think carefully about the Qin family. Otherwise, your future marriage will be more difficult, Jiang sighed, trying to explain despite her heartache. The truth was undeniable. If their family broke off the engagement with the Xie family, along with the incident from last night, her daughter would have far fewer choices for marriage in the future. What? Lu Songli frowned. Her thinking was still influenced by modern ideas, and she instinctively felt that breaking off the engagement with the Xiao family wasn't a big deal. She didn't realize the situation was more serious than she thought. No, Dad, if I have to choose, I choose Qin Heng. Not only did he survive until the end and achieve victory, but he was also 27, while she was around 26 or 27 in her past life, making them a suitable match. Furthermore, his first wife died during childbirth, leaving behind twins. With her condition, painless childbirth would suit her perfectly. In ancient times, Confucian values were strong, emphasizing filial piety and the importance of raising children well. She wasn't worried about them being ungrateful. If she couldn't raise a child who would be filial to her in such a supportive environment, that would be her failure. If she were to match with Qin Sheng, it would be like an old cow eating tender grass. No matter how thick-skinned she would find it hard to accept. Also, Qin Sheng was just a supporting character. Although she found him attractive, he disappeared right before victory, which was incredibly unlucky. While her identity in the original story was also a supporting character, at least the original lived until the later stages of the story. Lu Songli stubbornly thought. Her parents were now suggesting that two supporting characters come together. Were they afraid of them disappearing too late? No way. Qin Heng is too old. Lu Disheng immediately opposed. Although Qin Heng seemed mature and steady, he was much older than his daughter. Lu Songli blinked. Is 27 considered old? In her past life, those young ladies in their 30s were still seen as young. Besides, Qin Heng didn't look old at all. She didn't know that the average lifespan in ancient times was only around 40 or 50. To put it bluntly, at his age, he had already lived 2/3 of his life. Jiang shook her head at her choice. Both parents doubted that this was a well-thought-out decision and believed it was made out of frustration. Lu Disheng stopped his wife from continuing to persuade, saying, "Since Ali is unwilling, let's not consider it." Jiang sighed, giving up. If the Qin family knew about Ali's health, their attitude might not be as accepting as it was now. On the other side, the Qin brothers left the Lu family and climbed into the carriage waiting at the entrance. Actually, both of them are good at horseback riding, but there are too many people in Chang'an, making it inconvenient to ride. On the carriage, Qin Sanlang saw his older brother and younger brother Lu getting on, so he put away the book he was holding. While his brother and younger brother were visiting the Lu family, he was nearby meeting friends, and now he wanted to hitch a ride home. "Brother, what did the Lu family say?" Qin Sanlang asked. Qin Heng shook his head. The Lu family didn't agree. But they didn't refuse either. The Xiao family's actions probably affected the Lu family as well. That's true. Our Lu still has a lot of room for improvement compared to Xiaozhan. The Xiao family can make quick decisions, but the Lu family cannot. After saying this, Qin Laosan patted Qin Sheng's shoulder. "Keep it up, young man." Qin Sheng felt frustrated. When the Xiao family talked to them today, he clearly stated that he didn't mind what happened last night, though he did care a little, and even his family said they wouldn't mind, yet the Xiao family insisted on breaking off the engagement. No matter how nicely they tried to persuade them, the Xiao family was determined. He realized that the Xiao family looked down on him and preferred to abandon him for Xiaozhan. Understanding this, he decided not to let his family lower their stance to persuade them. If the Xiao family wanted to break off the engagement, so be it. Last night, he left the Prince Gong's residence directly, and when his mother found out he had thrown Zhao Yuten into the water, she scolded him harshly. She even sided with Zhao Yuten, saying that pretending to faint might just be because she was shy. This morning, when the Zhao family came to visit, his mother probably understood what was going on. Lu Songli was right. The two falling into the water last night was likely not an accident, but a trap set by the Zhao family. After the Zhao family left, his mother was angry when she saw him acting like nothing happened. Zhao Yuten had a good reputation among the noble ladies in Chang'an. She was talented, beautiful, gentle, and understanding. However, he didn't feel much about this engagement with Zhao Yuten. In his mother's words, he just hadn't figured things out yet. If it weren't for the old Qin family's rule that all the male members must be married before they can stay on the battlefield and lead troops independently, he wouldn't have had any expectations for this engagement. Now that it's off, the only impact on him is that he probably won't be able to go on a proper expedition next year, and will have to follow his brothers, just to have some fun. Qin Heng didn't want to continue discouraging his younger brother, so he changed the subject. Was that the second miss of the Liu family you just met? You met the second miss of the Liu family? Qin Sanlang asked with interest. Logically, if the Liu family had no intention of breaking off the engagement with their Qin family, they wouldn't let their daughter meet his younger brother. Wait, since his older brother asked this, it must not have been in a formal setting. Yes, Qin Sheng replied reluctantly. Liu Songli probably didn't see him clearly last night. Her gaze showed both unfamiliarity and surprise. But he had seen her clearly, his eyesight was good. If Liu Songli knew what he was thinking, she would definitely confront him. You have good eyesight but still mistook your fiancé? Qin Sheng hesitantly asked. Brother, are you really making me marry Liu Songli? She might not even like you. Upon hearing this, Qin Sheng immediately reacted like a cat with its tail stepped on. If she doesn't like me, I don't like her either. She's as thin as a bean sprout, he added. And look, she just dared to sneak a peek at another guy, showing no modesty at all. She's fierce and cunning. Qin Heng sighed. She just hasn't matured yet. Qin Sanlang listened with great interest, realizing that they indeed hadn't met in a proper setting. These two stubborn young people, one unaware of his brother's good qualities, and the other a girl who didn't want him. At that moment, the carriage stopped. The Qin brothers chatting inside didn't realize they were stuck and wouldn't be moving anytime soon. They were blocked at the entrance of a narrow alley in the southern city, where many common people lived closely together. Several women were sitting with baskets, doing needlework while chatting. Qin Sheng overheard a few words and realized they were still talking about the incident from last night. When would this end? Frustrated, he lowered the carriage curtain and called out, Uncle Guan, what's going on? Why isn't the carriage moving? Uncle Guan, who was driving the carriage, replied, We can't go yet. There's a wedding procession ahead. We have to wait for them to pass. With the carriage still, the voices of the women outside drifted in. They were quite far away, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to hear them clearly, but the Qin brothers, being trained warriors, had sharp senses and could hear everything. You all think the two young men in this situation, young Master Xie is better than young Master Qin. Isn't that true? Young Master Xie is exceptionally handsome, and his demeanor shows the elegance of a gentleman, making him very appealing. Although Qin Xiaoya is handsome, his face hasn't fully matured yet, so he doesn't have that instant charm that makes women's hearts race. Perhaps he will grow into it later, but for now, he's like an unripe fruit. The person saying this clearly has some education. You are all too young, liking refined and elegant young men. I'm different. If I had to choose between young Master Xie and Qin Xiaoya, I would choose Qin Xiaoya.
Why?
Young Master Xie is good, but you know how scholars are. They may not stand out when young, and as they age, they may not be as capable in certain areas. But Qin Xiaoya is different. He is talented in both literature and martial arts, especially his skills on horseback. He has a strong and slender build, so I believe he must be quite capable in that regard. Whoever marries him will surely enjoy a good life. The speaker was clearly an experienced woman. After she finished, there was a brief silence. Then, the older women began to laugh, while the younger wives blushed. At that moment, a child's voice piped up. What do you mean by that? Go away, little one. You're too young to be asking about adult matters. Clearly, the child was shooed away by the group of women. Once the conversation turned to a more colorful topic, it was hard to stop. Just as the previous discussion ended, someone cleared their throat to continue. Speaking of which, do you remember this year's Dragon Boat Festival? After Qin Xiaoya's team won the championship, the young men couldn't help but play in the water. When they came ashore, I happened to be close to him. Even though he was wearing black silk pants, I have good eyesight and saw quite a bit. Hearing such bold words, Qin Sheng's youthful face turned both green and red. He was only 15. At first, he felt happy to hear he was better than Xiao, but as the conversation continued, his expression darkened. Qin Sanling looked at his younger brother from head to toe and teased, "Oh, our little brother has grown to an age that makes people curious." Qin Sheng bit his lip in embarrassment and anger. "Third brother." Qin Sanling burst into laughter. "Haha. Big brother, you should do something about him." Qin Heng kicked him, signaling him to stop. After some effort, Qin Sanling calmed down and said seriously, "Hey, this is at least a strength, right? Other men would be envious." After saying this, he laughed again. Ha. Qin Heng couldn't help but laugh, patting his younger brother's shoulder. "Don't mind them. These ladies mean no harm." Qin Sheng's face turned red with anger. "Qin Lao-san, are you itching for a fight?" He raised his fist as if to show off. All right, I won't laugh anymore." Qin Sanling wiped away the tears of laughter from his eyes, admitting defeat. There was no way he could compete with Qin Xiaolu's strength. He felt quite disheartened. Finally, the wedding procession moved far away, and their carriage could start moving again. Back at the gate of the Qin residence, Qin Sheng was the first to jump out of the carriage. "Big brother, you go back. I'm going to ride in the outskirts." He hurried towards the stable. "Go ahead," Qin Sanling said, touching his nose. Qin Xiaolu was clearly upset and didn't want to talk to him. Before long, they saw Qin Sheng riding out on a beautiful white horse. After greeting them, he galloped away. Qin Heng watched his brother's graceful riding posture, knowing he was venting his frustration. It was good for him to ride out and relax. "I'm going to check on Mother. Do you want to come?" Qin Heng asked Qin Sanling. After thinking for a moment, Qin Sanling realized his brother was likely going to discuss the Liu family's situation with their mother, and his wife was probably with her too. So he stepped forward and put his arm around his brother's shoulder. "Let's go together. It's a good chance to have a meal with Mother." The two brothers headed to Lady Qin's Qingfeng courtyard. As they sat down and took a sip of water to clear their throats, they saw their mother and the pregnant Nia Yuneng being supported by maidservants as they came out of the bedroom and sat down. Their mother looked pale and unwell, but her voice was still strong. What did the Liu family say? Seeing his mother's concerned expression, Qin Heng knew she was invested in this matter, so he carefully explained the entire meeting with Liu Disheng and his wife. After he finished, Lady Qin nodded. "So, the Liu family is reasonable and hasn't placed all the blame on Ah Sheng." Nia Yunning scoffed. "That's how a normal family should react, right? That's not entirely fair. Ah Sheng also has some responsibility for this awkward situation," Lady Qin sighed. In truth, this issue wasn't too serious. As long as the unmarried couple didn't mind, it was fine. They came from a family of warriors, accustomed to life and death, and were not overly concerned about such matters. At first, when the incident happened, Ah Sheng came home and said they didn't really care, not even thinking much about it. It wasn't until early this morning when the Xiao family came to discuss breaking off the engagement that they realized the situation was serious. Even though they kept saying it didn't matter, the Xiao family was very determined to end the engagement, so they had no choice but to agree. After all, marriage is about forming bonds, not creating conflicts. Since the other party was unwilling, forcing a union wouldn't lead to happiness. The Xiao family's actions left them feeling disheartened. To be fair, the Liu family didn't have a good reputation in Chang'an, but they turned out to be quite easy to deal with. This shows that rumors can't be trusted. Just look at the Xiao family. Their reputation is much better than the Liu family's, yet look at what they are doing. Nia Yunyang really disliked the Xiao family. Today, it was clear that the Xiao family's insistence on breaking the engagement was just an excuse. They were likely interested in the eldest son of the Xie family and wanted to use the incident as a reason to blame him. Madame Qin and her son Qin Heng remained silent, clearly agreeing with her assessment. Nia Yunyang hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Mother, brother, husband, do we really want Ah Sheng to marry Miss Liu heir?" Madame Qin replied, "This situation is complicated, and Ah Sheng has some responsibility. Our family must take on what we should and can't pretend nothing happened." "But the Liu family's reputation isn't good," Nia Yunyang said hesitantly. "It's not just bad. The Lu family is known throughout Chang'an, and no one speaks well of them. Lu Disheng has often been criticized behind his back as a treacherous person. However, Miss Lu Songli, the second daughter of the Lu family, is the only one who has received some positive comments. She is timid and quiet, not like the rest of her family, and can be seen as a rare gem among them. Timid and quiet? Qin Heng recalled the earlier moment when Miss Lu Er glared at his younger brother, her lively eyes making him doubt the rumors. The unspoken words of Nie Yunyang were understood by the three present. The Qin family has been loyal for generations, protecting the land of Dali and caring for the people, earning their love. The Qin family's good name has been upheld by the sacrifices of many brave sons in battle. If they truly allied with the Lu family, the Qin family's reputation might be affected. Qin Heng explained, although Lu Disheng has a terrible reputation in politics, he hasn't harmed the common people. He has only impeached officials, and matters in the political world are complicated.
Who knows what really goes on?
He investigated and found it strange that Lu Disheng had a mixed reputation among the common people, not just negative comments. He later understood that among the officials Lu Disheng had brought down, there were some corrupt ones, and whenever that happened, the victims would secretly cheer for him. These people couldn't hate Lu Disheng, but they also didn't dare to speak up against the loud criticism he faced. Qin Sanling laughed and said, Yunyang, don't think those ministers are just pointing fingers at Lu Disheng. They might actually envy him in their hearts. Hearing her husband and brother-in-law say this, Nie Yunyang felt relieved and asked another question that puzzled her. Mother, I'm curious. The marriage between the Xia and Lu families is still ongoing, so how can the Xiao family be so sure that the Xia family will marry Xiao Yuten? If the Lu family doesn't agree to break off the engagement, wouldn't Xiao Yuten end up as a concubine? Madame Qin replied calmly, that's the Xiao family's choice. The engagement between the Xia and Lu families isn't easy to break. At least, the initiative isn't in the hands of the Xia family.
Nie Yunyang looked curious.
Madame Qin gently explained, your family is from Luoyang, and you came in later. When they were young, the Lu family's daughter saved the life of the Xia family's eldest son, and this engagement was arranged by the late Master Xia. I see, Nie Yunyang said, realizing the situation. Never mind the Xiao family. They will be irrelevant from now on, Madame Qin said, turning to Qin Heng. In your opinion, is there a chance the Lu family would agree to let their daughter marry Ashim? Qin Heng pondered for a moment and replied, that's
hard to say.
Madame Qin sighed, I've met the Xia family's eldest son. Ashing really can't compare to him. With such a good match in front of them, it's normal for the Lu family to overlook Asheng. Mother, you can't say that. They each have their own strengths, Qin Heng said, genuinely believing that his brother Asheng was quite good. Suddenly, Qin Sanlang remembered the conversation of the older women earlier and chimed in with a smile. Mother, Big Brother is right. Xiezhan has his merits, and our Asheng is not bad either. Madame Qin said, I hope the Lu family agrees to let their daughter marry over. You should help Asheng learn how to care for his wife. Qin Heng chuckled, Mother, I don't think I'm the right person for that. Why not leave it to the third brother? He wondered why his mother liked the Lu family's second daughter so much when nothing was even settled yet. Madame Qin waved her hand. I won't interfere. You two brothers just need to make sure Asheng is well taught. Mother, if you do this, I might get jealous. Sixth sister-in-law hasn't arrived yet and you're already protecting her? Nie Yunyang pretended to be angry. Don't worry. I will protect all of you daughters-in-law, she replied. It seems that mother really likes the second daughter of the Lu family? Nie Yunyang was a bit puzzled. Logically, her mother-in-law shouldn't have seen the second Miss Lu very often, so why would she like her so much? Madame Qin smiled but didn't respond, not denying it. Could she say that everything she did was from the heart? The Xiao family insisted on breaking off the engagement, which left her with some regrets, but not strongly. In fact, she felt a bit relieved. It was said that Xiao Yuten was skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and had a gentle and quiet personality. She seemed more than suitable for their little sick son. But for some reason, as the wedding date approached, her heart grew more anxious. She thought perhaps she and Sixth Son were not meant to be. Later, when the match was changed to the young lady of the Liu family, she felt inexplicably calm. During her afternoon nap, she even had a pleasant dream. Early one morning, while it was still dark outside, Liu Dixing got up. After washing up, he took out a set of formal robes from a special cabinet. Madame Liu Jiang also got up and helped him put on the formal robes. "Are you all ready?" Liu Dixing nodded seriously. He only had a meat pie for breakfast to avoid feeling sleepy later. Before leaving, Liu Dixing carefully checked the impeachment document he had written. "No problems, let's go." As he stepped outside, he looked up at the dark sky and sighed to himself, thinking how hard it was. Usually, he could sleep for another quarter of an hour at this time, all because of the Xiao family. Once he got into his family's old cart, he closed his eyes to rest, already imagining the scene of battling with the Xiao family's faction in his mind. When Liu Dixing arrived at the palace, the Grand Censor, Zhou Qingzhong, was already there. Seeing him dressed like this made Zhou's eyelids twitch. Liu Dixing ignored him and directly found a seat to rest with his eyes closed. Zhou Qingzhong glanced at him a couple more times, feeling that something bad was about to happen. But since Liu Dixing clearly didn't want to speak, he could only ponder in his heart while waiting for his subordinates to arrive. As the Grand Censor, Zhou Qingzhong was usually the first to arrive at the censorate. He had to unify everyone's intentions before the Grand Court session to avoid any mishaps. There were also a few factions among the censors, but they could occasionally communicate with each other. When everyone has the same target, they can unite against it. When their factions fight, they can just throw insults at each other. After all, the emperor can't do much to them. If the emperor dares to punish them, that would be even better. If he gets angry and executes them, it would be the start of a historical legacy. For a long time, the Board of Censors maintained an atmosphere that was sometimes friendly and sometimes competitive. Then, a troublemaker appeared in their group, Liu Dixing. He was too unpredictable, and the emperor favored him the most. Jealousy. As Zhou Qingzhong thought about this, a few other censors arrived together. Seeing their clothing, he felt satisfied. Everyone wore old court robes, some even had patches in hidden places. They had to be poor to have the authority to criticize others. Whether they were truly poor or just pretending, they had to show a poor demeanor. This was considered a good tradition of the Board of Censors. From the chief censor down to the others, they maintained a consistent appearance. However, there was always an odd one out, Liu Dixing, who usually wore nice clothes, making them look a bit insincere. Never mind him. The group of censors, dressed in their old court robes, proudly approached Zhou Qingzhong.
"Good morning, Lord Xiao."
"Lord Zhou, you arrived early again." They quickly noticed Liu Dixing's presence. There was no way to miss him. His court robe was brand new, nearly blinding them. Soon, someone recognized that Liu Dixing's robe was a special gift from the emperor for his great achievements 2 years ago. He rarely wore it, except for formal occasions or when he had something significant to announce. After some whispers, the censors looked serious. Was Liu Dixing about to cause trouble again?
Who was he targeting this time?
"I might know who he wants to criticize," someone said quietly. "Who?" "Xiao Wenhua, the Minister of Rights."
Wow, that madman.
Hasn't he always avoided the Xiao family? Things are different now. The Xiao family has really offended him this time. What happened? I know the details, let me tell you. After some gossip, everyone learned how the Xiao family had angered Liu Dixing, the mad dog. Before long, the bell for the morning court rang, and the officials entered the Golden Hall in 2 lines. In the early morning, the discussion was about important national matters. There were issues like the shortage of supplies for soldiers at the borders, the need to resettle victims from the recent floods in the south, and reports of local bandits causing trouble. None of these problems were easy to handle. Emperor Kongcheng was also troubled. The treasury was not full, and no good solutions were coming from the discussions. When asked for advice, his ministers only suggested that the emperor should take decisive action. Feeling frustrated, Emperor Kongcheng signaled to the chief, Wan Quan, that it was time to end the meeting. Wan Quan understood and was about to announce the classic line, "If you have a petition, speak up. If not, the meeting is over." Then, Lu Disheng stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I have a petition to present." The emperor, who had been feeling low, perked up at Lu Disheng's appearance. Seeing his serious demeanor, Kong Chung guessed that something significant was about to be revealed. Recently, Lu Disheng seemed a bit lazy or perhaps more relaxed, but now he appeared ready for action. Emperor Kong Chung straightened up. "Speak, my minister." Lu Disheng opened the first page. "I wish to impeach Xiao Wenhua, the Minister of Rights, for negligence, failure to manage his subordinates, poor family management, and for protecting relatives who bully the people and monopolize markets." All the ministers turned their attention to him, and seeing the thick petition in his hands, they thought, is Lu Disheng really going to take down Xiao Wenhua? Emperor Kong Chung thought, oh, he wants to criticize Xiao Wenhua. This man has indeed been quite dishonest lately. It's time to deal with him. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. Lu Disheng had a good name, and he had been successful many times. The emperor had promoted him from a low position to the inspectorate because of his name and unique debating skills. He felt he had made a wise choice. Since Lu Disheng joined the inspectorate, he had been a great help in solving problems for the emperor. He also knew that Lu Disheng did not get along with the other inspectors and often frustrated the older officials. Remembering the difficulties he had faced with those stubborn old men, he felt a sense of satisfaction thinking about how Lu Disheng made them angry. They deserved it. Xiao Wenhua was sweating nervously. In October's heat, he felt very uncomfortable. He quickly stepped forward. Your Majesty, Lu Disheng has a personal grudge against me. He is seeking revenge, and his words cannot be trusted. In truth, the Xiao family had been wary of Lu Disheng, but they didn't expect him to act so quickly. Lu Disheng sneered. Minister Xiao, I haven't even presented my evidence yet. Why are you in such a hurry? He was not in a hurry. It was clear that the emperor supported what he was about to say. Emperor Kong Chung, Minister Xiao, although what Minister Lu says may be harsh, there is some truth to it. Besides, as an inspector, Minister Lu has the duty to oversee all officials. Let's hear what he has to say. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenkuan understood that the emperor was unhappy with him or the Xiao family and was allowing Lu Disheng to take action. Next came Lu Disheng's performance. On this day, the morning court was intense. Lu Disheng unleashed a fierce critique against Xiao Wenkuan, accusing him of laziness, neglect of duty, and allowing his relatives to exploit the people. He then brought out two capable officials from the Xiao family and criticized them thoroughly, covering everything from their morals and etiquette to their work and even their attitudes. He was determined to tarnish the Xiao family's reputation, creating reasons to criticize them whether they existed or not. That morning court turned into a public condemnation of Xiao officials. Emperor Kong Chung was astonished. It was rare to see his minister so passionate in his criticism. How had the Xiao family offended him so deeply? To protect themselves, Xiao Wenkuan and the two officials sacrificed 3 loyal aides. In the end, Lu Disheng single-handedly caused Xiao Wenkuan to drop half a rank in his official position, while the two officials from the Xiao family suffered even worse, losing 2 ranks. 3 minor officials were dismissed and imprisoned. This display of power left the onlookers feeling uneasy. It was ruthless, very ruthless. After the court session ended, the officials left in succession. Prince Gong kept his distance from Lu Disheng, remembering that everything had started from the flower banquet held at his home that night. No one dared to approach Lu Disheng within 2 paces. He was seen as a madman. Facing the fearful and disdainful gazes of others, Lu Disheng held his head high. A man fears not the hatred or contempt of others, but the pitying gaze. He knew exactly what he should and shouldn't do. When given a task, he would criticize whoever the emperor wanted, and when not, he would speak freely. There were plenty of people who disliked him. They were nothing to him. With determination, Lu Disheng strode toward the hall like a victorious rooster, while the officials from the Xiao family looked defeated. Xiao Wenhua stopped him, his eyes red, and said, LV Disheng, you're doing well, aren't you? LV Disheng replied, Of course I am. As the saying goes, cultivate oneself, manage the family, govern the country, and bring peace to the world. I am upright and keep my integrity. My wife is virtuous, my children are respectful, and my career is going smoothly, earning the emperor's favor. And you, Lord Xiao? Your home is in chaos. You deserve this misfortune.
You.
Xiao Wenhua felt he might explode with anger. He shouldn't be arguing with him. LV Disheng's shameless words made the officials passing by secretly curse him, thinking, "You are the most shameless of all, yet you dare to claim to be upright." Especially the people from the censorate, who were even more furious, felt that LV Disheng was not worthy of being called a son. His actions completely tarnished the title of censor and were a disgrace to their office. LV Mansion. On the morning of LV Disheng's court meeting, LV Songli also got up early. After waking up, she didn't eat in her courtyard, but went to the main hall. After sending her husband off, Mrs. Jiang got up. She didn't sleep much, and even if she lay back down, she couldn't fall asleep, so she decided to stay up. Seeing LV Songli come in, Mrs. Jiang was quite surprised. Her daughter had never come to the main hall this early and quickly asked if something had happened. LV Songli shook her head. When Mrs. Jiang learned that she hadn't had breakfast, she asked a servant to prepare some for her. Noticing her daughter's quiet expression, Mrs. Jiang guessed she was worried about her father and couldn't help but comfort her, saying, "Don't worry about your father. He's just criticizing the Xiao family. It's not the first time he's done this, and he rarely fails." LV Songli rubbed her forehead. Her mother was quite optimistic. Although she had been resting these past few days, she hadn't been idle. By researching some materials and gathering information from the maids and servants, she gained a clear understanding of the current situation in the Great Li dynasty and her family's position. First, regarding the broader context, the Great Li dynasty has been the ruling power for 178 years, and the current emperor, Kong Qingdi, is the 8th emperor of this dynasty. After experiencing its founding, revival, prosperity, and stability, the Great Li dynasty has clearly entered a period of decline. Chinese history shows that dynasties typically last about 200 years. No wonder in the original story, the Qin family succeeded in rebellion. It turns out the Great Li's fate was running out. Kong Qingdi was not a determined emperor with great willpower. When he ascended the throne, he seemed to have some ambition and was relatively diligent in state affairs. He had strong self-discipline and was willing to listen to the advice of loyal ministers and generals, appearing to have the qualities of a wise ruler. After reaching middle age, he has become somewhat lazy and indifferent to governance. He is not obsessed with women but is captivated by Buddhism and Taoism, as if experiencing a midlife rebellion, placing his thoughts in the void. He often skips court and practices in the inner hall, even privately calling himself a true master. Lu Songli understands that governing a country is not a task that can be accomplished overnight. The youthful emperor's passionate days are behind him, and the weight of the empire feels too heavy for him. Lu Songli believes that if an emperor has given up on being a wise and capable ruler, he is undoubtedly dangerous, as nothing can restrain him anymore. This poses a threat, especially to loyal ministers and generals who wish to do something meaningful for the country and its people, as their desires conflict with those of the emperor. However, for some conspirators, it presents an opportunity. Fortunately, her father, while not a conspirator, is also not a practical man. Otherwise, it's uncertain where he would be now. The political environment is what it is, and regarding her family situation, her father is an inspector, her brother is just a minor clerk, and her younger brother is still studying. Her grandfather has passed away, and there are few capable relatives left. As for her maternal side, the most accomplished is her maternal grandfather, an old scholar who helped her father start his career. After her grandfather's death, her uncle, at 17, passed the scholar examination under her father's guidance, but has since failed repeatedly. Among her close relatives, her father is the most successful, meaning he has no elder to rely on for guidance, and the Yu family cannot be depended upon either. He has become the support for them all. Close friends? Allies in the court? None. Although her father, Lu Disheng, is feared as an inspector in the court, she feels he is truly an orphan in the political arena. Of course, for certain special reasons, this is not entirely her father's fault. After analyzing all this, Lu Songli can almost see her father walking alone on the icy official road, as if on thin ice, facing great dangers beneath. Therefore, she is not as optimistic as her parents. In fact, her father probably isn't very optimistic either. At just 40, his hair is already turning silver, reflecting the anxiety and torment within him. However, it is certain that her father still cares deeply for her mother. Just by looking at her mother, who still appears to be in her 30s, one can tell that he bears all the pressure himself. Mother, when does father usually return home from court? Based on past experience, our home is quite far from the palace, so we should be able to get home around noon, Lu Songli calculated. Noon means around 11 o'clock. Now, in winter, the morning court starts at 6, so her father has to wake up very early, which is tough. During morning court, he has to stand for several hours, which is also hard work. Mother, I will pick a few lively young servants, and we can go to the main gate to welcome father, okay? Mrs. Jiang chuckled. Is it really necessary to make such a big fuss? Lu Songli nodded seriously. Of course. Father has been working so hard these past few days.
Why?
To stand up for me. I can't just do nothing. This was one reason. The other was that after analyzing her father's and their family situation, she felt a bit uneasy. She knew her father had prepared a luxurious gift for the Xiao family during morning court, but she was unsure how many people from the Xiao family would be affected by it. However, Lu Songli estimated that after this incident, her father's political rivals would see him as a threat again, and some might start to feel uneasy. As the saying goes, the most dangerous time is when one is at their peak. People tend to let their guard down then. She now deeply understood her father's importance and felt it was her duty to protect their main force. Are you so sure your father can win against the Xiao family? Win or lose, I am proud of my father. All right, I will listen to you. Let's go to the main gate to welcome your father. So, Lu Songli called for Steward Chen. Xiao Wenkuan angrily returned to the Xiao residence with 2 allies who had also faced impeachment. He wore a serious expression, completely unprepared for the strong retaliation from Lu Dishing. That old man Lu must have been planning this for a long time, Zhaoji pointed out quietly. Yes, who knows where he got all that evidence. Sure, Danqing also felt frustrated. They had erased some evidence of their wrongdoings and even forgotten about them, yet it had been brought back up. Some of that evidence must have been collected by him long ago, Zhaoji said, exchanging a knowing glance with Sure Danqing. It was obvious. Previously, the Xiao family's eldest daughter and the Lu family's second daughter had been friends. Even if Lu Dishing had gathered this evidence, he had kept it hidden and had not used it against the Xiao family. Currently, even though Xiao Wenkuan did not say it, they could see the situation clearly. On the surface, it seemed that the Xiao and Lu families had fallen out over their daughter's conflict. In reality, the Xiao family's choice of marriage alliances and their shift in allies has become quite evident. The Xiao family has already made it clear by abandoning Qin and choosing Xia. Now, it depends on whether they can succeed. Xiao Wenkuan gritted his teeth and said, no matter what, we must endure this wave first. The emperor will not allow him to continue causing chaos. Zhao Ji and Sure Danqing exchanged glances, both recognizing the helplessness in each other's eyes. It was clear that Mr. Zhao did not understand Lu Dishing well, did he? He was inexperienced, focusing on minor issues while neglecting the bigger picture. The ability to balance actions carefully is what makes Lu Dishing formidable and the reason he has gained the emperor's favor since rising to power. This means that for the time being, Mr. Zhao does not need to worry about their family being impeached by Lu Dishing again. He is simply not interested in small matters. After chatting a bit more with Zhao Ji and Sure Danyang to reassure them, Zhao Wenkuan sent them away. Once they left, he thought for a moment and turned to the backyard. In the Zhao family's backyard, Zhao Yuten asked, Mother, is the carriage ready? Will Lu Songli really go to the Su family today? Luo replied, Don't worry, I have arranged everything. She will definitely go. Zhao Yuten lowered her head, thinking about what she should say and do when she meets Lu Songli. At that moment, News arrived that her father had been demoted by half a rank due to Lu Disheng's impeachment. Xiao Yuten was stunned. How could this happen? Her father was a high-ranking official, while Lu Disheng was just a minor official in the censorate. There were many like him. Yet this had happened, one impeachment, and her father lost half a rank. At that moment, she truly realized how terrifying it was to provoke a favored official. Just as she regained her senses, she heard her mother say with a heavy heart, "Besides your father, 2 of your uncles have also been impeached by him." Xiao Yuten became anxious. The Lu family is going too far. I will go find her. At that moment, Zhao Wenkuan, who had just entered the backyard, heard his daughter's words and immediately said, "Go. You must go." The Zhao and Lu families are destined to be at odds. Lu Disheng has shown no mercy towards them, truly draining the Zhao family's resources. Since things have come to this, they might as well fight back. Zhao Wenkuan angrily declared, "We must succeed in the marriage alliance with the Xie family. Otherwise, they would end up losing everything without gaining anything. That would be too much of a loss." The father and daughter exchanged determined looks, and Xiao Yuten nodded firmly. She was ready to take action. Then, she didn't feel happy inside. Reaching this point and using such methods to leave herself with no way out was, in fact, a kind of failure. It also meant they lost this confrontation. "Mother, I'm leaving now." Actually, it was pointless to leave early. They had received news that Lu Songli was visiting her older sister in the afternoon, and it was very likely she hadn't set off yet. However, Zhao Yuten preferred to wait, as it made her feel a bit better. After finishing the matter, Zhao Wenkuan wanted to return to the front yard. "Go ahead, the earlier you go, the earlier you return." Before leaving, Zhao Wenkuan asked, "Does the Lu family have any weaknesses?" Zhao Yuten shook her head. Lu Disheng was like a stone in a pit, both foul and hard. "Have you been resting well lately?" Zhao Yuten shook her head. She knew her father was asking if she had any prophetic dreams recently. Zhao Wenkuan left with disappointment. Zhao Yuten bit her lip. Why did her father have to worry so much? They just needed to find a way to pair Lu Songli and Qin Sheng together, and the Lu family would be tied to the Qin family. After 3 or 4 months, when the Qin family got into trouble and was imprisoned or exiled, the Lu family would not escape either. Ultimately, her father didn't really believe in her prophetic dreams. At noon, compared to Zhao Wenkuan, who had already returned home, Lu Disheng's carriage slowly entered Chongwen Street. When Lu Disheng arrived home and lifted the carriage curtain, he saw his wife waiting at the door to greet him, which made him very happy. Seeing her father looking so pleased, Lu Songli knew everything was fine. She ran up excitedly and asked, "Father, did you win?" Lu Disheng, hearing this, didn't rush to get out of the carriage. "Of course. The Zhao family members are nothing compared to me." Lu Songli gave him a thumbs up. "Father, you're amazing." "Just average," he replied, then motioned for his daughter to step aside a bit as he was about to get down. At that moment, the situation suddenly changed. Lu Songli, with her keen eyes, noticed something was wrong. Instinctively, she pushed her father back into the carriage. "Father, be careful." At the same time, a loud shout like thunder rang out. "Lu Disheng, you treacherous official, die." After pushing her father into the carriage, Lu Songli saw things coming at them from several directions. She quickly sidestepped and hid beside the carriage, commanding coldly, "Go chase them." As soon as she finished speaking, several male servants at the Lu family's entrance rushed after the suspicious individuals. In fact, when the incident first occurred, several agile figures had already pursued from various angles. Lu Songli focused her gaze and realized that the strange objects were just rotten eggs. They had splattered against the carriage walls and roof, releasing a terrible smell. She had dodged quickly, but some of the egg liquid had splashed onto her dress. It wasn't very harmful, but it felt very insulting. After the attack, she waited a moment, looked around to ensure nothing else was coming their way, and walked to the front of the carriage to lift the curtain. "Dad, it's safe now. You can come down." At that moment, Mrs. Jiang rushed over. "Sir Ali, are you both okay?" Lu Songli stepped aside for her mother and said to the coachman, Uncle Lee, you worked hard today. Go to the accounting office later and collect an extra month's pay. Just tell them to take it from my allowance. Fortunately, old Lee, who was driving the carriage, was experienced. When the rotten eggs were thrown, he managed to control the horse, and it was only slightly startled.
Ah, okay.
Old Lee was surprised that the young lady remembered his name and called him Uncle Lee. He was still a bit dazed, having instinctively controlled the horse earlier. She nodded to Old Lee and then instructed Butler Chen, when you catch the person, make sure to break their hands first. In the face of this sudden situation, Butler Chen had clearly been flustered. Lu Songli understood this was not his area of expertise, so she didn't blame him too harshly. However, she had other plans in mind. Lu Songli's stern voice quickly restored Butler Chen's confidence, and he replied, Yes, miss. Thinking back to what had just happened, sweat began to bead on Butler Chen's forehead. Earlier that morning, when the young lady asked for a few agile male servants, he hadn't asked why. He just selected 4 or 5 and sent them to her. He never expected she would use them here. Lu Songli didn't say much more. She hadn't been just waiting for her father to return. Unexpectedly, the precautions she had taken turned out to be useful. Lu Dishing stepped out with a serious expression. His earlier good mood vanished. Yet, he felt a surge of gratitude because his daughter had bravely pushed him into the carriage while facing danger herself. He was unharmed, but his daughter had gotten some of the rotten egg liquid on her.
He didn't speak.
He didn't oppose his daughter's orders. If she said to break hands, then that was what they would do. He had never been one to back down. Moreover, now that the danger has passed, he felt a bit happy watching his daughter take charge. Her confidence surprised him. As for the reward she mentioned, he wouldn't let her pay for it. However, he intended to establish her authority, so he didn't undermine her and secretly had his wife give her some support instead. While they were talking, someone returned with captives, saying, Sir, Madam, second miss, we've brought them back. The excitement in their voice was clear. Hearing this, Lu Songli thought that the people she picked were quite efficient. The whole Lu family turned to look and were surprised to see Qin Sheng leading the group. They brought back a total of 8 people, not missing anyone. Among the 5 or 6 people Lu Songli selected, the leader, Luo Tiniu, pointed at Qin Sheng excitedly and said, Second miss, these little troublemakers ran away fast, but thanks to young Master Qin, we managed to catch them all. His admiration was evident. Young Master Qin was amazing. These small-time thugs didn't stand a chance against him. Several of them just had to follow along and bring the captives back. Lu Songli looked at Qin Sheng thoughtfully. Were you waiting here since early morning? People say that a gentleman takes his time for revenge, but her father was more of a petty man who sought revenge at every opportunity. It was easy to understand. If you offended him, he would find a way to get back at you. Anyone with a bit of sense could guess that her father would definitely confront the Xiao family during court today. Qin Sheng just happened to show up and help them. If it was a coincidence, she found it hard to believe. Qin Sheng quickly denied it. No. I was just passing by. His tone and attitude made it clear he wanted to distance himself. Lu Songli was speechless. If he wasn't involved, then fine, but why did he look so worried that the Lu family would blame him? Jiang Shi nudged her aside. Ah Sheng, can I call you that? Thank you for your help. You've done us a great favor. Come in for a cup of tea with me? Lu Songli rolled her eyes. Could her mother be any more obvious? She was sizing him up with increasing satisfaction, as if she were blind. No, I really was just passing by. I need to go home, Qin Sheng insisted seriously. As if hiding something, he pointed at the people on the ground and said, These are just a bunch of small-time thugs from the South City who steal and cause trouble. You probably won't get much information from them. Lu Songli nodded. Got it. Thank you. Jiang said, All right, we understand. You're quite capable at such a young age. Aren't you in a hurry to go home? Why not have a meal at your aunt's house first? I've got to go home. My mother is waiting for me, he replied quickly as he stepped back. Lu Songli wanted to laugh. Clearly, her mother's enthusiasm was too much for him. Qin Sheng looked past her without a glance. As he walked by Lu Disheng, he paused for a moment as if thinking and said, "Old man, try to hold back on criticizing people in court." Lu Disheng was taken aback. "Old man?" he thought, unable to believe it. He held back his anger and only muttered, "You brat." Lu Songli almost laughed again. "Brother, you've revealed your feelings, you know?" After Qin Sheng left, Jiang looked disappointed. Once Qin Sheng was gone, Butler Chen quickly approached and asked, "Sir, Madam, what about these people?" Earlier, the second young lady had ordered them to have their hands broken, but it was difficult to carry out with young Master Qin present. Lu Disheng was about to instruct Butler Chen to follow his daughter's orders and break their hands. Before he could speak, Lu Songli said, "Father, let me handle this." "All right, it's yours," Lu Disheng agreed. Jiang felt a bit worried. Her daughter had only managed her own courtyard before. Would she be able to handle matters outside? "Father, why don't you go back with mother first?" Lu Disheng looked at his wife, but Jiang shook her head. So he pointed towards the door, saying, "We'll wait for you over there." Okay. Based on the information from Butler Chen, Lu Songli approached the leader, who was currently pinned down by Luo Tiniu. The leader saw a pair of embroidered shoes stop in front of him, then heard a cold voice say, "Make him lift his head." He felt his hairpin pulled, forcing him to look up. Lu Songli squatted down to meet his gaze. "Are you Ma Lu? Did Xiao's house send you?" Ma Lu, pinned down by Lu's servant and with his hair being pulled, glared at the girl in front of him. "So what if I am? And what if I'm not? Was Xiao's house the one belonging to Lord Xiao of the Ministry of Rights?" Considering the recent rumors, Ma Lu secretly noted Xiao's house. "Slap him," Lu Songli ordered, then stood up and took a step back. She loved defiant people. Chen Rong immediately stepped forward to carry out her command. He was one of the 6 male servants she had chosen today and was also Butler Chen's nephew. Quite perceptive. With a loud smack, Ma Lu received 2 hard slaps. "Now, can we talk properly?" Lu Songli asked. Ma Lu honestly answered her earlier question, "I only took the silver. I don't know who sent me." Lu Songli nodded, realizing he was being truthful. "Break their right hands," Lu Songli ordered, showing no mercy. This time it was just rotten eggs. Who knows what it would be next time? The people below begged for mercy in unison. They were all small-time thugs with no backbone. "Please spare us, Miss Lu. We promise we won't do it again. Did you think about the consequences when you came to cause trouble for my Lu family? Do it." It hurts so much. Mom. It hurts. Wah, I won't do it again. The cries of Ma Lu and the others echoed far away. Once they finished, Lu Songli squatted down again and looked directly at Ma Lu. "Ma Lu, if you want to blame someone, blame the person who gave you the silver to come bother my Lu family. You came to us, and I was kind enough to only break one of your hands. Don't doubt it. You all have something to hide, right? If I were harsher and broke both your hands and feet before sending you to the authorities, do you think you would get out?" Everyone fell silent. "So, I only broke one hand and left you with one, plus 2 healthy legs. That's quite generous." After hearing this, Ma Lu and the others strangely agreed with her. Ma Lu realized she was cleverly redirecting their anger, hinting that they shouldn't blame the wrong person. "All right, let them go," Lu Songli commanded. As soon as they were free, Ma Lu and the others clutched their broken hands and tried to escape. Lu Songli stood there and said one last thing. "Remember, if you come to my Lu family again, it won't just be a broken hand." Her tone was calm, not harsh, yet it sent a chill down Ma Lu and the others' spines. No one replied, but they all ran away quickly, as if being chased by ghosts. There would be no next time. She is a demon. We will avoid her and her Lu family in the future. When such a big incident happened at the Lu family's gate, many people nearby saw it, but dared not come too close. They witnessed the scene of Ma Lu and the others having their hands broken, and were particularly struck by their haunting screams. After seeing it, they all had one thought: the Lu family is not to be messed with. After dealing with Ma Lu and the others, Lu Songli walked over to her parents and said, "Dad, Mom, let's go inside." She had 2 reasons for talking so much. First, to intimidate those little troublemakers and make them think twice before bothering the Lu family. Second, to cause some trouble for the Xiao family. Are they really sent by the Xiao family? Jiang was puzzled. She didn't understand how her daughter figured that out. She had seen everything, and Ma Lu's group hadn't provided any evidence. It should be, Lu Songli replied. She knew the real instigators could be the Xiao family or someone else, but one thing was certain. They were all difficult to deal with. Are you sure? Lu Songli linked arms with her mother. Oh, dear mother, what do we need to confirm? If I say they are, then they must be. It wasn't surprising that the Xiao family would use such tactics to annoy others. Just a few days ago, when Madame Xie and Xie Zhan visited the Lu family, the Xiao family sent people to follow them and used the same tricks typical of women in the inner chambers. Today's incident was just another way to irritate people. Blaming them was not unreasonable. After dealing with Ma Lu and the others, the Lu family went back to their respective courtyards. Lu Dixing needed to change out of his formal robes, and Lu Songli had some egg yolks splattered on her dress that needed cleaning. However, her parents wanted her to change and come directly to the main courtyard. After what had just happened, they didn't want to be apart from their daughter for even a moment. What could Lu Songli do? She had to comply. It was a sweet burden. Plus, she actually had something important to discuss with her father. When she returned to the main courtyard, her father had changed into his everyday clothes. The three of them agreed not to mention what had just happened. They were just small-time clowns. She was curious about what achievements her father had made against the Xiao family. When Lu Dixing proudly shared his accomplishments from the morning, Lu Songli felt like standing up and cheering for him. Though she didn't do that, she eagerly served her father tea and snacks. Dad, you must be thirsty and tired after this morning. Here, have some water. Lu Dixing took the water from his daughter with a pleased expression and enjoyed it. His daughter was more considerate now, which was nice. It wasn't that she hadn't been good before. She had always been filial, but now she was even more caring and close to them. Dad, shouldn't we worry about a counterattack from the Xiao family? Lu Songli asked, pretending to be curious. She wanted to know if their defenses were strong enough. Lu Dixing proudly stroked his beard. Don't worry, they can't do anything to me. Jiang smiled and added, your father is right. You don't need to worry. His political enemies have dealt with him before, and he has always come through safely. Lu Songli thought about her father's lonely position in the court and sighed inwardly, but she smiled and asked him, does Dad have many political enemies? Lu Dixing awkwardly touched his nose and replied, it seems there are quite a few. How many is quite a few? Lu Songli asked persistently. About half the court, I guess? Lu Dixing said uncertainly. Upon hearing this, Lu Songli mentally gave her father a thumbs up. He was quite strong-hearted. While they spoke, Lu Dixing cast a pleading glance at his wife. His little girl had never liked his tendency to make enemies in the court. What did it mean to bring it up now? Seeing her husband's pitiful expression, Jiang softened. Dear, supervising the officials and maintaining order is your father's duty. We can't hold that against him. Besides, it's sanctioned by the emperor. Lu Songli found this amusing and quickly replied, Dad, I don't have an issue with you. I'm just worried about you. You don't need to. Lu Dixing was interrupted by Lu Songli. Dad, listen to me. When they targeted you before, didn't they constantly criticize and belittle you in front of the emperor, trying to push you down? Lu Dixing nodded. Dad, have you considered that they might try new tactics? Jiang laughed and said, Dear, no matter what tactics they use, they won't work. I remember once they asked Elder Jiang to persuade the emperor to dismiss your father. At that time, your father was only ordered to reflect in seclusion. Just 2 months later, he was called back to serve again. Dad, I know the usual methods won't bring you down. But Mom and Dad, would you like to hear how I would deal with you if I were in their position? She had carefully analyzed the reasons for her father's rise and had developed a targeted plan. Lu Dixing and his wife chuckled, and Jiang said, All right, go ahead. The couple thought they had time before dinner, so they would listen to her as a way to entertain their daughter. Lu Dixing listened attentively. He always spoiled his daughter and was open to suggestions. Lu Songli didn't jump straight to the point. Instead, she said, Dad, I actually admire you a lot. In recent days, she had carefully analyzed her father's character. Let's not mention your past experiences, but let's start from when you were promoted by the emperor to the position of censor. Throughout history, many officials have relied on connections and favors in the court. I believe the censors at the censorate are no different. However, you, Dad, chose to go against the norm, focusing solely on doing a good job for the emperor, ignoring any personal connections. Lu Disheng recalled the time he was first promoted by the emperor. He had worked hard to seize that opportunity and was determined to be loyal to the emperor, disregarding his colleagues. When they tried to win him over and failed, they only became obstacles, which frustrated him. He decided to confront them verbally. He worried the emperor might be upset, but to his surprise, the emperor rewarded him instead. That was when he realized his path. Dad, from that moment, you became a sharp sword in the emperor's hand. Although he acted instinctively, he only later understood the significance of his actions. Dad, you also worked very hard. Many times, to bring someone down, you would lock yourself in your study for days, pondering the matter and constantly revising your reports to impeach them. Your determination and dedication are truly admirable. Jiang, wait, daughter, are you sure you're praising your father? Lu Disheng, that sounds a bit strange, but it doesn't matter. What's important is that my daughter is right. He is indeed an exceptional person. Lu Songli was genuinely praising her father. His approach, whether offending someone or on the verge of it, was due to his strong skills in handling conflicts without failure. Dad, you also know how to be humble and put aside your pride. You know what the emperor likes, and when he dislikes someone, you are quick to speak against them, not hesitating to flatter when needed. Don't ask how she knows. The original owner's memories included the emperor's secret visits to their home. Other censors would likely see her father's behavior as overly flattering and cringeworthy. Her father, a lone figure in the court with no party or friends, was the kind of person worthy of being the emperor's sword. Wouldn't the emperor trust him? Plus, he was capable and provided great emotional support, making him unique. How could the emperor not protect him? Lu Disheng nodded repeatedly. His daughter had analyzed him very accurately. He had never realized that his daughter was such a thoughtful person. As he reflected on her words, he found them increasingly insightful. Throughout his journey, he had been somewhat confused, as no one had taught him the ways of governance. He often relied on his instincts. Now, after hearing his daughter's advice, Lu Disheng suddenly felt enlightened. Speaking of this, Lu Songli couldn't help but admire her father. He had grown and succeeded purely on instinct, yet somehow he always managed to stay on the right path. Was it luck or his sharp intuition? But dealing with someone like her father, was it difficult? Yes, but not impossible. Jiang chuckled. Weren't we talking about how to deal with your father? Why are you praising him instead? Lu Songli confidently replied, Of course, we should praise what he does well. Then tell me, if you were my political enemy, how would you deal with me? Lu Disheng asked, intrigued by her earlier analysis and curious about her strategy to bring him down. Since he was serious, Lu Songli decided to be straightforward about her intentions. If I were to be your opponent, the first step would be to cultivate someone like you, someone who is eloquent. Then, I would find an opportunity for the emperor to notice him. The second step would be to unite as many officials as possible to praise you, highlighting your achievements over the years and suggesting that the emperor promote you. Once you are promoted, you would no longer be an inspector. I would then remind the emperor about the person I previously mentioned. The final step would be to ensure that, with your high position, I arrange for some issues to arise in the matters you oversee, exposing them later. By then, the emperor would have someone similar to you ready to take your place as an inspector, and if you made a significant mistake, do you think the emperor would protect you like before? No, Lu Disheng replied honestly, shaking his head with difficulty. Then, it would be the perfect time to remove you, she concluded. After such a plan, her father would surely be in trouble. Hearing this, Lu Disheng felt a chill run down his spine. What a cunning scheme. If it went like this, he would surely face disaster. His wife was stunned, clearly shocked by their daughter's words. Lu Songli hadn't intended to say such things, as it didn't align with her original character. It wasn't intentional to scare her parents. The situation is just too serious right now. Even though her father said not to worry, Lu Songli estimated that after this incident, her father's political enemies would see him as a threat again, and some might start to feel uneasy. Moreover, when a punch is thrown, it's also the easiest time for someone to take advantage of the opening. Jiang Shi came back to her senses and said, Ali, you are really smart. Daughter, your recent performance has impressed your father. Were you hiding your talents before? Lu Dixing couldn't believe that his little girl had such amazing political skills. Yes, political skills. He had always hoped to discover such talents in his elder and younger sons, but never did. She has a good understanding of people and a clear grasp of the situation. Father, why do you say that? You used to be timid and quiet, not speaking much when faced with problems. But ever since you discovered that the Xia family intended to break off the engagement, you seem to have changed, as if you no longer care. Lu Songli? She was curious about what her parents were imagining. Isn't it true? Xia Zhan has wronged you. Your mother and I both feel that way. You used to hold yourself to the standards of a Xia family matriarch, but now you are showing your true self. As Lu Dixing discussed this with his wife, he became more convinced that it was indeed the case. They had no doubt she was their daughter. If she weren't, how could she so willingly support them? Lu Songli, is that really how it can be explained? She thought about it but felt the need to quietly clarify. Father, I wasn't hiding my talents. I just suddenly knew how to handle things after falling into the water that day. Their family was naturally united. This wasn't the era where one person took the blame while the others were spared. In ancient times, if one person committed a crime, the whole family would be affected. Having studied in the future, she remembered a Jewish saying that really stuck with her. Those who are good to you will always be good to you, but those you are good to may not reciprocate. Lu's parents had always treated the original owner well, and Lu Songli felt that as their daughter, no matter how her personality changed, they would continue to care for her. This was also why she didn't hold back from fully embracing her new identity rather than just imitating the original owner. Lu Dixing slapped his thigh. You've suddenly become enlightened. Just like hiding your talents. Jiang Shi suddenly clasped her hands together. May heaven bless us. Lu Songli. Well, as long as you're happy. This can be seen as her way of informing her parents. At least if something happens to her father, she can help and won't be left out. Jiang suddenly remembered something and hurried to the door, opening it to look around before closing it again. What you just said cannot be heard by outsiders. Lu Songli laughed softly. Mother, since I brought up this plan, I naturally have a way to handle it. I understand now. Your plan will work if you team up to ask the emperor to promote your father. But does that mean we should just let your father refuse? Or make sure the emperor doesn't agree? That won't work. If the emperor refuses, all the pressure will fall on him, which would be troublesome for father. Then let your father refuse to accept it. Refuse? What if they keep raising the stakes? If it goes up to the 4th rank, you might be tempted. What if it goes higher, to the 3rd rank? Even if you aren't tempted, what about others, like your older brother and sister-in-law or your older sister and younger brother? Sigh, daughter. What do you think your father should do? Jiang was worried, sensing that her daughter's scenario might come true. Father, first, have someone keep an eye out for any talented speakers who might emerge in the market. No need to cast a wide net. Just pay attention to the places the emperor likes to visit incognito and the 3 most famous taverns among scholars in Chang'an. Then, find an opportunity to express your loyalty to the emperor, saying you are willing to never seek a promotion and will shield him from any negative remarks. That's the general idea. How to say it, you're the expert, so I won't interfere. Lastly, you need to continuously improve your skills so that no one can replace you. That way, no one can shake your position. Alright, that's all I have to say. I'll go read in the study for a while. Lu Dixing suddenly felt a deep sense of urgency. His daughter was right. He thought he could still push himself a bit more and improve his skills. Lu Songli. There's no need to go that far. After all this, if someone uses the poison plan that Ali just suggested, won't it be ineffective? Mrs. Jiang asked. Lu Songli thought to herself that she had an even more cunning plan. However, considering her parents had already endured so much today, she decided not to mention it. Besides, she was confident that if such a plan were used against their family, she would notice it quickly. "You child, your father just returned from court, and you don't care about him. Save these words for when he is rested," Mrs. Jiang said. "No, I'm not tired." Lu Disheng turned to Lu Songli and said, "Father is very happy that you can talk to him about these things." He knew how much pressure he had been under on this journey, and what his daughter said today felt like a light guiding his way. Suddenly, he felt more at ease about the path ahead. "Father, Mother is right. You have worked too hard these past few days. After lunch, you should rest." "All right," Lu Disheng agreed. He hadn't felt tired until his daughter mentioned it, but now he sensed a deep fatigue within him. As soon as the fatigue hit him, it showed on his face. Lu Songli recognized this. It was a sign of exhaustion from intense mental work. Since deciding to deal with the Xiao family, his mind and emotions had peaked during the preparations and the confrontations this morning. Now that the excitement had faded, his body was finally feeling the toll. The Lu family's lunch was served unusually early today. During the meal, Lu Disheng casually mentioned that in a few days, the emperor would likely grant a reward. Upon hearing this, Lu Songli glanced at her father, who seemed to realize something after finishing his sentence, and looked back at her. They exchanged a knowing glance, understanding that this was an opportunity. After lunch, Lu Disheng went for a nap. Mrs. Jiang took Lu Songli to prepare gifts, as she needed to visit her older sister at the Su family, a plan made yesterday. With the weather nice, Mrs. Jiang urged her to set off early and return soon. Lu Songli called this conversation father's risk management emergency plan and career direction for the next 5 years. Even when Lu Disheng was well over 70, he remembered that year when his 15-year-old daughter, Lu Songli, displayed remarkable political talent, accurately predicting his first major crisis in his career and later confronting those old foxes who tried to bring him down, giving them a lesson they would never forget. Not long after the morning court session ended, news spread quickly that Zhao Wenquan and 2 other powerful officials from the Xiao family had been demoted and reprimanded by the emperor. By the time this news reached the Qin family, it was almost lunchtime. Currently, the main members of the Qin family staying in Chang'an were Madame Qin, Qin Heng, his wife, Qin Sanlang, and Qin Sheng, along with a few younger children. At this time, General Qin, the Marquis of Pingxi, was stationed at the border, while Qin's 2nd, 4th, and other siblings were also serving there with their families. Qin's 5th brother had died on the battlefield 2 years ago. The siblings did not share the same mother. Only the eldest, Qin Heng, and the youngest, Qin Sheng, were born to Madame Qin, with Qin Sheng being the general's youngest child. Madame Qin had been in poor health since childhood. She and General Qin grew up together and naturally married after reaching adulthood. Due to her weak health, she could not endure the hardships of border life. After their marriage, she took the initiative to arrange for a concubine to accompany the general and care for his needs at the border. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th brothers, along with another sister, were born to the concubine. Qin Heng and Qin Sheng both respectfully referred to her as second mother. Although they were not full siblings, the brothers had a strong bond. Perhaps because they were accustomed to life and death on the battlefield, their relationships were not filled with the rivalry seen in other families. Qin Heng and Qin Sanlang had also been stationed at the border, but this year, due to Madame Qin's serious illness, the general had asked his eldest son to return to the capital to care for her. Qin Sanlang and his wife had been sent back 2 months ago because Nie Yunyang was expecting again, allowing them to rest in Chang'an and assist their mother. As Qin Heng and Qin Sanlang walked from the study to Qingfeng courtyard, they discussed the recent events. In the Qin family, if everyone was home, they would eat together, creating a lively atmosphere. While they were talking, Qin Sheng caught up with them, looking sweaty and dressed in casual clothes. Qin Heng casually asked, "Did you just come back from outside? Where did you go?" Qin Sheng downplayed it, saying, "Nowhere special." "Is lunch ready at home? I'm a bit hungry." Qin Sanlang raised an eyebrow, sensing something was off with his younger brother. When the three brothers arrived at Qingfeng courtyard, Nie Yunyang directed the servants to start setting the table for lunch. The brothers inevitably began discussing the major events that had occurred during the morning court session. In their family of military generals, the rules are quite relaxed. There's no strict rule about not talking during meals or at bedtime. Of course, they are more careful outside, but at home, they're more casual. Upon hearing this, Nie Yunyang reacted strongly. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Is Lu Disheng really that terrifying?" Madame Qi nodded. He is indeed powerful. In just one morning, Lu Disheng managed to bring down 3 key officials from the Xiao faction, all by himself. Not to mention, Xiao Wenhua is a high-ranking official. Additionally, the Minister of Rights is one of the top officials in the court, and with the current tense relations between Dali and foreign tribes, the role of the Minister of Rights is very important. Even though he wasn't completely removed from his position, being demoted is already quite impressive. It's worth noting that the head of the censorate is only at the 3rd rank, while Lu Disheng is just a censor there. This incident may not completely the Xiao family, but it will take them at least a year or 2 to recover. Qin Sanlang quietly remarked, "Lu Disheng is truly in the emperor's favor." Qin Sheng, in a good mood, served his mother a piece of chicken leg while he enjoyed a piece of chicken neck. It's strange how hearing about the bad guys getting what they deserve still feels satisfying. Wait, the marriage between the Xia and Lu families has hit a snag, and Zhao Yuten is the main culprit. But Sheng also played a part in this. If it weren't for Sheng saving the wrong person, Nie Yunyang said worriedly, but she was interrupted by Qin Sheng. "Third sister-in-law, if we don't know idioms well, let's not misuse them. Besides, I'm not the only one who saved the wrong person. Didn't Xiaozhan fail to recognize his fiancée too? That's not important. What I want to say is, do you think Lu Disheng will blame our Qin family for this?" Nie Yunyang asked nervously. "No," her husband, Qin Sanlang, answered confidently. "Lu Disheng is not someone who just makes enemies for no reason." Nie Yunyang nodded, "Then I feel relieved. Isn't Lu Yusher's aim in targeting the Zhao family to warn them not to interfere in the marriage between the Xia and Lu families?" Madame Qin said, somewhat distracted. "No, quite the opposite." Qin Heng began to analyze slowly. "From Lu Disheng's aggressive actions against the Zhao family this morning, it's clear there's something we don't know. It seems the Xia family has already made a choice and Lu family noticed it, which is why they struck hard at the Zhao family. Eldest brother, are you suggesting that the Xia and Lu families have hinted at breaking off the engagement?" Madame Qin asked. "This is very likely." "Wow, does that mean we have a chance for Sheng?" Nie Yunyang's voice was filled with excitement. If Miss Lu gives up on Xiaozhan for Sheng, she would laugh out loud 3 times. Madame Qin nodded, "Let's wait." "It seems Miss Lu won't easily accept that." Qin Heng added, "It all depends on how the Lu family decides." They had previously analyzed that in the engagement between the Xia and Lu families, the power to break off the engagement did not lie with the Xia family. The Xia family is a prominent family filled with scholars and officials who value their reputation above all else. Anyone wanting to pursue a career in politics would avoid any stigma. If the Xia family proposed to break off the engagement, it would be a blemish on Xiaozhan's name. Qin Sheng said, "I'm full. You all take your time." Throughout the meal, Qin Sheng's expression remained unchanged. He was very relaxed, which both Qin Heng and Qin Sanlang noticed. Qin Heng asked him, "Did you go horse riding in the suburbs again?" Qin Sheng nodded. "Is there something up?" Qin Sanlang gave his older brother a questioning look. This was about his lifelong happiness. Did he not understand anything, or had he already seen through the twists and turns? Their father had arranged for both him and his brother to return to Chang'an for a break, and besides their own matters that required them to withdraw from the border, there was another task: to train Xiao Lu, specifically in strategy. In terms of strength, Qin Xiao Lu could basically overpower both him and his brother. Qin Heng smiled. Sheng is very smart. He would surely surpass his older brother as he grew up. Qin Sheng rolled his eyes at his 2 brothers.
What are you talking about?
Nie Yunyang asked in confusion, feeling like she was missing something. Qin Sanlang glanced back at his wife. Great. Someone here didn't understand anything from start to finish. Yunyang, don't mind them. Come, eat some meat. Madame Qin served her daughter-in-law a piece of good meat. She listened to what the Qin men said at the table, understanding what she could and ignoring what she couldn't. After serving her daughter-in-law, Madame Qin thought for a moment and served Qin Sheng a piece of chicken. She was happy after hearing their analysis and decided to encourage her younger son. Qin Sheng looked at his mother in confusion. Hadn't he just said he was full? Why was she serving him food again? Oh well, his mother loved him too much and always thought he hadn't eaten enough. He might as well eat this piece of meat. After all, he could still have a bit more, treating it as a snack. Madame Qin took the opportunity to educate her younger son. Ah Sheng, if you are lucky enough to marry the second Miss Liu, you should treat her well, understand? Cough, cough. Qin Sheng suddenly choked and couldn't stop coughing. He thought to himself, Mom, could you not say something so shocking out of the blue? Now, should he eat this piece of chicken or not? It felt like eating it would be like selling himself. In the quiet room of the Xie family, the father and son were playing chess, and everyone else had stepped out. Xie Mingtang and Xie Zhan sat across from each other, with Xie Zhan using the white pieces and Xie Mingtang using the black ones. The only sound in the room was the sound of the pieces being placed. After some time, Xie Mingtang placed a black piece and asked his handsome eldest son, "What do you think about today's court meeting?" Xie Zhan stared at the chessboard, focused on 3 possible moves, but remained silent, as if troubled by something. Xie Mingtang did not rush him and patiently waited. Xie Zhan's mind was stuck on the image of Lu Songli slapping the messenger from the Xiao family that day. Finally, he decided on his move. He was a bit unsure at first, but as the piece got closer to the board, his determination grew stronger. Once he placed the piece, Xie Zhan said, "The Xiao family has been too complacent for too long and has underestimated their enemies." Xie Mingting nodded. Indeed, in the past, Lu Disheng had boldly confronted everyone, but he had never attacked the Xiao family or the Xie family. This was Zhao Wenkuan's first direct encounter with Lu Disheng's attack, and it was a complete failure. Underestimating the enemy is one thing, but is Lu Disheng too dangerous? Logically, the stronger the in-laws, the happier they should be, not worried. However, Xie Mingtang's words were actually a test, expressing concern about how the Xie family would respond if the Lu family ever became their enemy. After all, there are no permanent enemies or friends. In the past, when faced with similar questions from his father, Xie Zhan usually remained silent because he felt there was no need for discussion. Given Lu Songli's original temperament, the likelihood of the Lu family backing out of the engagement was very low. Therefore, the Lu family would be his in-laws, and he would not allow any conflict between the Lu and Xie families. Xie Mingtang was already accustomed to his eldest son's silence. His old father often told him in the last few years before he passed away that Xie Zhan, this eldest grandson, was the most like him among all his descendants. He possessed many excellent qualities, was observant, thoughtful, and acted only after careful planning. He was truly a remarkable talent of the Xie family. Now, he was well-read and knowledgeable. It was only a matter of time before he achieved high status. With Xie Zhan in the family, at least for 3 generations, there would be no worries. This sentiment was not only expressed in front of him, but also heard by several elders currently in charge of the Xie family. Because of this, the family spared no effort in nurturing Xie Zhan. Such a good person, yet he had a marriage arrangement that many in the family were not satisfied with. However, since this engagement was set by his father, they did not voice their concerns. As one of the family leaders, Xie Mingtang knew more and was even more dissatisfied with the marriage. With such an excellent son, he hoped that his son would one day have a worthy heir. He understood that his father had reasons for arranging the marriage with the Lu family, which were not entirely satisfactory. In fact, the Xie family had ways to pressure the Lu family into withdrawing from the engagement. However, Xie Zhan, upon realizing this, repeatedly intervened and advised him to restrain the family members from taking action against the Lu family, saying that Lu Disheng was very perceptive. Any aggressive move could leave traces, and it would be hard to avoid being investigated. He took these words to heart and acted accordingly over the years. Now, with the Xiao family unexpectedly intervening, it provided the Xie family with another option without damaging their reputation. When the Xiao family approached, he was tempted, but his son remained unyielding. Just when Xie Mingtang thought his son would not speak up as usual, Xiaozhan finally said, "Father, there is no need to worry too much. Lu Dixing is merely a tool in the emperor's hands." The reason Lu Dixing's impeachment was so effective is clearly due to the emperor's dissatisfaction with the Xiao family. He is simply using Lu Dixing to act on his behalf. Xie Mingtang was overjoyed by his son's change in attitude, fully aware of what it meant. However, a deep worry soon followed. Lu Dixing is a very sharp tool. He is like a raging fire. He couldn't help but worry about this. Lu Dixing was like a wildfire, unpredictable and uncontrollable. He feared that one day this fire would reach the Xie family. Compared to the Xiao family, the Xie family was not entirely innocent either. If Lu Dixing turned his attention toward the Xie family, it would truly be a disaster. Xiaozhan shook his head and said, "LV Dixing is not to be feared. The LV family is like a floating. It seems powerful but only plays a significant role in a specific position. In reality, getting rid of him is not difficult." Xie Mingtang asked, "How do you mean? What method?" Xiaozhan casually replied, "Discredit him." "Explain further." Xie Mingtang urged him to continue. Hadn't his son just said that LV Dixing was like a knife in the emperor's hand? Now they wanted to remove his knife. Would the emperor be pleased? Seeing his father like this, Xiaozhan frowned slightly. It seemed that LV Dixing was indeed putting a lot of pressure on his father, which was not good. "Father, have you analyzed why LV Dixing is so powerful? If we tackle the root cause, it won't be hard to remove him. LV Dixing's power comes from his words." Xie Mingtang said dismissively, but he had to admit that LV Dixing was skilled at impeachment. That's just because his knife is sharp and useful. These are only surface reasons. Another reason is that the emperor needs a knife that is loyal only to him. Xie Mingtang knew his son was right. If the emperor didn't need it, no matter how sharp the knife was, he wouldn't use it. "Father, there are many in the court who hate LV Dixing, right?" "Yes, many. Even if they don't hate him, they don't like him. If the emperor didn't protect him, he wouldn't have a place in the court. Those people must have often belittled and suppressed him in front of the emperor, right? But no matter what they say, the emperor has always protected him, correct?" "Exactly," Xiaozhan pointed out. So, their approach to dealing with LV Dixing was wrong from the start. People tend to rebel against opposition. With so many officials wanting to move against LV Dixing, the emperor would think, "He is mine. The more you oppose him, the more I will protect him. I refuse to believe I can't protect a minister." If LV Songli were here, she would agree with this viewpoint. Her father and the emperor's situation was that the stronger the external pressure from the court officials, the more they would unite against it. Wrong approach? Right now, LV Dixing is one with the emperor. If you go after him, you are going after the emperor. Xie Mingtang's brow relaxed as he began to understand. No wonder they felt a headache when trying to deal with LV Dixing. So, the first step in dealing with LV Dixing is to separate him from the emperor, removing his role as the knife. The second step is to not overlook the emperor's needs. We cannot leave the emperor without a weapon. Once the emperor adapts to the new blade, dealing with Lu Dixing will be a piece of cake. Xiaozhan gently placed the last piece on the board and ended the game. Great strategy. Xie Mingtang clapped in admiration. He did not expect that the problem that had troubled him for so long would be solved so easily by his eldest son. Looking at his calm and sharp-witted son across the table, he felt a surge of pride. His eldest son truly lived up to his expectations. If Lu Songli and Xiaozhan heard their respective fathers' conversation, they would be quite surprised and on guard against each other. Their analysis of Inspector Lu was equally insightful, and their methods to deal with him were quite similar, almost targeting his weaknesses directly. Lu Songli simplified it into specific steps, while Xiaozhan explained it more deeply to his father. At this moment, Xiao only smiled at his father's praise and slowly began to pack up the chess pieces. Xiao stood up and patted his son's shoulder. "Son, I know what to do now. Leave the rest to me." Then he excitedly paced around the quiet room, sharing his initial plan with his son. They could secretly cultivate a blade for the emperor, meaning finding someone to replace Lu Dishing. They could then use a strategy to lure Lu Dishing away, perhaps by making him mourn for someone, and during that time, present the cultivated blade to the emperor. When Lu Dishing returned, the emperor would no longer rely on him, and then they could deal with him. Xiao frowned slightly, suggesting that it might be better to promote Lu Dishing first by getting several officials to jointly petition for his promotion. Gradually increasing his status would be less likely to raise his defenses than a direct strategy to lure him away. Xiao hesitated. His son's idea of promoting Lu Dishing was different from his own plan to lure him away. Both aimed to remove Lu Dishing, but he worried that when discussing with others, they might prefer the latter strategy, especially since those wanting to act were likely those who despised Lu Dishing. They would hardly tolerate his promotion. As the father and son left the quiet room, Xiao reminded him, "Father, Lu Dishing is not hard to deal with, but we must not act ourselves. Who knows how many cards he has up his sleeve. Also, if we can't find a good replacement for Lu Dishing, we must avoid acting rashly. Otherwise, it could backfire." "Understood, father." Xiao left with a furrowed brow. The method is in place, and everything that needs to be said has been said, but he still feels heavy-hearted and pessimistic. His future father-in-law seems to have good luck. Coming from a common background, he has managed to reach this level, as if the heavens are favoring him. Unfortunately, he is the only one who can see this in the Lu family. Xiao is still young and doesn't realize that no matter how good a plan is, if it isn't executed properly, it won't achieve its full potential. Lu Songli doesn't have this worry. The most important parts of the plan she made for her father are all being carried out by him. Her father is quite capable. After silently watching his eldest son leave, Xiao turned and went to his study, where 3 or 4 people were already waiting. Among them was the clan elder of the Xia family, and surprisingly, the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Wenhua. Xiao nodded to him as he entered. "How's it going?" the clan elder asked first. Zhan finally spoke up. "That's great. What Lu Dishing did today made me shudder. He's too reckless. We have to be cautious. We already have a way to deal with him. Let him enjoy his moment for a couple of days." Xiao Wenhua felt a strong curiosity about what kind of method could eliminate Lu Dishing. He knew what questions to ask and which ones to avoid. At the same time, he was very pleased with Xiao, his future son-in-law. With good news, Xiao Wenhua was in the mood to joke. He brought up the incident where Lu Dishing was hit with rotten eggs. "By the way, you haven't heard? Lu Dishing was pelted with rotten eggs at the gate when he returned home." The study fell silent for a moment before bursting into chatter.
Wow, who did that?
"Serves him right. He keeps offending people. Probably a colleague who couldn't stand him anymore." As they spoke, they glanced at Xiao Wenhua intentionally. Xiao Wenhua thought, "What do you mean by that? Are you suspecting him?" But it really wasn't him, even though he would have liked to do it. "Oh, so Lu Dishing must be in quite a mess?" "Not really. Not a single egg hit him." Xiao Wenhua felt frustrated at this outcome. "Then what are you saying? You're indirectly praising him for escaping trouble, you know?" "True, we don't even know who arranged it. Their ability to get things done is clearly lacking." On the Lu family's side, after lunch, Lu Songli set off with her people and gifts prepared for her elder sister, riding in a swaying carriage. This was her first outing since arriving, not counting the night she fell into the water. It must have been late at night when they returned from the Prince Gong's residence to the Lu family. The road was dark, and she couldn't see anything. Plus, she was feeling unwell at the time and stayed quietly in the carriage, so she really had no idea what it looked like outside. Most of the streets in Chang'an were paved with blue stone, not very wide compared to the 6 or 8-lane roads of later times, but they had an ancient charm and were very appealing. Lu Songli liked them a lot. With the spring breeze, the horses' hooves are quick. In a day, One can see all the flowers of Chang'an. At this moment, the warm sun was just right, and a gentle breeze was blowing. Lu Songli was in a good mood and enjoyed looking at the street scenery. Seeing her so interested in the sights, Mo Bing hesitated for a moment and asked, "Miss, there's a shortcut to Baodingfang from here. We usually take that route. It's faster than this street." Lu Songli was lifting the carriage curtain to look outside and, without turning around, declined, "No need for a shortcut. Let's take our time." She wasn't in a hurry. "Understood." Mo Bing signaled the driver to continue straight. Spending an extra 15 minutes was no problem. Lu Songli spotted a vendor selling candied hawthorns and asked Mo Bing to buy some, wrapped in oil paper. This was a treat for her little nephew. After passing the busiest street and leaving the city, Lu Songli settled back in the carriage because there was nothing much to see: low houses, bumpy dirt roads, and bare farmland. With nothing to do, she thought about her older sister, letting out a small sigh. Her sister, Lu Songyan, got married 6 years ago and had just given birth to her third child and was in her postpartum period. Having 2 children in 3 years and 3 in 5, Lu Songli admired her, but also knew this was normal in ancient times. Once a woman married and became pregnant, she would give birth without any thought of contraception, often having children continuously. Many women would keep having children until they could no longer do so. Her sister was only 22 and had already had 3 kids. Lu Songli calculated that her sister had her first child at 16, which seemed quite young. At that age, many girls' bodies were still developing, and it was often said that giving birth was like crossing a dangerous threshold, which was true. Lu Songli had read some materials and knew that having a child greatly depletes a woman's energy. She truly admired those brave enough to give birth. She considered herself a selfish person. Regarding children, she had thought about it in her past life. If she ever got married and wanted a child, she would only have one, and her reason for having a child wouldn't be for continuing the family line or for support in old age. She just wanted to experience another kind of life. A person's choice to have children or not is like deciding whether to focus on the width of life or its length. At this point, her thoughts remain unchanged. There is one condition. She needs to take care of her health first. She won't risk her life for a child. She has a relaxed view of marriage. The essence of marriage is a partnership where both sides invest and work together. Love or affection is the foundation of this partnership and a mutual choice. During the marriage, both should put in effort, and if it doesn't work out, they can separate amicably after dividing their assets and interests. Some foolish women treat love as their only asset, but love can fade away. Some might say she speaks from a comfortable position, perhaps because she is usually quite rational. Relationship breakdowns are common. Even parents can't always stay together. It's normal for some people to drift apart. Happiness comes in many forms. She has money and ability, looks decent, and can live well alone. Even after a divorce, she can still thrive, so why cling to the past? As her thoughts wandered, they arrived at the Su family. "Second miss, we have arrived." Mo Bing was the first to jump down from the carriage and reached out to help Lu Songli down. Lu Songli looked at the Su family home, which resembled a small farmhouse, with a fence about 5 feet high that blocked most of the outside view. The Lu family never had high expectations for marrying off their daughters or taking in daughters-in-law. Her elder brother married the daughter of a herbal merchant from a nearby town, and the Su family also had humble origins. This shows that her parents cared for their children, even if it meant hard work for her father. The Su family originally came from Yitao town near Chang'an. When Mr. Su was young, he was handsome and caught the eye of the butcher's family while buying medicine for his mother in Chang'an. They married him to their only daughter. With the help of his father-in-law, Mr. Su settled in the capital and became a minor official, eventually rising to the position of deputy officer. Now, Mr. Su is old and has retired from his position. The eldest son has taken over Mr. Su's job and is now a proud deputy officer himself. The second son has taken up his mother's butcher business and is doing well. The third son is her brother-in-law, who is supported by the family to study. After marrying, he opened a private school with the help of both the Su and Lu families. All three sons are earning money, and the family has about 20 acres of farmland in the suburbs that they rent out to others. The grain they bring back each year is enough to cover their family's needs, so the Su family's life is quite good in their area. Mo Bing was about to knock on the door when he noticed it was slightly open. Someone inside must have heard the noise and came out to greet them. It was Grandma Su. When she saw them, she quickly welcomed them, saying, "Auntie, you're here. Please come in." Grandma Su had a strong appearance and was quite powerful. She opened the door wide and even removed the threshold to make it easier for their cart to enter. When Lu Songli arrived at the Su family home, she received a warm welcome. Today, Grandpa Su, Grandma Su, sister-in-law Su, second sister-in-law Su, and her brother-in-law were all at home. The two sisters-in-law helped Grandma Su greet her, while Grandpa Su and her brother-in-law came out to say hello. A group of boys lined up from tall to short, and the round-faced children shouted in unison, "Hello, Andy." Wow, that long line of sweet voices is hard to resist. Lu Songli quickly took out the candied hawthorn she bought on the way and shared it with the little ones. When she got to the last small child, she hesitated for a moment. Seeing the child eagerly waiting for her to give him the candied hawthorn, her heart softened, and she handed it over, saying, "You can only lick or nibble it. Don't try to stuff it all in your mouth, okay?" "Okay. Don't you want to thank your auntie?" "Thank you, auntie." All right, go play now and don't bother your auntie." After welcoming them inside, Grandma Su kept bringing out the best food to treat her. Lu Songli asked Mo Bing to take out the gifts her mother prepared for Grandma Su. Grandma Su said, "You're too kind, my dear." After Grandpa Su asked about her parent health, he went off to attend to his own matters. After greeting Lu Songli, second sister-in-law Su went to the butcher shop, and her brother-in-law went to check on the school. Once the other guests left, Grandma Su happily held Lu Songli's hand, chatting with her warmly and encouraging her to eat. Lu Songli had to pick up a piece of rice cake and eat slowly. She wasn't really hungry, but seeing Grandma Su so eager to feed her made her a bit nervous. The young girl was pretty, but not overly eye-catching, and Grandma Su liked her more and more. Such a look would be perfect for their Su family. If the youngest son's wife could have a granddaughter like her, Grandma Su would be overjoyed. At that moment, a little boy came in, saying, "Grandma, Mom sent me to guide my aunt." Lu Songli recognized this little guy as her older sister's eldest son, her nephew. "Oh, it's Xingur. All right, you can take your aunt to your mom," Grandma Su said cheerfully. The warm welcome from Grandma Su and her sisters-in-law was overwhelming. Taking advantage of her sister's call, Lu Songli quickly slipped into her sister's room. What Lu Songli didn't know was that a carriage with the Xiao family emblem had been waiting at a corner on Huaihua Street for a long time since they left for the Su family. "Yuten, are you sure we can wait for Lu Songli here?" Guo Yan asked, poking her head out of the carriage for what felt like the 100th time. She was getting impatient after waiting so long. Zhao Yuten nodded confidently, saying, "This is the main road from Chongwen Street to Baodingfang, and it's the shortest route." She used to take this way. But they waited for a long time without seeing Lu Songli. "Cousin, thank you for coming with me," Guo Yan said in a fluster. Guo Yan waved her hand. "Cousin, you don't need to thank me." They might have arrived late, Zhao Yuten thought. But didn't she say she would leave in the afternoon? Could there have been a mix-up? "Cousin, the restaurant ahead looks nice. Why don't you go there and have a snack? If I see her, I can send someone to call you," Zhao Yuten kindly suggested. Guo Yan was tempted. After sending her to the restaurant, Zhao Yuten thought for a moment and sent someone to check on Baodingfang. The person who went to gather information returned with a definite update. Lu Songli had indeed arrived at the Su family. "Miss, should we wait?"
Hongdo asked.
Zhao Yuten gritted her teeth. "Yes, we wait." Unbeknownst to Zhao Yuten, their conversation was being observed by someone on the second floor of the nearby restaurant. At the Su family, Lu Songyun was in confinement, with the doors and windows shut to protect the new mother from the wind. Therefore, when Lu Songli entered, the room felt a bit dim, but her good eyesight quickly spotted her sister sitting up in bed, wearing a floral headscarf. Seeing her sister's rosy complexion and healthy figure, Lu Songli knew she was recovering well after childbirth. Lu Songyun was nursing her baby and gestured for her sister to come closer. Lu Songli sat on a stool near the bed for easier conversation. After sitting down, she let out a gentle sigh. "What's wrong? The in-laws are too enthusiastic." Haha. As soon as Lu Songyun heard this, she smiled and looked her up and down. "You look just like the daughter my mother-in-law dreams of." Her sister had styled her hair nicely today, with bangs that just brushed her eyebrows. She wore simple jewelry that was elegant but not flashy, and her slightly round face gave her a sweet and innocent look. Her mother-in-law had a preference for pretty faces, regardless of gender. As long as someone looked good, they received special treatment from her. It was said that after her father-in-law married her mother-in-law, he had to slaughter pigs every day, while her mother-in-law took on all the heavy and dirty work at home. After the 3 daughters-in-law married in, her mother-in-law treated them even better than her 3 sons, all because they were prettier than their husbands. Lu Songli listened in amazement, thinking this was like an ancient version of "I raise you while you work." After finishing that topic, Lu Songyun couldn't help but bring up the incident where she fell into the water with Xiao Yutian at the Prince Gong's mansion. How did such a big trouble happen at this moment? I couldn't help it. Xiao Yutian had a plan and I was caught off guard. But Dad already stood up for me. I heard about it. Dad is impressive. Lu Songyun then asked, "What is the Xie family's attitude?" "Oh, my dear sister, you're still in confinement. Why worry so much? Anyway, Dad and Mom will handle it." She knew that mentioning it wouldn't help. It would just add to someone's worries. "All right, I won't bring it up again. But, Ali, you seem to have changed a lot since we last met." "Really? Have I become prettier again?" Lu Songli rested her chin on her hands, looking slightly troubled. "Oh dear, if I get any prettier, what will I do?" Lu Songyun laughed at her exaggerated expression, but as soon as she laughed, her lower back hurt, and she quickly begged, "Stop, stop. Don't make me laugh again." Lu Songli raised her hands in surrender. Just then, the baby in her arms let out a little burp, and Lu Songyun called her, "Come and see your little nephew." When Lu Songli leaned in, her sister wanted her to hold the baby, but she quickly stepped back. Her speed was like dodging a ticking time bomb. Her timid reaction made her sister laugh at her. Let them laugh. She wasn't brave enough to hold a baby that was less than a month old. She only dared to lean in and take a look. "Big sister, doesn't the little nephew's head look a bit tilted?" she said, confident in her observation. "Haha, that's how he sleeps on purpose." The old man said, "Flat-headed children are lucky." No, she couldn't accept that. She still preferred round-headed babies. "Big sister, I heard that babies shouldn't be held too often, or they become clingy and won't let you sleep." "I know, this child has already been held less. Your nephew gets held a bit more. Your brother-in-law cherishes him and often holds him tightly," Lu Songyun said as she gently placed the sleeping baby aside. "TSK, it seems having too many children makes them less special. When I was pregnant with the 3rd, your brother-in-law and the family hoped for a girl, but it turned out to be another boy. Isn't having more sons good? Didn't people in the past say that more children bring more blessings? Having sons is good, but too many is overwhelming, you know?" Lu Dajia said with a troubled expression. "I understand now. When there are too many, they lose their value." Lu Songli's gaze fell on the sleeping baby, the poor little nephew. "It's not just me who wants a daughter. My mother-in-law has been hoping for a granddaughter since I arrived. Now she gets annoyed seeing only grandsons." Lu Songli recalled the line of boys welcoming her earlier. Indeed, 8 grandsons were more than one could count. The Su family was clearly in a decline. Mrs. Su had a masculine appearance, while Mr. Su looked good. They say daughters resemble their fathers and sons resemble their mothers. Mrs. Su firmly believed this, so after marrying, she wanted a daughter, but ended up with 3 sons who looked like her. After her 3 sons married, they all had sons too, and they already had 8 grandsons without a granddaughter in sight. Since she married into the Su family, her in-laws had hoped she would give birth to a delicate little girl. After she arrived, Her sisters-in-law sighed in relief and were very friendly, probably thinking they finally had someone to share the burden. But then she had 3 sons, disappointing everyone's hopes. Younger sister, our mother at least had us 2 daughters. I don't want much. Just 1 daughter would be enough. Lu Songli thought. They were longing for a daughter, so much it was almost desperate. I just want a daughter. Why is it so hard? She just wanted a sweet little girl. Lu Songli thought about how she feared that little girl might face challenges in the future. Lu Songli comforted her. Sons are great too. You can't favor girls over boys. Whether it's a son or a daughter, if raised well, they're all good kids. Lu Songyan rolled her eyes at her. Do you want one? I can give you one. I want one, but only if I can bring it home without my parents getting mad at us, Lu Songli said, shrugging. Lu Songyun fell silent. Unintentionally spoken, but the listener took it to heart. Neither sister noticed the little one who had sneaked in quietly slip out again. Seeing her older sister so troubled, Lu Songli casually suggested, if not, why not adopt one? There are many abandoned baby girls nowadays, and if her sister adopted one, it would save a little life. Her sister pondered this idea, as if it really could be a solution. After drinking too much tea, Lu Songli took a trip to the restroom, completely unaware that her sister would consider her unconventional suggestion. When she came out, she saw a little one lingering around the corner. Auntie, come here, come here, her 4-year-old nephew Su Sheng waved at her. Seeing him look like he wanted to share a secret, Lu Songli thought it was amusing, pretended to look around, and then hurried over to him. Annie, do you like little brothers? Sheng asked quietly. Of course. I like them all equally. I don't play favorites. Sheng waved his little hand generously, saying, Then Auntie, you can take him home. I'll give him to you. Lu Songli was surprised. Does Sheng not like his little brother? Oh dear. Does he know his mother would be upset? I like him, but if it were a little sister, I would like her even more. Now she understood. Lu Songli patted his head, but Sheng can't give away his brother. He would be sad when he grows up and finds out. I understand. Sheng nodded obediently. Lu Songli noticed Sheng was quite wise for his age. He spoke so well at just over 5 years old. Auntie, my mom can't have a sister, so I don't have one, Su Sheng said, sitting on a stone stool, resting his chubby face on his hands, sharing his worries with his aunt, his round face scrunched up in concern. Why was it so hard to have a sister? All he got were little brothers, sigh. Wow, this family really wants a girl. They seem obsessed. But how cute is her nephew? Lu Songli sat beside him on the stone stool, and Sheng even scooted over a bit. Lu Songli encouraged him. It's okay not to have a sister. You can have one when you grow up. Relying on others isn't the way. Being self-sufficient is the key.
Right.
Parents can't always be relied on. Sheng Guer clenched his little fist and said, I want to have one by myself, no. 2. He didn't fully understand what his aunt meant by self-reliance, but he grasped the general idea through guessing. Lu Songli didn't realize that her careless suggestion led to Sheng Guer insisting on having a daughter. When the elders told him that boys couldn't have babies, he then insisted on marrying a wife to have a daughter. The elders were exhausted, and in the end, his mother had to firmly discipline him. Just then, a loud cry came from the front yard. Wow, Grandma, Mom, come quickly. At first, Lu Songli didn't pay much attention to the cries, thinking the kids were just fighting. The Su family members, including Grandpa Su, Grandma Su, and Aunt Su, were all there, so it wasn't her place to interfere. But soon, Grandma Su rushed to the backyard and anxiously asked her, Aunt, can I borrow your cart? Lu Songli, concerned, immediately ordered, Mo Bing, hurry and have Uncle Lu harness the cart. After giving the order, she asked Grandma Su what was happening. Thank you, thank you. It's Hao Hao. He has a peanut stuck in his throat. We need to get him to the doctor quickly. Dear-in-law, come. Let's go to the front yard to see the child, Lu Songli said as she took her arm and led her forward.
So how?
He seemed so young, only about 2 years old. How could the Su family give such a small child peanuts? Later, Lu Songli learned that his 7-year-old cousin Su Rong had received some peanuts and, wanting to share, had given two to little Su Hao. Grandma Su was caught off guard and followed her without thinking. When Lu Songli arrived, Su Dasa was holding the child, looking both anxious and scared. Grandpa Su was also at a loss, wanting to take the child and mumbling, "Just take the peanut out and it will be fine." He was thinking of reaching into the child's throat. Lu Songli quickly exclaimed, "No!" She recognized the child as the little one she had given candy to earlier. Grandpa Su and Su Dasa turned to her, as if asking why. As she ran over, Lu Songli explained, "You can't do that to a child's throat." She noticed the child was struggling to breathe, his face turning blue, and his eyes rolling back. "Aunt, please, I need to borrow the cart." When Lu Songli saw Su Dezhao, she exclaimed loudly, "Feel free to use the carriage. But the child's condition is critical. We might not make it to the clinic in time." "What should we do?" Su Dezhao was nearly in tears from worry. "Give me the child. Let me try something." In the urgency of the moment, Lu Songli stepped forward and took the child in her arms, then began performing the Heimlich maneuver. She lifted the child, pinching the sides of the cheeks, her arms pressed against her chest, while her other hand supported the back of the neck, tilting the child down over her knee with the head lowered. Then she quickly struck the midpoint of the back between the shoulder blades once, twice, 3 times. Her movements were rhythmic. Despite their anxiety, the Su family didn't dare interrupt her. "What are you doing? Hurry and take the child to the clinic." "Yeah, what can a young girl do to save someone? This is ridiculous." The commotion attracted neighbors who came to see if they could help. When they saw the Su family not rushing to the clinic but allowing a girl to take charge, they thought the Su family was being foolish. Su Laotai stopped her husband and eldest daughter-in-law, who were clearly swayed by the comments around them. With such a big incident in the front yard, Lu Songyan couldn't sit still either. She put on a thick coat and came out. Seeing her sister seemingly trying to save someone, her heart raced with worry. Su Laotai noticed her third daughter-in-law had come out, but at that moment, she couldn't focus on her. As beads of sweat appeared on Lu Songli's forehead, the child suddenly coughed, and a peanut-sized object fell from his mouth. Everyone exclaimed. It came out. After the little one expelled the peanut lodged in his throat, he seemed frightened and instinctively clung to Lu Songli's neck, crying loudly. Lu Songli stood still, letting the little one bury his head in her neck and cry. How? Su Xiao, who had been notified and rushed back, initially looked devastated, but as she entered the house and saw her son saved, she burst into tears of joy. She stepped forward, took the little one from Lu Songli's arms, and held her son tightly, crying with relief. Wow, you really saved him? What was that technique? The neighbors were in disbelief. A child so small could easily choke on something, and even getting to the clinic might not have saved him. Often, children would lose their breath before reaching the clinic. This girl is truly remarkable. The people around admired Lu Songli. However, Lu Songli didn't think of herself as particularly impressive. The Heimlich maneuver, CPR, and other first aid techniques were learned by her during her time in university clubs. With the belief that having many skills is beneficial, she studied diligently. After all, she is an ambitious person who wouldn't miss any chance to improve herself. However, she never expected that the first aid skills she learned would actually be useful in ancient times. Lu Songli reminded the Su family, the child has been saved, but he might have hurt his throat. You should take him to the clinic to get some medicine for his throat. Yes, that's a good idea. Grandma Su felt a wave of fear. Hao was the youngest child of the second branch, and the peanuts he had were given by the eldest branch's Ronga. If Hao had really died, it would create a rift between the two families. This family would fall apart. She was truly grateful to her younger sister from the third branch for her help. In the original story, Grandma Su's worries came true. Su Hao also faced a similar situation, but there was no Lu Songli to save him. Su Xiao cried every day, and soon the Su family split apart, with less interaction between the brothers. Su Rong, the cousin, became quiet and burdened with guilt for the loss of his little cousin. Once the Su family's emotions settled, They expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Lu Songli, especially Su Deseo, who felt she couldn't face her sister-in-law if Hao Hao hadn't been saved. Su Erseo even bowed her head to Lu Songli while holding the child, but Lu Songli quickly helped her up. Due to the delay, Lu Songli returned home later than planned. This time, she brought 3 people with her: Uncle Lu, Mo Bing, and a strong woman, as traveling at night could be unsafe. Her elder sister, Lu Songyun, worried about the late hour and wanted her to stay the night. Lu Songli declined, as she hadn't intended to stay over. Besides, the Su family was large and space was tight. If she stayed, they would have to clear out 2 or 3 rooms, which would be too much trouble. She felt it wasn't too late to return home. At that moment, Su Urge returned from the countryside after collecting pigs. He learned about the day's events, especially that Lu Songli had saved his youngest son. Without hesitation, he decided to hurry back to Chang'an City. Su Urge resembled Grandma Su the most, being tall and strong, and as a professional pig butcher, he exuded a fierce presence. With him escorting her, the Su family felt reassured and allowed her to go home. As she left, the Su family increased their return gift by 30%, despite her constant refusals. The Su family's gift was very practical, a piece of pork weighing nearly 20 pounds, chosen from the best cuts. They also sent some rare dried goods, collected by the Su family members during their mountain trips or gathered by Su Urge when he was in the countryside. After just a short afternoon visit, Lu Songli realized that the Su family was quite a good family. She had to admit that her parents had a good eye for choosing a husband for their daughter. Before she left, old lady Su held her hand tightly, urging her to come and visit often. What a wonderful girl! Old lady Su sighed as she watched the carriage drive away. The Lu family's carriage hurried into Chang'an City as the sun set and dusk fell. This time, they took a shortcut and would reach home in about 30 minutes. However, they were unexpectedly stopped on Huaihua Street. "What do you want?" Su Urge stepped forward, questioning the people blocking the carriage, while his strong hand rested on the knife at his waist, calculating his chances if a fight broke out. Regardless, he would protect the young lady from the Lu family. "We mean no harm. May I ask if Miss Lu Air is in the carriage?" Inside the carriage, Lu Songli frowned. Had her travel plans been exposed? Coldly she replied, "So what if I am? And what if I'm not?" "Miss Lu, our young lady has been waiting for you. Please come out to meet her." "Second miss, it's the Xiao family," Mo Bing whispered from outside the carriage, having stepped out when they were stopped. The newcomers had ill intentions. This was the inner city, and she was not afraid. Lu Songli decisively lifted the curtain of the carriage. Xiao Yuten stepped forward. Ali. Seeing Xiao Yuten, Lu Songli felt a wave of annoyance, but still got down from the carriage. Su Urge followed closely behind, clearly ready to protect her. Holding a round fan, Lu Songli gently waved it and said, "I'm here. Now tell me why you stopped my carriage." "I have something to discuss with you," Xiao Yuten replied. Lu Songli gestured for her to begin. Xiao Yuten looked at the woman across from her, momentarily silent. While waiting for her to speak, Lu Songli casually stood, her gaze naturally falling on Xiao Yuten. Xiao Yuten was truly beautiful, with striking features that were bold and captivating, making a strong impression when she appeared. I have to say, Xiao Yuten's face seems to age better and last longer. In the original story, even at nearly 30, after experiencing hardships, she can still captivate Xiaozhan, who is in his 30s, and marry him as a second wife despite being a widow. However, at this moment, Lu Songli looks at her and feels that something is missing in Xiao Yuten's appearance and demeanor. Perhaps it has to do with her temperament? Xiao Yuten seems delicate and somewhat fragile, as if she hasn't faced many challenges in life. She might also appear a bit haggard due to recent difficulties. Lu Songli admires the scene, thinking of a peony that has endured storms, which is a testament to the Lu family's influence. Unlike Lu Songli's good mood, Xiao Yuten feels that the person in front of her seems very unfamiliar. Rather than being a true friend or confidant, Lu Songli feels more like a shadow or a follower, quiet and reserved, and Xiao Yuten has never really paid much attention to her. At this moment, the sunset casts a long shadow of Lu Songli, with the evening breeze lifting her skirt and bangs, revealing her smooth forehead. Her delicate features, small nose, and lips that are neither too thin nor too thick are striking. Upon closer inspection, her small and exquisite features have soft and flowing lines. This kind of beauty can easily give off a sense of being ordinary and unremarkable, which is how Lu Songli used to appear. But now, she feels different. The more you look, the more attractive she becomes, evoking an impulse to lift her chin and admire her closely. What has changed? Xiao Yuten is increasingly surprised. She never knew Lu Songli looked so good. She usually follows her quietly, always overlooking her. While she has always been aware of her own beauty, she now feels that Lu Songli is equally captivating. On the evening street, two girls with distinct charms stand facing each other, one radiant like a peony, the other gentle like an orchid. Under the sunset's glow, they confront each other. One is a flower of wealth and beauty, while the other gives off a cool and distant vibe, as if she exists independently from the world. The people around them fade into the background. Gua Yan watches in astonishment. She is supposed to be by her cousin's side but feels oddly out of place, unable to insert herself between the two. Xiao Yuten, you can speak now, Lu Songli reminds her, breaking the silence that had settled between them. Gua Yan regained her composure and was very unhappy, directly calling her cousin by name. Lu Songli, what kind of attitude is this? They had been waiting for her since noon, and her anger was rising. Lu Songli found it amusing. What attitude? They had stopped her carriage for no reason and forced her to get out. What kind of attitude did they expect? My attitude is simple. If you have something to say it quickly.
If not, step aside.
Good people don't block the way. Gua Yan's eyes widened in anger. How can you be so heartless? Have you forgotten who helped you fit into the circle when you first arrived in Chang'an? Who has always taken care of you? You really are ungrateful. Lu Songli ignored Gua Yan and asked Xiao Yuten beside her, do you think the same way? Xiao Yuten remained silent. Fine, silence means agreement. If they wanted to argue, so be it. Xiao Yuten, let's not even mention how my father's kindness to your Xiao family has saved you from losing your positions multiple times. Over the years since I joined your circle, have I ever refused any of your requests? Besides that initial kindness, what have you done for me? I've helped you so much that I've more than repaid that kindness. Gua Yan was in disbelief. So you're this calculative? Lu Songli was speechless. Were they really this double standard? They were the ones who started keeping score. Yes, I'm calculative. You are so generous that you still remember that kindness from years ago. Gua Yan was taken aback. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Songli shot her a cold glance. I didn't get out of the carriage to hear you tell me what to do. Besides, this is between me and Xiao Yuten. What does it have to do with you? Are you her dog, so eager to defend her? Her gaze was icy, and Gua Yan felt an inexplicable fear of saying more. After giving Xiao Yuten one last look, Lu Songli turned to leave, not caring if they wanted to talk or not. Ollie, wait. Xiao Yuten stepped forward to stop her. To be honest, during this meeting, Xiao Yuten felt that Lu Songli seemed very unfamiliar. In just a few days, why had her personality changed so much? It was after the incident in the water that she became so strong and aggressive. Was it because of Xiaozhan? Had she touched a nerve? The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became that she had figured out the truth. Xiao Yuten took a deep breath. No matter what, she would not let go. Lu Songli said bluntly, you see the person? I've said my piece. Now step aside. At that moment, the food was low in calories, and she was already hungry. With her poor health and a bit of low blood sugar, when she got hungry, her body felt uncomfortable, and when her body felt bad, her mood dropped. At this time, Xiao Yuten was in tears. She stepped forward and said to Lu Songli with teary eyes, Sister, I want to say that you really misunderstood me about that night by the water. Seeing you just now stirred up my emotions, and I didn't know how to start. Lu Songli didn't bother correcting her term of address and instead asked, "Is it really a misunderstanding? If you weren't guilty, why pretend to faint?" From Lu Songli's perspective, it was clear that both of them understood the situation regarding the fainting act. Xiao Yuten was on the verge of tears. To be honest, I was confused at that moment, and I felt so embarrassed and angry. I was scared to face those people's gazes. Lu Songli listened, and this reason did explain her fainting act. "I thought you would understand me, but I didn't expect you to be bolder than me and misunderstand me because of it," Xiao Yuten said weakly, trying to reach for her hand, but Lu Songli pulled away. Lu Songli thought to herself, "Does she think it's my fault for not fainting like her?" And even now, at this point, she is still trying to explain that it wasn't intentional. Even if it wasn't on purpose, the Lu family treated it as if it was. Xiao Yuten didn't realize that Lu Songli had seen through her. She only thought she had revealed her true feelings while pretending to faint. "So, what do you want now?" Lu Songli crossed her arms, not saying whether she believed her or not. She was curious about Xiao Yuten's purpose in stopping her. "I came to explain these matters. First, I want to clear up the misunderstandings, and second, I sincerely ask you to persuade your father to let our Xiao family go." Lu Songli fell silent. "No, Xiao Yuten, do you think I'm a fool?" She couldn't believe that Xiao Yuten thought she could be easily deceived. Moreover, regarding the suppression of the Xiao family, her father was in charge, and she fully supported and promoted it. As for the original story, although her little cousin hadn't mentioned the Lu family's fate, it was easy to guess that it wouldn't end well. Speaking of Xiao Yuten, she had an inappropriate relationship with someone else's husband, which caused the original Lu Songli to suffer. How could she not feel guilty? Given that guilt, wasn't it normal to suppress the Lu family? The Xie family had power and influence, and Xiao Yuten was close to the young emperor. The Lu family had no way out. Additionally, the original wife married into the Xie family, and Xie Zhan has been childless even at 30. It's impossible for the Xie family not to blame the original wife for the Lu family situation. However, there is something strange. If the original wife couldn't have children, what about a concubine? With her gentle personality, she likely wouldn't have stopped Xie Zhan from taking a concubine to have children. As for why Xie Zhan doesn't even have a legitimate son, she can only guess it's intentional. Otherwise, how can one explain that Xiao Yuten married Xie Zhan as his main wife and had twins within a year? Xie Zhan's actions seem like a form of pressure, and his intentions are questionable. In ancient times, by the age of 30, a person's life is already halfway through. Normally, a man would have a son around 12 or 13 by this age, yet Xie Zhan has no children. The original wife must feel guilty, and anyone would think she, as the main wife, has committed serious wrongs. Lu Songli believes that even if the original character hadn't caught her friend and husband together, she probably wouldn't have lived long anyway. Regardless of whether the Lu family discovers the truth about Lu Songli's death, there would be no good outcome. Therefore, Lu Songli did not stop her father from taking harsh actions against the Xiao family. Instead, she encouraged him. Xiao Yuten continued to ramble. "You don't know how sad I was about what happened during the morning court. It was just a misunderstanding between us. Why let your father handle it so harshly?" Lu Songli remained expressionless. "What's done is done. What can I do about it? As for the engagement with the Xie family, that's another matter, but for now, Xie Zhan is still her fiancé. The Xiao family should be prepared for consequences if they dare to interfere." Xiao Yuten kept talking, and Lu Songli grew impatient. "Xiao Yuten, stop pretending to be innocent. My father is a good father, and your family's troubles stem from your greed." Xiao Yuten was taken aback. She thought Lu Songli had softened when she was silent earlier.
Ali, im shuri.
"I shouldn't have said those things. Let the past be the past. Can we still be good sisters? I truly cherish our friendship of over 10 years, and I can't bear for us to become strangers over a misunderstanding." Xiao Yuten tried to take Lu Songli's hand again, but Lu Songli wouldn't let her succeed. "Are you not going to fight for Xie Zhan?" Lu Songli asked curiously. Her direct question left Xiao Yuten speechless. Why was she so sure from the beginning that her target was Xie Zhan? "Lu sister, you still don't believe me." Xiao Yuten's tears began to flow again. Lu Songli scoffed. They're both clever, so why engage in this charade? Do you really believe that you can trust her not to take away Xiaozhan? That's impossible. Qinsheng, you've lost your chance. If you don't act quickly, given your current reputation, what kind of person do you think you can marry? Xiao Yuten felt every word from Lu Songli cut into her heart like a knife. Ollie, your words hurt me deeply, she said, holding back tears as she glanced at her before turning to walk away. As she walked, she thought, Ollie, you should trust me. You and Xiaozhan are not right for each other. What she was doing was not just for her own good, but also for Lu Songli's. After marrying Zhan Lang, Lu Songli would also lead an unhappy life. It didn't matter if she didn't understand Xiao Yuten's good intentions. Xiao Yuten felt no guilt. Lu Songli frowned, wondering what Xiao Yuten's true intentions were behind all this. Xiao Yuten had mentioned her purpose for coming, but Lu Songli didn't believe her. In fact, she had never trusted a single word Xiao Yuten said. She didn't believe Xiao Yuten would give up on Xiaozhan, nor did she think that after her father severely damaged the Xiao family, Xiao Yuten could still act like they were sisters. Moreover, Xiao Yuten had been very humble throughout, which seemed like a tactic to appear weak. Now that things had developed to this point, Xiao Yuten had no way to retreat. She was tied to the Xiao family, with too much at stake to back down. She had to take a risk. And taking such a risk was like burning bridges and betting everything. With that thought, Lu Songli began to understand Xiao Yuten's purpose for coming to see her. Imagine, in the face of all the rumors, what could silence people more than a life? Oh no, not a life. She wouldn't want to lose that. Perhaps half a life could achieve the same effect. Lu Songli was just curious. After Xiao Yuten really did something like that, would Madame Xie still accept her despite her tarnished reputation? In a flash of thought, Lu Songli figured it out and called out to Xiao Yuten, but she seemed too hurt to respond and continued walking away. Was she overacting? Lu Songli was speechless and could only call out to Guo Yan behind her. What is it? Lu Songli kindly reminded her, when you get back, tell the Xiao family to keep a close eye on Xiao Yuten. Don't let her harm herself. This is what it means to kill someone's spirit. Xiao Yuten paused, filled with anger. Guo Yan turned back and shot her a glare. What nonsense are you talking about? Just know that I've warned you. If she really does something reckless and ends up dead, I won't take the blame. After saying this, Lu Songli turned and walked towards her family's carriage. It was late, and it was time to go home for dinner. The two of them turned and went their separate ways, symbolizing the different paths they had chosen. The last ray of sunlight split the area between them as they walked toward their chosen futures. In the Xiao family's carriage, Guo Yan thought about what Lu Songli had said last, feeling quite angry. Cousin, did you hear the nonsense Lu Songli was saying? Isn't she cursing you? At that moment, Xiao Yuten felt confused. Lu Songli's reaction was unexpected. She had assumed that seeing her come to make peace would make Lu Songli feel triumphant. Why was she so calm and sharp? She used to be quite foolish. What should she do next? According to her original plan, Lu Songli's words felt like a slap in the face, mocking her lack of options. She is really ungrateful. Cousin, you lowered yourself to reconcile with her, and she still. Xiao Yuten felt frustrated, especially since Guo Yan kept criticizing Lu Songli. Her voice was annoying, and Xiao Yuten said, "All right, cousin, please stop talking for now. I have a headache." Lu Songli had no idea that her last words would put Xiao Yuten in such a difficult position. By now, dusk had completely covered the land, and Lu Songli's carriage had just arrived home. Her parents were very worried since she was late, fearing something had happened on the way. Lu Disheng was about to send someone to look for her when he saw her return and finally felt relieved. Seeing Su Urge, Lu Disheng quickly greeted him. "Nephew, thank you for escorting my daughter home." Su Urge nodded and, after greeting them, intended to leave. "Nephew, the city gates are probably closed by now. You should stay the night and go back tomorrow." At this time, Chang'an City had a curfew, and the gates were closed, making it difficult for Su Urge to leave. Jiang Shi invited him to stay. Lu Songli added, yes, Su urged. The family will understand that you stayed overnight after bringing me back. They won't worry too much. If it weren't for Xiao Yuten's delay, he wouldn't have been late. Su urged glanced at the sky, estimated the time, and simply said, sorry for the trouble. Mom and Dad, is there food? I'm so hungry. Yes, yes. Why are you so late? Your dad almost went out to look for you. As Zhang was having the meal prepared, she asked questions. They learned that their daughter was delayed in returning home because she had saved her in-law's grandson and was then stopped by Xiao Yuten on the way, which caused her to arrive home late at night. When mentioning the incident of Lu Songli saving someone, Brother Su sincerely thanked them again. Brother Su, when I was at the Su family, your wife already thanked me. We're all relatives, and I helped when I could. You don't need to be so formal. Besides, you just escorted me back safely. Shouldn't I thank you again? After saying this, Lu Songli urged Brother Su to eat quickly. Lu's parents humbly added, yes, she was just in the right place at the right time. With their daughter being capable and having saved someone, Lu Disheng and Jiang felt very proud as parents. However, it wouldn't be appropriate to keep talking about the favor, so they quickly changed the subject. What did Xiao Yuten want when she stopped you? Lu Disheng hadn't forgotten that their daughter was delayed because of her. Lu Songli was busy eating, genuinely hungry, and unable to respond. But she had someone to speak for her, and Mo Bing answered her parents' question. After hearing Mo Bing's account, Lu Disheng could only say nonsense. It seemed the Xiao family had not faced enough consequences. Thinking about how Xiao Yuten had accurately blocked her on the road, both parents frowned, realizing it was necessary to investigate the servants in their household. Not wanting to disturb the family of three, Brother Su quickly finished his dinner. Jiang arranged for him to stay in the guest room and then began organizing the return gifts with the servants. After finishing her meal, Lu Songli contentedly patted her round belly and said to her father, Dad, the Xiao family is likely planning something big in the next few days. Our people can pull back now. Previously, when she and Xiao Yuten fell into the water at the same time, the Xiao family manipulated public opinion and sent people to smear her reputation, trying to shift blame. Her father had also sent people to stir the pot, directing the blame toward Xiao Yuten. This strategy had made Xiao Yuten's reputation terrible while hers remained intact. According to her expectations, the Xiao family would soon be in trouble on their own, and if their people got involved, the situation would escalate. If the Xiao family retaliated with false accusations, wouldn't the Lu family suffer? If she were in charge of the Xiao family, she would definitely do the same, taking advantage of the situation while also getting back at the Lu family. Besides, her father had invested a lot in maintaining their influence, so saving some money now would be wise. Hearing her, her father gave her a puzzled look. Lu Songli shared her thoughts with her father. Lu Disheng listened and didn't know what to say, but he agreed with her analysis. He had also noticed that rumors about Xiao Yuten had been growing stronger lately, much more than before. The negative talk about her was so harsh that it made her seem worse than a common entertainer. Lu Disheng was surprised by how harsh the Xiao family was being towards their own daughter. Going to such lengths to damage her reputation was rare. Meanwhile, Jiang remembered something from their conversation. By the way, the Xie family sent us an invitation today, asking the Lu, Qin, Xiao, and Xie families to discuss how to handle the changes in marriages after the recent scandal. The meeting is set at the Xie family home. Lu Songli replied, let's decline it. What was there to discuss? The Xiao family was clearly preparing for a big move, and who cared about the Xie family's small invitation? Besides, the invitation was just a cover. The Xiao and Qin families had already severed ties, and the Xiao family seemed to be trying to cling to the Xie family. The real issue was just the marriage agreement between the Lu and Xie families. However, this did reveal a problem. The Xie and Zhao families were not on the same page. When she saw that the invitation was from Xie Zhan, Lu Songli smiled to herself, finding it amusing. The next morning, Xie Zhan received replies from the Lu and Qin families, both returning the invitations. He was puzzled by the simultaneous refusals. He could understand the Qin family's rejection. After all, the Xiao family had already broken off their engagement with them, and the affairs of the Lu Xiao, and Xie families were no longer their concern. The Qin family had their pride as warriors, so it made sense they wouldn't accept his invitation for peace talks. However, he was surprised that the invitation to the Lu family was also returned. In his mind, Lu Songli, as his fiancée, should feel provoked by her current situation. Given that the Lu family had just dealt with the Xiao family, he thought they would accept the invitation and come confidently to discuss matters. Now, the Lu family seemed to be refusing to negotiate, as if they didn't care about the Xie family or his thoughts as her fiancé. Xiao sensed that something was happening that he didn't know about. Just then, a servant rushed into the courtyard, shouting, "Not good, not good, young master." What happened? Miss Xiao attempted to take her own life last night by cutting her wrist. It is said that blood covered the floor of her room. After the initial shock, Xiao calmly asked, "What else?" He didn't ask if Xiao Yuten was dead. She was certainly still alive. The Xiao family would not allow her to die so easily. If she died, the Xiao family would suffer great losses. However, this was the second time she had attempted to take her life, following a previous hanging incident. If the first attempt was just a show, the Xiao family would not dare to fool people again. The maid who was keeping watch was awakened by the smell of blood and discovered the situation. The physician suspects that Miss Xiao acted only after the maid fell into a deep sleep. The Xiao family called for a physician? Yes, the doctors from outside shook their heads after examining her, so the Xiao family had to bring in a physician from the palace. What is the current situation with the Xiao family? Miss Xiao is still unconscious. The physician said that if she wakes up, she will survive. If not, she won't make it. After hearing the servant's words, Xiao fell into deep thought. Could he have guessed wrong? Did the Xiao family go too far? Did Xiao Yuten truly take her own life because she couldn't bear it? But his instincts rejected this idea. So, this was still a deliberate act by the Xiao family. They had invested heavily, seeking to turn a dire situation into a chance for survival, but this survival required an opportunity. Xiao thought again about the Xiao family's desperate actions. It didn't seem to fit Zhao Wenquan's style, but rather suggested they were confident someone would support them. He narrowed his eyes and ordered, "Find out if there are any updates from the Zhao family. Also, investigate any visitors to their home in the past few days and where the master has been meeting people." Before long, his informants brought him the news he sought. Miss Xiao left a letter before her attempt, stating that her reputation had been tarnished due to the incident of falling into the water. She had long contemplated ending her life. After her family faced further slander and accusations because of her, she felt hopeless in trying to resolve the situation. She believed her actions might bring even more harm to her family, and she felt she could no longer face the world. Madame Zhao, Luo Shi, went alone to the authorities, requesting the Chang'an magistrate to issue orders to arrest those who had recently spread rumors about her daughter. Given that Xiao Yuten remained unconscious and might not wake up, the magistrate agreed. At that moment, the officials were out searching for suspects, and chaos reigned in Chang'an City. Xiao quickly realized that the Zhao family was using a clever plan. First, they could frame the Lu family and then directly crush the rumors. Second, they could pressure the Xie family, essentially giving them another chance to reconsider the engagement. In the end, everything the Zhao family did was aimed at the Lu family. Xiao had also received results from another matter he asked to investigate. When he saw Zhao Wenkai's name on the visitor list, his expression darkened. His father had accepted the Zhao family's offer, which explained their bold actions. Xiao felt very unhappy. His father was being too hasty. He had clearly said that there was no rush and they should take their time to consider things before making a decision. This was his first experience with the difficulties of being a young clan leader. Xie Mingtang. It wasn't that he was impatient. The Zhao family had offered too much for him to refuse. Given the situation, Xiao decided to carefully observe how the Zhao family would continue their performance. People's joys and sorrows do not connect. Compared to the gloomy Zhao residence, the Lu family appeared calm and peaceful. Early in the morning, Su Urge left the city, as he had to take care of the family's pig farming business. Lu Dixing got up alone to see him off. He usually had to rise early for court. After sending off Su Urge, he returned to rest. Since today was a day off, her father did not need to report to the Ministry of Justice. Lu Songli had already written a prescription early in the morning and sent someone to get medicine from Dr. Xiao, then boiled 2 large pots of herbal shampoo. Lu Songli pulled her mother to wash their hair with one of the pots. For the other pot, she instructed the servants to ladle the prepared herbal liquid into a wooden tub and bring it to the main courtyard for her father. In ancient times, women grew their hair long from a young age, and her hair reached her waist. However, due to her poor health, her hair quality was not good. As the saying goes, hair is a reflection of one's health, so her hair quality was expected to be poor. Once she improved her health with herbal remedies, her hair quality would surely get better. Washing hair in ancient times was a major task. Without hair dryers, it took at least a couple of hours to wash and dry such long hair. Did they not realize that to facilitate this big task, the court had established days off? As the name suggests, these days were meant for officials to wash their hair and bathe. Her father washed his hair on his day off, which occurred every 10 days, meaning he only washed his hair once every 10 days. In later generations, many women had a bit of a cleanliness obsession, and Lu Songli was no exception. Washing her hair only once every 10 days was unacceptable to her. Before this, she washed her hair every other day. Here, washing it every 5 days was already her limit. Not to mention her hair quality is poor, it's the kind that is frizzy and oily. When Mo Bing used to style her hair, she liked to apply osmanthus oil on it, making it greasy and shiny. Just thinking about it gives me chills. By the way, after using this herbal rinse, the hair smells quite nice, her mother said while they were lying on the couch drying their hair. That's right. Lu Songli had already mentioned that this recipe was a hair care secret she had discovered before. It contains more than 10 traditional Chinese herbs, including leaves of the catalpa tree, Hishowu, dried, and angelica, with a significant amount of Hishowu, which explains the pleasant scent. Plus, using this recipe regularly can help with hair growth and darkening. The news of Xiao Yuten's wrist-cutting suicide reached the Lu family just as they had finished drying their hair and were getting ready for dinner. Lu Songli frowned. It was the same old trick again. She had already been warned not to use this tactic repeatedly. It was clear that they were running out of ideas. Her mother, Mrs. Jiang, shook her head after hearing the news.
Again?
It's only been a few days since the hanging incident, and now it's wrist-cutting? This can't be another ploy, can it? Lu Songli smiled. That can't be. They even called the imperial physician, which has stirred the palace. Xiao Yuten must have really harmed herself, and there must have been a lot of blood. Sir, Madam, second Miss Xiao left behind a letter, a servant said with a worried expression. What does the letter say? It generally states that she feels her reputation is ruined due to the drowning incident and has long considered death. Then her family faced slander and accusations because of her. She wanted to apologize and explain, but felt it was in vain. The thought that her actions might bring further disgrace to her family made her feel she could not live on. Lu Songli thought, what a huge mess. This clearly implies that the father and daughter pushed her to this point, doesn't it? Mrs. Jiang was furious and slammed her chopsticks on the table.
What does she mean by this?
The entire letter is provocative and truly leaves much to the imagination. Mother, let's not get angry, Lu Songli said as she moved closer to comfort her by rubbing her back. The letter does have implications, but it doesn't name anyone directly, so they shouldn't take it personally. You're right, daughter. People can write their letters however they like. It doesn't name us, so it has nothing to do with us. No need to react so strongly, Lu Disheng said calmly. The Xiao family is just using the same old tricks. Seeing the father and daughter looking so similar, Jiang couldn't help but smile. All right, I'm not angry anymore. Is there any news from the Xiao family? Lu Songli casually asked. Madame Xiao, in a fit of anger, went to the Chang'an government office, and they sent people to arrest several gossipers.
Lu Songli was surprised.
Why did the Xiao family take such a step? Didn't Xiao Yuten tell Xiao Wen Kuan about their plans? She glanced at her father, and they exchanged a knowing look. Lu Disheng understood her surprise. He was also puzzled by the Xiao family's actions, realizing there must be something they didn't know. However, after listening to his daughter's advice last night and withdrawing their people, he could guess what kind of individuals the Xiao family had caught. This would surely lead to some interesting developments, haha. Lu Songli was unaware that after Xiao Yuten saw her return, she was in a state of confusion and didn't share the details of their conversation with her father. As for Guoyan, she didn't go to the Xiao residence but returned home directly, so she didn't meet Zhao Wenkuan and had no information to share. Thus, Zhao Wenkuan thought his daughter's visit to Lu Songli was just a formality and had no idea that Lu Songli had predicted their next steps. At that moment, as Lu Disheng and Lu Songli expected, Zhao Wenkuan was indeed bewildered. Everything was going according to plan, and sending his wife to the Chang'an government office was part of the strategy to deal with Lu Disheng's people. He thought he could catch the most troublesome gossipers among them, giving them a small lesson. Little did he know, as soon as the government office brought in the arrested individuals, his people received word that the office had captured their own supporters. He had to send someone to check, and upon seeing who had been caught, he was furious. Each one of them was someone the Xiao family had been supporting. The news came back, and he was livid. He had told them to keep a low profile and not to draw attention. Shouldn't Lu Disheng's people handle the risky business? His subordinates had their own grievances. They had indeed tried to stay low-key, but the Lu family had simply vanished, which inadvertently revealed their own presence. The discussion about Zhao Yuten's suicide continues in the Lu family, speculating on what will happen next. Will the Xiao or Xie family come to us to discuss breaking off the engagement because Zhao Yuten is putting pressure on us with her death? Jiang said, feeling quite troubled by the thought. Lu Disheng scoffed. Does the Xiao family have the nerve to come here? Do they have the face to do that? The Xie family also wouldn't dare bring it up directly. They only hinted at it before. Both families are too embarrassed. It's not the Lu family that is anxious. They are in a strong position and won't push the matter forward. Wouldn't that just cause a deadlock? Lu Songli remained silent. The situation was already clear, just as her parents had discussed. The Xiao family, using Zhao Yuten's reputation and her suicide, had taken the moral high ground, creating a stalemate. The Zhao family would never openly attack now. The Xie family is also stuck. They can only passively accept the situation. They can act behind the scenes, but they can't make any public moves. The Lu family doesn't want to act either. The Qin family, which has already broken off the engagement with the Zhao family, has become marginalized in this matter, and their influence is minimal. In this deadlock, if the Zhao family wants to achieve their goals, they will need a third party, a referee, who will favor them and can make decisions for the Zhao, Xie, Lu, and even Qin families. There are very few people who can make decisions for the Xiao, Xie, Lu, and Qin families. Lu Songli counted and found only 3: the Emperor, the Empress Dowager, and the Empress. The Emperor is unlikely to help. He favors her father, and Zhao Wenkuan has lost face with him. So the referee must be either the Empress Dowager or the Empress. Lu Songli personally leans toward the Zhao family choosing the Empress Dowager. First, the Empress Dowager dislikes her father, and second, as the Emperor's mother, she holds a higher position in terms of filial piety and can better stand up to the Emperor than the Empress. For minor matters, the Emperor is more likely to compromise with the Empress Dowager. Additionally, the Empress probably wouldn't want to get involved in this mess, especially since she has a son. If she has any ambitions for the throne, she wouldn't want to offend her father, who is loyal to the Emperor. Having thought this through, Lu Songli has her own plans. Currently, Zhao Yuten is still unconscious. When she wakes up, there should be a breakthrough in this matter. Moreover, she has a feeling that by then, a conclusion will be reached. Then Lu Songli can eat and drink as usual. As for her deductions, she won't share them to avoid worrying her parents. Her father should have guessed a little. The father and daughter both tacitly avoided the topic. Mom and Dad, let's not talk about these upsetting matters anymore. No matter what, our Lu family is in the right and won't suffer any losses. Then, Lu Songli brought up a funny story that happened at the Su family yesterday. Her older sister complained about having 3 sons, and she casually comforted her by saying that having a son is also great. Her little nephew overheard this and thought she liked sons, so he secretly wanted to give her a brother. Mrs. Jiang laughed heartily, and Lu Disham couldn't help but chuckle. Speaking of her older sister, Lu Songli asked about her older brother, Lu Ziyuan. Mom, has my brother been with my sister-in-law at her family home for a while now? Mrs. Jiang counted the days. Yes, it's been almost 10 days. They said your sister-in-law's mother had a fall, and her father took your brother to another place to look for medicine. The younger siblings at home are still quite young and don't know how to handle things, so your sister-in-law brought your brother along to help. He just heard about your situation the other day and sent Tian back to check on things. Your father, and I think Tian should go back and reassure him, and that he should handle everything at his mother-in-law's house before returning. Your matters will be taken care of by your father and me. He won't need to worry. Lu Songli nodded. Tian was her brother's trusted aide. Was your mother-in-law's fall very serious? Tian said it was quite serious. Mom, how about I go to Ping'an town to see my brother and sister-in-law? Lu Songli considered this, as her sister-in-law's family was in the medicine business. She wanted to check for any money-making opportunities, both to earn some for the family and to add to her own savings. The Lu family was not wealthy. Although her father often received rewards from the emperor, expenses were high, and they didn't have the support of relatives like other official families. She hadn't decided how to proceed yet, but first, she wanted to see the scale of the Shen family's medicine shop. Mrs. Jiang thought for a moment and said, "That's fine. Consider it a way to relax. But you need to see when the weather is good before you go out." "Okay, I'll listen to you." The next day, the Lu family received news that Zhao Yuten had woken up in the morning. Lu Songli heard this and decided to take her mother out shopping since the weather was nice. Recently, due to the troubles caused by the Xiao family, her parents had been quite tense. She wanted to take her mother out for a break and initially thought of bringing her father along, but as soon as he heard about going out shopping, he quickly declined, saying he wanted to stay home to rest and spend time with his 2 beloved canaries. Lu Songli understood the feelings of men who avoided shopping with women, and she didn't push her mother to go out. At first, Mrs. Jiang was reluctant to leave the house. Recently, there had been many rumors about their daughter and Zhao Yuten, and people often pointed and whispered when the Lu family went out. Although she didn't care much, she preferred to avoid the situation. "Don't worry, mother. I promise not many people will dare to point at us today," Lu Songli assured her. Once they were outside, Mrs. Jiang didn't feel the earlier oppressive atmosphere. She nodded to Lu Songli. "It really is much better."
See?
I knew it would be like this. After Zhao's family had some trouble and with the recent incident involving the city guards, even the townspeople had quieted down. The rumors about their mishap in the water were no longer mentioned, and today, Chang'an was much more peaceful. Feeling better, Mrs. Jiang was in the mood to shop. They strolled through 3 streets, visiting various well-known shops and lively new stores, buying many things for themselves and their family. Finally, Mrs. Jiang ordered a beautiful flower-patterned dress for Lu Songli to wear next spring at the Jingxiuj. After leaving the shop, they spotted Sanwei Xian nearby and decided to take a break and grab a bite to eat. Just then, they heard a commotion at the end of the street, accompanied by screams and the sound of galloping hooves. "Get out of the way. Help. My child. Get down quick. My plums. They're all ruined. Watch out for my buns." Someone was riding a horse in the street. Realizing this, Lu Songli quickly pulled her mother to the side. As soon as they stood still, they saw a person on horseback racing toward them. Lu Songli focused on the rider, who was acting recklessly, causing chaos without slowing down, showing no regard for the common people. It seemed the rider noticed her gaze and looked directly at her. Upon seeing her face, he seemed to recognize something, narrowing his eyes with a glint of coldness. "Isn't that Zhao Xiling?" Mrs. Jiang murmured, frowning. Lu Songli raised an eyebrow, recognizing Zhao Xiling, Zhao Bin, the brother of Zhao Yuten. At that moment, a small child, about 3 or 4 years old, dashed across the street toward a thin man carrying a basket, shouting, "Dad." Seeing this, the man was horrified. "Child, don't come over." Others witnessing this scene thought only one thing: it was a disaster waiting to happen. The horse was so close to the child, just 2 steps away, that in the blink of an eye, the child could have been trampled. At that critical moment, a person suddenly jumped down from the second floor of Sanway Pavilion, kicking Xiao Xiling off the horse. Using the momentum, he rolled and landed firmly on the horse. The startled horse neighed and bolted forward, but he quickly pulled on the reins, causing the horse to rear up in pain. At that moment, another man rushed out, scooping up the terrified child and rolling away, successfully getting the child out of danger. He then handed the child back to his father. Lu Songli recognized the horse handler as Qin Sheng and the rescuer as Qin Heng. The 2 brothers worked seamlessly together to save the child from under the horse's hooves. That's the heir of the Pingxi Marquis and young Master Qin. Someone recognized the Qin brothers. While they were not familiar with Qin Heng, many people knew Qin Sheng, who often appeared in Chang'an, standing up for others. The Qin family had served as generals for generations, protecting the borders of Dali and earning the respect and support of the people. The crowd erupted in cheers. Xiao Bin, who had been kicked off his horse by Qin Sheng, approached with a dark expression, pointing his riding whip at him and questioning, "Qin Sheng, what do you mean by this?" Qin Sheng was not afraid of him. "You rode recklessly in the street and nearly harmed someone, yet you have the nerve to question me?" Xiao Bin glanced around and sneered, "I have urgent business," and shouted for bystanders to get out of the way. His implication was that he had done his duty by shouting, and whether people moved aside was their problem. The surrounding citizens were angry but silent. Did he think that shouting would be enough when he rode so fast? They barely had time to react. His demeanor irritated him further, and he swung his whip to intimidate the common people. However, before he could do so, someone grabbed his whip, and Xiao Bin couldn't pull it back. He glared at Qin Sheng, saying, "Do you believe I can charge you with obstructing my duties?" Lu Songli, watching from the side, felt anxious for him. Was Qin Sheng being foolish by arguing with him? She decided to step in. "Xiao Bin, you better have a very urgent matter, or the damage caused by your reckless riding and the public anger it has stirred might be more than your Xiao family and your superiors can handle." She was skilled at stirring the pot and knew how to take advantage of the situation against an enemy. Lu Songli revealed Xiao Bin's identity, and the common people immediately reacted. "Xiao Bin, from the Xiao family, is he from the same Xiao family as Lord Zhao from the Honglu Temple?" "It should be. That name sounds familiar. Isn't his eldest daughter the one who fell into the lake a few days ago and was saved by her best friend's fiancé, then kept bothering that Zhao family?" Yes, they're the same Zhao family." "Are they siblings?" "They should be siblings, one reckless and the other arrogant. A bad mix."
No wonder.
These whispers made Xiao Bin very angry. Xiao Bin turned around. His sharp eyes scanned the crowd and landed coldly on Lu Songli. "Lu Songli, you're very good." "Of course I am," Lu Songli replied, unafraid, meeting his gaze and stepping forward. She was taking a gamble, betting that his official duties were not as urgent as he claimed and that he was just frustrated, wanting to take it out on the common people. "Lu Songli, that name sounds familiar." "Of course it does. She was the one who fell into the water with Miss Zhao. Isn't her father a censor? The one who is quite bad?" "Bad censor? What did he do?" "Before, Wang Haiqing lost his official position because of him. But the corrupt official Zhou was caught because he gathered evidence against him." As they talked, the crowd became confused. This censor seemed to criticize both good and bad officials. Was he a good official or a bad one? In ancient times, the common people were taught to see things in black and white, either a good person or a bad person, with no gray area. "I don't know about her father, but this girl is quite righteous and not bad." A group of fools.
Xiao Bin scoffed internally.
Lu Songli stood her ground against Xiao Bin, remaining calm even when she heard the comments about her father, as if they were not discussing her own dad. Qin Sheng tightened his grip on the reins, looking at Lu Songli strangely. This woman was bold and reckless, He wondered what she was relying on to provoke Xiao Bin. Didn't she fear that Xiao Bin might strike her in anger? At that moment, Qin Heng strolled over, breaking the standoff. Xiao Bin, don't you have urgent business? We shouldn't delay any longer. Xiao Bin listened and took a deep look at Lu Songli before saying to Qin Heng, all right, for your sake, I won't hold this against you this time. He then turned to Qin Sheng and commanded, let go. Qin Sheng nodded at Lu Songli, who understood immediately and quickly pulled her mother away from Xiao Bin. Once they were far enough, Qin Sheng released the reins. Xiao Bin snorted coldly, glanced darkly at Lu Songli, Qin Sheng, and Qin Heng, then mounted his horse and left. After Xiao Bin departed, the crowd dispersed. A man approached with a child to thank the Qin brothers again. Qin Sheng offered some comforting words before sending them on their way. Qin Heng walked over to Jiang and Lu Songli, signaling Qin Sheng to follow. With a smile, Qin Heng greeted them and praised Lu Songli, saying, Aunt Lu, Miss Lu, thank you for speaking up just now. Otherwise, Sheng might have been in trouble. Not at all, you two brothers also did your part to help. My daughter was just saying a few words, Jiang replied, then turned her gaze to Qin Sheng. I saw how skilled this boy is. Lu Songli looked at her mother helplessly. Qin Heng's smile widened as he invited them to the second floor of Sanwei Pavilion. Seeing her mother about to agree, Lu Songli quickly interjected, Mother, we've been out for a while. We should head back. Father is waiting at home. Worried her mother might not understand, she gave her a meaningful look, signaling, Mom, this isn't your first time as a mother-in-law. Why are you so enchanted by a good man that you can't move? She knew her mother was pleased with Qin Sheng, but the Qin family was not a safe place. The entire family had faced severe consequences. Her father couldn't bear such a burden. However, since the Qin family was the last major winner, even if they had won at a great cost, it was best to avoid making enemies. So, she leaned closer to her mother's ear and whispered, Mother, don't forget that the Lu, Xia, and Zhao families are still in chaos. We must be careful not to give anyone a reason to target us. She remembered how perceptive the Qin brothers were during their last visit and believed they would hear her warning this time as well. Lu Songli's reminder was effective. Jiang hesitated for a moment before saying, It is getting late. Nephew, we must head back. Qin Heng maintained his smile, as if he hadn't noticed the tension between the mother and daughter. That's fine. Another day, when my aunt is free, let's host a tea gathering for my uncle and aunt. Or when I get married, I would love for my aunt to join us for a drink. Jiang Shi paused, surprised, and asked him, Are you getting a stepmother?
Yes.
I welcome my aunt to come and celebrate. Lu Songli was taken aback, wondering if this part was in the original story. Congratulations. Our Lu family is looking forward to your wedding invitation, Jiang Shi thought, planning to attend if possible, and if not, to send a gift. After exchanging polite words, they parted ways. In the carriage, Jiang Shi frequently glanced at her daughter. Lu Songli noticed and looked at her mother in confusion. Mother, do you want to say something? Did you hear what the Qin family's young master said about marrying a stepmother? Don't you have any thoughts about it? Qin Heng? No, what her mother was asking made no sense. What could she think about him marrying a stepmother? Lu Songli was momentarily confused, but when she realized, she found it a bit amusing. Surely her mother wasn't still worried about her joking comment from a few days ago? After the Qin brothers visited her following her fall into the water, her parents had a good impression of the Qin family and thought about her considering Qin Sheng after breaking off her engagement with the Xia family. She had casually mentioned that marrying Qin Heng would be better than marrying Qin Sheng. She hadn't thought much of it at the time. Her mother couldn't still be fixated on it. Could she? Lu Songli quickly reassured her mother, finally stopping her from overthinking. At the Xiao residence, Xiao Bin hurried home. Upon arrival, he dismounted and knocked on the door. After the doorman opened it, Xiao Bin tossed the reins to him and quickly headed to the inner courtyard. Recently, the Xiao family had faced many troubles, and the atmosphere in the house was heavy. The servants were all on edge, and as Xiao Bin passed by, they quickly bowed and greeted him. The first thing Xiao Bin did upon returning was to visit his sister, still in his military uniform. Eldest sister. Fourth brother. Seeing her spirited younger brother return, Xiao Yuten was delighted, her previously troubled expression brightening with a smile. Why are you back? With everything that has happened, how could I not return? Xiao Bin went straight to her side, gently pressing her back down when she tried to rise. Eldest sister, why are you feeling so down? You look so worn out. At that moment, Xiao Yuten looked pale and exhausted, overwhelmed by her troubles and weakened from blood loss. She took his hand, and Xiao Bin sat down beside her. Fourth young master, you don't know. Recently Miss has been under a lot of pressure, Xiao Yuten's maid, Hongdo, said while holding a medicine bowl and expressing her grievances for her master. The more Xiao Bin listened, the darker his expression became. Are you talking about Lu Songli? The girl who used to follow you around? Hearing Hongdo's account, Xiao Yuten also felt wronged and softly acknowledged her brother's question. Xiao Bin snorted. She is indeed sharp-tongued. His words made Xiao Yuten realize that they must have crossed paths before. Have you seen her?
Yes.
You don't need to worry about this. I will handle it for you. With that, he stood up. Wait, fourth brother. What are you planning to do? Please don't put yourself in danger. Don't worry, I have my ways to keep myself safe. Hongdo, you can go out now. Once Hongdo left and closed the door, Xiao Yuten whispered a few things to him. After listening, Xiao Bin nodded. All right, I won't touch her in the next few days, but she can't just get away with bullying you like that. Sister, I'll go wash up now and come back to see you later. Watching him walk away, Xiao Yuten still felt uneasy despite his promise. But then she thought she might be overreacting. After all, her fourth brother was a skilled officer. Lu Songli was just a delicate girl, and if they faced off, it wouldn't be her brother who would suffer. However, the Lu family was quite tricky. Ever since she decided to scheme against Lu Songli, nothing had gone smoothly, and sometimes she wondered if she was tempting fate. Miss, don't worry. This time fourth young master will definitely help you get back at her. Hongdo said confidently as she re-entered, hands on her hips. After Lu Songli and her mother returned home, 2 groups of palace officials arrived in the afternoon, bringing 2 imperial edicts. One was from the Empress Dowager summoning Lu Songli to the palace for a banquet, and the other was from the Emperor summoning Lu Disheng for an audience. After the first finished delivering the edict, Lu Disheng handed him a pouch and asked if his wife could accompany their daughter into the palace. They took the pouch, glanced at the Lu family, and shook his head. After sending off the 2 groups of officials, the Lu family gathered to discuss the situation. Lu Songli felt that her father's summons to the palace was likely related to the rewards previously promised to him. As for the Empress Dowager's summons, it probably indicated that her intentions were not good. As the saying goes, no banquet is without its troubles. Lu Disheng and Jiang Shi looked at their daughter with concern, and Lu Songli understood that this meant the Empress Dowager was indeed going to interfere in the marriage matters between the Xiao, Lu, Xia, and Qin families. They sent someone to inquire about the Qin family, and indeed, Qin Sheng had also been summoned. It was clear that since Qin Sheng was called, the other 2, Xia Zhan and Xiao Yuten, must be included as well. Ollie, I'm afraid you might have to endure some difficulties this time, Lu Disheng said with a hint of regret. The Empress Dowager had summoned Lu Songli to the palace alone, and Jiang Shi could not accompany her. No matter what happened, she would have to face it alone. Lu Songli understood that her father was referring to the past incident that offended the Empress Dowager, and this time, she was likely to face some challenges. She knew her father didn't want this. He wasn't someone who would willingly offend the Empress Dowager. He must have been left with no choice.
Mom and Dad, don't worry about me.
I can handle it, she reassured them. After guessing the Empress Dowager's intentions, the couple decided to accept the situation. With the Empress Dowager involved, there was little they could do. They had already prepared for the worst outcome, which would simply mean losing the engagement with the Xia family. The Lu family understood the reality of the situation. The father and daughter noticed that their meeting time was set during the afternoon and decided to leave together. Before entering the palace, Lu Songli took the time to bathe and dress. After putting on her clothes, she prepared to do her own makeup. As the saying goes, one's appearance reflects their values. Lu Songli had benefited from her looks in her past life. Although she didn't know how the Empress Dowager would start the conversation, she was certain she would be facing one of the most beautiful women in Chang'an, Xiao Yuten. With Xiao Yuten's bright and elegant presence, Lu Songli knew she had to present herself well to avoid being at a disadvantage. When Jiang Shi saw her choose a light blue palace dress, she hesitated, saying, "Isn't it too plain?" "It's fine, Mom. Trust me," Lu Songli replied while applying her makeup. As a working woman, makeup was a basic skill, and her current face resembled her previous one quite a bit, with some features even better. She felt more confident in her application. As the saying goes, to look charming, one must wear filial piety. The light blue palace dress was just right. She naturally suited a light appearance, and both heavy and light makeup looked good on her. In this upcoming situation, as the weaker party, why not emphasize her cool and beautiful traits? When she finished her final touch and stood up, Jiang Shi was amazed and no longer suggested she change her outfit. "Let's go. Your father is already waiting. The sooner you go, the sooner you'll be back." At the palace gate, military officials had to dismount, and civil officials had to get off their carriages. As soon as the carriage of the Lu family stopped, approached and asked, "Is this the carriage of Lord Lu Dishing, the inspector?" The father and daughter exchanged a glance inside the carriage, and Lu Dishing was the first to step out. As soon as he landed, they urged him, "Lord Lu, you have finally arrived. Please, follow me quickly. We can't keep the emperor waiting." This scene caught the attention of Xiao, who had arrived at the palace gate first. He stepped forward to greet them. "Uncle Lu, Ali." Lu Dishing nodded at him, barely having time to remind Lu Songli a few things before he was led away. Watching this, Xiao thought to himself how favored Lu Dishing was. Even at this late hour, the emperor still summoned him to the palace. The remaining two looked at each other, but did not speak. To be honest, when Xiao first saw Lu Songli, he found it hard to recognize her. This was the second time he had seen Lu Songli since the incident in the water, and her transformation was striking, completely different from her previous timid self. Wait, she had already changed by the time he visited the next day. Upon closer inspection, her clothing and style were not too different from before. Now dressed in a light blue dress, with a neatly arranged hairstyle typical of a young lady, unlike her previous thick bangs, she had pulled her bangs back, revealing her entire face. Her bright eyes and radiant smile sparkled like pearls, full of life. Just then, the Xiao family's carriage arrived at the palace gate and naturally came to a stop. Xiao Bin personally drove the carriage. After stopping, he jumped down and extended his hand to the person inside. A delicate hand rested on his arm, and then a beautiful woman in red emerged from the carriage. It was none other than Xiao Yuten. Lu Songli watched this scene leisurely, feeling a bit like she was part of a show. Perhaps her gaze was too direct, as the Xiao siblings turned to look at her first. Xiao Bin glanced at her with disdain, quickly turning away as if he had seen something unpleasant. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuten's complexion appeared even paler against her red attire, and her makeup gave the impression of someone recovering from a serious illness. At that moment, she looked at Lu Songli with teary eyes, as if she wanted to speak but held back, evoking sympathy. Lu Songli thought to herself, "Well, what a small world." Xiao Yuten was impressive. No matter what she had done, she could still act so innocent in front of her. It made Lu Songli wonder how she managed to convince herself. Xiao Yuten slightly parted her lips. "Ali, brother Xia." Soon, Lu Songli realized that Xiao Yuten's gaze was not on her, but behind her, where Xiao was standing. She was about to turn around to see Xiao's reaction. At that moment, someone on a white horse galloped towards them. Xiao, Xiao Yuten, Xiao Bin, and Lu Songli all looked in the direction of the sound. When Xiao Bin recognized the person on the horse, his expression changed for the worse. The rider approached quickly, and just before reaching them, he skillfully dismounted with a single hand on the reins. Qin Sheng, dressed in the official uniform of a cavalry officer, exuded youthful energy that naturally drew everyone's attention. Xiao Yuten couldn't help but stop and stare at him. Qin Sheng ignored her and walked past her into the palace. Xiao Yuten opened her mouth to call out to him, but ultimately lowered her gaze in disappointment. In her dreams, Qin Sheng had died from a sudden illness during the years the Qin family was exiled. She had carried his coffin for 300 miles, hoping for his forgiveness. She didn't want to lose her husband at a young age or live a life of uncertainty. Perhaps after they broke off their engagement, without her, he wouldn't have to die young even if the Qin family was exiled. Lu Songli openly admired the young man's spirited demeanor. Her mother was right. Qin Sheng was indeed impressive on horseback. When Qin Sheng met her gaze, he paused slightly and looked at the three of them with a puzzled expression, frowning. None of the four spoke. Their silence made the palace guards feel awkward. As previously analyzed, the four of them represented the attitudes of their families. Xiao couldn't say anything. Xiao Yuten had finally secured her position as the victim and found it hard to speak, and Qin Sheng seemed uninterested in talking. The person most suited to break the silence was Lu Songli. But why would she? For her, as long as she wasn't embarrassed, it was others who felt awkward. Finally, Qin Sheng wore a complicated expression and walked into the palace. A group of troubled individuals stood at the palace gate, not entering, unsure of what they were looking at. After Qin Sheng entered, a young guided him. Once inside, the three of them didn't say much and stepped forward to confirm their identity badges. Xiao was the first to confirm, and a young promptly took him away. Before he left, he glanced at Lu Songli and Xiao Yuten, nodded, and said nothing more as he walked away. Next was Xiao Yuten. Miss Xiao, the Empress Dowager has granted you permission to use the palanquin. This way, please. Hongdo looked at them with a proud expression. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness, Xiao Yuten said to Lu Songli. Ali, I will go ahead. Lu Songli looked at her calmly and did not respond. After Xiao Yuten left, Mo Bing expressed her frustration. Second Miss, how can Miss Xiao be so shameless? After everything that happened, she still calls you by your nickname. You let your feelings be too easily swayed. If she calls her name, how we feel and act is our own business. There are many people like Xiao Yuten in later times who act on their own and have thick skin. Can she really hold a grudge against her? Mo Bing felt a bit comforted by her mistress's words and pushed down her annoyance. This little, what is your surname? You are here to guide us, right? Lu Songli asked the young waiting nearby. Yes. My surname is Li. Miss Lu, you can call me Little Li. Little Li, please lead the way. All right, Miss Lu, this way please. Little Li, I am not feeling well, so I might walk slowly. I hope you can bear with me. As soon as Lu Songli finished speaking, Mo Bing discreetly handed a pouch to Little Li. Little Li was startled and hurriedly accepted it, saying no problem. Lu Songli walked at a leisurely pace, passing through the long palace walls and winding corridors, admiring the scenery. The Dali Palace was quite magnificent, with beautiful views every few steps, intricate carvings, and elegant pavilions, all very captivating in the sunset glow. Little Li had to slow down to match her pace, thinking at first she was just being polite, but then realizing she was genuinely walking slowly. In fact, Lu Songli was not in a hurry. She just didn't rush like those who were summoned. It was clear the Empress Dowager did not favor her, and she wouldn't change her opinion just because of that. Little Li couldn't help but remind her, Miss Lu, let's walk a bit faster so we don't keep the Empress Dowager waiting. Did Miss Lu forget she was summoned? Miss Xiao and the young masters were ahead of her. If they hurried, they might already be at Changla Palace by now. Why wasn't Miss Lu in a hurry at all? All right, Little Li, Lu Songli agreed. Little Li thought to himself that this noble person was quite easy to talk to, but then he noticed something. This young lady was still walking slowly. Little Li, huh? Miss Lu, you agreed, so why aren't you walking faster? After walking a bit more, he looked at the sky and couldn't help but urge her again. Miss Lu agreed again, but still moved at her own pace. Finally, Little Li estimated the time and decided not to urge her anymore. He understood that while Miss Lu would agree to others' requests, she just couldn't walk any faster. By the time Lu Songli arrived, the lanterns were being hung high in the Changla Palace. The latecomers caught the disapproving gaze of the head maid, Inu. Inu didn't address Lu Songli and her servant first. Instead, she pointed her finger at Little Li's forehead and scolded him. I told you to bring someone, and it took you so long. Little Li covered his forehead and pleaded, Sister Inu, please go easy on me. All right, you can step back now. After sending Little Li away, Inu looked at Lu Songli, scanning her with a critical eye, and then said in a somewhat sarcastic tone, Miss Lu has finally arrived at Changla Palace, but unfortunately, the Empress is busy and hasn't had time to see you. You'll have to wait. Lu Songli raised an eyebrow. Was she expected to just stand there? No tea, no seat? If there were tea and a chair for her to wait comfortably after her walk, that would be fine. But standing there? No, she wasn't willing to do that. Yes, Lu Songli replied, trembling her lips and clutching her chest as if she could hardly breathe, her body shaking as if she might fall. Beside her, Mo Bing quickly supported her, looking very worried. Miss, what's wrong? Is it your heart acting up? Their commotion caught Inu's attention. At first, she suspected Lu Songli was pretending. But Lu Songli's acting was too convincing, and her face indeed looked pale, which was quite persuasive. What's wrong with you? I might be having heart trouble. Please sit down. Inu instructed a little maid to bring a chair for her to sit. She knew that the Empress had summoned Lu Songli and others for a reason today, and if Lu Songli fainted before even seeing the Empress, it would all be for nothing. That couldn't happen. She would be blamed too. After Lu Songli sat down, Inu gracefully moved to the front and began whispering to an older woman, occasionally glancing towards Lu Songli. Lu Songli vaguely heard some short phrases. Such a coincidence? It really is, but I don't think it's fake. What if something goes wrong? All right, I'll go in and ask in a bit. Before long, Lu Songli was summoned. She adjusted her dress and walked in gracefully. As she stepped into the hall, she quickly scanned the room and noticed Xiao Yuten, Xiao and Qin Sheng were already present. The Empress Dowager sat in the main seat, accompanied by several elegantly dressed women, likely the wives of some princes. So, they are just picking on her? Lu Songli stepped forward and bowed. I greet the Empress Dowager. Get up. On this autumn night, the palace was brightly lit. From the moment Lu Songli entered the hall, the entire space fell silent. As the saying goes, a beauty looks even more enchanting under the light. Lu Songli's crisp greeting brought everyone back to reality, and they couldn't help but shift their gazes between her and Xiao Yuten, unsure where to focus. Lu Songli's beauty shone like the bright moon, radiant yet gentle. Xiao Yuten was like the blazing sun, strikingly beautiful and bold. The two women stood opposite each other, creating a sense of harmony between day and night, making it hard to choose who was more beautiful. Xiao observed everyone's reactions and sighed inwardly. He had never realized his fiancée was so stunning, nearly rivaling Xiao Yuten, who was known as a beauty in Chang'an. The Empress Dowager spoke from her elevated position. Recently, there have been all sorts of rumors in Chang'an, creating chaos. Your matters have stirred quite a commotion, even affecting the court. Today, I must step in and make a decision for you. Is that acceptable? We will follow the Empress Dowager's decision. Lu Songli and Xiao replied in unison. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Sheng also said, I will follow the Empress Dowager's decision. Only Lu Songli remained silent. The Empress Dowager narrowed her eyes and said unhappily, Lu Songli, are you dissatisfied with my decision? Everyone's gaze naturally fell on her. May I ask, Empress Dowager, are you planning to match Xiao Yuten with Xiao and assign me to Qin Sheng? Everyone gasped at her words. This woman was quite bold. So what if it is true? And what if it is not? The Empress Dowager retorted unexpectedly. Your Majesty, do you know that I am betrothed to Xiao? Lu Songli's statement left no room for the Empress Dowager to save face. Impudent.
Crash.
The Empress Dowager smashed her cup and glared at Lu Songli. In the grand hall of Changla Palace, everyone held their breath. Xiao Yuten lowered her head slightly to hide her expression. Xiao shook his head in frustration at Lu Songli. They had come this far. It would be better to comply rather than struggle and provoke the Empress Dowager's displeasure, which would not be good for the Lu family. Qin Sheng shot an unhappy glance at Xia Zhan and Zhao Yuten, then pressed his lips together tightly. Several princesses thought Lu Songli was quite daring, which contradicted the rumors of her being quiet and timid, always following Zhao Yuten. This was not like her at all. However, considering the current situation, they understood she was fighting hard for her fiancé. Not only the princesses felt that Lu Songli was not timid, everyone else shared the same sentiment, especially those close to the Empress Dowager. Originally, the plan was to summon the four of them to the palace for a smooth marriage arrangement. After all, Zhang's notorious reputation for causing trouble was well known, and if she stirred up chaos in Changla Palace, it would be a disaster. Now it seemed they had miscalculated. Only Xia Zhan and Zhao Yuten, who had interacted with Lu Songli twice after her fall into the water, felt she had changed significantly. Qin Sheng did not have such complicated thoughts. His encounters with Lu Songli were after her fall. In those few meetings, she had shown great courage and strength. Before that, he had paid little attention to her, even to his own fiancée. Unaware of the swirling thoughts around her, Lu Songli knelt there, not regretting her straightforwardness. As the saying goes, those who come are not kind, and the kind do not come. The Empress Dowager clearly held a bias against her and would not change her opinion because of Lu Songli's obedience. Displeasing her would only worsen the impression. But many problems could be ignored. Lu Songli firmly believed that sometimes one must take control of the situation. Knowing that the Empress Dowager intended to support Zhao Yuten, how could she allow the Empress Dowager to dictate her fate? That would mean becoming a victim. Moreover, while the Empress Dowager's words might not carry the same weight as the Emperor's, they were still very significant. How dare she speak so openly? Elder Rong Xiao was a maid who accompanied the Empress Dowager in her youth and held a respected position near her. At this moment, Elder Rong Xiao stepped forward, gently touching the Empress Dowager's chest, and spoke softly to the kneeling Lu Songli, "Why are you being so stubborn? The Empress Dowager means well and wants to help you resolve the complicated matters of your relationship. If no one intervenes and things continue as they are, do you think anything good will come of it? You must recognize the kindness being offered." Lu Songli lowered her gaze slightly. One was playing the good cop and the other the bad cop, working well together. Everyone was watching her. She could no longer be stubborn, or the discussion would fall apart. So, she softened her tone. "Empress Dowager, do you know how my engagement to Xia Zhan came about?" The Empress Dowager remained silent, and it was Elder Rong Qiu who responded, "I've heard that you saved his life once, and then Xia Huili arranged the engagement." Lu Songli nodded. "I saved him during the harsh winter, and after rescuing him, I was in icy water for over an hour, which left me with lasting health issues. We've all heard about that, but isn't your heart condition manageable now?" Lu Songli looked up, forcing a bitter smile. "Empress Dowager, if you call for a doctor, you'll see for yourself." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuten couldn't help but tighten the handkerchief in her hands. Xia Zhan also pressed his lips together tightly. Qin Sheng frowned, wondering what kind of riddle they were playing. Despite not understanding the riddle, Elder Rong Qiu exchanged glances with the Empress Dowager and sent a palace maid to fetch a doctor. In the meantime, she urged Lu Songli to stand. The doctor arrived quickly. He was very skilled in women's health. He took Lu Songli's pulse for a long time. Although his expression revealed nothing, everyone knew that her health issues were likely serious. "Dr. Chun, how is Lu Songli's heart condition? Is it serious?" Miss Lu's heart condition should improve with regular medication. However, Dr. Chun glanced around, looking troubled. "Dr. Chun, please just tell us the results of the examination," Lu Songli said calmly. Thankfully, she had been cautious and hadn't immediately taken medicine to treat herself. She had intended to use this as leverage in negotiations with the Xia family, but now it was serving her well here. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuten was incredulous. Did Lu Songli know what she was saying? With her health condition, if it were exposed, wouldn't she fear being looked down upon by others? Once this secret is revealed, It seems that all the good families in Chang'an will avoid her, right? Thinking of this, she felt a tightness in her heart. Could it be that Lu Songli is really relying on the Xie family? Is that why she is so reckless? Xiaozhan was also surprised. He carefully observed Lu Songli's expression and had a certain suspicion. Did she find out? But during the engagement, both families had agreed that the truth about her health would only be known to their parents and his grandfather, and no one else, not even her. How did she find out about her true condition? Lu Songli noticed their expressions and raised an eyebrow. She had known about her fundamental health issue for a long time. Did they all think she would just accept this unfair situation? At that moment, the Empress and others also realized that there might be something wrong with her health. Miss Lu's body is cold and weak, likely because she spent time in a very cold place as a child, which harmed her health. She is sensitive to cold and prefers warmth, suffering from pain that makes it hard for her to have children in the future.
Boom.
Everyone looked at Lu Songli in disbelief. Qin Sheng looked up, surprised to see Lu Songli. Was it really that serious? He pressed his lips together. The eyes of several princesses exchanged frantic glances. Is this true? If the imperial doctor diagnosed it, it must be real. This is too tragic. Some people might not get what they want now. Nanny Rong glanced at her master and confirmed with Lu Songli. So, you saved Xiaozhan back then, but not only did you develop a heart condition, you also suffered from cold entering your body, which harmed your ability to have children.
Lu Songli nodded, yes.
This was the more hidden reason for the engagement between the Lu and Xie families. After saving someone, Lu Songli had stayed in icy water for too long, leading to severe health issues that affected her ability to have children. This was the main reason for the engagement, all due to a debt of gratitude for saving a life, with no way to repay it. Only a handful of people knew this, and even the original owner didn't know. She figured it out after noticing something was wrong with her body after arriving here. So, Empress, how can you bear to take away the marriage she earned with her life? With her nod, everyone present couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy. She truly posed a difficult problem for the Empress. The Empress tightly gripped the prayer beads in her hand. Her expression was not good either. How could Xiaozhan not inform her about such a big matter? Wasn't this just embarrassing her? The Empress cast a gloomy glance at Lu Songli. She had originally planned to gather everyone tonight and then issue a decree to marry Xiaozhan and Zhao Yuten. Now, after learning this hidden truth, if she were to proceed with the marriage, she would surely be criticized. Nurse Rongqiu looked at her mistress and sighed inwardly. Miss Lu was not to be feared, but her father, Lu Disheng, was not someone to be trifled with. They couldn't allow anyone to use this situation to attack the Empress. It was not worth it to risk the Empress's reputation over a small issue. Lu Disheng was well known even in the palace. If the Empress were truly impeached because of this, it would be a great embarrassment. Even if Lu Disheng respected the Empress, what about the Chang'an family? Xiaozhan stepped forward, saying, "Ollie, this is my fault, and I'm sorry for dragging you into this. If you want to blame someone, blame me." Due to his father's urgency, the Xie family had been pulled into this situation by the Xiao family. With the Empress already involved, he couldn't show a preference for Lu Songli, as that would directly offend her. At the same time, they needed to protect the Empress's dignity. Lu Songli asked Xiaozhan, "What should I blame you for? For your indecision and inaction?" Xiaozhan forced a smile and replied, "What can I do? If I could, I wouldn't want to hurt you. But Ollie, carrying the weight of a life is a heavy burden." Everyone listened to their conversation and couldn't help but agree with him. Xiaozhan, as the one being fought over, was indeed innocent. Qin Sheng scoffed quietly, making a bit of noise on purpose. Everyone turned to look, realizing there was another unfortunate person present. After sorting out the relationships, they understood that Xiaozhan was the coveted one, while Qin Sheng had lost his only fiancé. The most innocent of all was Lu Songli, who had nearly lost her fiancé to others. At that moment, tearful Zhao Yuten covered her mouth and stumbled towards a pillar. Everyone understood her intention. "Quick, stop her." Everyone stood up except for Lu Songli, who remained still. Qin Sheng had almost moved but paused when he saw Lu Songli's expression. Xiao Yuten, having lost a lot of blood from her earlier attempt to harm herself, was already weak. Although she was heading for the pillar, she wasn't moving fast and was quickly stopped. The one who stopped her was none other than Xiao. Seeing this, Lu Songli couldn't help but smile. Xiao Yuten was brought back to her original seat. "Why are you so foolish?" the Empress Dowager asked her with disappointment. "Your Majesty, I didn't want to make things difficult for you. Nor did I want to upset Ollie," Xiao Yuten said, her voice trembling. "My reputation is ruined, and my family is suffering because of me. I truly don't want to live anymore." The Empress Dowager asked Lu Songli seriously. "She was your friend before. Can you just watch her die because of rumors? Can you bear it?" Lu Songli thought to herself, of course, she could. The original owner sacrificed so much for her marriage, so why should Xiao Yuten just take it away? Was it because she had no shame? Lu Songli replied earnestly, "Your Majesty, you cannot stop someone who is determined to die. You may stop her once, but you won't be able to stop her a second time. If things don't go her way, she wants to die. She may not be a princess, but she acts like one, thinking the world revolves around her." Everyone was stunned. What did she mean? If you can stop her once, you can't stop her a second time? Are you just going to watch her harm herself without intervening? Lu Songli's small face was serious. "Also, Xiao Yuten, if you like Xiao, you can compete for him. After all, getting married is a big deal for a woman, and using some means isn't wrong. But please don't use the title of my good friend to justify your actions. I would find that disgusting." Xiao Yuten turned pale, nearly fainting. Several princesses were shocked by Lu Songli's harsh words, as if she had stripped Xiao Yuten of her dignity and trampled on her. In truth, they didn't think much of Xiao Yuten either. She had a marriage contract with Xiao, yet she clung to him desperately, not knowing what tricks she used to get the Empress Dowager to support her. Lu Songli's words almost implied that the Empress Dowager was enabling her. The Empress Dowager slammed her hand on the table. Enough. Her anger flared again at Lu Songli's response. She scolded Xiao Yuten harshly, questioning what had happened to the one who always defended her. Wasn't this implying that Xiao Yuten was pretending to harm herself and that she, as the Empress Dowager, couldn't tell right from wrong? "Your Majesty, the one being outrageous is not me, but Xiao Yuten," Lu Songli said seriously. "Xiao Yuten harming herself in front of you shows her discontent. Such disrespect for the royal family. Shouldn't she be punished?" Everyone was stunned at first, and when they came to their senses, they all looked at her in disbelief. "Are you serious?" "Everyone looks at me, and I look at you," exchanging wild glances. What she said makes a lot of sense. Xiao Yuten is really in trouble because of her. Xiao Yuten stopped crying and looked up in panic at the Empress Dowager. "Your Majesty, I have no complaints against you." Lu Songli said coolly, "No complaints? Then why are you threatening the Empress Dowager with your life? Isn't that because you're unhappy that she hasn't helped you?" Xiao Yuten shook her head while crying, No, please don't slander me." The Empress Dowager gave Lu Songli a disgusted glance. "Enough." "Lu Songli, do you think you're very clever?" "I am not." Lu Songli certainly couldn't admit that. The Empress Dowager remained silent, coldly staring at Lu Songli. It was terrible. Lu Songli's relentless approach reminded her of the helplessness she felt when she was a concubine, unable to control her own fate. She hadn't felt that way in many years. The Empress Dowager's icy gaze fell on her, and Lu Songli truly felt the heavy hostility. Was it really that intense? Was it so unreasonable? She didn't blame Xiao for hiding the truth, nor did she blame Xiao Yuten for putting her in a difficult position. Instead, she found it interesting to blame the victim. Xiao Yuten got up from her seat and knelt down. "I leave everything to your Majesty's decision. I have no complaints." After saying that, she fainted. Lu Songli glanced at her. It was quite the timing for her to faint. Just then, Imperial Physician Chen was still present, so the Empress Dowager asked him to check Xiao Yuten's pulse. After checking, Imperial Physician Chen reported that Xiao Yuten had fainted due to excessive blood loss and weakness, and with some rest, She would be fine. So, Xiao Yuten was moved to a nearby couch. Several princesses were so excited that their faces turned red, but they couldn't show it. They twisted their handkerchiefs, symbolizing their restless hearts. What a show! This is amazing! Lu Songli's strength is incredible. A situation that seemed hopeless has turned around. Xiao Yuten is truly at a disadvantage and is no match for her. Lu Songli has truly inherited her father's skills. Even the Empress Dowager was left speechless by her. This is impressive. Her ability to create chaos is top-notch. If Lu Songli knew their thoughts, she would probably shrug and say she couldn't help it. When I talked about rules, you brought up feelings. When I talked about feelings, you started talking about rules. Seeing Xiao Yuten faint from fear, a smile flickered in Qin Sheng's eyes, and he wiggled his toes. At that moment, he wished he could let out a loud shout and then do a full 360-degree spin and strike a pose. Xiaozhan looked deeply at Lu Songli. At this moment, the scene was silent, with no one speaking, all waiting for the next move from the Empress Dowager. Since Lu Songli revealed her condition and broke off the engagement between the Xie and Lu families, the matter of marrying Xie and Xiao became a hot potato. Most people would find an excuse to drop such a troublesome issue. But Mama Rong understood the Empress Dowager. She was stubborn and would not do that. The more difficult the situation, the more determined she would be to resolve it. Coincidentally, Lu Songli thought the same way, having experienced the Empress Dowager's obstinacy firsthand. Mama Rong had been with the Empress Dowager for decades, and they had a deep understanding of each other. While the Empress Dowager remained silent, Mama Rong spoke up. Miss Lu, it would be better for a young lady to be a bit softer. The Empress Dowager called you here to resolve your issues. Her intentions are good. Now, you see, you cannot have children, which is an unchangeable fact. Miss Zhao's situation involves a life. As the saying goes, saving a life is more valuable than building a pagoda. Why not give in a little? Lu Songli thought to herself, how ironic that the sacrifices made by the original owner to save Xiaozhan became a reason for her unworthiness. She knew the Empress Dowager would not give up easily, but she did not expect such shamelessness. Lu Songli ground her teeth, but maintained a calm expression. According to the Empress Dowager's wishes, how should I give in? The best way to resolve the rumors between you is for the Empress Dowager to arrange marriages for Xiao Yuten, Xiaozhan, you, and Qin Sheng. However, if you disagree, Xiao Yuten could be a secondary wife. A tear slipped from Xiao Yuten's eye, soaking into the bedding and disappearing. So, being a secondary wife was considered a grievance for Xiao Yuten? Since you cannot have children, and Xiaozhan is the eldest son of the Xie family, you cannot let him have no legitimate heir, can you? Lu Songli thought, if it weren't for the original owner's sacrifice, he wouldn't even have an heir. He would have lost his life. No, the grave would have been overgrown with grass by now.
2 choices. It's up to you.
Offering 2 choices was quite generous. Lu Songli smiled again, realizing how unreasonable the Empress Dowager could be. Seeing her fleeting smile, Qin Sheng averted his gaze, unable to bear it. The smile on her face was brief, but the Empress Dowager noticed it and found it very displeasing. Lu Songli was about to express her stance. She did not want to choose either option. At this point, she was willing to call off the engagement with the Xie family for the sake of the Empress Dowager, but this matter needed both families to sit down and discuss it. Lu Songli believed her decision would surprise everyone. They all thought she would cling to her fiancé, Xiaozhan, but they were mistaken. Everything she did was to turn the situation around after Xiao Yuten's second suicide attempt, which had gained her a lot of sympathy. She aimed to regain the moral high ground while sabotaging the Xiao family's plan to rise from despair, even if it meant exposing her own flaws. If Xiao Yuten wanted to marry Xiaozhan, she would support them, but they should not expect to do so without carrying the stigma of having taken someone else's fiancé for life. As for the Xie family, if they wanted to call off the engagement and please the Empress Dowager, they needed to show enough sincerity. After all, only with enough sincerity would the Lu family agree, right? The Empress Dowager was also waiting for the outcome. She thought that when she expressed her willingness to call off the engagement but insisted on both parents discussing it, the Empress Dowager would have nothing to say. At that moment, a worried little rushed in. When the Empress Dowager looked over, he was almost in tears, causing her heart to skip a beat. Mama Rongqiu quickly went outside. Everyone present could see that after Mama Rongqiu left, the Empress Dowager seemed distracted. The room fell silent as no one spoke, and the sudden change left everyone feeling uneasy. Mama Rongqiu returned almost immediately, walking briskly as if she were about to run. Once back, she whispered a few words to the Empress Dowager. After listening, the Empress Dowager suddenly stood up. Everyone present couldn't help but wonder what had happened. The Empress Dowager commanded, "Let's head to the Qian Palace." Xia Zhan, Qin Sheng, Zhao Yuten, Lu Songli, and the princesses were all stunned. What about them? As the Empress Dowager passed by Lu Songli, she cast a deep, cold glance at her. Mama Rongqiu knew the Empress Dowager was no longer interested in dealing with the younger generation's matters. After signaling a few palace maids to follow the Empress Dowager, she told Lu Songli and the others, "You all can go now." Such an abrupt ending? Lu Songli found it both amusing and frustrating. The one who struggled to accept it the most was the dazed Zhao Yuten. Lu Songli felt regretful. After so much build-up, she thought she would finally reap the rewards. Who would have expected it to come to such a sudden halt? That's enough. People can plan, but success depends on fate. Between good and bad fortune, it's always uncertain. Compared to the heavy losses of the Xiao family, her situation is not that serious. Happiness comes from comparison. The princesses also felt quite upset. This was a story that started strong but ended weakly. Without a conclusion, it was particularly frustrating. Lu Songli felt a stir in her heart, wondering if her father was still with the emperor. Thinking of this made her a bit worried. Given the Empress Dowager's dislike for their father-daughter pair, if they met in the palace, it might not go well for her father. The princesses quickly shifted their focus back to the Empress Dowager. Her strong reaction and immediate departure to the palace suggested that something was wrong with the emperor. This thought made their hearts race. If Lu Songli knew what they were thinking, she would definitely tell them they were overthinking. The Empress Dowager looked anxious and angry, but not worried, clearly indicating that the emperor's health was not the issue, but rather something else. Qin Sheng furrowed his brows tightly. The marriage matters between their families had been tangled for some time. He had hoped for a resolution today, and the lack of one frustrated him. Xia Zhan couldn't quite figure out his feelings. Was he disappointed there was no outcome? Or relieved? Lu Songli's performance today was impressive. He felt that the engagement between the Xia and Lu families could still work out. She possessed a kind of courage not everyone dared to show in front of the Empress Dowager. Her bravery was not reckless. It was wise. Despite the differences in their statuses, she had negotiated with them for so long. Although the final outcome was interrupted by unexpected events, he believed that no matter how Lu Songli chose in the end, she would not come out at a disadvantage. After parting with his daughter, Lu Dixing followed a familiar little down the well-known path to the palace. Upon arriving at the palace, he first apologized to the emperor, saying, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I was late because I was waiting for my daughter to leave together." Hearing this, Emperor Kongcheng was surprised. "You went out with your daughter?" Lu Aiqing rarely mentioned his wife and daughter, and he only spoke of his son when discussing the crown prince. Today, he actually brought up his daughter? Lu Dixing smiled and said, "Yes, the Empress Dowager summoned her, and we parted at the palace gate." The Empress Dowager summoned her? For what reason? "I do not know, Your Majesty." Emperor Kongcheng didn't mind and casually comforted him before inviting him to play chess together. After losing 2 or 3 games in a row, Lu Dixing was frustrated. He held on the longest in the first game, but lost the next 2 more quickly. Emperor Kongcheng was quite pleased with himself after winning 3 games and commented on Lu Dixing's skills, saying, "My dear minister, your chess skills need improvement." Lu Dixing replied defiantly, "Your Majesty, I disagree. My chess skills are not bad. I have played for many years and studied many strategies. My level is evident, isn't it? To prove his point, he added, in the past, when we played chess, it was always a fair match. Have you forgotten, Your Majesty? The Emperor, sipping his tea, laughed and pointed at the unfinished game. You lost 3 times and still argue? That was because I was distracted. Lu Disheng said this while secretly rolling his eyes. He knew the Emperor only picked on him, an honest man. He was aware that many ministers couldn't win against the Emperor, as they often let him win. He could tell when someone was holding back, which made the Emperor unhappy. The Emperor enjoyed teasing him. When he played chess with his daughter, she was surprised to hear him boast about occasionally winning against the Emperor, saying their matches were just 2 beginners pecking at each other. He thought that might actually be true. Perhaps in a good mood, Emperor Kongcheng allowed Lu Disheng to act a bit cheeky, saying, "All right, tell me why you were distracted." Lu Disheng's mood visibly dropped at this. Today is my daughter's first time entering the palace alone, and I worry she might not know the rules and offend the Empress Dowager. The Emperor ordered, Wei Zili, send someone to Changla Palace to check on her and report back. It seemed he truly cared about Lu Disheng's daughter. Yes, Wei Zili thought to himself how much the Emperor valued Lu Disheng, and then he sent his most trusted apprentice to Changla Palace. Emperor Kongcheng asked, "Are you relieved now?" "I thank Your Majesty for your concern. Would you like to play another game? I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself." Lu Disheng shook his head, feeling it wasn't enough, and put his hands up. "Let's save it for another day. I'll practice for a couple of days and then come back to challenge you, and I will surely redeem myself." Ha ha ha. Emperor Kongcheng laughed heartily. "All right, I will wait for that." Lu Disheng looked at him sadly, thinking, does the Emperor believe that no matter how much he practices, he still won't be able to win? Emperor Kongcheng stopped laughing and pointed to the boxes stacked on the table, saying, "All right, those are gifts for you. Go take a look and see if you like them." Lu Disheng glanced at them and then awkwardly looked away. "Your Majesty, I have something to say." Lu Disheng's unusual reaction made Emperor Kongcheng raise an eyebrow. "What is it?" "Just speak your mind." Lu Disheng immediately knelt down and expressed his loyalty with a long speech. For the Emperor, it was gratifying to hear this from Lu Disheng, whom he had personally promoted. However, when he heard Lu Disheng say that he did not wish to rise any higher, no matter how many achievements he made, Emperor Kongcheng was first surprised, then his suspicious nature was triggered. The Emperor thought, "There are always people trying to harm me." Emperor Kongcheng narrowed his eyes slightly. "Why do you have such thoughts, my loyal minister? Could it be? I heard you were attacked the other day at your home. Are you scared? Do you have such little courage?" Lu Disheng casually replied, "Oh, it was just some petty troublemakers who threw rotten eggs at me." "What kind of attack is that? I don't know where they got so many rotten eggs. Eggs are good to eat. Why waste them throwing at people? Such fools." He muttered the last part. "As for why I have such thoughts, to be honest, it's only been in the last year. I am now a 5th-rank censor, and I feel I have climbed quite high and am very content. In my hometown, this is considered a high official. To put it in my hometown's words, this is like smoke rising from my ancestor's grave." Saying this, Lu Disheng couldn't help but puff out his chest. Emperor Kongcheng laughed. "A 5th-rank censor is hardly a high official. In Chang'an, if you threw a brick, you would likely hit several officials. I always remember when I was in a low position, it was Your Majesty who recognized my potential and promoted me to the censorate despite opposition. Without you, I might have been schemed against and sent back to my hometown, not knowing which field I would end up working in," Lu Disheng said, glancing at Emperor Kongcheng, who gestured for him to continue. Lu Disheng spoke softly. "In the past 2 years, watching court affairs, I have become a bit fearful." "Fearful of what?" "I fear that if I rise higher, the change in status might lead me to lose my true self and do something to harm Your Majesty. Most importantly, I like my current position as a censor because others cannot do it as well." "You," Emperor Kongcheng said, extending his hand and nodding slightly. "This Minister Lu speaks honestly. If someone else had said what he just did, they would have placed most importantly at the beginning of the sentence to show their loyalty to the Emperor." At this moment, neither of them spoke. Emperor Kongqing squinted, observing his minister. Lu Dishing sat upright, focusing on his thoughts, allowing the emperor to scrutinize him, yet he felt little tension. He had discussed this situation with his daughter. No matter what Emperor Kongqing was considering, he believed he was not in danger. This minister had many flaws. He was straightforward, petty, and sensitive to criticism, but he also had strengths. He was skilled at accusing others, understood gratitude, and most importantly, despite bearing much blame for the emperor, he never complained. Now he had gained another strength, self-awareness. Do you really not want to rise in rank? Emperor Kongqing asked again. Lu Dishing shook his head vigorously. No, I don't want to. I don't wish to be a high official. I'm quite happy, as I am now. When I grow old and can no longer assist your majesty, or if one day you find someone more capable than me, please allow me a few acres of land, and I will return home to retire. He firmly believed that they could maintain a good relationship as ruler and minister. This pure trust pleased Emperor Kongqing, as he knew that such sincere loyalty was rare. Hearing this loyalty was touching. At his age, having seen many ups and downs, it was rare for anything to move him, let alone make him feel deeply. As the saying goes, those who learn skills serve the emperor. Officials on their career paths all strive to climb higher. None of them want to remain stagnant. After so many years as emperor, he had never heard a minister voluntarily decline promotion. Officials like Minister Liu, who understood their own worth, were very few. There were too few ministers who thought solely of the emperor and refused to seek higher positions. Emperor Kongqing sighed, unintentionally voicing his thoughts. Lu Dishing smiled and asked, Your Majesty, am I the only one like this? Hearing this, Emperor Kongqing shook his head with a smile. No, there are others. Then he added, But this won't do. Others will say, I am ungrateful. As emperor, I must be fair with rewards and punishments. Good deeds deserve rewards, and poor deeds deserve penalties. Your Majesty, I like gold, silver, and jewels. Lu Dishing was a bit anxious and stepped forward, saying quietly, In the future, if I achieve something, please reward me with these. Or, if I succeed, you can write it down in a little book, and if I make a mistake later, I can use this achievement to make up for it, all right? Let's agree that I will stay in my position as a fifth-rank censor. Before Emperor Kong could respond, Wei Zili returned, but his expression was not right. Lu Dishing's attention was immediately diverted, and Emperor Kong had to pause their earlier conversation. Then Emperor Kong casually asked, So, how is Lu Aiqing's daughter doing in the Empress Dowager's Changle Palace? When the emperor asked and saw Lu Dishing looking at him hopefully, Wei Zili felt a headache coming on. He was considering how to explain the situation to both of them. After waiting too long for a response, Emperor Kong looked over at him. What's wrong? Well, it was better to speak up than to stay silent. Wei Zili gritted his teeth and said, To be honest, Miss Lu's situation is not good. As soon as Wei Zili said this, Lu Dishing's heart sank. Your Majesty. Emperor Kong gave him a reassuring look, signaling Wei Zili to continue. Recently, there have been many rumors in Chang'an about the incident where Lord Zhao Wenqua's eldest daughter and Lord Lu's second daughter fell into the water and were saved by their respective fiancés. Because of this, Lord Zhao's daughter, Zhao Yuten, has attempted to take her own life twice. The Empress Dowager, feeling pity, summoned Miss Lu Songli, Xiao, Zhao Yuten, and Qin Sheng, indicating that she wanted to arrange new marriages for them, hoping to bring them happiness. Emperor Kong wanted to say it was nonsense, but swallowed his words, thinking of the Empress Dowager. And in the end, did she arrange new marriages for them?
No.
Miss Lu revealed that she'd been injured while saving her fiancé, Xiao, years ago. Upon hearing this, Lu Dishing was overcome with emotion. His reaction startled Emperor Kong. Lu Aiqing, what's wrong? Lu Dishing, with red eyes, looked at Emperor Kong. Your Majesty, how could she know about this? I have always kept it from her and her mother. Feeling for him, Emperor Kong patted his shoulder and asked Wei Zili, what happened next? Miss Lu has a heart condition and cannot bear children. My apprentice heard this and hurried back to report. This meant that the situation there was still unclear. Emperor Kong paced back and forth, wondering why the Empress Dowager was involved in such matters. He, as a son, understands the Empress Dowager well. She rarely backs down from what she wants to do. Even if Minister Lu's daughter is in such a terrible situation, she wouldn't hesitate, and it seems that the decision has already been made. Isn't this going to hurt Minister Lu's feelings? In the past, he wouldn't have cared, but today, after showing great loyalty, his mother turns around and does something like this. Wouldn't that upset him? Your Majesty, I feel terrible, Lu Dishing said, wiping his eyes, wondering how many people would criticize her for this. Emperor Kongqing sighed. This is unavoidable. Such private matters being exposed shows that they have been pushed to the limit. Upon hearing this, Lu Dishing swayed slightly, meaning the emperor did not plan to intervene. Seeing Lu Dishing's shocked expression, the emperor blamed himself, saying, "It's all my fault for being useless." Emperor Kongqing paced around the hall a couple of times, then walked to the dragon table, took something from a drawer, and returned to hand it to Lu Dishing. "Take this. I approve of what you just said." When Lu Dishing saw what the emperor had given him, he was startled and stammered, Your Majesty, this is too precious. I cannot accept it." Actually, Emperor Kongqing hesitated before giving it away, but Lu Dishing's refusal made him feel pleased that he had not misjudged him. "Just take it. The Lu family is simple, so this item shouldn't cause much trouble in his hands." Neither of them noticed a young watching in surprise, his eyes wide, before quickly and carefully retreating. After carefully placing the item in his robe, Lu Dishing quietly said to Emperor Kongqing, "Your Majesty, I wish to return home." Lu Dishing smiled shyly and honestly replied, "Now that I have this treasure, I want to hurry home and hide it safely." Emperor Kongqing chuckled. "Aren't you worried about your daughter?" Lu Dishing shook his head and said firmly, "I believe in your Majesty and the Empress Dowager." Since the incident with his daughter has already happened, worrying won't help. If there is any loss, it's just the broken engagement with the Xiao family. With this treasure, he felt much better. "All right, you may go." The emperor also felt a bit tired and waved his hand, allowing him to leave. Lu Dishing immediately knelt to express his gratitude, then quickly left with the treasure and the emperor's reward, saying he would practice chess for a few days before returning to challenge the emperor again. As Xiao stepped out of the palace gates, he spotted Lu Songli. Just as he was about to approach her, Zhao Yuten's maid, Hongdo, called out, "Young Master Xie, our young lady has fainted. Could you please help us take her home?" "Wait a moment." When Lu Songli saw Xiao walking towards her, she quickly turned her head and hurriedly got into the carriage. "Let's go," she said. It was clear that Xiao wanted to say something, but she didn't want to hear it. If the Xie family had been firm from the start and not allowed any ambiguity, the Xiao family wouldn't have had the chance to cause so many problems. Xiao's current hesitation was just him weighing the pros and cons, thinking that keeping the original engagement might not be so bad. She wouldn't choose someone like him, trusting someone like that could lead to trouble. After Lu Songli got into the carriage, the Lu family's carriage sped away as if being chased. Xiao stood speechless, while Qin watched the scene, glanced at Xiao, then mounted his horse and chased after them. The sound of hooves echoed on the street, particularly clear in the night. "Second miss, it's young Master Qin," Mo Bing said, peering out. With the moonlight and torchlight, she could see the rider behind them. Young Master Qin had been following them since they left the palace. Lu Songli lay back lazily. "Don't mind him." When they reached the Lu family's gate, the doorman opened the door, and as they were unloading the threshold, Lu Songli showed no intention of getting out of the carriage. It was late autumn, and the night wind was quite strong. There was no reason to be out in it. Qin rode forward. "Wait." Mo Bing was the first to lift the curtain of the carriage. Qin didn't even look at her. His gaze was fixed on the curtain, as if he could see the person inside through it. "Lu Songli, can we talk for a moment?" "Lu Songli?" After thinking for a moment, considering that the Qin family had ultimately won in the original story, she reluctantly stepped out. As soon as she got out of the carriage, she felt the cold wind was quite unfriendly. She couldn't help but pull her cloak tighter around her. Qin Sheng, is there something you need? Lu Songli noticed that Qin Sheng had been following them since they left Changla Palace, lingering as if he had something to say. Qin Sheng moved a couple of steps closer, and Lu Songli felt the wind from the north ease a bit. Just say what you need to say. Qin Sheng gritted his teeth and quickly said, well, after you break off the engagement with the Xie family, you could marry into the Qin family. Lu Songli raised an eyebrow. Did he really understand her? Just a moment ago in Changla Palace, she hadn't shown any intention of breaking off her engagement with the Xie family. On the contrary, she seemed determined to compete with Xiao Yuten, refusing to back down. How did he figure out that she wanted to end her engagement? Was he really the clever young general from the original story who could lead thousands? After Qin Sheng spoke, his sharp features turned bright red in the night, though it was hard to see clearly. Still, he could feel the heat on his face. Lu Songli suddenly felt a mischievous urge to tease him. Marrying into the Qin family, who would you marry? Your older brother? He widened his eyes in surprise. You like my brother? Then, he quickly became proud. You have good taste, but give up. My brother will never marry you. He added, my brother has already made his choice for a wife, so you should just let it go. Qin Sheng felt both proud and frustrated. He had always respected his older brother, who had been stationed at the border for years. Being 10 years younger, he had been raised by his brother. In his eyes, Qin Heng was an exceptional man. Even if it were a second marriage, he deserved any woman. The frustration came from Lu Songli. How could she think she was fit to be his sister-in-law when his family was pushing him to marry her? Lu Songli chuckled, I was just joking. Qin Heng was about to marry someone else, and she had no feelings for him. She didn't need to interfere. Her smile made her face incredibly beautiful. Do you like me? Lu Songli was in a good mood, and the white moonlight cast a soft glow on the young man nearby, as if draping him in a mysterious veil. How could he forget that this woman was bold and annoying? How could he have thought she was pitiful earlier? She was anything but. He wanted to turn and leave, but when he saw the teasing look in her eyes, he stopped. He even took a couple of steps closer, lowered his head slightly, and looked directly at her, defiantly saying, Yes, I like you. What about it? The stubbornness and focus in his gaze surprised Lu Songli. She reached out and pushed his head away, laughing as she scolded. All right, go home. I appreciate your kindness, but you're still too young to talk about liking someone. With that, she ignored Qin Sheng and turned, striding confidently through her front door, her cloak swirling gracefully behind her. Qin Sheng stood in the cold wind, watching the gate of the Lu family. After Lu Songli and others had completely entered, he slowly closed it and suddenly smiled. He turned and mounted his horse, which seemed to sense his cheerful mood, and galloped away. As the gate closed, Lu Songli still wore a smile on her face. After several interactions, she knew he was a proud young man. He came from a military family, but grew up under the protection of his father and brothers, unlike the brave young general from the original story who made enemies tremble in fear. Proud people are often stubborn. Even if they like someone, they won't say it openly. His decision to stop her and say what he did after dropping her off came from a sense of responsibility and kindness, especially after seeing her difficult situation. Lu Songli felt that he had some feelings for her, at least he didn't dislike her. She wasn't surprised by this. She was beautiful and smart, so how could he not like her? Lu Songli was used to men admiring her in her past life. She didn't think it was wrong to acknowledge her strengths, while also understanding her weaknesses. Having a clear self-awareness without being arrogant or self-deprecating was a good thing. So far, Qin Sheng seemed like a nice person, but there are many excellent people in the world, which doesn't mean she had to marry him. Besides, let's not forget that in the original story, the Qin family would be exiled for a crime in 6 months. A wise person wouldn't take unnecessary risks, and she wouldn't do something foolish, like walking into danger knowingly. Lu Songli was a very practical person. She had used a lot of brain power to protect her father, and dealing with the Qin family's troubles wouldn't be easy. It was better for her to stay out of that mess. It wasn't necessary. At that moment, Lu Songli never expected things would turn around so quickly. Lu Songli had just arrived home and hadn't had the chance to ask her mother about her father when he came home himself. "Dad, didn't you meet the Empress Dowager?" "No, why do you ask?" Lu Songli then told her father about what had happened behind Chang'e Palace. After listening, Lu Dixing looked relieved, wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead, and said, "Luckily, I ran fast." Lu Songli looked at her father skeptically, thinking that such comments could easily lead to misunderstandings. First, the Empress Dowager arrived at the palace with a fierce demeanor, as if she were going to catch someone in the act. Then, her father seemed to act like the sneaky partner who had slipped away unnoticed. Before they could continue, Jiang shouted at them, "You two, did you skip dinner? Aren't you hungry?" "Hungry." The father and daughter replied in unison. They had been using their wits against the big boss in the palace and were already very hungry. "Mom, you must have been worried about us at home. Come, let's eat together." Lu Songli personally served her mother a generous bowl of meat porridge, just the right amount for someone of her age. Too much would upset her stomach at night. "All right, then I'll eat with you." With the father and daughter safely back, Jiang felt a huge weight lift off her heart. After Lu Dixing had eaten enough, he recalled the news Wei Zili had brought back from the palace and lost his appetite. He couldn't help but ask his daughter, "Ali, how did you find out about your health condition?" He and his wife had never told her, so could it have come from the Xie family? This thought made him frown. Jiang was surprised by Lu Dixing's words. Did he mean what she thought? She first looked at her husband, and seeing his serious expression, she turned to her daughter. Noticing her parents' serious demeanor, Lu Songli sighed and put down her bowl. "Are you talking about how I got too cold in the water while saving Xiao, which made it hard for me to have children?" Jiang quickly asked, "When did you find out? How did you know?" "I found out by accident." Lu Dixing and Jiang thought she must have overheard them discussing it. Lu Dixing sighed heavily, looking troubled. "You child, knowing is one thing, but why bring it up like a weapon? Do you want to make us worry ourselves to death?" Jiang felt a bad premonition and quickly asked, "What do you mean by that, dear? Are you not going to confess?" Noticing her father's displeasure, Lu Songli had no choice but to explain everything that had happened in the palace. Finally, she curiously asked, "Dad, how did you know so much about what happened in the Empress Dowager's palace?" "You knew so quickly, and I hadn't even mentioned it yet." Lu Dixing gave her a look. "You silly girl, while I was in the palace worrying about you, the Emperor sent someone to the palace to gather news." "I see now." At that moment, Jiang realized what was happening and slapped Lu Songli on the shoulder, saying angrily, "You unfortunate child, how could you let something so important slip out?" Lu Songli winced and pleaded, "Mother, please be gentle. Your daughter is delicate and can't handle your strong hand. Didn't we agree before we left? If things go wrong, we can just give up the marriage with the Xie family. We didn't really want it anyway." Jiang was genuinely worried. With her daughter's health issues affecting her ability to have children, if they broke off the engagement with the Xie family, who would she marry? Should they just cling to the Xie family instead? Thinking of this, Jiang looked at her daughter. Lu Songli seemed unfazed and muttered, "At that time, if I hadn't said anything, the Empress would have arranged a grand marriage for Xiao and Zhao Yuten." Jiang was taken aback. "I would have felt so frustrated." This is also why the Xie family has remained silent while the Zhao family acted freely. They knew our Lu family wouldn't dare to confront them. "I can't let them have their way. You're hurting yourself while trying to hurt the enemy. But I think it's worth it. Father and mother, the Xie family knows about my situation." This was her deduction. Otherwise, in the original story, the main character had no children and wasn't criticized by her husband's family for it. It seemed the Xie family didn't have the upper hand in this matter either. Lu Songli's words left Lu Dixing and Jiang speechless. Yes, Xiao and his father were aware of this, but it was unclear if the Xie matriarch knew. Lu Songli thought that since this matter couldn't be kept secret, she should use it to maximize her benefits. Her inability to have children had become a fact, and hiding it would only disadvantage her and the Lu family. By revealing it, they could use it as leverage against the Xie and Zhao families. It could undermine the sympathy Xiao Yuten gained from her 2 suicide attempts. If Xiao Yuten ended up marrying Xiaozhan, she would have to bear the stigma. Unless she truly died, but would Xiao Yuten really do that? Moreover, Lu Songli was bold because she had confidence in herself. She had inherited medical knowledge, and while her skills weren't as good as those of her family in the future, she was sure she could treat her body's extreme coldness. When the time was right, she would prepare the appropriate remedies to improve her health. With Lu Songli's reassurance, Jiang also came to understand, but thinking about her daughter's future marriage prospects made her feel worried. Lu Songli understood her mother's worries, but couldn't say that the illness wasn't serious. It was just that her medical skills weren't fully developed yet. Her daughter's nonchalant attitude made Lu Dishing feel a bit relieved. Well, it was what it was. Things would work out in the end. The Empress Dowager is getting old and confused, Jiang said quietly. Why was she getting involved in this? She knew that the families of Xia and Lu had been engaged for nearly 10 years. Lu Dishim quickly replied, Dear, be careful with your words. Jiang shot him a glance. She had already sent the servants away, leaving just the 3 of them in the room. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare speak like this. Did you hear that the Empress Dowager left in a hurry?
I wonder what happened, Jiang said.
She felt a mix of emotions about this outcome, mostly anxiety, as if a knife was hanging over her head. Lu Dishing rubbed his nose. It might have something to do with me. Both Jiang and Lu Songli looked at him. Lu Dishing hesitated and didn't speak. Lu Qingli was good at reading the room, so she kindly stood up and said, Mom, Dad, I'm full now. I'll head back to the Xiaofeng courtyard. You 2 take your time eating. All right, you've had a long day. Go wash up and get some rest. After a tiring day, Lu Songli returned to her courtyard, took a quick bath, and went to bed. After Xiaozhan dropped someone off at the Xiao residence, he left, politely declining Zhao Wenkai's invitation. Xiao Yuten walked out with her head held high, but returned looking troubled, startling the Xiao family members who had been waiting for good news. It was clear something was wrong with her. Zhao Wenkai, Luo, Zhao Bin, and others were in her courtyard waiting for her to wake up, and she did not disappoint them. She woke up shortly after returning to the Xiao residence. With tearful eyes, Xiao Yuten recounted what had happened in the Changlu Palace. So that was it. The engagement between the Xia and Lu families had such hidden details. The Xiao family finally understood why Lu Dishing reacted so strongly to the changes in the engagement. He was willing to risk everything to challenge the emperor. Zhao Wenkai hadn't expected Lu Songli, a young girl, to be so bold. With one move, she had countered all their plans. They didn't understand the Lu family, and why didn't the Xia family warn them to be cautious? Standing with the Xia family, he realized it was best not to bring this up. The Xia family probably didn't expect Lu Songli to reveal such sensitive information in front of the Empress Dowager. At first, Luo didn't believe it. Tiana, are you sure? We've met Lu Songli. She doesn't seem that daring. Zhao Yuten was about to cry and said, Mother, what I said is absolutely true. Her words were too sharp, and I couldn't handle it. I almost wanted to hang myself right there. She then recounted everything Lu Songli had said. Hearing this, Luo's face turned very ugly. Why does Lu Songli speak so harshly? Her words are just like her father's, poisonous. Zhao Wenkuan, being experienced in official matters, thought more deeply. After listening to everything, he felt that this woman was very cunning. Did Lu Songli have grievances against the Empress Dowager? Certainly, it was clear from her first 2 sentences. But after those 2 sentences, did she say anything directly against the Empress Dowager? Not at all. Instead, she relentlessly targeted the Xiao family's daughter, which was a clever tactic. If I had known she was so ungrateful, you shouldn't have brought her along in the first place, Zhao Erseo said, rolling her eyes. You all are trying to take her husband, and yet you still dare to call her harsh? Zhao Erseo Qian was the most opposed to Zhao Yuten changing her fiancé. She believed the Qin family and Qin Sheng were good enough, and the Xia family and Xiaozhan were also great, just different in skills, both equally good. What was the point of changing? Enough. What good does talking about this do? Zhao Wenkuan said, feeling very frustrated. So much planning had gone into this marriage, and the Xiao family had invested a lot. They thought they would receive good news tonight, but unexpected problems kept arising. Was it really that fate was against the Xiao family? Xiao Wenquan felt a deep disappointment. It was just a marriage. Why was it so difficult? Tomorrow, let's have someone discreetly find out the Empress Dowager's thoughts. This uncertainty is too uncomfortable, Xiao Bin suggested. Yes, Xiao Wenquan replied, feeling gloomy. Empress Dowager, what urgent matter did you have that you had to leave at that time? Couldn't you wait until after the marriage between my daughter and Xiaozhan? Daughter, don't cry. Her tactic of exposing her own wounds is indeed clever. Once this storm passes and she breaks off the engagement with the Xia family, let's see who else would want to marry her. Luo never doubted that her daughter could marry Xiaozhan. The process might be complicated, but the outcome would surely be good. Long hair, short sight. Zhao Wenhua and his son Zhao Bin exchanged glances. If the Zhao and Xia families could truly unite, they should find a suitable husband for Lu Songli. It would be best if he were from another place. Once she married, any turmoil would gradually fade with time. At the Xia residence, Zhao Wenhua was right. The Xia family did not expect Lu Songli to be so bold as to reveal her shortcomings in front of the Empress Dowager. At that moment, Xia Mingtang was surprised after hearing his son's full account of what happened at Changla Palace. Lu Songli has such courage and strategy. Previously, he had looked down on her for several reasons. The Lu family's limited support, her inability to bear children, and her timid nature. He believed she was unworthy of being the head of the Xia family. Unfortunately, the Empress Dowager had left. Otherwise, he would have liked to see how Lu Songli would perform next. Suddenly, Xia Mingtang felt a hint of regret. His earlier decision had been too hasty. He should have waited a little longer. He reassured himself that she probably wouldn't have any remarkable performance. In fact, Zhao Yuten was also quite capable, adept at seizing opportunities and willing to fight for what he wanted. Lu Songli's actions, while bold, were more about exposing her own wounds. It could only be described as solitary bravery. Xiaozhan was not surprised that the Lu family would reveal this secret. However, he had expected it to happen after the Empress Dowager arranged a marriage between him and Zhao Yuten, with Lu Disheng and his wife confronting the Xia family in anger, leading to the disclosure. Lu Songli had saved him years ago, which resulted in her inability to bear children. Both the Lu and Xia families wanted to keep the secret. Previously, the Lu family had been constrained, but now that they had broken free, their concerns shifted to others. Look, now the Xia family was in a passive position. If the marriage between the Xia and Lu families doesn't happen, we must prepare for a significant loss, Xia Mingtang sighed. With the situation becoming public, many eyes would be on the Xia family to see how they would handle it. Xia Mingtang suddenly felt that if the marriage between the Xia and Lu families did not change, it might not be so hard to accept after all. Xiaozhan ignored his father's regret. His mind was still on the scene of the Empress Dowager hurriedly heading to the imperial palace. It was clear that something very important had happened for her. Tonight, the one accompanying her in the palace was none other than Lu Disheng. Was there a connection between these two events? If Lu Songli were here, she would have to admire Xiaozhan's sharpness. The Pingxi Marquis' residence. Mrs. Qin, who is not well, is trying to hold on and waiting for her youngest son to return from the palace. Qin Hang and Qin Sanlang are with her. As soon as Qin Sheng arrives home, his mother, older brother, and younger brother all focus their eyes on him, asking what happened. Even though they didn't say it directly, they all understood the reason for the Empress Dowager's summons. A servant poured him a bowl of water that was at a comfortable temperature. Qin Sheng drank it quickly. The thirst was quenched, but warm water is not as refreshing as cold water. Cold water feels better in the stomach. Mrs. Qin wouldn't let him drink cold water. She knew he was young and strong and liked cold drinks, but it's not good for his health. Having been ill for a long time, she learned a bit about health care. When he was not in front of her, she couldn't control him, but when he was with her, he had to drink warm water. Nothing happened. How could that be? You need to tell us everything that happened in Changla Palace. This result was too unexpected. The Empress Dowager's summons clearly concerned the marriage between the Liu and Xie families. Qin Sheng briefly explained what happened, taking less than 3 minutes. The Empress Dowager wanted to arrange a marriage between Xie Zhan and Zhao Yu, but Lu Songli noticed and revealed that she had harmed her body to save Xie Zhan, which led to her inability to have children. The Empress Dowager was then distracted by certain events in the Yuqian Palace and couldn't stick to her original plan. Qin Sanling rolled his eyes at his younger brother. Knowing the whole situation was quite exciting, yet he only summarized it in a few dry sentences, wasting the weight. Qin Sheng felt his explanation was fine. He said what needed to be said. I didn't expect there to be such hidden matters in the marriage agreement between the Xie and Liu families, Mrs. Qin sighed. Qin Sheng remained silent, and for a moment, Mrs. Qin and Qin Hang and Qin Sanling didn't know what to say. Mrs. Qin couldn't force her son and the second daughter of the Liu family together. It wasn't that she minded the issue of her not being able to have children. It was just that matters of heirs should be decided by Qin Sheng himself, and they shouldn't interfere. At this moment, they couldn't tell what he was thinking. As night deepened, everyone sat for a while before dispersing. What really happened in the Yuqian Palace? On the way back, Qin Sanling was curious to find out. The next day, as soon as Lu Songli woke up, her parents invited her to the main courtyard for breakfast. After breakfast, her father took her to the study. Then Lu Songli saw her father mysteriously take something out from his pocket. "Dad, how did you get this?" Lu Songli carefully took the life-saving medal from her father's hands, her eyes shining as she examined it closely. A life-saving medal. She had only seen such things in TV dramas. She never expected Emperor Kong to be so generous as to give her father one. Families like the Qin family, who had protected the Great Li for generations, risking their lives, might not even receive a single life-saving medal. It must be hidden, it has to be hidden. Lu Songli looked her father up and down. He was impressive, but she wondered if there was some kind of deal between him and the emperor. "Daughter, what's wrong? Don't look at me like that. It makes me uneasy," Lu Dishing said, feeling a bit uncomfortable under his daughter's gaze. After a quick assessment, Lu Songli shifted her focus. Never mind, the emperor probably wouldn't have any bad intentions toward her father. It seemed her father's ability to gain favor was quite strong, and the emperor seemed to appreciate him. Lu Dishim cleared his throat and began to tell Lu Songli everything that happened last night in the imperial palace, leaving no detail out. He had actually planned to express his loyalty to the emperor recently, as they had discussed before. Sharing this with his daughter was also a way to give her feedback. Lu Songli had expected that after her father showed his loyalty, the emperor would have a much better impression of him. However, she never imagined that her experience in the Empress Dowager's palace would coincide with her father's loyalty pledge, and together they would lead to such an achievement, getting the emperor to give a life-saving medal. Her gaze returned to the life-saving medal in her hand, and she realized why the Empress Dowager had rushed to the imperial palace last night, as if she were in a hurry. It turned out it was because her father had taken advantage of the situation. Lu Songli calculated the time. Her father must have left just before the enemy arrived on the battlefield. His departure and the Empress Dowager's arrival were likely very close together. "Dad, good thing you ran fast. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain if this life-saving medal would still belong to the Liu family." "Of course," Lu Dishing said proudly. With this treasure, he had to leave quickly. Then she thought about it and realized something was off. Her father had left before her, so he should have gotten home first. When she expressed her confusion, Lu Dishing explained, "I took a different route." He avoided the shortcut, taking a longer path to prevent anyone from following him. Lu Songli gave him a thumbs up, "Clever." Lu Dishing shot her a look. "How can you call your father clever?" "Dad, I was complimenting you." "Dad, this is a life-saving item. You need to keep it safe." Lu Songli returned the life-saving token to her father after looking at it, unsure if it was for special use only. If it wasn't, it could be very useful. Lu Dishim carefully took it and reminded her, "Only you, me, and your mother should know about this. Don't let it slip." "Of course not." Surprised by her father's warning, Lu Songli asked, "Shouldn't we tell my older brother and younger brother?" Lu Disheng quickly replied, "Not yet. It's not that I don't trust them, but your older brother is already married, and he knows how powerful whispers can be. Your younger brother, I'm afraid he might accidentally let it slip in his sleep." Lu Mingji, her younger brother, thought, when did he ever start talking in his sleep? Lu Songli thought her father was being quite unfair, being protective of his wife, while worrying about her sister-in-law's influence. Lu Disheng felt there was nothing wrong with his decision. So much had happened at home lately, and both sons were away. Although their reasons were understandable, he still felt uneasy. His little girl was different. She could help him. Besides, she deserved part of the credit for getting this life-saving token from the emperor. My mother has no objections? She doesn't. The existence of the token was a secret, just not to be shared with them. If the brothers ever needed it, they would have to use it. Neither of them mentioned her sister, Lu Songyun. In Lu Disheng's view, a married daughter was like water poured out. For Lu Songli, this life-saving token was something her father earned through his efforts, and she could do what she wanted with it. Father, this secret might be hard to keep. After her initial excitement faded, Lu Songli recalled the scene of the Empress Dowager hurriedly leaving the palace last night. Currently, not many knew about her father's life-saving token, but if the Empress Dowager found out, how could the Lu family quietly hold onto such a powerful item? It has always been difficult to not only acquire treasures but also to keep them safe. When Lu Disheng heard his daughter's reasoning, he realized the truth. Be prepared for anything. Dad, the emperor also granted me a special pill. Lu Disheng pulled out a small, red pill the size of his pinky finger. When you get close, it has a faint, cool, fishy scent. It's a very unique smell. Lu Songli was startled. Father, you must not touch that. This thing is all poison, mercury poisoning, heavy metal poisoning, and mineral poisoning. Dad, the materials used for this pill are not meant for longevity at all. Thinking about how this pill is made, with cinnabar, gold, mercury, and various minerals, I've even heard they might use a girl's first menstrual blood. It's really disturbing to think about. Seeing his daughter clearly scared, Lu Disheng quickly reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll keep it safe and won't touch it." Lu Songli, still not at ease with her father's promise, took the pill from him. "I'll take care of this pill for you. If the emperor asks, just say you took it." All right. Hearing his daughter mention some of the materials used in alchemy made him feel quite disgusted too. Looking at the pill, Lu Songli felt anxious. Oh, Emperor, why would you choose to take such a slow-acting poison? She originally thought Emperor Kongcheng would be a great ally, and once her father got close to him, their family would have a long period of peace. At least until Emperor Kongcheng passed away, they wouldn't have to worry. Emperor Kongcheng was 48 this year, and Lu Songli wasn't greedy. She just hoped he could live to 60. That would give their family 12 years of stability, during which the Qin family would be exiled and then attempt to retake Chang'an. If the Qin family had the luck as described in the original story, their family could find a chance to befriend them and ride on their success. They didn't expect to be as powerful as the Xie family in the original story, just hoping to transition safely when the dynasty changes. However, it was clear that Emperor Kongcheng was pushing himself too hard. Lu Songli dared to say that he probably wouldn't live to 60. She didn't know how often he took the pills, but if it was frequent, he might not even have 12 years left. What should they do now? Clearly, Emperor Kongcheng was no longer a reliable ally, and it was uncertain when he might pass away. Should they start preparing a backup plan? She needed to think about which prince would be suitable for them to secretly support. It was frustrating. Her father had just pledged loyalty, and now he was considering investing in another prince. Was he too comfortable with his current position? Lu Songli felt like crying. She should have realized this earlier, right? Emperor Kongcheng was obsessed with Buddhism and Taoism, claiming to be a true master. How could he not touch the elixirs made by alchemists? Thinking back through history, how many wise and powerful emperors had fallen in their later years due to the elixirs created by these Taoist practitioners. Famous emperors like Qin Shi Huang, Emperor Wu of Han, Emperor Taizong of Tang and Yongzheng are known for their great achievements in governance and military. Compared to these wise rulers, it is not surprising that Emperor Kongcheng is superstitious. The key question is, what should their family do next? What kind of backup plan should they prepare? It would be best to have a two-pronged strategy, tackling both sides firmly. Lu Disheng could not understand why his daughter looked as if she had lost her father after grabbing that pill. Wasn't he just cursing himself? Before he could ask, someone came to the study. The doorman rushed in, panting, and said urgently, "Sir, Miss Eyre, an imperial decree has arrived from the palace. Madam wants you both to go to the front yard quickly." The father and daughter exchanged glances and immediately got up to head to the front yard together. As Lu Songli walked, she thought to herself that she didn't need to guess. She knew this decree must have come from the Empress Dowager at Changla Palace. Surely, the Empress Dowager hadn't stayed up all night? Lu Songli didn't realize that her casual guess was spot on. That night, the Empress Dowager at Changla Palace tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Early the next morning, she issued 2 imperial decrees, looking quite tired. When Granny Rongqiu heard this, she was shocked. Isn't this too unfair to Lu Songli? She knew the Empress Dowager was upset and was deliberately making things difficult for the Lu family. The Empress Dowager must be very angry. She had hesitated to issue the decree the day before but now seemed unconcerned. With a cold expression, the Empress Dowager said, "In this world, who isn't wronged? I faced plenty of injustices when I was young." Last night, she had rushed but still arrived too late, allowing Lu Disheng to take the golden medal of exemption from the palace, which infuriated her. "Your Majesty, I am worried about you. Lu Disheng is unpredictable, and I fear he may use this incident to retaliate against you." The Empress Dowager scoffed. "What a joke. Would I be afraid of him? Is being an emperor a joke?" As a powerful Empress Dowager, she was not afraid of a mere official. He may not dare to confront you directly, but he could target the Cheng-En family. "Enough. My decision is made." With the decree issued, Granny Rongqiu chose to remain silent. In the front yard of the Lu family, many people were kneeling, with the Lu family kneeling at the front to receive the decree. The Gonghai, who came to announce the decree, saw everyone had arrived and began to read the decree aloud. The Empress Dowager's decree: the son of General Qinyu, who is the Marquis of Pingxi, is Qin Sheng, a young and talented man known for his integrity and filial piety. He is not yet married. The second daughter of the Lu family, Song Li, comes from a family of capable officials, is graceful and virtuous, and has outstanding beauty, waiting for a suitable match. The two are destined to be together, and now the decree grants them marriage. I hope you both choose a good day to wed, work together for the country, and honor my wishes. Respectfully, this is my command." Lu Songli replied, "I accept the decree and thank the Empress Dowager for her kindness." Lu Disheng led everyone in kneeling. "We thank the Empress Dowager for her grace." After receiving the decree, Lu Songli stood aside. To be honest, this marriage decree truly caught her off guard. She thought that revealing her feelings last night would make the Empress Dowager reconsider and change her mind. Little did she know that the very next morning, the decree was issued without hesitation, showing a disregard for public opinion. It seemed her father had struck a chord with the Empress Dowager. After they announced the decree, he looked down at the Lu family and said, "Lord Lu, you understand the Empress Dowager's decree, right? Isn't it just a marriage decree? What else is there?" Lu Disheng suppressed his anger and said, "Please clarify, Hi. The Empress Dowager wishes for your daughter and the 6th son of the Qin family to marry as soon as possible." Hai emphasized the words, "as soon as possible." As soon as possible? Lu Disheng's heart skipped a beat. What does that mean? How soon is as soon as possible? Lu Songli asked calmly. Hai looked at her with pity. "The Empress Dowager requires that you and the 6th son of the Qin family must be married within 2 months. Lu Songli asked again, "May I ask, Hai, has the Empress Dowager also arranged a marriage for Xia Zhan and Zhao Yutan?" When Lu Disheng and the others expected Hai to arrogantly refuse to answer, he replied, "Yes. Hai thought to himself that before leaving the palace, the Empress Dowager told him to answer directly if anyone from the Lu family asked about this matter. It seemed the Lu family had offended her greatly. They don't have a requirement to marry soon, do they? Lu Songli asserted confidently. Correct, Miss Lu is very clever. Hai elongated his tone. This was a clear provocation. With their exchange, both Lu Desheng and Jiang Shi felt the tension. Thank you, Hai, for clarifying. It is getting late, so please return and report back to the Empress Dowager. Lu Songli began to dismiss him. Without mentioning the feelings of the Lu family at this moment, Jiang held back her emotions and gave a red envelope to the delivering the decree. After Lu Desheng sent the away, Jiang dismissed the servants. The Lu family cleared the room, leaving only the three of them in the flower hall, and the atmosphere was heavy. Revenge. This is clearly revenge. Lu Desheng was furious. This is too much. Jiang also couldn't understand. How could the Empress Dowager do this? Lu Desheng and Jiang looked worriedly at their silent daughter. Lu Songli quietly contemplated the decree. It forced her to break her engagement with Xiao and to marry Qin Sheng instead, with a requirement to wed within 2 months. This truly was a feudal era where subjects had no choice but to obey their rulers. After being here for so long, she finally understood what it meant to be trapped. Lu Songli sighed. It was just the way things were. Now the Lu family and the Qin family were truly bound together. Her marriage to Qin Sheng was a gift from the Empress Dowager, and such arrangements were usually hard to break unless one party died. But who would willingly choose death? Empress Dowager, in this vast world, everything belongs to the emperor. You are one of the highest examples of Dali. If you do not act fairly, where can fairness be found? So, Empress Dowager, please do not blame me. She thought it was time to prepare for some things. Daughter, are you okay? Lu Songli smiled. Mother, I'm fine. At that moment, Lu Songli was remarkably calm. She felt great, better than ever. She had never been someone to just accept things passively. I'm going to the study. Seeing his daughter like this, Lu Desheng felt very upset. Father, let's stay calm. Lu Songli held him back, knowing he was thinking of taking action again. But this time, they couldn't move. They had to endure. Can we ask the emperor for help? To have the Empress Dowager retract the decree? Jiang asked. Lu Desheng was silent, considering the possibility. Lu Songli answered for her father. No. Father, don't ask the emperor. If he had sought the emperor before the decree was issued, there might have been a chance, but now the emperor wouldn't go against the Empress Dowager for such a small matter. Besides, she didn't want her father, with his small stature, to confront the Empress Dowager. She felt the Empress Dowager would actually welcome her father causing a scene to seek mercy, especially if it meant she could take back the pardon she had given him last night. Mom and Dad, aside from the fact that the Empress forced this marriage against our wishes, isn't it good to connect with the Qin family? Mom, don't you like Qin Sheng a lot? Lu Desheng and Jiang nodded. Indeed, their daughter was right. Marrying Qin Sheng wasn't a bad thing, but it felt frustrating that the Lu family had to accept it against their will. Jiang forced a smile. That's true, but I just feel uneasy about it. Lu Songli understood that her mother was simply not comfortable with the situation. In short, her mother had idealized the royal family, which led to unrealistic expectations that affected their emotions. She thought that after learning about the great sacrifice she made to save Xiao, her mother would feel sympathy and abandon her original plans, standing on a fair side. However, the Empress did not act that way, shattering her mother's illusions and causing her distress. It wasn't just her mother who felt this way. Even she had overestimated the virtues of the royal family. Lu Songli realized that she was not immune to these influences after arriving in this world. Mom and Dad, let's not dwell on unhappy things. Let's focus on the outcome, not the process. This marriage can be seen as a twist of fate. We should look at the practical benefits. Perhaps in the future, the Empress and Zhao Yuten, along with Xiao, will regret this marriage, Lu Songli joked. Her words had a deeper meaning, but unfortunately, no one else could understand it but her. Jiang, following her lead, imagined the scene and smiled brightly. Yes, after you marry Qin Sheng, live happily, and make those who doubt you quiet down. Her mother had always liked Qin Sheng, and now, with this unexpected turn of events, she was thrilled. She turned to her father and said, "Later, we should go to the Xie family to collect the marriage contract and engagement gifts." Lu Disheng nodded. "Yes, we must get them." Jiang called for Steward Chen and instructed, "Go to the Xie family and deliver a message saying we will visit this afternoon." Steward Chen obeyed and went to carry out the task. Just then, the doorman rushed in to report, "Sir, Madam, Second Miss, the old lady of the Qin family is here with young Master Qin and young Master Six." Lu Disheng and his wife exchanged glances. The Qin family had arrived? So soon? Did they come right after receiving the decree? Wait, they seem to have overlooked one issue. Would the Qin family mind that she couldn't bear children due to her cold constitution? Quick, invite them in. No matter what, they should meet the guests first. The gate of the Lu family opened, and Manager Chen personally welcomed the guests. Qin Sheng and Qin Heng supported Madame Qin on either side as they entered the Lu family's gate for the second time. Madame Qin looked at her youngest son, who had changed into special clothes before leaving, and nodded in satisfaction. After the Empress Dowager arranged the marriage, this child finally looked ready to get married. He used to not care about what he wore when visiting the Xiao family. Her younger son looked good and always dressed well, but now that he was about to get engaged, this more mature and composed outfit would surely please the other party and put them at ease. Mr. and Mrs. Lu, along with Lu Songli, waited at the entrance of the flower hall and did not go out to greet them at the main gate. As the female side, it was proper to be a bit reserved. When Manager Chen led Madame Qin and her two sons into the flower hall, Mrs. Jiang smiled and came forward to greet them, saying, "Madame Qin, young Master Qin Lu, you have arrived. Please come in. It is truly an honor to have such esteemed guests." Madame Qin smiled and replied, "Not at all. We are the ones who have come unexpectedly and disturbed you." After some polite exchanges, they entered the flower hall, took their seats, and the servants brought tea. As soon as Madame Qin and Mrs. Jiang met, one was eager to connect, and the other was keen to engage, and before long, they were calling each other sister and younger sister. The two ladies were the main speakers of the gathering, and their conversation was lively. Lu Songli quietly sipped her tea below. She noticed that Madame Qin had likely prepared herself before leaving, looking very lively and healthy, and when she smiled, she appeared gentle and kind. It was clear that Madame Qin must have been a beauty in her youth. Indeed, she had seen both Qin Heng and Qin Sheng, and they were both quite handsome. Especially Qin Sheng, whose face seemed flawless from every angle. Even though she had never met his father, the Marquis of Pingxi, she could guess that he must have inherited the best traits from both parents. With looks like his parents must also be good-looking. As Lu Songli's thoughts wandered, she was soon mentioned. Madame Qin looked over at Lu Songli with a gentle gaze. "This must be Ali? She really is quite striking." "Hello, Madame Qin." Lu Songli stood up gracefully and greeted her. Madame Qin nodded repeatedly. "Very good, very good. Ali, just call me Aunt." "Hello, Aunt Qin," Lu Songli responded readily. "This next to me is my youngest son, Qin Sheng. You should have met him before." At Madame Qin's gesture, Qin Sheng stood up and performed a respectful greeting to Mr. and Mrs. Lu. "This is my eldest son, Qin Heng. His father, Qin Yu, is not in the capital. As the saying goes, the eldest son is like the father. He will help with the Sheng's marriage." Yes, Qin Heng is just like her father. Qin Heng also said, "Uncle and aunt, regarding a Sheng and your daughter's marriage, if the Lu family has any requests, please let me know, and I will make the arrangements." Lu Disheng and Jiang Shi looked at the mature and steady Qin Heng and nodded. "At the flower banquet at Prince Gong's residence, my son accidentally saved your daughter. When he told me about it, I felt they were meant to be together. Now that the Empress Dowager has personally given her blessing for their marriage, it shows they truly have a deep connection. They are indeed a perfect match. Indeed, to be honest, I also really like a Sheng at first sight. As both sides discussed, they were getting closer to the topic of marriage. Before that, Zhang Shi changed the subject and said to Lu Songli, Ali, why don't you take a Sheng for a walk in the garden? Lu Songli thought, is this to send them away? That's a great idea. Young people should walk around more, Mrs. Qin agreed. Since both mothers suggested it, they certainly couldn't stay in the hall any longer. Lu Songli stood up and looked at Qin Sheng. Shall we go? Qin Sheng also stood up. Sure, you go ahead. Mrs. Qin reminded her son, it's windy outside. Take care of Ali. The two walked out one after the other, while Mrs. Qin and Zhang Shi watched, feeling that the pair looked good together and nodded in approval. Then, Qin Heng smiled and said, Uncle, I heard you have a collection of the endgame strategies for the wild horse chess. I'm very curious. Could I borrow it? Lu Dishing generously replied, what's there to not lend? Come, let's go to the study. As they spoke, Lu Dishing and Qin Heng headed to the study. Some topics are better discussed among the female elders. In the living room, only Mrs. Qin and Jiang Shi remained. Mrs. Qin noticed Jiang Shi had something to say. Sister Jiang, feel free to speak. It's like this, a Li and a Sheng are both good kids. I'm very satisfied with a Sheng. However, last night, the Empress Dowager summoned us, and I believe Sister Gu knows that Elise saved Xiao back then. Jiang Shi found it particularly difficult to bring this up, but felt she had to. Before she could finish, Mrs. Qin interrupted, I know about that. I've asked a Sheng, and we don't think it's a big deal. There are many great doctors in the world. We can seek medical help for Ali, and she will be fine. To put it another way, even if Ali really cannot have children, if the two kids are willing, they can adopt one from another brother, so it shouldn't be a big problem. After hearing this, Jiang was completely reassured. She had previously thought that if the Qin family was unwilling, they would just have to cling to the Xie family. Her daughter couldn't have children because she saved Xiao, so how could the Xie family just back out of the engagement? What if the Empress arranged the marriage? Could she really be unreasonable? Now that this issue is settled, they could happily discuss the wedding arrangements. The Qin family was cooperative, and both families worked together on the marriage plans. Because the Empress required them to marry within 2 months, the timeline was tight. Jiang decided that once they received the engagement tokens from the Xie family, she would send the birth dates to the Qin family for them to match the dates. Here, Lu Songli was walking by the lake with Qin Sheng. It was a sunny day, and it wasn't too cold. As they walked together, a few servants followed them at a distance. With a teasing tone, Lu Songli said to Qin Sheng, why are you dressed like this today?
I think you look better in red.
This dark blue outfit doesn't really suit you. What do you think? Qin Sheng. Women's hearts are as hard to understand as the depths of the sea. Who was it that mentioned his older brother last night? Qin Sheng huffed. Why do you care? My mother thinks I look good in this. He secretly vowed that if he dressed like his brother again, he would be foolish. Strangely, he felt a bit happy. He also noticed that she hadn't looked at his brother at all. His good mood felt like an opening in his heart, with sweet feelings bubbling up. How about that? Did you expect the Empress to arrange our marriage? Last night, I suggested you marry into the Qin family, and you were reluctant. Lu Songli looked at him with a hint of pride. What a poor kid. She wanted to tell him that she had sensed this morning when her father took out the special token that the Empress would not let this go easily. Compared to his confusion about why the Empress arranged the marriage, she knew much more than he did. Never mind. She decided not to tease him anymore. At this moment, Lu Songli sighed to herself. They were only 16 and were already set to marry. What was even crazier was that they were both not quite 16 yet. Lu Songli had never imagined she would marry so young. In her previous life, at 26, she was still single and enjoying her life. Since he mentioned their marriage, she had to bring up some things. What do you think about my inability to have children? Lu Songli asked this unexpected question, catching Qin Sheng off guard, and he choked on his own saliva. Lu Songli remained silent, waiting patiently beside him. After a few coughs, Qin Sheng finally stopped and met her serious gaze. He pressed his lips together and said, "What's the big deal? There are many great doctors in the world. We can start looking right now. I'm sure we'll find someone who can help you. Also, in the Qin family, I have 5 brothers and already 6 nephews. Having one more or one less doesn't matter for continuing the family line. If you really can't have kids, it's fine. Giving birth can be very dangerous for women, and I worry that if you do get pregnant, it might be too risky." He glanced at her slender figure with a hint of disdain, not seeing the appeal of having children at all. They could be quite bothersome. Lu Songli thought, this person is great in many ways, but he sure knows how to complain. Really? He dared to criticize her figure? Lu Songli rolled her eyes at him. Sure, she was a bit slim, but she had curves too. Just wait. Once she had time to prepare some nourishing food for herself, she would surely impress him. Wait a minute. Lu Songli suddenly remembered something. In the original story, the female lead, Xiao Yuten, who married Qin Sheng for many years, had no children. However, after marrying Xiaozhan as his second wife, she quickly had a pair of twins. This suggests that the issue might not be with Xiao Yuten, but rather with Qin Sheng himself. Lu Songli didn't know that in the original story, when Qin Sheng married Xiao Yuten, Mrs. Qin was gravely ill and soon passed away, so they never consummated their marriage. Later, the Qin family faced exile, leaving them with no opportunity. By the time they reached the border, Qin Sheng felt guilty about not having consummated the marriage, thinking it would allow her a better future, like remarrying. Afterward, Qin Sheng was always away at war, and for various reasons, they never became a real couple until his death. Lu Songli subtly scanned him from head to toe, pausing at his waist. Could it be that he was incapable? Qin Sheng, sensing her gaze, immediately became defensive. What kind of look is that? Lu Songli quickly looked away, not wanting to say more. It's nothing. Let's go this way. Qin Sheng felt frustrated. Lu Songli thought that some plans needed to change. She had originally intended to focus on taking medicine to improve her health. Now, to be safe, she decided to postpone that plan. It wasn't that she didn't care about her health, but the troubles of the Qin family were looming. She and Qin Sheng were already tied together due to the Empress's arranged marriage, and she didn't want to get pregnant right after they married. Of course, she would try her best to prevent any disasters, but what if she couldn't? They were getting married in 2 months, and if the Qin family faced a crisis in 3 or 4 months, they could be exiled. If she happened to be pregnant then, it would be a serious problem. If she wasn't pregnant, her father could still help her with a special pardon. She didn't want to be held back by a child. If things went wrong, she also didn't want to be traveling heavily pregnant. By the way, what terrible crime did the Qin family commit in the original story? Lu Songli felt a headache coming on. She regretted not being more patient with her noisy little cousin. If she had asked a few more questions out of curiosity, maybe she wouldn't be so lost now. After thinking about it, she wondered if she could directly ask her father-in-law after the wedding if he had done anything wrong. Coming back to reality, Lu Songli turned to look at Qin Sheng and noticed he had moved from her right side to her left, shielding her from the cold wind blowing off the lake. He was walking quietly, deep in thought. Lu Songli grabbed his arm, and he turned to look at her. She smiled at him, her hair blowing in the lake breeze. Qin Xiaoya, in 2 months, we will be married. Please take care of me. Qin Sheng's eyes lit up with a smile, and he couldn't help but show a proud expression. Sure. With their fates sealed, Lu Songli didn't say anything discouraging. A positive attitude was necessary for a good partnership. Looking at him, who would grow from a handsome young man into an even more charming figure in 20 years, she thought she could manage. He looked a bit young now, but she could help him grow. Lu Songli didn't expect that by entering the story, she would get to experience a nurturing role. When they returned from the lakeside to the flower hall, their mothers were still discussing the wedding preparations. Upon their return, the 2 mothers complained about them and sent them away, telling them to go find somewhere else to play. Standing outside the door, they looked at the closed door of the flower hall, feeling like 2 little white flowers wilting in the cold wind. You look at me, I look at you, and in Lu Songli's eyes, It clearly says, "Your mother doesn't care about you." Qin Sheng, unwilling to back down, replied, "Your mother doesn't care about you either." Lu Songli touched her nose and thought, "Well, we're both just small cabbages from the field, so let's not hurt each other." It's all his fault for making her act so childish. "Come on, I'll take you to my father's study." Lu Disheng's study has two sections, an outer study for family reading and an inner study for handling official matters, similar to a private office. Lu Songli thought they could spend some time there until their mothers finished discussing their business. When they arrived at the study, they found Lu Disheng and Qin Heng playing chess. The outer study is about 40 square meters, with low couches by the windows on both the east and west sides, allowing people to read without disturbing each other as long as they kept their voices down. They greeted each other and went to the other end of the study, where Lu Songli casually picked up a book and sat down to read. Qin Sheng noticed that the Lu family actually had a map of Dali, which was currently spread out on a wooden stand right next to Lu Songli. Seeing how comfortable she was, it was clear she had visited her father's study often. As Qin Sheng approached to examine it, he became increasingly surprised. He was very familiar with maps. The Lu family's map was not inferior to the one in the Qin family's collection and was even very close to what they had surveyed. Such a clear and detailed map was rare, with only the emperor having something similar. It seemed this map was a gift from the emperor. At that moment, Qin Sheng gained a clearer understanding of his future father-in-law's favor from the emperor. Although Lu Songli was reading, she noticed his actions and thought, as expected of the young general who fought in battles, he noticed the map right away upon entering the outer study. Indeed, this map was taken from her father. During her busy days, she had been thinking about what kind of compensation to ask from the Xie family. She needed to find the right balance. Asking for too little would make her unhappy, while asking for too much would upset the Xie family. This map was for her to think about it. After all, the Xie family could only offer gold, silver, land, and rare treasures as compensation. Of course, they also had connections in the official world, which were intangible assets. However, the Lu family had no need for those. Her father had already pledged loyalty to the emperor and did not need to rise any further. Even without her father's influence, the Xie family's connections were not something they could use. Lu Songli didn't plan to forego compensation, but instead wanted the Xie family to owe her a favor for the future. First, the Xie family would definitely not agree. Moreover, this favor, like power, could lose its value over time. The life-saving grace from the original owner remained, but would the favor from the Xie family always be valuable? Not necessarily. Maximizing her gains as soon as possible was her goal during this time. Thinking of this made Lu Songli feel a bit frustrated. The Empress's marriage decree wasted her efforts. Unfortunately, after planning for so long, she let things develop on their own, and as she expected, the Xiao family pulled in the Empress for a bigger judgment. She thought she could use this opportunity to take advantage of the Xie family, but now that was all gone. When her parents went to the Xie family later, they would surely offer some compensation, but it would be much less than what she had planned. Well, what's lost in one place can be gained in another. No matter how much the Xie family compensates her, it would never be as valuable as a life-saving token. Besides, she already had an idea in mind about what kind of compensation to ask from the Xie family. With that thought, Lu Songli felt relieved. When she came back to her senses, she noticed Qin Sheng was staring blankly at the map. She didn't mind him and comfortably leaned back in her chair, flipping to another page of her book. "Is your map just left out like this?" Qin Sheng asked softly. "What else should I do?" Lu Songli casually replied. She hadn't realized that a map, so common in her future life, could be considered a military secret here. Qin Sheng mentioned the importance of the map. Lu Songli smiled and asked, "Do you think outsiders can just walk in here?" Although she hadn't put the map away, the study was a secure place that most people couldn't enter. Despite Lu Songli's casual tone, he still sensed her indifference toward the map. Qin Sheng frowned, feeling a bit unhappy. It should be noted that a great price was paid by the Qin family army to survey and perfect this map, especially the parts near the border. And this map is really ugly. I've never seen such a bad one, Lu Songli mumbled, her voice barely audible at the end. The map depicted the territory of the Great Li, and having been used to a national map shaped like a rooster, she found it very uncomfortable at first glance. The territory of Great Li was 1/3 smaller than that rooster, resembling a lion's head with 2 long ears. Ugly? What does that mean? She shouldn't have touched any spicy peppers or garlic with her hands, right? How could it be spicy to her eyes? And what did she mean by saying the map was ugly? Hearing this, Qin Sheng's expression was hard to describe. The map is drawn based on the current territory of Dali. It can't just look good and ignore reality, right? I know that, but if we include places like Qianghu, Xianbei, Goguryeo, and the 3 Han, wouldn't it look much better? LV Songli said confidently. Qin Sheng was speechless. Those were other people's territories, and you can't just claim them for the sake of appearance. However, his gaze remained on the map, and he couldn't help but imagine placing those foreign tribes' lands along the edges of the map. It did seem like it would look much better. Wait, you know that outside our territory are Qianghu, Xianbei, Goguryeo, and the 3 Han? Qin Sheng suddenly realized this, and thought to himself that she seemed to know their locations and sizes too. LV Songli secretly rolled her eyes. There was no need to be surprised. She was well aware of the distribution of the 7 continents and 5 oceans. Although she was in a story and Dali wasn't mentioned in official history, she inferred that Dali was comparable to the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties period based on the size of its territory and customs. Plus, with supporting information, knowing about the tribes outside Dali and their approximate land sizes was not a problem. Thinking this, Qin Sheng looked her up and down. He had a general idea of what women were like at that time. Some girls never left their birthplace from birth to death, and most lived within a 10-mile radius of their parents and husbands, unless they faced natural disasters and had to flee. They had only a vague understanding of foreign tribes outside Dali. Women in the capital were slightly better, but they mostly knew the names of 1 or 2 foreign tribes through wars and couldn't distinguish their locations outside Dali. Unlike her, who could name them all as if reciting from memory. LV Songli remained calm, letting him look. It was just a glance. She had no intention of hiding her knowledge, talent, or perspective. Firstly, the Qin family was facing a crisis, and she needed a voice. Secondly, she didn't want her life to be entirely controlled by others, without even having a say. In the end, Qin Sheng stood in front of the map, scratching his head, and he vaguely realized that the wife he was about to marry was quite remarkable. Suddenly, he found it hard to understand Xiaozhan. How could a good marriage he'd be interrupted by the Xiao family? As a man, he really couldn't comprehend it. Was Xiao Yuten really better than Lu Songli? From what he could see, that didn't seem to be the case. Clearly, Lu Songli was more capable than Xiao Yuten, especially in terms of intelligence. As for looks, both had their own charm, making it impossible to compare. Qin Sheng felt he might never understand Xiaozhan's thoughts. The two ladies discussed things until the afternoon, even having lunch at the Lu family's place. There was no choice. The Empress Dowager required them to marry within 2 months, and time was tight. There were many preparations needed for the wedding, and some of the previous arrangements were no longer useful. Additionally, Mrs. Qin was not in good health, so they needed to finalize the main plans quickly, leaving the rest to others later. Before leaving, Lu Songli found a chance to talk to Qin Sheng. "Are you free tomorrow?" Lu Songli asked. Qin Sheng looked at her with a questioning expression. "Come by again tomorrow. Is there something going on?" Qin Sheng thought. She was quite direct in asking him to come. Lu Songli said with a hint of meaning, "I want to introduce you to your future brother-in-law." Qin Sheng. "Oh, I see. Wait, isn't that brother-in-law at his father-in-law's house? Are you going to Ping'an Town?" Lu Songli gave him an approving look. Qin Sheng. He had never seen anyone chase after their brother-in-law to visit their in-laws. Early in the morning, the 2 decrees issued by the Empress Dowager brought the drama to an end. With the Qin family visiting, the atmosphere at the Lu family was joyful. The other 2 families, The Xiao and Xie families were also in good spirits. The Xiao family was the happiest about the decrees. After feeling deep despair the night before, they were suddenly hit with joy the next morning, making them ecstatic. The Xie family remained relatively calm. Xiao Wenkai immediately wanted to head to the Xie family to discuss the marriage. He had the butler deliver an invitation to the Xie residence, but they declined, saying they had visitors in the afternoon and asked them to come back tomorrow. Xiao Wenkai wondered if the visitors in the afternoon were from the Lu family. He believed his guess should be correct. After all, Xiaozhan owed a debt of gratitude to Lu Songli for saving his life. Now that the marriage agreement between the two families was no longer valid, this matter definitely needed to be resolved, and Lu's family deserved an explanation. On this side, the Xie family declined the Xiao family's invitation, intentionally keeping the afternoon free, waiting for Lu's family to come. However, they waited and waited without seeing anyone. Just as they were about to send someone to inquire, they received a message from Lu's family stating that the discussion would be postponed until tomorrow morning. What could the Xie family do? They had to accept it. They then sent someone to Lu's family to find out what was happening and learned that Lu's family was entertaining guests from the Qin family, discussing marriage matters enthusiastically. This left them feeling a bit uncomfortable. The next day, before Lu Disheng and Jiang set off for the Xie residence, Lu Songli privately discussed with them how to respond if the Xie family offered compensation. This matter can be handled by me and your father. Didn't you say you wanted to visit the Tian family? Don't wait for a special day. Just go today. It will be a good way to clear your mind, Jiang said decisively, instructing them to prepare the carriage and take the gifts she had planned for the Tian family along. The engagement had been broken, and regardless of any lingering feelings for Xiaozhan, it was certain that Lu Songli was unhappy. Lu Songli thought to herself. Actually, she wanted to tell her mother that she had the same idea. Jiang had a look that said, "You're feeling down, so go clear your mind. Nothing anyone says will change that." Lu Songli felt a mix of emotions, realizing that her mother thought she was upset. Fine, her mother was being unusually assertive. All right, I'll head to the Tian family. But let me go back and grab something first. At the Xiao residence, Xiaobin had originally planned to accompany his parents to discuss the marriage with the Xie family. However, early in the morning, the Xie family sent a message saying that Lu's family had changed the time, forcing them to reschedule their discussion to that morning. Therefore, the meeting between the Xie and Zhao families also had to be changed. Zhao Wenkuan remained silent. Luo felt frustrated. Why couldn't the Xie family have informed them sooner about the change? How would they feel if they had been notified yesterday? She sensed the Xie family's negligence but couldn't blame them directly, so she ended up blaming Lu's family for not keeping their word. At that moment, Luo couldn't help but think of the Qin family. But she quickly dismissed that thought. Xiaobin was also dissatisfied with the Xie family's lack of urgency regarding the marriage, but he knew his sister was very happy about it, having finally gotten her wish, so he didn't say anything. Just then, a servant from his courtyard came to find him and gave him a secret signal. Xiaobin's eyes flashed. "Mom and Dad, I'm going out for a bit, so I won't go with you to the Xie family." After saying this, he quickly walked toward the front door. Luo looked at his hurried demeanor and couldn't help but ask loudly, "Hey, where are you going?" "I have something to do." "Don't worry too much about men's business outside," Zhao Wenquan said. Luo responded helplessly. At that moment, she never imagined that her well-behaved son would leave upright and return sideways. Once Xiao Bin was out of his parents' sight, he quietly asked the servant, "Did she go to Ping'an town?" "Yes." Xiao Bin thought to himself, "This is really easy." Today, when Lu Songli went out, her gaze intentionally or unintentionally fell on the northeast corner. After she got into the carriage, Luo Tiniu quickly took the driver's seat and whispered, "Second miss, there is indeed unusual activity in the northeast corner." A few days ago, Luo Tiniu reported to her that someone seemed to be watching the Lu family from outside. Luo Tiniu, Chen Rong, and others were among the 6 servants she had chosen. They had proven their worth on the very first day and received rewards. Later, Her mother thought these servants were well managed, so they were assigned to her. She also hired a few more to fill the gaps. Lu Songli took over these servants without any issues, paid them, and asked Steward Chen to invite the most experienced bodyguard from the most famous agency in Chang'an to teach them some martial arts moves and tracking techniques. The old bodyguard initially wanted to refuse, but the Lu family offered too much, and he was not required to teach his special skills for meals, just some useful techniques. The Lu family was very accommodating, which made him feel a bit guilty about earning the money. Additionally, during his teaching period, the Lu family treated him with good food and drink. So he was dedicated while teaching Luo Tinyu and the others. Luo Tinyu and the others had only learned for a short time, but in the last couple of days, they noticed something unusual outside the residence and reported it to Lu Songli. Lu Songli was very pleased with the old bodyguard's teaching results and felt that the money was well spent. She decided to draw out the person behind this to see who they were and what they wanted. At this moment, she also had some guesses in her mind. When Qin Sheng arrived at the Lu family early in the morning, he was told that Lu Songli had already left for Ping'an town. Hearing this, Qin Sheng looked stunned. What a trickster. She said she would take me to meet my brother-in-law, but in the end, she didn't even wait for me. At that moment, someone Lu Songli left behind handed him a note. Qin Sheng opened it and frowned. Then he turned around, mounted his horse, and rode out of the city towards Ping'an town. Along the way, he called two good friends to join him. Early in the morning, after breakfast, Xia Mingtang, Madame Xia, and Xia Zhan moved to the meeting hall to drink tea and wait for the Lu family to arrive. In the adjacent room sat two people, Prince Gong and the chief inspector, Zhou Qingzhong. They were specially invited by the Xia family to witness the discussions between the two families. Fortunately, the Lu family did not stand them up like the day before. At the appointed time, Lu Disheng and his wife arrived at the Xia family. The steward welcomed them into the meeting hall. Xia Zhan noticed that only Lu Disheng and his wife had come, and Lu Songli was absent. He felt a mix of emotions, as if someone had left him behind. After Lu Disheng and his wife took their seats, the Xia family servants served tea. Lu Disheng looked around and asked, "Is it just the two families? Shouldn't we have a witness?" Xia Mingtang replied with a smile, "Brother Lu, you read my mind. We have already invited witnesses. They are next door having tea." Lu Disheng rolled his eyes, thinking it was silly to be so friendly at such a serious time. "Who did you invite?" he asked casually. "Prince Gong and Inspector Zhou Qingzhong." Well, those two were familiar faces. Lu Disheng nodded, indifferent to who the Xia family had invited, as they would settle everything today and have no further ties. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xia Mingtang glanced at his wife, signaling her to begin. Madame Xia's expression was somewhat stiff. In the past few days, she had learned that her father-in-law and husband had kept a significant secret from her. Lu Songli was unable to have children due to an injury sustained while saving her son years ago. No wonder her father-in-law insisted on the marriage with the Lu family, despite her objections at the time. Now, everything made sense. When she first learned this, she was very angry. As the head of the Xia family and her son's mother, they had hidden such an important matter from her. Xia Mingtang explained that they were afraid she would show her feelings when dealing with the Lu family. Faced with this explanation, although she felt unhappy, Madame Xia knew her place. If she had known earlier that Lu Songli could not have children, she would have unconsciously been critical when meeting her. Thinking about the superiority she had shown in front of Lu Songli, her future daughter-in-law, over the years made her expression stiffen. Madame Xia pondered how to speak, but Lu Disheng and Jiang Shi were not interested in pleasantries and got straight to the point. "Let's skip the small talk. You know why we are here. The Xia family only needs to return the engagement gifts and the marriage contract. From now on, our families will have no further ties." Xia Mingtang carefully said, "The Xia family has always hoped for the marriage between Miss Lu Er and Zhan. We have looked forward to Miss Lu Er joining our family. Unfortunately, things did not go as we wished. They are fated to be apart." Now, the Empress has granted them separate marriages, and we must return the marriage contract and engagement gifts, allowing both families to proceed with their own marriages. The Xie family was taking a very humble stance. Jiang Shi scoffed, thinking the Xie family was acting innocent. If the Xie family had not been ambiguous and allowed things to escalate, the Xiao family would not have been so reckless. If Jiang Shi had experienced the future, she would know that the Xie family's behavior was typical of someone who avoids responsibility, neither proactive nor rejecting, leaving no evidence to hold against them. The Xie family shifted their tone. However, we are very grateful for the help Miss Lu Er provided to Ajan back then. We kindly ask the Lu family to allow us to offer some compensation. As he spoke, Xie Mingdang pushed a box on the table toward them. The box was slightly open, revealing a stack of silver notes inside. Each note was worth 1,000 taels, and the thick stack looked to be around 20 to 30,000 taels, equivalent to half of a wealthy daughter's dowry. The Xie family was indeed generous. Here are 30,000 taels in silver notes, a token of our sincerity. We hope you will accept it on behalf of both of you. The Xie family never left room for criticism in this regard. This money could also be seen as a lifeline for Xiaozhan. How could the Xie family possibly offer less? Offering less would imply that Xiaozhan was not worth much. I hope that even though our families are not meant to be in-laws, we can part on good terms. Lu Disheng pushed the box back. This action caused Madame Xie to change her expression slightly, thinking they were rejecting the money and wanting more. Xie Mingtang was surprised. Was the Lu family refusing such a large sum? Xiaozhan also looked up. We don't want silver notes. If the Xie family is sincere, they should convert it into grain for us, Lu Disheng stated directly. 30,000 taels of grain? Xie Mingdang and his son Xiaozhan exchanged glances. Then Xie Mingdang asked Lu Disheng, "Why do you need so much grain?" Lu Disheng's eyes sparkled. The Xie family didn't deny having it. They only questioned why they needed so much. Xiaozhan quickly added, "We don't have that much grain. Currently, the price of grain is about 4 to 6 coins per stone. 30,000 taels of grain would require around 60 to 70,000 stones, right?" Lu Disheng didn't believe it. His daughter had been studying in his study lately, intentionally gathering information about the Xie family. Her request must have a basis. Lu Disheng pretended to stand up. It doesn't matter. If you want to give the grain, then give it. If not, forget it. They could discuss compensation, but they would only accept this form of compensation. Nothing else would do. For example, they wouldn't accept silver notes. As soon as Xiaozhan spoke, Xie Mingtang realized the situation. The father and son of the Xie family exchanged glances. Lu's request either meant they were sure the Xie family had that much grain, or that they had a way to gather it. Either way, it made Xiaozhan uneasy. When did the Lu family understand the Xie family so well? They couldn't give it. The two exchanged thoughts silently. "May I ask why you need so much grain, Uncle Lu?" "To build shelters and distribute porridge to help disaster victims and refugees. I hope my daughter can accumulate good deeds, so one day she might meet a great doctor who can heal her and, after marriage, have a child or two," Lu Disheng said straightforwardly. This statement struck a chord, and the reasoning was compelling, making it hard to argue against, especially in a time when the emperor valued kindness and good deeds. The Xie family couldn't say that helping others was useless. The Xie family's implication was, "Can't you just take the silver and buy it yourself?" Xiaozhan thought further. The empress had just arranged a marriage between their two families, making it hard not to think that the Lu family's request was to gather grain for the Qin family. Just the thought of it was frustrating. They had just arranged the marriage, and the Lu family was already so eager to think of their in-laws. Jiang stood up. Enough, enough. Since your Xie family lacks sincerity, what's the point of continuing this discussion? Let's go home. Xiaozhan quickly said, "Aunt Lu, our Xie family is very sincere in compensating Miss Lu, but your request is too difficult for us. We truly can't manage it. Could you suggest something simpler?" Lu Disheng was very unhappy. His daughter was right. The Xie family would never agree to give up the tens of thousands of grains. He had never expected that the Xie family had stored so much food. Jiang Shi quickly changed her request, saying, "All right, let's make it simple. We want 100 acres of land in Longcheng, located in Changsha village, from your Xie family." The Xie family was quite surprised by this request. The 100 acres had been given to them last year, through connections. Since that land was in a very northern area and close to foreign territories, it wasn't very valuable. Additionally, not all of it was flat land, so the entire area was worth only about 20,000 taels. Xiaozhan's mind was racing. Longcheng was in the far north of Dali, adjacent to the Xianbei tribe to the northeast, and close to Luqing to the south. In terms of safety and other factors, it wasn't particularly impressive. The Lu family only knew about that land by chance. At a gathering he had attended with Lu Shangli. During the festivities, someone had mentioned Liaoxi County and that 100 acres was a gift at that time. Unfortunately, he had been drunk and couldn't recall any useful information now. What was so special about that land that the Lu family wanted it? He suspected that the Lu family had ulterior motives. On the surface, it seemed they wanted 60 to 70,000 grains, and after being refused, they settled for the 100 acres. But in reality, they had always wanted that land. Although that land is 100 acres, it's not worth 30,000 taels, Xiaozhan hinted. Do you think we are asking for too little? We actually want more. Will you give it to us? You people are so suspicious, Jiang Shi replied sarcastically. Lu Disheng was angry. Let's go back. Jiang Shi was also upset.
Leave.
This compensation was offered by them, and now it feels like we are forcing them. Give it to him. Xie Mingtang decided firmly. Xie Mingtang understood clearly that no matter the value of that 100 acres, the Lu family wanted it. If they refused, the Lu family might cause a scene, and the negotiation would fall apart. He also realized that if they didn't give it, it would give the Lu family a reason to act against them. With Lu Disheng's capabilities, it would be easy for him to bring down a few members of the Xie family, and the emperor would likely support that. Xiaozhan remained silent. After giving away the land, he felt an uneasy premonition in his heart.
But I don't understand why.
In the presence of Prince Gong and Minister Zhou Qingzhong, the Xie family handed over the land deed. Xiaozhan also took out a banknote worth 10,000 taels from a wooden box. This deed was compensation from the Xie family to Lu Songli, and the 10,000 taels were meant for her dowry. Mrs. Jiang accepted it without hesitation. After this, the two families would no longer owe each other anything. After Mr. and Mrs. Lu left, Xie Mingtang personally saw Prince Gong and Wang Qingzhong off, accompanied by Xiaozhan. When they returned to the meeting hall, Mrs. Xie was busy elsewhere, leaving just the father and son together. We can't keep Lu Disheng around, Xie Mingtang hinted. Xiaozhan remained silent. Now that the Xie and Lu families were no longer related by marriage, and since Lu Disheng held a grudge against the Xie family, they were no longer on the same side. Moreover, the Lu family had never been polite or lenient towards the Xie family. When Lu Disheng and Mrs. Jiang returned home, they quickly called for Steward Chen to personally deliver the letter to the Qin family. After this matter was settled, they finally breathed a sigh of relief, having cleared their debts with the Xie family. They had also found new in-laws, who seemed quite nice, ensuring a good future for their daughter. From now on, we are in-laws with the Qin family. I've heard that many civil officials in the court are against military generals, so you need to support our in-laws, Lu Disheng agreed. Don't worry, I won't let anyone bully them, he assured. As the couple chatted, they inevitably discussed the compensation from the Xie family. The 10,000 taels didn't need much discussion. Dear, why does our daughter need such a large piece of land so far away? Mrs. Jiang asked, looking at the deed from the Xie family, puzzled. Chang'an City is too far from Longcheng, making it hard to manage. This thought worried her. Lu Disheng was also confused. Their daughter only mentioned that the land had treasures. What kind of treasures could it hold? Gold or silver? He dismissed the thought, believing whatever was on that land belonged to their daughter. Moreover, their daughter had said she wouldn't touch that land for a while. Her plan was wise. The Xie family would surely keep an eye on it for now. Not wanting his wife to worry too much, he said, "Don't think too much about it. When our daughter returns from the Tian family, we'll give her the deed. She'll handle it well, so you don't need to worry. Their daughter had mentioned that the land held treasures but hadn't specified what they were, and she hadn't asked either. She mainly didn't want to know too much. The more she knew, the more worried she would be. Anyway, she knew her daughter wanted that piece of land, which must have its special value, as long as she wasn't at a loss. Jiang was not a very controlling person. After all this time, she felt reassured about her daughter, who could handle things on her own and even help her father. Now that her daughter was settled, hearing about the Tian family quickly shifted Jiang's attention. I wonder if Xiao and Dan are comfortable living with the Tian family. Lu Disheng was not surprised by her question. His wife had been worried about their daughter for a while. Now that their daughter's matters were settled, she relaxed and started thinking about their lovely grandchildren. Don't worry, when our eldest son and his wife come back, they'll bring you a pair of chubby grandchildren, Lu Disheng said confidently. He wasn't worried at all. The little ones were safe with their parents. After all, even if his son and daughter-in-law faced difficulties, they would never mistreat their children. You have such a carefree heart. Jiang rolled her eyes at him. As the saying goes, raising a child for 100 years brings worries for 99. Their eldest grandson was the apple of their eye, and with him not around, how could she not worry? Lu Disheng remained cheerful despite his wife's eye roll. He believed that whoever raised the children should take care of them. Just like how, despite the many ups and downs in their daughter's marriage, he wouldn't overly blame his son for staying with the Tian family to help out. He preferred to shoulder the responsibility himself. He thought about his grandchildren but didn't want to worry too much about them. If Lu Songli knew his thoughts, she would agree that this was a different kind of blessing for their children and grandchildren. In Changle Palace, the Empress Dowager fell ill. For 2 consecutive days, she had stood on the highest steps of Weiyang Palace, surrounded by countless servants and palace maids. The Empress Dowager was waiting for Lu Disheng to come to the palace and cause a stir. She had issued an imperial decree to cancel his daughter's engagement with Xiao and instead promised her to the young master of the Qin family, Qin Sheng. While this was partly to vent her anger, she had another purpose. Wasn't Lu Disheng known for loving his daughter? He was also easily angered and impulsive. She was prepared. As soon as he appeared in the palace, she had a way to accuse him of disrespect and then force him to use that life-saving token. She had tossed and turned all night and issued those 2 decrees early the next morning, not entirely out of impulse. That night at Changla Palace, Lu Songli didn't even glance at Qin Sheng, clearly looking down on him. Yet, she insisted on pairing herself with Qin Sheng. After just one meeting, the Empress Dowager noticed that this girl had a rebellious spirit and a high opinion of herself. While others might not see it, she could. Even though Lu Songli didn't speak disrespectfully to her after the first couple of questions, her relentless pursuit of Xiao Yuten was, in the Empress Dowager's eyes, like a slap in the face, deeply offending her. She couldn't believe that Lu Songli would willingly marry Qin Sheng. The Empress Dowager hoped that this father-daughter duo would become arrogant due to the emperor's favoritism. However, when she heard reports that the Lu family had happily accepted the imperial decree and was negotiating the marriage with the Qin family, even retrieving engagement gifts and documents from the Xia family the next day, she realized her plans had failed. It was unfortunate. She wondered who had advised them so wisely. Then, the Empress Dowager fell ill, unable to release the pent-up frustration in her heart. Lu Songli arrived at her sister-in-law's family home, the Tian family, in a swaying carriage. They had set out early and arrived around 10 a.m. From a distance, Lu Songli noticed a carriage parked in front of the Tian family gate, with several people carrying items from the house to load onto it. Her elder brother was speaking to 2 young children. That's enough. Xiao and Awin, stop moving things. Brother-in-law, we can't just listen to you or my sister. We have to listen to our mother. Right, brother-in-law, you've helped us a lot lately. This isn't much. As the carriage drew closer, Lu Songli leaned out and called, Elder brother, sister-in-law? Hearing her voice, Lu Ziyuan turned around, surprised to see Lu Songli. Little sister, What brings you here? At first, Lu Ziyuan thought something had happened to their parents, but he relaxed when Lu Songli denied his worries. What are you all doing? Lu Songli asked, noticing the carriage filled to the brim with items, and she began to guess. Lu Ziyuan replied, We just heard about the Empress Dowager's decree for marriage, and we're planning to head back today. With such a big event at home, as the eldest son, he felt he should help his parents, and he regretted not returning sooner when he heard the news. Lu Songli thought to herself that the news had spread quickly. Let's not stand outside. Let's go inside. Sister Lu noticed that the neighbors were peeking in, and she managed to handle 2 people who wanted to come over. Sister Lu suggested that she take a break, but Lu Songli said, Not yet. I want to check on my future mother-in-law first. So Sister Lu took her to see Mrs. Tian, who had injured her left hand and leg and was currently resting in bed. Seeing her sister-in-law help Mrs. Tian sit up, Lu Songli noticed that it was difficult for her. She conveyed her parents' greetings, and Mrs. Tian was very polite and grateful for her brother's recent help and her parents' kindness. Lu Songli only stayed for a short while, said a few words, and then left without disturbing the injured woman. Next, Lu Songli followed Sister Lu to the main room, where her brother was already sitting. Little sister, he said, wiping his face to try to look more alert. Big brother, you look so tired, Lu Songli remarked, noticing his pale face, red eyes, and overall exhaustion. It seemed he had been working hard lately. Lu Ziyuan smiled wryly. They had come to celebrate their mother-in-law's birthday, planning to stay for just 2 or 3 days. At that time, their father-in-law and older brother-in-law had just left to look for herbs, and they were about to head home when their mother-in-law fell and got seriously injured, breaking her hand and leg. The Tian family owned a herbal shop, and when their father-in-law and older brother-in-law were around, they managed the shop. Without them, their mother would usually check on things. Now that she was injured and unable to move, the younger brother-in-law and sister-in-law were only 8 years old and not much help. With no one in charge, if they left, the whole Tian family would be in chaos. So, he had no choice but to stay and help with his wife and children. Lu Ziyuan didn't want to talk about his situation and was more concerned about his sister and home. Sister, what's this about the Empress granting a marriage? Lu Songli then briefly explained the recent events at home. Lu Ziyuan was stunned. He had no idea that in just half a month, so much had changed. His dear sister had a complicated situation with her fiancé. Xiao, who had been his sister's fiancé for nearly 10 years, was now Zhao Yuten's fiancé, while Zhao Yuten's fiancé, Qin Sheng, had become his sister's fiancé. This is ridiculous. What was Xiao thinking? Lu Ziyuan exclaimed, slamming the table and pacing back and forth in the room. He didn't expect that a small incident of falling into the water would lead to such huge consequences. Lu Songli didn't say much and let him vent. The situation was already decided. I should have gone back earlier, Lu Ziyuan regretted. Lu Songli, eating freshly made snacks, casually replied, It's fine. You wouldn't be able to help much by going back. She liked savory traditional snacks in modern times and wasn't fond of sweet treats like cakes. Perhaps because this era had less sugar, her body craved it. Now, eating the sweet dumplings made by the Tian family, she found them quite enjoyable. Lu Ziyuan thought, Little sister, that really hits hard. Little sister, it's all my fault for keeping your brother here to deal with family matters, his sister-in-law, Mrs. Tian, said, feeling very guilty. She hadn't expected such a big issue to arise at home. Previously, when Tian returned, their in-laws had assured them that they could handle everything, allowing the couple to focus on helping at the Tian family. After hesitating, she agreed, thinking that if they left, there would be no one to take charge at her family. Sister-in-law, don't blame yourself. What I said earlier is true. Even if brother went back, the situation wouldn't be better than it is now. By staying here, the family saved half a month's worth of food. Lu Ziyuan thought, that hurts even more. So, he's just a burden at home? He grunted and said, Even though I didn't help at home, I still gained something in these past 2 weeks. Lu Songli was curious. What did you gain? Lu Ziyuan nodded at his wife, and Mrs. Tian smiled at her before going inside. He turned to her and said, "You'll find out soon." Before long, his sister-in-law came out with a nice wooden box. At Lu Ziyuan's gesture, she handed the box directly to Lu Songli. Lu Ziyuan raised his chin. "Take a look." Lu Songli took the box and opened it without hesitation. She immediately recognized, "Oh, is this wild ginseng?" It made sense. In ancient times, ginseng was all wild, with no concept of cultivation. She lifted the box and carefully examined the ginseng's shape and roots. The root was thick and short, with a yellow-brown skin, and the legs spread out to the sides. The ginseng had a twisted shape, dense and deep, with ring patterns growing on it. Lu Songli leaned in and sniffed the faint ginseng aroma, saying, "This ginseng must be around 50 years old, right?" The key was that it was in good condition. Lu Ziyuan looked at his sister in surprise. She knew about ginseng? The age she mentioned was correct, exactly 50 years, no more, no less. The problem was that he had planned to buy this ginseng after consulting a skilled master who was very good at identifying it. He had paid 20 taels of silver to get this master's opinion. Lu Songli really understood herbs. Not only did her family background expose her to many traditional Chinese medicines from a young age, but after graduating from university, she also worked in the medical field, which included both traditional and Western medicine. With this long exposure, her knowledge was not inferior to that of the master her brother spoke of. "This ginseng is great, big brother. You made a good purchase," Lu Songli praised. Legendary 100-year ginseng is rare, and this 50-year-old mountain ginseng is already very hard to find. The key was that her brother acted quickly and bought it right away. Otherwise, if he missed it, he might not find another opportunity. Lu Ziyuan said proudly, "Of course, it was fate that I found it." After confirming it was genuine ginseng and 50 years old, he quickly made the purchase. However, it was a bit expensive. He not only spent all the secret savings he had accumulated over the years, but also borrowed a bit from his mother-in-law, which made him feel quite pained. Seeing her brother's distressed expression, Lu Songli laughed and waved her hand, saying, "Big brother, if you owe money to our in-laws, I'll talk to Mom and Dad and have them cover it for you." As she spoke, Lu Songli closed the wooden box and handed it back to her sister-in-law. Since she had confirmed the ginseng was good, it naturally belonged back to its rightful owner. Tian sure smiled but did not take it. Lu Ziyuan said, "Little sister, this ginseng is for you."
Keep it.
"This was bought for me?" Lu Songli was surprised. Lu Ziyuan nodded. "Yes, it was specially bought to help you regain your health. Of course, if you have any left after using it, you can share it with Mom and Dad." He remembered that his sister had always had health issues due to a heart condition. This was also why he wanted to acquire this ginseng when he saw it. With their sister's poor health and their parents aging, having a ginseng at home could be life-saving, but good things are hard to come by. Lu Songli pondered. She had come to the Tian family hoping to buy some good herbs, but she didn't expect her brother to give her such a surprise right after arriving. This ginseng, to be honest, she really wants it, but it was bought by her older brother and sister-in-law. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not take what others cherish. Well, never mind, she is not a gentleman. To be honest, if this ginseng were not in her brother's hands, she would definitely find a way to get it for herself. But now, for the harmony of her brother's family, she has to reluctantly give it up. Lu Songli glanced at her sister-in-law and sighed internally. Never mind, she could look for another good ginseng later. "Brother, I can't take this ginseng. Sister-in-law has given birth to 2 nephews and nieces over the years, and her body must have suffered a bit. This ginseng should be for her to restore her health." After hearing this, Tian felt warm inside. She thought her husband had not treated this sister poorly. "You can keep this ginseng, little sister." Then Lu Ziyuan explained that the hunter who came to sell ginseng had actually brought 2 roots. The 50-year-old one was the largest, and he bought both. The 30-year-old ginseng was specially prepared for their family, using their family's money, and his wife knew about it. Lu Songli understood now why her brother could offer a 50-year-old ginseng without her sister-in-law objecting. It seemed her brother was not foolish. She had worried for nothing. At that moment, a child's voice came from outside. "Uncle." Did you say my aunt is here? Another child's voice replied, Yes, she is in the main room with your parents. Is that Xiao? Xiao is awake. Tian quickly walked to the door of the main room. At that moment, a sleepy 3-year-old child appeared at the door. After calling out to Lu Ziyuan and Tian, he tried to step over the threshold with his little legs to enter the main room. The newcomer was none other than her brother and sister-in-law's eldest son, 5-year-old Lu Xiao. Tian couldn't bear to see him struggle, so she quickly picked him up. Thank you, Mom, he said, then struggled to get down, his eyes fixed on Lu Songli. Tian couldn't help but laugh and gently patted his little bottom. Once Lu Xiao was on the ground, he walked straight to Lu Songli and stood in front of her. Aunt, hug. Lu Songli set down the wooden box with the ginseng and happily picked him up, letting him sit on her lap. The original owner cared a lot for her 2 little nephews and nieces, so these 2 little ones were quite close to her. Aunt, I missed you. Did you miss me too? The little boy asked seriously. I missed you a lot. Lu Xiao was pleased and nodded seriously in response. Lu Songli took a piece of snack from the table for him. After the little guy thanked her, he accepted it with both hands and ate it politely in her arms, his short legs swinging happily, clearly in a good mood. Where's Dandan? Lu Songli asked, holding her little nephew. She's probably still sleeping, Tian replied. The 2 little ones had gotten sleepy after eating, and she thought they could save some energy for the trip back. After finishing his snack, Lu Xiao suddenly asked, Where are Grandpa and Grandma? Why didn't they come with Aunt to see me? Lu Songli could only say, Grandpa and Grandma miss you too, but they are busy and couldn't come. You'll see them when you go back. The little guy said, Aunt, we're going back today so we can see Grandpa and Grandma then. Lu Ziyuan added, We'll go back with you. By the way, why did you come to the Tian family today? Lu Songli replied, It's nothing. She originally came to the Tian family to collect some good herbs, but now her plans had changed, so she didn't want to explain. It's just that there have been a lot of things happening at home lately. Mom and Dad were worried you would be concerned, so they sent me out to relax a bit, and to let you know. All right, then we can go back together. Lu Songli refused, saying no. Big brother, you shouldn't rush back. The family here still needs your help. As the saying goes, a good person should see things through. You should finish what you started here before going back. Lu Ziyuan was confused. Big brother, you and your wife can stay comfortably. It's fine to wait until the matters here are sorted out before returning. Lu Songli noticed that the Tian family was struggling, and if her brother and sister-in-law left, it would likely become even harder for them. Lu Songli understood the difficulties faced by the Tian family. The herb business is risky and requires insight and foresight, as prices can change every year or even every season. The Tian family's herb shop was small, and their investment was likely limited, so to make a profit, the owner needed to work very hard, especially by frequently visiting the herb-producing areas to find quality herbs at good prices. Lu Songli's words surprised Tian. To be honest, she had been worried about her family ever since her husband decided to return, especially since the news from his side was not good. It was normal for her husband to be worried and anxious to go back. But now, the younger sister wants them to stay, so they can remain for a while longer. She thinks that when her father and older brother return in a few days, they can go back home without worry. Lu Ziyuan listened to Lu Songli's words and glanced at his hopeful wife before agreeing. However, brother, I need to borrow the cart you brought, Lu Songli said. Lu Ziyuan replied, Did you not come here in a cart today? Can you really use 2 carts by yourself? The Tian family doesn't have much to bring back, do they? Tian sure pulled her husband gently, stopping his lengthy speech. If the younger sister needs the cart, let her use it. Why ask so many questions? It's not something important. She looked past Lu Ziyuan and said to Lu Songli, If you need the cart, go ahead. I'll have someone unload the things from it first. Thank you, sister-in-law and brother. I'll borrow your cart then. At that moment, Mo Bing came in to refill Lu Songli's tea. Lu Ziyuan noticed that his sister's cup was barely touched and frowned, saying, Mo Bing, what's going on? You've been refilling the second young lady's tea. Are you trying to make her drink too much? Lu Songli understood the reason behind this. It was just a reminder that someone had arrived and had been waiting for a long time. She smiled and said, "Brother and sister-in-law, let me introduce you to someone." Lu Ziyuan and Tian Shi were puzzled. She was just visiting the Tian family, and the people she brought were all servants from the Lu family. Who could she possibly introduce? That person has been wanting to meet you. If Qin Sheng were there, he would surely argue loudly. That's not true. She was the one who said she wanted to bring me to meet my uncle. How did it turn into me wanting to meet him? Lu Ziyuan didn't understand her intentions, but since she said so, he replied, "Then let's meet." "Please wait a moment." Lu Songli stood up and handed Lu Xiao to Tian Shi. "By the way, sister-in-law, where is the back door of the Tian house?" Tian Shi took her son and said, "I'll take you there." Lu Songli shook her head and smiled. "No need, let Tian Yu take me." Tian Yu was her sister-in-law's younger brother. He had come in with Lu Xiao and was also in the main room. "Okay, Aunt Li, I'll take you." Tian Yu called her by the same name as Lu Xiao. "Let's go." Lu Xiao wanted to follow but was refused. As Lu Songli left the main room, Mo Bing stepped forward and quietly reported a few things. After listening, Lu Songli nodded. She raised an eyebrow at the information she received, but was not surprised. As they spoke, the group arrived at the back door. Lu Songli instructed Tian Yu to open it, and then told him to go back, not allowing him to follow her anymore. Lu Songli had visited the Tian family before, so she had some memories of the area around their home and followed the route she remembered. After Lu Songli and Lu Xiao left, Lu Ziyuan and his wife remarked, "It's only been half a month, but my sister has changed a lot. She has become much more cheerful. Even though it's just been a short time, she has gone through many things. It's normal for her personality to change a bit after all that," his wife replied. Given the ups and downs she faced, it was good that she hadn't lost her mind. "I think my sister is doing well like this." Mrs. Tian genuinely felt that the change was positive. The key was that she had become more expressive. Earlier, when her husband gave her a 50-year-old ginseng, the old her would have quietly accepted it without saying much. However, she had mentioned wanting her brother to use the ginseng for her as his wife, which made her very happy. Lu Ziyuan also thought this change in his sister was good. He expected to see a tired sister with red eyes, knowing how much she valued her engagement to Xiaozhan. The current outcome was very satisfactory. In a secluded, lush area a few minutes away from the Tian family estate in Ping'an Town, 3 horses were tied to the roots of some willow trees, grazing on dry grass. 3 young men sat on the ground, not far from each other. These 3 young men were Qin Sheng and his 2 brothers, Qin Jinshui and Lu Erxi. He met them in the marketplace. Besides these 2, there were 2 others, but they were not on the way and time was tight, so he didn't seek them out. Qin Jinshui and Lu Erxi leaned against tree trunks or sat down, chatting idly. Lu Erxi couldn't help but ask 6th brother, "How much longer do we have to stay here?" 6th brother had called them out to Ping'an Town, but they didn't know what they were supposed to do. Although the weather was free of bothersome mosquitoes, the breeze by the river was quite chilly. Qin Sheng didn't respond. Instead, he pulled off a willow branch that hung in front of him, feeling frustrated. He had been promised a meeting with his brother-in-law, but they left without waiting for him and expected him to work. He has been in Ping'an Town for a while, and she has been with the Tian family for just as long, leaving him outside alone to face the wind without even sending someone to get him. It seems she has completely forgotten about him. Qin Jinshui tugged at Lu Erxi, telling him not to ask anymore. Just then, a cool voice spoke up, familiar in tone. "You're here? I was busy earlier. Sorry to keep you waiting." Qin Sheng didn't turn around, still facing away from her, looking out at the river. Is he upset? TSK, he really is just a young man. Lu Songli couldn't help but smile at his stiff posture. It was as if the words "come comfort me" were written on his back. Is this the fiancé that the Empress Dowager arranged for 6th brother? Qin Jinshui and Lu Erxi watched the two, nudging each other and exchanging glances. Seeing that 6th brother wasn't responding, Lu Erxi thought it would be awkward if he didn't say anything. Plus, Lu Erxi had used the word "you," meaning she was including them in her conversation. So, Lu Erxi bravely replied, No, we just arrived too, right?" He nudged Qin Jinshui with his elbow. Chun Jinshui nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. Lu Songli temporarily ignored Qin Sheng and turned to Lu Erxi and Qin Jinshui, smiling at them. Hello, you must be here to help Ashang, right? Thank you so much. It's no trouble at all. Did you encounter any issues on your way from Chang'an to Ping'an town? No, sixth brother led us and we arrived smoothly. Lu Songli wasn't in a hurry to talk to Qin Sheng. Instead, she chatted more with Lu Erxi and Qin Jinshui. While they responded to Lu Songli, Lu Erxi and Qin Jinshui exchanged secret signals. What's going on with sixth brother? This can't go on like this. Oh no. Why is the grass all gone? Lu Erxi exclaimed dramatically. Lu Erxi, you chat with sixth brother, Ashue, and I will take the horses to another place to graze. After saying this, Lu Erxi quickly untied the reins of the 3 horses and led them away. Mo Bing thought for a moment and wisely followed, leaving space for Miss Lu and her future brother-in-law. Lu Songli stepped forward, patted his back, and stood beside him. Are you still upset? Come on, don't be mad. Let's talk. After we finish, I'll take you to meet my older brother and sister-in-law. Actually, Qin Sheng was no longer angry. He just felt a bit embarrassed. He was upset with himself for overreacting, but when Lu Songli called him good, he glanced at her. Did she think he was a child? He looked her up and down, assessing her short stature, and then scoffed. Did she even realize how small she was? Her head barely reached his chest. Who knew if she would grow taller? She certainly acted like an adult. Qin Sheng didn't speak, and Lu Songli wasn't upset. She understood that teenage boys could be a bit awkward. Since he was willing to work hard for her, she was willing to care for his little feelings. When he didn't say anything, she took it as a yes. The view of the river is nice. Let's sit down, Lu Songli said, tugging at his sleeve. As soon as she sat down, Qin Sheng followed her lead and sat beside her. Qin Sheng hesitated and asked, Why are you so polite to a Shui and Heir Xiang? When Xiao Yuten was still my fiancé, she didn't approve of my interactions with them. Do noble families have any real superiority? It's better to respect the elderly than to look down on the young. Can you find a reason to believe that? Lu Songli joked. Qin Sheng thought she was being silly again. They're here to help you, she continued. Even if she was flattering them, they were still following his lead. Is it wrong for me to be friendly with them? A strong person often has many supporters. Those at the bottom care a lot about respect. There was no need for her to show off or provoke their sensitive nerves. Without any conflict of interest, it was unnecessary to make enemies. You're really different from Xiao Yuten, Qin Sheng mumbled. He said it quietly, but since they were close, Lu Songli heard him. She raised an eyebrow, starting to understand. Xiao Yuten probably acted very differently around Qin Sheng and his friends, maybe even the opposite. But what good would it do to criticize or look down on them? Nothing at all. If someone needed to feel better by belittling others, then their own worth was limited. Those who constantly seek to display their superiority over others are actually foolish. Her confidence came from her own excellence, not from putting others down. When it comes to treating these people, she doesn't need to do anything special. Just treating them normally is simple enough. We are definitely different. There are no 2 leaves in this world that are the same. Qin Sheng thought about it and agreed. While Lu Songli was discussing this with Qin Sheng, on the other side, Qin Jinshui and Lu Erxi were whispering. Qin Jinshui quietly said, The future sister-in-law of sixth brother is better than the previous one. Lu Erxi nodded in agreement, noting her carefree nature, especially since she was willing to sit side by side with sixth brother on the grass. The previous one was quite aloof. She wouldn't even sit on the ground. Whenever they saw her from a distance, she would frown, and they would usually avoid her. If they couldn't avoid her, she would ignore them completely, as if they were not even human. After sitting for a while, Lu Songli looked at the sky, stood up, and brushed off the grass from her skirt. Let's go. I'll take you to meet my brother and sister-in-law, and then we can start working. Qin Sheng stood up but hesitated. Lu Songli walked a few steps ahead, noticed he wasn't following, and turned to him.
Come on.
Qin Sheng still didn't move, so Lu Songli walked back, took his hand, and pulled him toward the Tian family. When she suddenly held his hand, his eyes widened, and his mind went blank for a moment, feeling his whole hand stiffen. Why was she holding hands so suddenly? Lu Songli found his reaction amusing. As they approached the back door, he snapped back to reality and pulled back his hand. I don't agree with your earlier plan. It's too dangerous. You shouldn't go. Is there more? Lu Songli encouraged him to continue. You don't know Xiao Bin. He holds grudges. Offending him could lead to endless trouble. Mentioning Xiao Bin made Qin Sheng's expression serious. Funny, I'm the same way, she replied. Seriously, stop joking. Qin Sheng's face was stern. Lu Songli tried to reassure him. What danger is there? With you here, you can protect me, right? That's not possible. He wasn't boasting. Xiao Bin wasn't his match. What will you do if I don't go? Catch him and give him a beating? That's all I can do. I can't take his life. It's not that serious. If you're not satisfied, I can hit him harder, Qin Sheng said, sounding a bit helpless. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at Lu Songli with a changed expression. What are you thinking about? Lu Songli sighed, feeling a bit troubled by her imaginative fiancé. Don't worry, I definitely won't harm him. As for how to punish him, that would depend on his actions. All right, let's go inside quickly. Don't keep my brother and sister-in-law waiting. Once inside the Tian family home, Lu Songli let go of Qin Sheng's hand. Although she thought holding hands was normal for engaged couples, considering how conservative people were in ancient times, and that Qin Sheng had only been her fiancé for 3 days, she decided not to provoke her brother. In the main room of the Tian family, Lu Songli said she wanted to introduce someone. Lu Ziyuan and Mrs. Tian waited patiently, but they were not just sitting idle. They were busy with some tasks. Usually, at this time, he would check on the family shop, and since he decided to stay a bit longer, he would still need to go there. After a while, Lu Songli returned with a tall and handsome young man. Lu Songli made the introductions. Ah Sheng, this is my brother and sister-in-law. Brother and sister-in-law, this is Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng allowed her to pull him along, managing a stiff smile. Say hello. Brother and sister-in-law.
Hello.
Lu Ziyuan nodded at Qin Sheng and then looked at his sister. Is this your new fiancé? Yes, and he is your new brother-in-law. Lu Ziyuan looked at her, puzzled. Wouldn't he see him when they returned home? Why bring him to the Tian family? Are you thirsty? Hungry? After Qin Sheng sat down, Lu Songli personally brought him a cup of tea and some snacks. Lu Ziyuan watched his sister fussing over her future brother-in-law and felt a bit embarrassed. Mrs. Tian was also surprised by her sister-in-law's change. When Xiao visited before, her sister wasn't this attentive. She was probably more reserved then. Qin Sheng felt quite flattered, but with so many people watching him eat and drink, he felt shy and only had a cup of tea. While taking care of Qin Sheng, Lu Songli said to Lu Ziyuan, brother, if you have things to do, you can go ahead. Once her brother left, she could manage things better. What about you? Why not stay at the Tian family for the night and go back tomorrow? He really did need to take care of some matters. No, I'll just stay a little longer and then leave. I didn't tell her parents I would be staying out, so if I suddenly don't return, they will worry. Lu Songli noticed that Qin Sheng only drank tea and didn't touch the snacks. She thought to herself that he was quite concerned about appearances. Then she realized that with Qin Sheng as a guest, her older brother couldn't leave to attend to his own matters. So, she had Mo Bing prepare 2 plates of snacks for Qin Sheng, then tugged at his sleeve to signal him to stand up. All right, you've met everyone. Brother and sister-in-law, he has something to do, so he will leave first. Lu Ziyuan wondered, what is his little sister doing? Just letting them eat and then leaving? Tian sure was also surprised. Is he in such a hurry? He should eat lunch first. It's almost ready. It's the first time her future husband is visiting, and if we don't even offer him a meal, it would be very rude. Lu Songli declined for him, saying, sister-in-law, he won't eat. He has urgent matters, and there will be plenty of chances to eat together later. After saying this, she pulled him out. Why is my little sister in such a rush? Lu Ziyuan still couldn't understand why his sister came to the Tian family. Was it just to see them? The two quickly arrived at the back door. Lu Songli handed him the snacks. I'm sorry for today. When we get back, I'll treat you to a nice meal at a restaurant. Bring Lu Erxi and Chen Jinshui with you. The snacks were made of glutinous rice, and she had taken enough for the three of them to have lunch. Qin Shen glanced at her. If he wanted to go to a restaurant, he didn't need her to bring him. After sending him off, Lu Songli returned and had a simple meal at the Tian family. After lunch, her brother went to the family's herbal medicine shop. Lu Songli was about to say her goodbyes. When Lu Xiao heard she was leaving, he clung to her leg and wouldn't let go. Auntie, I don't want you to go.
Please stay.
Tian Shi called out to him. Xiao Xiao, be good. Lu Xiao turned his head, pouting, clearly refusing to listen. Tian Shi looked at him sternly. Lu Xiao's eyes instantly turned red. He sniffled and said to Lu Songli, Annie, please take me back.
I miss Grandma and Grandpa. Lu Songli smiled sadly.
If she went back directly, it wouldn't be a problem to take him, but it wasn't convenient for her. What if he saw something scary and got frightened? Lu Songli patted the little guy's head and squatted down to negotiate with him. Why don't you stay with your parents and Grandma for a few more days? I'll come back to pick you up in a few days, okay? When the little guy heard her refusal, he became sad and started to cry. Lu Songli helplessly hugged him, gently patting his back to comfort him silently. She looked up and asked Tian Shi, sister-in-law, when do you think my father-in-law will be back? Tian Shi replied, soon. My father and brother didn't go far this time. My mother thinks they should be home in 5 or 6 days at most. Lu Songli nodded and said to the little one, all right, stop crying. You heard that in 5 or 6 days, when your grandfather and uncle come back, your aunt will come to pick you up. When the Tian family returns, they usually bring back some high-quality herbs. She planned to choose some then, and she had already asked her brother to help gather good herbs, giving him the list and some money. After crying for a while, the little one felt a bit shy. Hearing her words, he looked up at her and promised, Aunt, you have to come pick up Xiao Xiao, okay? Lu Songli promised, I will. Only then was the little one willing to let go. Tian Shi came over, picked up the little one, and shyly said, Sister, I'll take him inside to change his clothes. Sister-in-law, you go ahead. Taking this opportunity, Lu Songli went into the guest room that the Tian family had arranged for her to rest and changed into a new outfit. Her original clothes were worn by Mo Bing, who had styled her hair and makeup to match, and finally, she wore a veil. With the help of Tao Xing, she got into her original carriage. After Tian Shi changed her son's clothes, she noticed he was sleepy after eating and crying, so she coaxed him to sleep. When she came out, she saw her sister-in-law still in the guest room but didn't pay much attention and went to the kitchen to prepare medicine for her mother. Hearing some noise in the yard, she stepped outside to take a look, and at that moment, Mo Bing had already stepped through the gate of the Tian family. She saw Lu Songli and was about to ask a couple of questions when Lu Songli interrupted, asking, Where's Xiao Xiao? He fell asleep. Kids get sleepy easily after eating. He cried a lot in your arms and got tired. He was dozing off while I was changing his clothes, Tian Shi replied. Hearing this, Lu Songli chuckled. Tian Shi completely forgot her earlier questions after being asked by her. About 15 minutes after Mo Bing's carriage left, Lu Songli, wearing a hood, came out of the Tian family. At the gate, she turned her head to look in a certain direction. Upon seeing someone, she paused for a moment before getting into her brother's carriage. Mo Bing, wearing Lu Songli's clothes and a veil, was helped by a maid onto the original carriage when someone hiding in the distance spotted her. The other party quickly ordered, Go tell the 4th young master that the target has appeared. One day, on the nearest road from Ping'an Town to Chang'an City, something strange happened. At the middle fork in the road, 2 young men were stationed. Whenever someone tried to take the middle path, they would inform them that the road was blocked due to a collapse, which had caused a timber merchant to overturn. The scattered logs of various lengths were blocking the way, making it impassable. The townspeople, following the principle of avoiding trouble, chose to take the side road. Although it was a bit longer, they managed to get through safely. There were some young people who, not believing the warning, insisted on going to see for themselves. The 2 men did not stop them, but those young people returned, grumbling in frustration. Strangely, when a carriage marked with the Liu family's emblem approached this section of the road, it was not stopped or turned away. Why has the carriage stopped? Inside the carriage, Mo Bing felt it come to an unexpected halt and asked calmly. The driver replied with a troubled voice, "Miss, there's a large pit up ahead, dug by someone lacking in virtue, and there are many logs scattered around it. The carriage cannot pass. To continue, they would need to move the logs and fill the pit." The driver was focused on the road conditions and did not realize that only Miss and Tao Xing had entered the carriage, while the voice they heard was Mo Bing's. Just as they were deciding whether to turn back or resolve the issue first, Xiaobin appeared with a group of people. Chun Rong was the first to react. "Fourth young master Xiao, what do you want?" "I don't want anything, just need your second miss to cooperate with me," Xiaobin said, approaching their carriage with ill intent. Chun Rong and the others immediately got off their horses and blocked his way. "Our second miss has nothing to discuss with fourth young master Xiao. Please think carefully. Do not frighten her, or my master will not let this go easily." Hearing this, Xiaobin became angry. "Get out of the way." Chun Rong and the others were pushed aside by Xiaobin's men, with a few being restrained. It was clear that Xiaobin had come prepared. He called out to the carriage, "Miss Liu, please come out. Don't make my people come in to get you. That would be undignified." The carriage remained silent, refusing a toast and asking for a beating.
Xiaobin sneered.
"Miss Liu, don't blame my people for being rough." Xiaobin gave a glance, and the people beside him climbed into the carriage, lifting the curtain to get someone. "Fourth young master, the person inside is not Miss Liu Er." Seeing that it was Mo Bing who came out, Xiaobin's expression darkened. "Why are you here? Where is Liu Songli?" He realized something was wrong. "Xiaobin, I heard you were looking for me?" A teasing female voice came from behind them. Xiaobin turned around and found that the speaker was none other than Liu Songli, who appeared with several people behind her. Xiaobin narrowed his eyes, quickly assessing Liu Songli and her companions. "Fourth young master Xiao, what do you mean? Are you ambushing me?" Liu Songli had Mo Bing disguise herself as her to see what Xiaobin was up to. Not knowing Xiaobin's intentions or how many people he had, to charge into a trap was not bravery. It was recklessness.
Xiaobin smiled.
Liu Songli's way of appearing suggested she sensed something. If she was aware of the danger and didn't run, could he say she was too bold? Did she really think her few servants could handle him? "You'll find out soon enough what I mean." After saying this, he moved closer. As he moved, his people also sprang into action. Liu Songli watched him, stepping back step by step. Just as Xiaobin was about to grab her by the throat, a hand came out from the side, intercepting his move. The two exchanged several swift blows, and Xiaobin pushed the newcomer back, losing his initial advantage. "Qinsheng, what are you doing here?" Xiaobin was shocked to see the person protecting Liu Songli, Qinsheng, remain silent. Xiaobin's expression darkened as he realized he had fallen into a trap. The people he had stationed outside the Liu residence had probably been discovered long ago. Those useless fools. His plans had been seen through, but so what? He could just leave. If this time didn't work, he would find another opportunity. Xiaobin lifted his foot to leave. Qinsheng stepped forward to block him. "Wanna leave? It's not that easy." Xiaobin laughed. "You don't really think you can stop me, do you? Whether we can stop you, we'll find out." "Fourth young master, catch the sword." One of Xiaobin's men threw him a sword. Seeing him pick up the weapon, Qinsheng took out the whip from his waist. Liu Songli was speechless. Even at this moment, why bother with politeness? Take advantage of his weakness. Just as she was distracted, the two men clashed again. Xiaobin kicked the sword and reached for it, aiming it directly at Qinsheng, who dodged to the side. At that moment, Xiaobin charged forward with his sword. Qinsheng met him head-on, leaping and landing on the tip of Xiaobin's sword, then flipping to his back while swinging his whip at Xiaobin's back. Xiaobin turned to counterattack. Qinsheng was best known for using a long wooden staff, while the whip was only his second-best weapon. At first, Xiaobin was on the offensive while Qinsheng defended. They exchanged blows fiercely. Qinsheng swept his leg, spun around, and moved with sharp moves. Lu Songli watched intently. Soon, Qin Sheng switched from defense to offense. Having just experienced the danger of Zhao Bin's short sword, it was now Zhao Bin's turn to feel the strength of Qin Sheng's whip. The whip crackled through the air, striking at tricky angles, overwhelming Zhao Bin and making it hard for him to defend. Zhao Bin relied solely on his sword for defense, and the whip struck him several times, tearing his clothes. As the fight continued, Zhao Bin's expression grew darker.
He realized he was at a disadvantage.
He had thought Qin Sheng's skills were exaggerated since they had never fought before. The last time they met on the street didn't count. Now, even his arrogance couldn't hide the fact that he was outmatched. At that moment, Zhao Bin truly felt the urge to retreat. He feigned an attack, pushing Qin Sheng back a couple of steps, and tried to escape, but Qin Sheng ensnared him with a whip. Seeing this, Zhao Bin decisively released his sword and aimed for Qin Sheng's face. Qin Sheng instinctively pulled back the whip to defend, but the sword was too fast, and he couldn't react in time. He spun around and caught the sword with his bare hand. Catching the sword with his bare hands. Even though Lu Songli didn't understand martial arts, she recognized how impressive Qin Sheng was. She thought to herself that she was glad she had called Qin Sheng. Otherwise, her people would have been no match for Zhao Bin. Seizing the moment, Qin Sheng pursued Zhao Bin, who, having lost his weapon, tried to escape on horseback but was quickly captured by Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng pressed a hand on his shoulder, and Zhao Bin struggled but couldn't break free. Zhao Bin's companions were also subdued one by one. Qin Sheng, let me go, and we'll consider the past settled, Zhao Bin said, thinking Qin Sheng wouldn't dare to harm him. Lu Songli strolled over and said, if you want to be let go, you should ask me instead of him. Zhao Bin held back his anger and said with a bit of a playful smile, Miss Lu Er, we've met a couple of times now. I ask you to be generous and let me go this time. How about it? Lu Songli raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect you to be so soft-hearted. After meeting him twice, she thought he was tougher than that. Hearing this, Qin Sheng showed a hint of a smile. Zhao Bin felt frustrated, but knew it was better to be sensible since he was at their mercy. He decided to lower his head for now and find a chance to get back at them later. Too bad. Even if you beg me, I won't let you go. Are you messing with me? Yes, it's obvious I am. Zhao Bin suddenly struggled hard, but Qin Sheng had a strong grip and didn't loosen it, making his efforts useless. Seeing him act up, Qin Sheng kicked the back of his leg, causing him to kneel down, then kicked his back, forcing him to lie on the ground. Finally, Qin Sheng stepped on him firmly. Qin Sheng, let me go. Zhao Bin felt humiliated and shouted angrily, you too, just wait. I'll make sure you regret this. Qin Sheng pressed down harder and asked Lu Songli, should we gag him? His mouth is too foul. Zhao Bin continued to shout. Lu Songli shook her head and walked closer to him. Zhao Bin still looked defiant, thinking they would be scared of the Xiao family and let him go after a little punishment. Lu Songli stood in front of him, then slowly squatted down and grabbed his hair, forcing him to look up at her. Seeing his disrespectful gaze filled with malice, she slapped him twice. You dare hit me? Zhao Bin couldn't believe a woman had struck him. I did, so what? Do I need to pick a special day to do it? Lu Songli said, then slapped him again. The slaps were hard, and although Zhao Bin practiced martial arts, he came from a wealthy family, so his skin was still quite tender. After 3 slaps, blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Qin Sheng noticed something was off. His fiancée was truly fierce. Previously, she only used words against those who bothered her father, but this time she was taking action herself. Don't mention Zhao Bin being surprised. Even the people she brought, like Chen Rong, Luo Tiniu, and others, including Lu Erxi and Qin Jinshui, were quite shocked, especially the last 2. When she took action, their eyes widened in disbelief. They felt that their 6th brother's new fiancé was indeed fierce and not one to talk much. Lu Songli didn't show it on her face, but her hands, which were behind her back, were softer than Zhao Bin's. After slapping him 3 times with such force, her hands hurt too. After all, the force of impact is mutual. Qin Sheng noticed her action, and a hint of a smile crossed his eyes. After receiving 3 slaps, Xiaobin finally understood the situation. Lu Songli was satisfied. She always said that there was no mouth that couldn't be silenced with a slap. If someone didn't comply, it just meant they hadn't been hit hard enough or enough times. I admit my mistake this time, Qin Sheng. But now that you've hit me and scolded me, can I go? Xiaobin said jokingly. Let's leave some room for future encounters. Qin Sheng remained unmoved, his foot firmly planted on him. Lu Songli found it strange that Xiaobin was so sure they wouldn't dare to harm him. Did he really think they would just let him go after a little punishment? He only mentioned Qin Sheng and completely ignored her. It was true, the reason he got into trouble today was that he underestimated women. He never thought to guard against her. When a punch is thrown and then pulled back, that's when someone can easily take advantage. She understood this principle well. Xiaobin likely thought he could scheme against her at this moment, but that wouldn't work. At that moment, Mo Bing brought her a stool from the carriage. Squatting was indeed tiring, so Lu Songli adjusted her skirt and sat down. Meanwhile, Xiaobin was pinned to the ground and didn't bother to look up. Luo Tiniu stepped forward, grabbed his hair, and forced him to face the second young lady. Xiaobin, in a humiliating position, looked at Lu Songli with resentment, wishing he could retaliate against the one holding his hair. So clever. Lu Songli gave Luo Tiniu an appreciative glance. He was perceptive and knew how to handle situations, which showed promise. Qin Sheng glanced at the tall man in front of him. His people were always so peculiar. The others looked at him enviously, having learned something valuable. Luo Tiniu grinned, almost puffing out his chest. His earlier action was instinctive. He thought that since Xiaobin was captured and the second young lady was speaking to him, he should listen attentively. Lu Songli looked at Xiaobin and asked, "So, what were you planning to do by ambushing me this time?" Xiaobin hesitated, initially wanting to say it was a misunderstanding. But when he met her clear, penetrating gaze, he found himself unable to speak. He thought that excuse wouldn't convince her and might only anger her more, especially since his face still stung from the 3 slaps. So, Xiaobin remained silent. Seeing his passive resistance, Lu Songli realized she wouldn't get anything out of him and decided not to waste any more time. "Search him," she ordered, then stood up. "Also, ask those people if they know anything. This is their chance to make up for their mistakes. Tell them if they don't cooperate, the consequences will be severe." Qin Sheng asked her, "Should I handle this?" He was skilled at interrogating, while others might not be. Lu Songli shook her head. "No need for you to go. Just keeping an eye on him is a victory." She pointed at Xiaobin on the ground, noting that the others were insignificant. As for her concern that others might not be able to interrogate him effectively, she wasn't worried. Many people can learn to do things they initially can't, so she would let her subordinates handle some minor tasks. As a leader, she needed to give them opportunities to practice, even if the results weren't perfect. This way, her subordinates could improve and grow. They spoke quietly while standing, and since Xiaobin was lying on the ground and still recovering from the slaps, he couldn't hear their conversation at all. Lu Songli instructed someone to search him, and Chen Rong took on the task, quickly presenting the items found on Xiaobin. Other than some gold and silver trinkets, nothing stood out, but a porcelain bottle caught their attention. "Miss, this was found in his possession." It was a small porcelain bottle. Lu Songli asked Xiaobin, "What's inside this?" Xiaobin remained silent. "Miss, this contains pills," Chen Rong said, pouring out the small red pills, each about the size of a fingertip. "Did you plan to use this on me? Is this what you meant by leaving a way out?" Lu Songli looked at the pills and then at Xiaobin, her expression unfriendly. At that moment, Luo Tiniu and Lu Erxi, who were responsible for the questioning, approached. They hadn't learned much, other than that Xiaobin intended to set a trap for her. The specifics of his plan remained a mystery to everyone else. He was quite secretive. "I'm really curious about how a person will react after taking this medicine," Lu Songli sneered, not believing that pretending to be dead would help him escape. "Someone, give him 2 pills." "No, you can't do that." Xiao Bin's face changed dramatically. Lu Songli looked at him with a cold smile and then signaled Chen Rong, not wanting to waste any more words. Chen Rong stepped forward immediately. Qin Sheng, are you just going to let her do whatever she wants? No matter what Xiao Bin said, Qin Sheng remained indifferent. Qin Sheng was actually quite speechless. This guy seemed smart but was really quite foolish. At this point, he still couldn't see who was in charge between him and Lu Songli.
What was the point of talking to him?
Seeing this, Xiao Bin turned to threaten Lu Songli. If you dare to do anything reckless, my Xiao family will not let you go. Before Xiao Bin could finish his sentence, his mouth was forced open and 2 pills were shoved inside. He tried to spit them out, but with a swift motion from Chen Rong, the pills went straight into his stomach. Before long, his face turned red and his breathing became erratic. His body, held down, squirmed like a slippery fish, clearly in distress. Let me go. Qin Sheng's expression changed. Xiao Bin was a martial artist. If he couldn't handle the effects of the medicine and reacted so strongly, what would happen if it were used on Lu Songli? No, he couldn't think about that. When Lu Songli saw the pills, she already guessed what kind of despicable trick he was using. This method was low and disgusting, but its destructive effect was undeniable. In ancient times, if a woman lost her purity, it was like facing a devastating. No, Xiao Bin didn't just want to teach her a lesson. He clearly wanted to ruin her life. If Xiao Bin destroyed her purity, how is that different from destroying her entire life? And what about the others around? Who would play the role of the defiler? Lu Songli looked around, finally fixing her gaze on Xiao Bin, who was tearing at her clothes, and the others nearby, her small face tightening with tension. How many pills are left in that vial? Never mind that, Lu Songli continued to order, give 1 to each of his people, and if there are more, distribute those too. Use up this entire vial. Finally get them all into that shabby house. Xiao Bin had chosen a great location. Since it was his carefully selected place, let him enjoy it fully. No, you can't do this. Qin Sheng, Lu Songli, are you sure you want to provoke my Xiao family to the limit? Xiao Bin forced himself to stay calm. He never imagined that in the trap he had set, he would end up being the one to suffer. At this moment, Yubin hoped that a passerby would notice something unusual here. His people had already retreated from the intersection, and no one was stopping the pedestrians. Surely, someone would choose this path, right? What he didn't know was that Lu Songli had used his old trick, placing 2 people at the intersection to divert the passers-by. One could only say he was reaping what he sowed. Neither of them paid attention to Xiao Bin's words. Once they had offended him, it was like wearing a green hat. There was no need to distinguish between dark green and light green. Qin Sheng said to Lu Songli, I'll keep an eye on things from behind. You should go back first. Lu Songli regretted not being able to stay and watched the most exciting part. However, looking at Qin Sheng's expression, she thought it was better to be obedient this time. If she insisted on staying, he might get angry. She was grateful to him for helping to catch Xiao Bin smoothly. I'll leave soon. Lu Songli's compliance made Qin Sheng feel she was quite well behaved. Xiao Bin, who had taken 2 strong pills, was unable to find relief. His rationality gradually faded, leaving only his instincts and true feelings. He could no longer control his anger and began to curse at Lu Songli. Lu Songli, you worthless person. What do you think you are? You are just a dog in front of my sister. How dare you treat her like that? Do you believe I will make you pay for this? Xiao Bin kept cursing. Lu Songli smiled. When she said she would leave soon, she actually wanted to teach Xiao Bin a lesson, returning the favor in kind. She thought about how to tell Qin Sheng, and now Xiao Bin was practically offering his neck for the chopping block. Ah, Sheng, I want his leg. Lu Songli signaled for Luo Tiniu to step forward. Chen Rong was startled and promptly advised, second miss. Think twice. He knew that if the second miss asked Luo Tiniu to act, she meant to seriously injure him, not just to break a bone.
No need to advise me.
Did he think twice when he came to provoke me? Lu Erxi, overhearing, muttered. Maybe he thought it over and still decided to do it. Lu Songli heard this and replied seriously, "Then he deserves it even more." "Lu Songli, how dare you? You think you can treat me like this? The Xiao family won't let you off." Xiaobin shouted, his awareness slightly returning but still threatening. "That's a matter for later. If you dare to ambush and attack me, why can't I treat you this way?" Without bringing anything else, he only had these questionable pills. It's obvious who he intends to use them on. Also, can you change your threats? I'm tired of hearing the same two lines over and over. Lu Songli said to Qin Sheng, "Ah Sheng, I'm determined to deal with that leg of his. You can't persuade me, or my anger will only grow. If you're worried about implicating the Qin family, you can leave. I'll handle the rest myself." "What are you saying?" Qin Sheng was angry. As the saying goes, a couple is one. Although they weren't officially married yet, after the Empress arranged their union, they became an inseparable pair. Xiaobin's schemes against Lu Songli showed he didn't take him seriously. Lu Songli took his words as agreement, nodded, and with a glance, Luo Tiniu stepped forward. He first dislocated Xiaobin's arms, then lifted him and slammed his leg against a nearby tree trunk.
Ah!
Those nearby even heard the sound of bones cracking. Luo Tiniu acted quickly, striking the tree trunk with his leg 3 times before stopping. Xiaobin's anguished cries startled the birds in the surrounding forest. Looking at Lu Songli approaching, the hatred in Xiaobin's eyes felt like a tangible poison. If he could, he would want to eliminate this woman right then and there. Lu Songli rolled up his pant leg and found his calf twisted, the bone piercing through the muscle, blood flowing heavily. The pain suppressed the effects of the earlier strong medicine. With a blank expression, Lu Songli took out a porcelain bottle from her pocket. After opening it with one hand, she tilted it down, and as her hand shook, brown powder fell onto his wound. Xiaobin trembled uncontrollably from the pain. He hated Lu Songli, but when she squatted beside him, he instinctively wanted to distance himself from her, yet he couldn't. Seeing her sprinkle powder on his wound, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What are you going to do to me?" His voice carried a fear he didn't even realize he had. Soon, a thin layer formed over the wound. Lu Songli kept an eye on his reaction, and once she confirmed that his pain was manageable, she put the medicine away. This was a precious anesthetic she had prepared earlier. She only used it because she was worried that Xiaobin's pain would overshadow the effects of the other medicine, preventing him from performing.
Xiaobins krigsnotice ablivikend.
Qin Sheng noticed this scene and saw that Xiaobin's wound had quickly stopped bleeding. The screams gradually faded away, making him think the medicine was quite remarkable, somewhat like the legendary Mafu powder. This anesthetic was based on his grandfather's secret recipe, which worked better than Mafu powder. "The rest is up to you," Lu Songli said to Qin Sheng. Lu Erxi, Chen Rong, and others shivered at her words. Xiao was treated so harshly, yet the second young lady hadn't forgotten her previous plans. She was truly ruthless. Xiaobin's companions felt hopeless, wondering what kind of person the fourth young master had provoked, as they held grudges like this. Would they be all right moving forward? After Lu Songli spoke to Qin Sheng, she stood aside. Qin Sheng understood this meant it was time for him to start. He sighed and ordered the blocked road to be cleared, with Xiaobin's people doing the work. They were treated like prisoners, forced to work with their heads held down. Once the road was cleared, the effects of the medicine on these people were at their peak. Qin Sheng then had Xiaobin and his companions taken into a dilapidated house and locked the door. It was clear that the lock was prepared by Xiaobin's people. To prevent his subordinates from escaping, he had them break one hand and one foot, as they were all complicit in wrongdoing. Soon, the inside became lively. Lu Songli watched coldly, showing no mercy to Xiaobin. If you don't eliminate a threat, it may come back to harm you. Unfortunately, she couldn't punish him before he was guilty. She could only return the favor in kind. Otherwise, if he failed in his schemes and she killed him, it would be too much. Her father might not support that. In the end, Lu Songli left with her people, taking a witness with her. Qin Sheng stayed behind to handle the aftermath, making sure everything was in order before he left, taking 2 guards with him. The road from Ping'an Town to Chang'an City was now clear, and when someone would eventually pass by and discover Xiao Bin and the others was up to fate. "Young Master Qin, let's go this way," said the guard at the roadblock, pointing to the left path. Qin Sheng didn't mind and followed him, charging down the left road. Not long after, he spotted the Lu family's carriage stopped ahead, realizing she was still waiting for him. Qin Sheng rode forward at a trot. At that moment, the person who had gone to deliver the carriage to Lu Ziyuan returned. In the end, he escorted her home. In Ping'an Town, the Tian family half an hour earlier, Lu Songli had someone return her brother's cart. The Tian family was puzzled, not understanding why the cart was returned so quickly. Just then, Lu Ziyuan came back to get something and naturally had to ask about it. The person delivering the cart was Chen Rong, who quickly explained the situation without going into too much detail, just enough for the young master to understand. Hearing this, Lu Ziyuan was furious. That reckless girl. She found out there was an ambush and didn't say a word. She went to handle it all by herself. How bold of her. Lu Ziyuan was both shocked and angry. Tian sure said nothing. She had also felt scared earlier. Her sister-in-law was too bold. Such a big matter happened, and she managed to keep it quiet the whole time. And what's more, she succeeded. It was unbelievable. Chen Rong quickly added, "Young master, the second miss wasn't alone. The future second master was with her." Qin Sheng's skills could easily impress people, and Chen Rong was one of those who were impressed. "Young master, young madam," the second miss said to be careful during this time and to watch out for unfamiliar people suddenly appearing nearby. "Take good care of the young master and young miss." After saying this, Chen Rong hurriedly left. Lu Ziyuan paced back and forth in the courtyard. Tian sure felt dizzy from his pacing. "All right, she has already done it. What can you do about it?" Lu Ziyuan replied reluctantly, "When I go back, I must tell our parents about her." Unfortunately, when he returned to complain to his parents, Lu Dexing gave him a disapproving look, thinking that it must be because his eldest son was useless that his daughter didn't share her plans with him. He unconsciously ignored the fact that he was also kept in the dark. His daughter was probably just trying to spare him worry, not because she thought he was useless. However, at that moment, Lu Dexing advised Lu Songli, saying, "Daughter, your brother has a point. Although he may not be very capable, he can still be useful. At least he can carry out tasks without fail. Next time you have something, feel free to ask him for help." This was something Lu Ziyuan never expected. But that was a matter for later. In the end, Xiao Bin was taken back to the Xiao residence by a kind passerby in a bullock cart. After being mistreated, Xiao Bin offered a large sum of money to the farmer who bravely came to check on him after hearing his cries for help, which persuaded the farmer to take him back. Just as night fell, the farmer, following Xiao Bin's directions, finally delivered him to the Xiao residence. Xiao Bin lay on the cart, covered with sparse straw, one leg hanging at an awkward angle. Luo sure was heartbroken at the sight. Fourth son, tell me, who did this to you?" Xiao Bin was burning with fever, breathing heavily, and groaning in pain from his injured leg. Luo Shi's cries made him open his eyes, and he struggled to say, "Mother, where is my father?" "Your father is in the study. I've sent someone to get him. He will be here soon." "Son, tell me who did this to you. I will seek revenge with all my strength." "It was Lu Songli," Xiao Bin said through gritted teeth. "It was her, really her? That wicked woman." Luo sure couldn't believe her son had been harmed by her. Then, Luo sure cried uncontrollably, cursing the culprit. "Heaven, open your eyes and strike that vile person down." At that moment, Zhao Yuten received the news and rushed over. Xiao Bin lay lifeless on the bed, feeling very dirty. Zhao Yuten couldn't believe her once vibrant brother had become like this. She cried, wishing she could take his place, wondering why her family had to suffer like this. Then she heard her mother's curses and realized it was all Lu Songli's doing. She regretted not stopping him when she learned he was going to confront her. Soon, Zhao Wenkuan arrived. As soon as Luo Shi saw him, she began to complain, "Sir, look at our fourth son. It's all Lu Songli's fault. How could she be so cruel to hurt him like this? When Xiaobin saw him, his eyes lit up, and he voiced his long-held desire. Father, I want to tear Lu Songli apart. And Qin Sheng too. Alright, I promise you. Zhao Wenkuan, usually tough, felt tears in his eyes at his son's suffering. What? Is Qin Sheng involved in this too? Luo sure shouted. Zhao Wenkuan ignored her and looked around, not seeing the doctor. He asked, has the doctor been called? Zhao Yuten replied, I sent someone to fetch Dr. Cheng. Zhao Wenkuan nodded. Dr. Cheng had a good relationship with their family, and they provided him with support every year to ensure the health of the main members of the Xiao family. Moreover, Dr. Cheng is very tight-lipped. Dad, we need to deal with Ding Wen and the others. Even though Zhao Bin is in great pain, he still thinks about getting rid of those servants. Don't worry, I know what to do, Zhao Wenkuan replied, his eyes flashing with coldness. He would not go easy on those who insulted his son. And the old farmer who brought me back. Okay, I promise you. Dr. Cheng quickly arrived at the Zhao residence. After treating Zhao Bin, he left with his medicine box and signaled Zhao Wenkuan to follow. Your son's leg has suffered 3 severe injuries. The attackers were very ruthless. The lower half of his calf bone is shattered. Even if the bones and wounds heal, he may not be able to walk properly again. In fact, he might never be able to stand or walk again. After saying this, Dr. Cheng sighed inwardly. Zhao Bin's situation seemed hopeless. Zhao Wenkuan felt heavy-hearted, but still said, Dr. Cheng, please think of something. My son is so young. As parents, we can't bear to see him like this. What will he do in the future? Dr. Cheng declined, saying, I truly have no ability to help. Perhaps you should seek another expert. In the end, Zhao Wenkuan could only helplessly say, Dr. Cheng, please give him some painkillers. We can't bear to see him suffer like this. Dr. Cheng prescribed some medicine for the wounds and painkillers, along with a few doses to reduce fever. He personally treated Zhao Bin's leg injury, but he couldn't handle another wound. Just after finishing the leg treatment, Zhao Bin started to lose his temper. Get out. Just get out. Seeing the medicine, Zhao Bin recalled how he was held down by those servants in that broken house, the humiliating scenes flashing in his mind. He also felt that the painkillers from Dr. Cheng were not effective at all. He still felt immense pain. Although he hated Lu Songli deeply, the medicine she gave him for his injuries worked almost immediately. In comparison, the painkillers from the doctor were quite disappointing, and it was no wonder he was dissatisfied. Dr. Cheng left with a dark expression, and Zhao Wenkuan could only gently persuade him to understand the feelings of the injured. Then he calmed down and sent him away. As soon as Zhao Wenkuan returned, Luo Shi grabbed him and asked, My lord, are we really unable to do anything about the Lu family's arrogance? Our son shouldn't suffer in vain. She was now solely focused on avenging her son. Previously, Lu Disheng had made false accusations, causing several officials from the Xiao family to be demoted. Now Lu Songli had harmed her son, adding new grievances to old ones. Zhao Wenkuan remained silent. Luo cried out, My poor son. Are we just going to let her get away with this? We can find Pei Qingtian, or at least we can ask the emperor for help. Zhao Bin immediately opposed. Father, we can't do that. This must stay a secret. I don't want to live anymore. Don't worry, I know. This will not be revealed. Zhao Wenkuan quickly reassured him, then turned to Luo with a stern expression and said, Enough. Do you want to get our 4th son killed with your shouting? If this matter became public, his son would be utterly humiliated. He could imagine how many people would come to gawk and gossip about it. They had seen many injuries, but they had never witnessed a grown man being treated that way by so many people. His wife truly wasn't very wise. Suddenly scolded, Luo stopped crying. After Zhao Yuten quietly explained the situation, Luo understood and hesitantly said, Can't we just mention our son's leg injury? Zhao Wenkuan sneered. If we don't mention it, will the Lu family stay silent? They had already been reported, so how could the Lu family not bring it up? Are we just going to suffer in silence? Luo said gloomily. Of course not. Lu Songli had harmed his son, and he would not let it go easily. Xiao Wenkuan changed his clothes and went to the Xie family's residence. It was already late, but he couldn't worry about that now. When Xiao Wenkuan arrived at the Xie residence, it was nearly midnight, and Xie Mingtang was preparing for bed. Surprised by the late visit, he still welcomed him inside. As soon as Xiao Wenkuan saw Xie Mingtang, he knelt down crying, "Brother Mingtang, you must help me this time." Xie Mingtang was startled and quickly reached out to help him up, saying, "Wenkuan, let's talk calmly. There's no need for this." Seeing that Xie Mingtang was concerned, Xiao Wenkuan accepted his help to stand. Once seated, Xie Mingtang asked with concern, "What happened to make you so upset?" "Brother Mingtang, the Lu family has gone too far." After more than half an hour, Xie Mingtang saw Xiao Wenkuan, who had calmed down, off. He thought for a moment and instructed a servant to call for his eldest son, Xiaozhan. When Xie Mingtang's attendant arrived at Xiaozhan's courtyard, it was already midnight. Xiaozhan, who loved to read at night, was preparing to wash up and go to bed. His father called for him, and without delay, Xiaozhan put on his outer robe and headed to his father's study. As soon as Xie Mingtang saw him, he said, "Zhan, something has happened." "What happened?" Xiaozhan asked seriously. His father calling him at this late hour must mean it was important. He quickly thought about which recent task in the family might have gone wrong and how to respond. Xie Mingtang could tell he misunderstood and quickly clarified, "It's not the Xie family, it's the Xiao family." What happened to the Xiao family? Xie Mingtang's expression was unusual. Xiao Bin had his leg broken by someone. An old farmer from outside Chang'an brought him back. The attack was brutal. His leg was shattered. He has seen a doctor, and the doctor said that leg is likely useless. Even if treated, he may never walk properly again.
Lao Bin?
This was serious. Xiao Bin would be his brother-in-law in the future, and Xiaozhan knew a bit about him. He currently served in the Sanqian camp outside the city as a 6th-rank cavalry officer. Xiaozhan had high hopes for him and had even considered his future promotions. He never expected such a major incident would leave Xiao Bin incapacitated. Some plans would need to be adjusted. Do you know who did this? He needed to find out who disrupted his plans. Xie Mingtang looked at him with a meaningful gaze. Xiaozhan was taken aback, but suddenly understood. Was it the Lu family? Lu Songli? And Qin Sheng? Xiaozhan was shocked. It really was her. Lu Songli was quite bold. Now, the Xiao and Lu families would be in a deadly feud. Is the Xiao family planning to report this to the emperor? Xiaozhan asked after a moment of thought. Xie Mingtang shook his head. Xiaozhan was surprised. The Xiao family had suffered such a huge loss and was willing to let it go. Was there something he didn't know? After all, this was a perfect reason to deal with Lu Dishing, yet the Xiao family was willing to overlook it? He recalled the conversation between him and his father and suddenly asked, when and where did Xiao Bin encounter Lu Songli? Why did they have such a serious conflict? Lu Songli didn't seem like someone who would provoke trouble without reason. After the banquet at the Empress Dowager's palace, Xiaozhan realized that Lu Songli was not as quiet and dull as he once thought. She would not start such a significant conflict without cause. His father's next words confirmed his suspicions.
This matter was started by Xiao Bin.
Lu Songli left the city early this morning for Ping'an town. Xiao Bin set a trap on her way back, but she sensed it beforehand. Then she teamed up with Qin Sheng and turned the tables on Xiao Bin, leaving him incapacitated. He was the one who initiated it, Xiaozhan guessed, but this reason wasn't enough. Is there more? Xie Mingtang hesitated and said, Xiao Bin was given a low-quality drug, and not only him but also the people he brought were affected by the same drug.
And
that drug was brought by Xiao Bin. Because Xiao Bin had his leg broken and couldn't escape, he was overwhelmed by several servants, and it was said that he was severely injured. What a cruel act. This method is shocking. At his age, hearing about this made him feel pity. It's too tragic. There was no need to say more. He could already predict what would happen next. Xiaozhan closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, a cold glint passed through his gaze. This fool has been outsmarted. This morning, the heads of the Xie, Lu, and Xiao families were busy, with the various matters arising from the Empress's marriage decree. It turned out that Lu Songli didn't come to the Xie family in person. She must have prepared such a grand gift for Xiao Bin, while he thought he had the upper hand. Xie Mingtang nodded. Yes, Xiao Bin said that the mastermind behind all this was not Qin Sheng, but Lu Songli. How could a woman be so ruthless? Her heart is also merciless. When a woman is fierce, men have no place. Xie Zhan thought. He had guessed it. Xiao Bin hates them deeply. Xie Zhan pondered, so what if Xiao Bin hated them? His situation was still being covered up by the Xiao family, and he probably felt the same way. If this reached the emperor, he would lose everything. His life would be ruined. Although, with his leg injured, his future was already bleak. But at least there was still a glimmer of hope, right? What if he encountered a miraculous doctor one day? Xiao Bin really was foolish. Why provoke Lu Songli at this time? The complexities of this situation were unclear to outsiders, but didn't his own people understand? Xie Zhan felt both pity and a sense of deserved fate for him. If Lu Songli knew Xie Zhan's thoughts at that moment, she would undoubtedly agree. People shouldn't take advantage and then act innocent. She didn't take his life. She simply returned the favor and collected some interest, which was quite merciful. Xie Zhan was also quite annoyed with Xiao Bin. It was bad enough that he was incapacitated, but he also disrupted his plans. In the Great Li dynasty, there was a clear divide between civil and military officials. The Xiao family is a prominent family of civil officials. Xiao Bin, at a young age, was appointed as a 6th-rank cavalry officer in the camp outside the city, thanks in part to the support of the Qin family. In his plans, Xiao Bin held a crucial position, but now he has become a useless piece in the game. If Xiao Bin could be used to eliminate the Lu family, it would be worthwhile, but the Lu family likely has countermeasures, making the situation difficult. We now face the question of how to help Zhao Wenkuan regain his position after his request for assistance. When Xie Mingtang learned the details from Zhao Wenkuan, he felt a mix of shock and a hint of regret. After the incident of breaking off the engagement and changing husbands, they noticed a clear transformation in Lu Songli. Each step she took was influenced by their actions, whether directly or indirectly. This realization made him feel that they had inadvertently contributed to her success, which left him feeling uneasy. However, he quickly suppressed these emotions. As a leader, one must think carefully before making choices, but once a decision is made, indecision is the worst. What they needed to do now was to look forward. Xie Mingting looked at Xie Zhan and said seriously, "Son, our family must take action this time." Since this matter could no longer be handled openly, they had to act privately. There are no secrets that can't be revealed. The news of Xiao Bin's troubles will surely spread. Zhao Wenkuan is your father-in-law, and now he has come seeking help. Xiao Bin is your brother-in-law, and given his unfortunate situation, regardless of the right or wrong, we cannot ignore it. Otherwise, not only will Zhao Wenkuan be disappointed, but our allies and others who depend on the Xie family will also have their thoughts. The Empress Dowager's decree for marriage cannot be changed. Their kinship with the Xiao family is now a settled matter. Since they are now relatives, they must show the appropriate attitude. Xie Zhan understood this well. Finally, he took a small booklet and handed it to Xie Mingtang with seriousness. Xie Mingtang was initially puzzled but grew increasingly serious as he flipped through the booklet. It recorded Lu Disheng's life and major events, particularly focusing on his actions during his time at the censorate, analyzing his strategies in taking down political rivals, effectively providing a deep understanding of Lu Disheng as a person. Good. With this booklet, our trained individuals can quickly appear before the emperor and replace Lu Disheng. Xie Mingtang truly did not expect that his son would prepare such a thing. At this moment, Xie Zhan and his father did not realize that this booklet would eventually end up in Lu Songli's hands after several years. As a future leader in literature and philosophy, Xie Zhan had exceptional writing skills, and at 17, he had already achieved some success in this area. Lu Songli liked this little booklet at the time, and later she had her subordinates organize it into a personal biography of her father, which she gifted to him on his birthday. This made Lu Disheng very happy. Later, a knowledgeable businessman found Lu Dishing and funded the printing of this biography. Many people privately collected this biography, and it was passed down through generations. Along with Lu Dishing, the subject of the biography, Xiao, the author, also became well known. Xiao never expected to gain fame in such a unique way. Meanwhile, after dinner, Lu Songli mentioned Xiao Bin to her parents. This surprised Lu Dishing and Jiang Shi. They had not expected Xiao Bin to be so cunning, choosing this moment to target their daughter. Hearing that their daughter had almost been in trouble made their hearts race. Now, seeing their daughter safe and sound, they felt relieved. Lu Dishing's mouth twitched. Their daughter had returned home in the evening, and now, after dinner, it was already late. It had been almost 2 hours since she had told them about the incident, and her attitude was as if she was just casually mentioning it. She really was bold. If it were another girl, she would probably have rushed home to tell her parents immediately. "You are so bold, I wonder who you take after," Jiang Shi said. "Who else but my father?" Lu Songli replied. Lu Dishing unconsciously puffed out his chest, but when his wife shot him a look, he couldn't help but shrink back. Jiang Shi said with annoyance, "Indeed, you two are a pair of reckless father and daughter." Lu Dishing glanced at his daughter with a hint of sorrow. If he didn't realize that his daughter was dragging him into this, he would have wasted his time in the court. Lu Songli secretly bowed, looking as if she was pleading for understanding. What could Lu Dishing do? He could only let it go. Taking advantage of her mother's distraction, Lu Songli stepped forward and began to massage her father's shoulders. Lu Dishing felt pleased. He appreciated this gesture very much. Seeing this, Jiang Shi remarked with a hint of jealousy, "Is it just for your father?" Lu Songli quickly released her hands and went to stand behind her mother. "Of course not. I must massage you first, mother, and I won't stop until you feel comfortable. The master of pouring water has arrived." "You're so mischievous." Jiang laughed playfully. "Daughter, you're really going all out with this," Lu Dishing said, both excited and proud. His daughter is truly impressive. It's not just bragging. Most girls would have been in serious trouble in that situation, but she fought back instead. If his daughter hadn't been so capable and had fallen into Xiao Bin's trap, they would have felt so much pain and regret as parents. But now, things are looking good. It's better for others to suffer than for themselves. After all, isn't it the job of parents to protect their children and clean up messes? That's why people say the young take on the old. However, Jiang was a bit worried about the Xiao family. After all, her daughter's actions effectively took away a son from Xiao Wenquan, and he was an adult with a bright future. That loss would be huge for the Xiao family. If she were in their shoes and lost one of her 2 sons, she would be devastated. Don't worry, the Xiao family wouldn't dare to take this to the emperor. As for causing trouble behind the scenes, would she be scared? And even if she was, it wouldn't matter. Xiao Bin clearly has a twisted sense of morality and bullies others without a second thought. Unless the Lu family just let themselves be taken advantage of and didn't resist, Xiao Bin would never be satisfied. No, if the Lu family were that weak and allowed themselves to be bullied like that, they would only face harsher oppression from the Xiao family. So, this situation was unsolvable from the start. If you don't comply, you fight. If someone tries to take advantage, you fight back until they submit. If they don't submit, you have to take them down. She could almost predict how things would unfold, so she seized the opportunity to neutralize one of Zhao's strengths, which was a smart move. Lu Songli added slowly, "Even if the Xiao family dares to take this to the emperor, I'm not afraid. She has witnesses after all. Xiao Bin started it. So, isn't it only right for her to retaliate? In theory, the worst that could happen is that her response might be seen as excessive self-defense. She and the Lu family would just face a scolding, but they have thick skin, so it wouldn't hurt them much. Besides, Xiao Bin's plan backfired, and he lost his reputation and a leg in the process. Isn't that embarrassing for him? With his pride, he wouldn't want to show his shame to the world. It's like social embarrassment in modern times. If he dares to do that, she would respect him as a man." Lu Dishing agreed with his daughter's viewpoint. As a man, he tried to put himself in her shoes. but he couldn't. Just thinking about that image made him uneasy. He must not imagine it. He absolutely must not. In short, if he were Xiao Bin, he would definitely not want to make his experiences public, especially when he wasn't sure he could win against his daughter. However, when Lu Disheng and Lu Songli exchanged glances, they both knew that the Xiao family would retaliate, and that was certain. They were aware of their situation. The two of them, an old man and a young woman, had seriously offended the Xiao family, and it was inevitable that the Xiao family would strike back fiercely. They needed to be prepared. "I need to get busy now," Lu Disheng told his wife. "To avoid disturbing you, should I sleep in the study for a while?" They were getting older and already slept lightly. Now that it was winter, he woke up early, and if he did, his wife probably wouldn't need to sleep anymore. But he had to do this. They didn't know what tricks the Xia and Zhao families would pull, but Lu Disheng was the pillar of the Lu family, and his greatest support was Emperor Kongqing. As long as Emperor Kongqing stood by him, he wouldn't fall, and if he didn't fall, the Lu family would thrive. Lu Songli agreed with her father's decision. "Don't go to the study. Just sleep here." Zhang Shi disagreed. After many years of marriage, they rarely slept apart except when she was in confinement. As for being disturbed, she didn't mind. She could catch up on sleep during the day if she felt tired. Seeing her parents discussing this matter, Lu Songli quickly slipped away. In the Sha Foam courtyard, second miss, the bathing water in the side room is ready. "Which set of undergarments would you like to wear?" Mo Bing asked softly. Lu Songli lifted her eyes and said, "The one in the middle."
Okay.
Mo Bing promptly put away the other two sets. The maids serving in the same room were surprised. As Mo Bing was the second Mrs. personal maid, she usually took charge of such small matters herself. Mo Bing ignored the thoughts of the other maids and continued with her tasks, reflecting that the second Mrs. presence was becoming more prominent. After today's events, Mo Bing could clearly feel that Chen Rong and others were showing more respect towards the second Mississippi. Even she began to reflect on herself, becoming much more composed and no longer acting like a protective hen, making a fuss. Miss Eyre used to be seen as gentle, but she was actually a bit weak, often trying to control things herself, which sometimes led to overstepping. Fortunately, she didn't hold grudges against others before. "Miss Eyre, the water is ready. Do you want to go now?" Lu Songli softly replied with a yes. She held the land deed and silver notes given to her by her parents, which were compensation from the Xie family, and handed them to Mo Bing for safekeeping. She sensed the change in the attitudes of those around her, but didn't mind. This was one of the reasons she was determined to take action against Xiao Bin today. Previously, Lu Songli had been too soft, which led to many problems. The first issue was that she was seen as an easy target and others would take advantage of her. What she did today was like showing her strength and setting boundaries, signaling to others where her limits were. This way, people would know how to interact with her and avoid unnecessary trouble. This was her approach while she was still weak. Once she became stronger and faced more powerful enemies, there would be no need for displays of aggression. As a strong person, both sides would understand personal boundaries and respect the rules, avoiding crossing lines. Usually, their strengths would be kept hidden, and when they acted, it would be decisive. Now that she had shown her strength, some would want to follow her, and she could choose the best among them. Those who didn't understand the rules would be dealt with by others. As for the respect shown by Chen Rong and Mo Bing, it was expected. However, she knew this was not the end. Until she and the Lu family could resolve the retaliation or counterattack from the Zhao family and the combined forces of the Xie and Zhao families, her authority would not be fully established. If they were successfully retaliated against by the Zhao family, her power would diminish significantly. Lu Songli stood up and changed her clothes, then walked towards the inner room, with Mo Bing following closely. "From now on, you will handle matters related to clothing, food, and living arrangements. I trust you to manage it." She noticed Mo Bing's transformation and was willing to give her time. The previous owner of her position had been passive, but she was different. If Mo Bing continued to micromanage every little thing, it wouldn't work. She would focus on the bigger picture and delegate, but Mo Bing needed to understand what she could and couldn't manage. Otherwise, she tries to control everything, acting as if she is making decisions based on her own judgment, which is not acceptable. Mo Bing is not foolish. She understands that the second young lady can manage internal matters, but not external ones. After returning to the Qin family, Qin Sheng drank 3 bowls of water and then went to find his 2 older brothers. He felt it was necessary to inform them that the Xiao family would likely take further action. When Qin Sheng met his brothers in the spacious study and briefly explained the situation, he stood to the side. Qin Sanling looked him up and down, saying, "Xiao Lu, you're impressive. I didn't realize you and your future sister-in-law could be so tough." Qin Sheng ignored him. His third brother always joked around. If he thought they were tough, he should consider how Xiaobin treated Lu Songli without holding back. "This matter is known to me and your third brother. You didn't do anything wrong," Qin Heng affirmed his younger brother and future sister-in-law's actions. They had been schemed against. They couldn't just passively take hits. In fact, he felt proud that his brother and future sister-in-law could turn the tables on their opponents instead of coming to him crying for help. After all, as the eldest brother, it was his duty to support them. Qin Heng said to Qin Sheng, "You must be tired. Go rest." He knew Xiaobin was quite strong, and his brother must have exerted a lot of effort to capture him. Qin Sheng nodded. He wasn't really tired, just hungry. "Big brother, you spoil Xiao Lu too much," Qin Sanlang pretended to be jealous. Qin Heng looked at his playful third brother with a sigh. He claimed to spoil Xiao Lu, but he had also protected this brother since childhood, stepping in during fights. Under his elder brother's teasing gaze, Qin Sanlang rubbed his nose. In the blink of an eye, Qin Sanlang was still smiling, saying with a hint of meaning, "Big brother, this future sister-in-law is not simple." Before Miss Lu married in, she made quite an entrance, partly due to Xiaobin's aggressive nature, but she also seemed to want to gain a voice in the Qin family. Qin Heng casually flipped through documents and replied, "Isn't that good? It's better to have someone capable than someone incompetent who just likes to stir things up." These events revealed her character, and once she married into the Qin family, they would find a way to get along with her. Qin Heng was quite open-minded about it. In the military, only the capable survive on the battlefield. Those who make it through the fighting are strong individuals, while the weak do not last. Moreover, his future sister-in-law is smart, and he is very happy for his younger brother. Qin Sanling thought about his brother's words and nodded. It was indeed true. A clever future sister-in-law is a good thing, as she won't be easily manipulated. Has the fortune-telling result for Xiao Lu and the second daughter of the Lu family come out? Qin Heng asked. Qin Sanling replied, "Yes, according to Yun Yang, the result is very good. Mother is also very pleased." Qin Heng nodded. "I'll write a letter later and send it along with the fortune-telling results to the Lu family." Visiting in person would show that our Qin family values this matter, but the sentiment is what truly matters. There's no need to reveal all our connections and strengths. The next morning, Lu Songli sent someone to the Su family in Baodingfang to inform her sister and her in-laws to be cautious of any strangers around them and to look after the children. Although Lu Songli believed that the Xiao family wouldn't go so far under the constraints of the Xie family, it was still wise to be cautious. In fact, Dali had a culture reminiscent of the Wei and Jin dynasties, which was a common understanding. The two families might compete for power, but they generally avoided involving the elderly and children. After all, every family has elders and children. If a family fails in their struggle and their loved ones are affected, no one can say anything. However, if the conflict has just begun and they target the vulnerable, that is wrong. Just because you can act, does it mean others cannot? The matriarch of the Su family trusted Lu Songli because she had saved her grandson. Upon receiving the message, she assured that she and her family would be careful. In the capital, there were hidden currents. Those in the know were aware of Xiao Bin's situation, as he had been brought back to the Xiao family by a farmer in a cart, which was not very discreet. Once he returned home, he was taken to his residence and treated by doctors, and there was no way to keep everything completely confidential. Everyone has family and relatives. If one person knows, their entire family likely knows too. Soon, the news spread, becoming a well-known secret among the prominent families in Chang'an. As a result, the elders who knew about the situation wore serious expressions and instructed the younger generation to be cautious and avoid provoking the Lu family, especially Lu Songli. Xiao Bin's unfortunate fate made many of the usually arrogant young men in Chang'an feel uneasy, and they became quiet as mice. Among them, those who had conflicts with Lu Songli were warned by their elders. As everyone held their breath, waiting for the Xiao family to take action, the city of Chang'an became a bit quieter. However, the young boys and girls gathered together couldn't help but secretly discuss the matter. Many of them had interacted with Lu Songli, and in their minds, she was a quiet and gentle person who followed Xiao Yuten around, unlike others in the Lu family who were more assertive. She had only become this way after experiencing the pain of a broken engagement and a forced marriage. Thus, the restrained youths felt frustrated. They blamed the Xie family for releasing a female demon that made them afraid to act freely like before. No, they actually blamed the Xiao family. If Xiao Yuten hadn't insisted on taking someone else's fiancé, Lu Songli wouldn't have turned so ruthless. They all pounded their chests in anger, feeling very upset. And Xiao Bin, that annoying guy, deserved it. It was clear that he must have caused trouble for Lu Songli, which led to her giving him a harsh lesson. It was obvious. First, Xiao Yuten fell out with her friend Lu Songli, then Xiao Yuten harmed herself. In Xiao Bin's eyes, it looked like his sister was being bullied. With his protective nature, he would certainly blame others and seek trouble with Lu Songli. He looked pitiful now, but as the saying goes, those who are pitiful must have their faults. Xiao Bin always liked to defend his sister without reason, calling it protection. Whenever Xiao Yuten was upset, he would find someone else to bother. Xiao Yuten would then apologize or make amends, creating a cycle that left others feeling frustrated. Seeing his current situation, many who had suffered from him felt secretly pleased. Now he had met his match. That day, the door of the Lu family was knocked on early in the morning. "Who is it?" Mr. Zhang, the doorman, sleepily walked out of his small room and asked from the door. "It's me, your second young master," came the reply from outside. "Second young master?" Mr. Zhang quickly opened the door and saw a person standing in the cold, early winter wind with a bundle on their back. "Second young master?" Mr. Zhang squinted at the person, unsure if he recognized him. "It's me. Is it really you? You're back?" Mr. Zhang rubbed his eyes in disbelief, unable to believe that the dusty figure before him was their tidy second young master. But the voice was indeed that of the second young master. "Uncle Zhang, please close your mouth. I'm going in first." After saying this, Lu Mingji rushed inside like a whirlwind. Zhang Menfong slapped his forehead, realizing he had been too excited and forgot to inform the inner courtyard. He hoped the second young master would be reliable and not scare the master, madam, or second young lady. Since Lu Songli had dealt with Xiao Bin a few days ago, Lu Dixing had returned to his routine of leaving early and coming home late. That day, Lu Dixing and Lu Mingji met halfway between the main courtyard and the front gate, right at the corner, and both were startled by the encounter.
"Oh."
Lu Dixing was so shocked that he took 2 steps back. Looking closely, he wondered why a wild person had entered their home. It was still dark outside, and Lu Dixing, getting older and having read a lot, found his eyesight was not as clear as in his youth. In the dim light, he could only make out a vague shape. Today, with the strong wind, Lu Mingji's face was covered in dirt, and his messy hair obscured half of his face. He was also holding a cane, looking quite wild. However, Lu Mingji recognized his father and quickly pushed his messy hair aside to reveal half of his face. "Dad, it's me." Lu Dixing recognized his son's voice. "Second? Mingji?" "Yes, it's me." Lu Dixing stepped forward and looked him up and down, then said with a frown, "What happened to you?" Lu Mingji rolled his eyes. "Try not shaving or changing clothes for a month." He then said quietly, "I was with the teacher in Jingzhou. After receiving news from home, I hurried back, traveling for over half a month. They had encountered an accident in a remote mountain village, losing a lot of their belongings, and he hadn't had a chance to change clothes for about half a month. Lu Disheng knew his son had been studying with his classmates and guessed they had sent him a letter through the post station about family matters, not expecting him to receive it. To his surprise, he had received it and rushed back. His younger son had worked hard. Lu Disheng patted his shoulder and decided not to go out, taking his son back to the courtyard for breakfast. "Dad, why are you going out at this time?" Lu Mingji looked at the sky. It wasn't a big day, and his father usually slept at this hour. He remembered that in recent years, his father hadn't worked so hard. Something must have happened recently to worry him. The concern in the eyes of his younger son made Lu Disheng swallow the words he was about to say. He decided to let it go. His younger son was just worried about him. He simply said, "I've been busy with some things lately." As soon as Lu Disheng returned to the main courtyard, he asked a servant to bring hot water for his younger son to wash up. He then went into the bedroom. Before long, Zhang Shi came out with him. Seeing her tired younger son, she was very excited. The mother and son chatted for a while, and when Lu Mingji's stomach growled, Zhang Shi told her son to go to the living room and keep his father company, while she went to the kitchen to see what good food there was. She could tell her son had been through a tough time lately and wanted to make sure he was well fed. When the steaming food was served on the table, Lu Mingji asked his parents about it and then started eating without hesitation. To be honest, he hadn't eaten well in the past month. While having breakfast, Lu Mingji listened to his father talk about what had happened at home and how the family had dealt with things. The more he listened, the more surprised he became. His second sister truly was remarkable. He had thought he resembled his father the most among the siblings, but now it seemed his second sister's actions were more like his father's. "Your second sister has finally figured things out," his father said. He believed his second sister was a smart person who had been held back by her former fiancé. Regardless, it was a good thing. He had been very worried about her during his journey. "You still have some conscience. Your older brother is just foolish. Your second sister told him to stay with the Yen family, and he just stayed there," Lu Disheng scolded, not for anything else, but for his brother's foolishness. Lu Mingji swallowed his food and replied to his father, "Big brother is just stubborn. He can't help much by coming back. For example, he rushed back but still arrived too late. Moreover, his brother was used to thinking that their parents could solve everything, so he believed that with their help, his sister's situation would be fine." "That may be true, but things can't be done like that," Zhang Shi interjected. "Why do you always pick on your older brother? You know he's stubborn. Family matters should be handled with both money and effort. The difficulties faced by the Yen family are right in front of him. What can he do? Just like your sister said, he can't help much by coming back. Besides, your brother not only sent Tian back to check on her, but also spent his own money to buy her a ginseng that is 50 years old. Your sister remembers his kindness. Yet you keep criticizing him. I know you haven't liked your brother for the past 2 years, thinking he is too soft and not ambitious, but stop stirring up trouble between siblings." Lu Mingji didn't say much and completely agreed with his mother. People tend to be biased. His older brother had a child, so his focus would naturally shift to his own family. But isn't that normal? Isn't their father also favoring his second sister now? After all, they are family, so there's no need to be too harsh. Treat each other like relatives. How you treat me is how I will treat you. Fair and square. Lu Disheng shrank his neck in response to the criticism. He truly felt frustrated with his eldest son. His eldest was a bit simple-minded, not very clever and easily influenced. But honestly, he said these things because he genuinely cared for his eldest. He was confident that his little daughter would achieve great things in the future, and the eldest should take this opportunity to build a good relationship with her before she becomes successful. Meanwhile, his younger son was well regarded by his teacher at the academy, who had some reputation both in the court and in society. He believed his future would be bright. The eldest daughter was married, and her future would be managed by her husband and children, with the family only able to help a little. When you think about it, this really highlighted the eldest son's shortcomings. As a father, he was quite worried. Well, children will have their own fortunes. Lu Disheng just hoped that his eldest and his wife wouldn't regret their choices in the future. However, he knew his little daughter was smart and had her own sense of fairness. She would never mistreat the eldest's family, and that was enough. In family matters, parents shouldn't interfere too much. You're doing quite well, Lu Dishing said, patting his younger son's shoulder. He didn't say the eldest was doing poorly. Praising the younger son should be fine, right? As he said this, he secretly glanced at his wife. Mrs. Zhang was too lazy to respond to him. Lu Mingji looked up, somewhat confused, at his father. Lu Dishing said nothing more, only, your second sister is doing well. She doesn't cause trouble and isn't afraid when trouble arises. She handles things very methodically. Lu Mingji thought to himself, that's true. Xiao Bin, who was 2 years older than him, was known to be quite unpredictable and ruthless in their circle in Chang'an. People generally feared crossing him, and they also had to be careful not to upset his sister. Otherwise, he would act like a mad dog, biting anyone he could. His second sister had actually dealt with him decisively, without holding back. She had forced the Xiao family into a corner, leaving them no choice but to compete under the table. Wasn't that impressive? What are you all talking about? Lu Songli came into the main courtyard after learning that Lu Mingji was home. She walked in comfortably, wearing a cloak that was just the right thickness. Second sister? You've come, please sit down. His father was right. His second sister had truly transformed. She used to seem quiet and elegant, but now she was bright and lively. With her originally cool appearance, she resembled a plum blossom blooming gently under the warm winter sun, creating a harmonious blend of warmth and chill. Lu Songli looked at the little wild child in front of her, smiling as she took a seat in the chair he had pulled out for her. Lu Mingji was the youngest in the Lu family, 2 years younger than her. In 2 months, he would turn 14. When he was born, their father, Lu Dishing, had already made a name for himself, and the family situation had greatly improved. He wasn't as busy anymore and often took Mingji with him, making them quite close. Second sister, you haven't eaten yet, right? How about a bowl of dumplings? Dad, is this called dumplings? After receiving confirmation, Lu Mingji eagerly recommended them to Lu Songli, saying, they're delicious. Lu Songli chuckled. Indeed, nothing was better than dumplings, especially enjoying a steaming bowl on a cold winter day. All right then, Mom, please get me a bowl of dumplings. Dumplings had existed since ancient times, invented by Zhang Zhongjing during the Eastern Han Dynasty. They were originally called jiaoer and were filled with medicinal herbs to help treat frostbite in winter. In Dali, the customs were similar to those of the Wei and Jin dynasties. Dumplings existed but weren't widely popular. Last time she visited her sister at the Su family, her mother-in-law sent her home with a lot of pork, all from the best parts of the pig. They couldn't eat it all at once, so her mother wanted to dry it to make preserved meat for storage. In later times, dumplings were a regular part of her diet, so it was essential to have them here. With her guidance and the cook's efforts, they made dumplings using the pork she brought back. The first time they made them, she prepared the filling, using pork from the belly, chopped and mixed with wine and wild to remove the smell. The white frost here referred to cabbage, which in later times was sweet and delicious. At this time, the cabbage had a slightly wild taste, but paired with the pork, it was especially tasty. Lu Mingji ate a big bowl of dumplings, feeling warm inside and praising them endlessly. The dumplings, with a mix of meat and vegetables, made with fine white flour, were more suitable for their parents than meat pies and similar dishes. Both of her parents were 40 this year, an age when they should take good care of themselves. Compared to the average lifespan of 70 or 80 in later times, 40 was still considered young, but in ancient times, it was already seen as getting old. In ancient times, people's lifespans were quite short. Statistics show that during the Xia and Shang dynasties, the average lifespan was around 18 years. In the Zhou and Qin dynasties, it was about 20 years. During the Han dynasty, it increased to 22. In the Kangxi period, it was 27. And by the Song dynasty, it reached 30. By the time of the Republic, the average lifespan was 35. A person's lifespan is influenced by diet, medical care, and the environment. The lack of advanced medical technology, the impact of wars and food shortages all affected life expectancy. This is why, in the original story, when Qin Sheng passed away at 24, Qin Hang felt sorrow but did not question it too much. First, everyone had short lifespans. Second, it has always been said that beautiful people, like famous generals, should not grow old in this world. As the commander of the Qin family army, Qin Sheng had many worries and had to lead in battles, which likely shortened his life. Her parents lived for 40 years and were quite accepting, believing that given their current health, living a few more years was not a problem. Even if they passed away in a few years, that lifespan was considered good by today's standards. However, Lu Songli came from a future where the average lifespan is 78, so she certainly did not wish for Lu Disheng and the Jiang family to pass away early. She could help a bit with medical care, and she would also try to ensure they had enough food, warm clothing, and avoid wars, so they could enjoy their later years. She thought this might help them live longer. Her thoughts shifted quickly, almost in an instant. When the dumplings were served, Lu Mingji had already eaten his fill, and Lu Disheng had already had breakfast with her mother. Lu Mingji sat nearby, sharing stories about his travels, saying they started from Yuzhou, went through Huainan, Jiangzhou, and then to Guangzhou. Guangzhou served as a turning point, passing through Changsha, Wuling, Jingzhou, and Badong before returning to Chang'an. The trees in the south do not lose their leaves in autumn and winter, he said. I heard from the teacher that in the area of Guangzhou, during the coldest times here, sometimes only 2 layers of clothing are needed there. Lu Songli thought to herself that Guangzhou must be the same as the future city of Guangzhou. Jiang was very curious, listening intently. Is there really such a place? While eating, Lu Songli listened as Lu Mingji talked about the differences in climate and scenery from north to south. Climate zones are defined by latitude and include factors like temperature, air pressure, and rainfall. In China, there are approximately 6 climate zones: tropical, subtropical, warm temperate, mild temperate, cold temperate, and polar. This knowledge is covered in high school geography. Lu Mingji and the teacher traveled from north to south and back again, experiencing various landscapes along the way. My teacher also said that in winter, Dunhuang usually gets dark at the hour of the dog, around 8 p.m., while Lelong gets dark at the hour of the monkey, around 4 or 5 p.m. Is there really a difference of nearly 2 hours in the time it gets dark? LV Songli thought to herself that Dunhuang is in Gansu, close to Xinjiang, while Lelong is in Liaodong, one in the far west and the other in the far east. Naturally, the sunrise and sunset times would be different due to their longitudes. LV Songli noticed that her brother LV Mingji read a wide variety of books. Compared to classics and historical texts, he was more interested in the changes in nature, like mountains, rivers, the sun, the moon, stars, wind, and seasons. She remembered that this summer, on her mother's birthday, he gave her a very special gift. He had taken the whole family to a rockery and somehow made water flow from it, then created a rainbow for her. They were all amazed, like a bunch of surprise dumplings. LV Songli realized that her brother had the makings of a scientist, which was a delightful surprise. The more she looked at him, the more he resembled her cousins from the future, who were all about researching technology. While her cousins focused on traditional Chinese medicine, he was studying natural sciences. But it didn't matter which field. What mattered was the talent. I've finished eating, little brother. Do you want to go rest for a bit? Once you're rested, we can all have a good chat. LV Songli noticed his eyes were slightly red, hinting at tiredness. Such a treasure should be well cared for. Yes, go rest first, Mrs. Zhang agreed, realizing she had been so focused on listening to her younger son's stories that she hadn't noticed his fatigue. LV Mingji felt a bit shy. After eating, he indeed felt sleepy, but had been holding back yawns. He missed his family after being away for months studying, so he wanted to catch up with them. Since his family suggested he rest first, he decided to listen to them. On the day LV Songli said she would take Qin Sheng to a restaurant for a nice meal, she was determined to keep her promise. After asking him, she found out which restaurant was the busiest lately and finally booked a table at Hongxing Restaurant, inviting Lu Erxi and Chen Jinshui to join them. Before leaving, LV Mingji approached her. Second sister, are you going out? Yes, I have something to do.
Did you need something?
Lu Mingji smiled and said, It's nothing much. I just need to go out for a bit and wanted to check if you need anything. I'm going to Hongxing restaurant to meet some friends. What about you? Lu Songli casually asked. Recently, Hongxing restaurant had been unusually lively, and she wanted to see it for herself, which is why she made a reservation there. Now it was Lu Mingji's turn to be surprised. He quickly replied, Sister, you're going to Hongxing restaurant?
So am I. Huh?
Lu Songli raised an eyebrow. Did someone invite you to Hongxing restaurant? Yes, a senior from the academy. He is a very talented student from our Bailu Academy. Over 2 years ago, he passed the imperial examination and was about to take up an official position, but unfortunately, his mother passed away unexpectedly, and he returned home to mourn. Now he is in Chang'an and we ran into each other yesterday, so he invited me. Your senior sounds impressive. What's his name? He is indeed talented, right? His surname is Fan, and his given name is Quan. Lu Songli's mind raced. What a coincidence. Her brother had just returned from Bajuan, and he was a bit of a tech geek. He had only gone out once since coming back, yet Fan Quan seemed quite well informed. Thinking about Fan Quan's background, Lu Songli smiled knowingly. His parents had passed away, and he had been in mourning for 3 years. This was the perfect time for him to seek a position again. Sister, since we're both going to Hongxing restaurant, should we go together? Lu Songli shook her head.
Let's go separately.
We might not return at the same time, and it's more convenient that way. Besides, she had some doubts. If she went along, wouldn't it disrupt his plans? Plus, she would be at Hongxing restaurant, so if anything happened, she could help in time. If there were no surprises, she could just ask her brother later about what the other party intended. So, not long after, the siblings set off one after the other. After Lu Songli got off the carriage, she went to the private room she had reserved. The room was on the 2nd floor, and shortly after she arrived, Qin Sheng also showed up. This was the first time they had seen each other since returning from Tian's home in Ping'an Town, and it had already been 2 or 3 days. After they returned from Ping'an Town, they received the results of their fortune compatibility that evening, which said that one of them had a prosperous career, while the other had both wealth and success. Their fortunes complemented each other, indicating a perfect match that would lead to mutual support and a life of comfort and honor. Lu Songli, coming from a different time, didn't really believe in this, but the positive outcome of their compatibility was still a delightful thing. Along with the results of the fortune-telling, there was a handwritten letter from Qin Heng. The letter stated that the Qin family was aware of Xiao Bin's situation. Although no one from the Qin family could come in person, they were willing to support the Lu family and offered help if needed. Her father held the letter and remarked that the Qin family's response showed the importance of mutual support among relatives. He didn't mind that no one from the Qin family visited in person. They were practical people. It was better for the Qin family to remain discreet, as it allowed for more flexibility and advantage. Lu Songli couldn't help but smile. Her father clearly wanted to share this because he still held some resentment towards the Xie family. Look, is there anything you want to eat? Lu Songli asked while pouring tea for the two of them, gesturing towards the menu hanging on the wall. Qin Sheng looked at her in silence, wondering if she really thought she was here just for the meal. I like fish. Actually, I enjoy pork, chicken, duck, and lamb, as long as they are well cooked. But my favorite is still fish, and also pork ribs. I never get tired of them. Lu Songli shared her preferences. Qin Sheng listened quietly, pondering her words. She mentioned fish twice, so it seemed she really liked it. Lu Songli asked, Hey, I suddenly think I'm easy to please. What about you? What do you like to eat? Anything is fine. Do you like what I just mentioned? Lu Songli's eyes lit up as she looked at him. So you're easy to please too. Qin Sheng suddenly felt a bit warm in the private room. He took a couple of big sips of tea, then stood up and said, I'll go check on Lu Erxi and the others. Without waiting for Lu Songli to respond, he walked out quickly. Lu Songli smiled, leisurely sipping her tea. Hongxing restaurant was a popular place in Chang'an, especially among scholars. Most of the patrons were scholars dressed in long robes. creating an atmosphere of intellectual conversation. Lu Erxi and Chen Jinshui arrived with two brothers at the restaurant's entrance. They looked at the grand black and gold carved door, which exuded understated luxury. The sign above was prominent, and the guests coming and going all looked like scholars, making them feel a bit out of place and unsure of what to do. Fortunately, their future sister-in-law was considerate and had someone waiting at the door to greet them. They quickly followed their brothers inside. Yang Lu and Gao Jinbo followed behind Lu Erxi and Chen Jinshui, hoping to join them for a meal. Since that day when Lu Erxi and Chen Jinshui followed Lu Ge out of the city, they have been praising Lu Songli, the future sister-in-law, saying she is friendly and approachable, and that Lu Ge and she are a great match. They've been talking so much that it's like their ears are worn out. Yang Lu and Gao Jinbo were very curious about where the two had gone, but whenever they asked, Lu Erxi and Chen Jinshui were tight-lipped and wouldn't say much. When pressed, they only mentioned they were helping Lu Ge. Eventually, Yang Lu and Gao Jinbo stopped asking. As they went upstairs, they ran into Qin Sheng, who was coming down to greet them, and they all went back to the private room together. Lu Ge, Miss Lu. No need to be formal, everyone take a seat. Lu Songli then thanked Lu Erxi and Chen Jinshui again for their help that day. Miss Lu, you're too kind. We didn't do much. Lu Ge did most of the work. They had mostly just been there for support. I know that, Lu Songli replied, then turned to Qin Sheng and said, Ah Sheng, these are your brothers. You need to take good care of them. Qin Sheng glanced at her, meeting her smiling eyes, then turned to Lu Erxi and the others, saying, We're all friends here, so let's enjoy ourselves today. Right, go ahead and order. With both Lu Songli and Qin Sheng saying so, Lu Erxi and Chen Jinshui felt free to order some dishes. Gao Jinbo shouted, Bring out the drinks. Yeah, we can't forget that. They had all heard that the Baiyuquan wine from Hongsheng restaurant was famous for being good, so they wanted to try it. When they heard someone call for drinks, they all joined in. Lu Erxi held back Gao Jinbo, stopping the drinks for now, and secretly glanced at Lu Songli. He had heard that many wives dislike their husbands drinking after marriage, so he wondered if their future sister-in-law would allow it. Lu Songli kept her smile and instructed the waiter, Bring out your best wine. If they want a drink, then let them. Just wait until I start drinking. You won't know what hit you. Besides, the wine here is quite different from the craft beer of the future. First, the alcohol content is lower, and the color and taste vary. In the future, white liquor is distilled and usually has an alcohol content of 40 to 50 degrees, or at least 38 degrees. But the wine here is brewed and not distilled, with a lower alcohol content of about 4 to 6 degrees, and it's quite cloudy. Lu Songli had tried it before, and the strength is similar to fruit beer. In ancient times, people could drink 300 cups without getting drunk, and they were known for their strong tolerance for alcohol. In later generations, Lu Songli also had a good capacity for drinking, especially during social gatherings. However, her body is different now, and she wonders if she can still drink. The waiter respectfully said, Guest, our best wine is Baiyuquan wine. How many jars would you like? Lu Songli asked, Is 3 jars enough? Each jar contains 4 pounds, so 3 jars would be 12 pounds, which means each of the 5 young men would get about 2.5 pounds. She worried that if they ordered too much, they might not get drunk but rather feel too full. That's enough, they replied. All right, please bring us 3 jars of your Baiyuquan wine. After the waiter left, Gao Jinbo couldn't help but mention the Baiyuquan wine. Baiyuquan wine has only been available for the past couple of months and is very popular. I don't even know who makes it. It's only supplied to Hongsheng restaurant and nowhere else. Today, I was lucky enough to have a couple of sips, haraha. Lu Songli took note of this, planning to investigate the origins of Baiyuquan wine later. She had already been curious about Hongsheng restaurant, and now that this wine is exclusive to them, it seemed like a way to boost their reputation. Soon, the food and wine arrived. Lu Erxi was the first to pour wine from a jar for Qin Sheng and Lu Songli, then serve the others. Lu Songli noticed the wine in her cup was clear and light yellow. Taking a sip, She found it refreshing, with an alcohol content of about 12 degrees, which explained its popularity. Next, Lu Songli sat next to Qin Sheng, enjoying her meal while he entertained Lu Erxi and the others. After they finished eating and drinking, the four of them linked arms and left together. Qin Sheng sat lazily in his chair while Lu Erxi and the others occasionally toasted him. He had consumed quite a bit but appeared relaxed. Lu Songli leaned over and asked him, "Sheng, are you drunk? Are you still awake?" Qin Sheng looked up at her and slowly replied, "I'm not drunk." "Then can I tell you something?" He nodded slowly, "Sure." Lu Songli took out the land deed for 100 acres in Longqing from her pocket and handed it to Qin Sheng. After he took it and looked at it for a while, he asked in confusion, "This is a land deed. Where did it come from?" The Lu family is simple. They rarely leave Chang'an and only occasionally return to their hometown. It's unlikely that they would travel all the way to Longqing to buy land. Lu Songli didn't hide anything and directly told him that the land deed was compensation from the Xie family. To be honest, she was quite satisfied with the compensation from the Xie family. However, she didn't feel grateful to them. She was thankful to herself for working hard, which forced the Xie family to pay a significant amount. If she had kept quiet about the consequences of saving Xiaozhan for the sake of her reputation and hadn't revealed it to the Empress and several royal consorts, she estimated that the Xie family would have only offered around 10,000 taels. After all, the dowry for a fifth-rank legitimate daughter is usually between 5,000 and 8,000 taels, and since she was only a legitimate second daughter, a well-off family could manage that. If the family were less fortunate, the dowry would be even lower. Without knowing that she lost her ability to have children by saving Xiaozhan, the Xie family would consider 10,000 taels sufficient to prepare 2 dowries. Anyone would think the Xie family did their part, and the Lu family would have to accept this loss. Moreover, there is a saying that pushing for something is not a good deal. In fact, the Lu family had considered breaking off the engagement, and so had the Xie family. However, the Lu family remained passive, suppressing the urge to immediately end things with Xiaozhan. If the Lu family had demanded to break the engagement, it would have played right into the Xie family's hands, and they would not have offered much compensation. At most, the compensation would only be enough to save face for both families. It can be said that a large part of this compensation was earned through the Lu family's efforts. Qin Sheng only heard that the Xie family compensated Lu Songli with 100 hectares of land in Longqing and 10,000 taels of silver. At that moment, he was confused and didn't realize that the land and silver were specifically what Lu Songli wanted. If he had been clearer, he would have understood that Lu Songli was not someone who would accept a loss easily. If she were unhappy with the compensation, the Xie family would not easily escape the engagement. "How stingy," Qin Sheng muttered. Lu Songli raised an eyebrow, guessing that Qin Sheng was a bit tipsy. He was speaking and thinking slowly, but his expression didn't show it, making it hard to tell. So, he must have misunderstood something. But she didn't explain, letting him continue to misunderstand, and even nodded seriously, agreeing with him. It really is quite stingy. He's not as generous as our Sheng. Lu Songli joined him in criticizing her former fiancé, feeling no guilt at all. Qin Sheng nodded, thinking to himself that he was generous. Recently, the family has been preparing her dowry, and he has included many nice items. These are spoils from battles he fought alongside his brothers. Although he is young and has only participated in a few skirmishes, luck was on his side when they raided a rival tribe's hideout and found many treasures. Lu Songli poured him a cup of tea and gently instructed him, "Take this land deed, find someone to pass it around a few times, and give it to a trusted person. It's best to keep it separate from the Qin family. This land needs to be kept discreet." This is her backup plan. If the Qin family can avoid exile, it won't matter if this plan is used or not. Qin Sheng looked at the land deed in his hand, confused. Is this for him? Is he supposed to manage this? Something seemed off. Wasn't it usually the case that the husband worked outside while the wife managed the home? He would bring back treasures from his efforts, give part to the family, and let his wife handle the rest so they could manage their household together? After drinking, He felt a bit dazed and slow to react, his hair sticking up in a silly way. Lu Songli then noticed that part of his hair was naturally curly, which usually doesn't stay in place. She felt a strong urge to fix it but held back, feeling it might drive her to distraction. After a moment, he finally realized something was wrong. Why had the roles reversed? Seeing him with blurry eyes, trying to stay awake, Lu Songli said, "Stop thinking about it. Don't stress yourself." After hearing her, Qin Sheng indeed stopped struggling.
"Keep this safe."
"Oh, okay." He absent-mindedly tucked the land deed into his belt, still trusting her subconsciously. "Here, have some soup." Lu Songli had just asked Mo Bing, who was waiting outside, to bring a sweet soup from the tavern. After drinking half a bowl of soup, Qin Sheng seemed a bit more alert and said, I also want to tell you something." Lu Songli paused her serving and replied, "Go ahead." Qin Sheng said seriously, "The Xiao family is sending people to various pharmacies to inquire about healing and pain relief medicines, and they have bought quite a bit." Lu Songli immediately understood that the Xiao family was trying to find out about the sedative powder she had given Xiaobin that day. "Don't worry, they won't find out anything." Upon hearing this, Qin Sheng felt reassured. Lu Songli realized he trusted her quite a bit. As the saying goes, truth comes out when drunk, and his attitude while intoxicated spoke volumes. After drinking half a bowl of sweet soup, Qin Sheng, surprisingly, started to doze off. Lu Songli realized that he was used to being alone and didn't like having followers or servants. She felt uneasy letting him go back like that. Xiaobin hated her, and she guessed he felt the same way about him. If he had the chance to hurt him, he definitely wouldn't hold back. She didn't plan to leave at that moment, so she decided to stay at the Hongxing restaurant with him until he sobered up. Since Qin Sheng had unknowingly fallen asleep, Lu Songli had someone bring her spare cloak and draped it over him. Then, she arranged for someone to watch over him and stepped out of the private room to the corridor on the second floor, where she could see the lively scene in the hall below. Recently, the Hongxing restaurant was very lively. Scholar Zhang Yong, along with 2 other respected academy heads, organized a debate competition at the restaurant. Participants could be students from various academies or well-known scholars. The debate competition even had the slogan distinguish right from wrong, debate the principles of the world, which was shouted loudly. Lu Songli arrived just as the debate competition was starting. "Fan Quan is really impressive. This is his 5th match, right?" Hearing the name Fan Quan, Lu Songli focused on the young man in a dark gray robe standing confidently on the stage, facing his opponent. She also spotted her brother, Lu Mingji, quietly watching from below. They have already debated topics like, is human nature good or evil? Someone began listing the topics debated over the past few days. Family and career, which comes first? Can loyalty and filial piety coexist? Knowing is easy, doing is hard. This round is about judging heroes by their success or failure. Is it valid? Yes, I wonder if he can hold his ground. Lu Songli listened as, in just a few days, they had already covered 4 or 5 topics, each with depth and interest. Yes, 2 matches every day is not easy. The key is that he has won every match. He is truly remarkable. Indeed, he is impressive, considering he faces well-read and knowledgeable opponents. The Hongxing restaurant does a great job hosting this debate competition. I think it's more enjoyable than storytelling. The debates offer fresh perspectives and are quite refreshing. Yeah, you wouldn't believe it. When I heard the first match, I was truly amazed. In the following 3 sessions, I didn't miss a single one. After listening, I truly understood the saying, hearing a few words from a wise person is better than reading 10 years of books. Many of my previous doubts were answered. Exactly. Each session opened our minds, someone replied. Listening to these discussions, Lu Songli realized that, regardless of whether the praises were genuine or not, the debate was at least lively and successful on the surface. Leaning against the railing, she listened for a while and found that Fan Quan spoke meaningfully. His opponent was not as knowledgeable or sharp in speech as he was. She wanted to listen a bit longer, but then Mo Bing came over to tell her that Qin Sheng had woken up. So Lu Songli stopped listening and turned to go to the private room, leaving with a meaningful smile on her lips. After a short nap of about half an hour, Qin Sheng woke up but continued to lie there with his eyes closed. He had been quite busy lately, as he was also a cavalry officer in the outer camp. He needed to keep up with his training. Moreover, their wedding date was approaching quickly. His mother was busy with preparations, even delaying his elder brother's marriage, so he had to find time to help her. He was also keeping an eye on the movements of the Xia and Xiao families. He sensed that Xiao Bin harbored deep hatred for Lu Songli and knew that the Xiao family would seek revenge, with Lu Songli being the primary target. At this moment, he was fully awake, recalling his memories from the night before. The deed in his waist seal reminded him that it wasn't a dream. His fiancée had given him a deed for 100 acres of land, and her attitude seemed casual, as if she had handed him a basket of ordinary eggs. But since he had been to the border, he knew the land prices there. The land in Shangyang County, while not worth much, was extensive. 100 acres could easily be worth 20 to 30,000 taels. Such a large piece of land. And she just gave it to him? How much trust did she have in him? For a moment, Qin Sheng felt very pleased and silently vowed to handle this matter well. When Lu Songli entered, she found him drinking tea. They didn't say much more. There were too many people around, so Qin Sheng protected her as they went downstairs to head home. As they descended, their handsome appearances caught the attention of others, who couldn't help but glance back at them. They walked through the hall toward the main entrance. This scene was noticed by Xiao in a private room on the second floor. He was momentarily stunned, then his eyes showed surprise. He called the manager over and learned that Qin Sheng and Lu Songli were treating guests at the Hongxing restaurant, inviting 4 wandering heroes from Chang'an. Xiao pondered. Was this a coincidence? If they specifically arranged the banquet at Hongxing restaurant, then they are quite perceptive.
Azan.
Xiao came back to his senses and turned to Zhao Yuten. Why are you out here? I thought something happened since you've been out for so long, so I came to check. Nothing happened. It's crowded outside. Let's go inside. Qin Sheng safely returned Lu Songli to the Lu family before leaving. After returning, Lu Songli gave Chen Rong some money and instructed him to gather information about the scholars who participated in the debates at Hongxing restaurant these past few days, focusing especially on Fan Quan. Has my father come back? Lu Songli asked while removing her hairpins. Yes, he returned about half an hour ago. Okay, I'll go to the main courtyard soon. Her father had been coming home late lately, often going to the market to trade or to the palace to serve, which was quite tiring. In Lu Songli's eyes, her father was indeed working hard, lying on the couch enjoying her mother's massage. Lu Disheng was resting on the couch, and after a brief nap under Zhang's gentle touch, he felt much more relaxed. He had been busy lately, but it wasn't too bad. Even without the Xiaobin situation, he still needed to serve in the palace to maintain a good relationship with the emperor. Recently, he had just been a bit more diligent. After changing into her everyday clothes in her courtyard, Lu Songli walked briskly to the main courtyard. She thought she might understand what the Xia and Xiao families were planning. They really wanted to replace Emperor Kongcheng. When she realized this, she felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. Was her prediction really that accurate? Had she predicted their prediction? However, the other side was clever too. She wondered who had come up with the idea. To be a bit arrogant, if she hadn't come, her father might not have been able to withstand their attack. But if she hadn't come, perhaps the Lu family wouldn't have faced this crisis. So, it was a paradox. Their plan was clear. To capture the leader first, like shooting the horse before the rider. That metaphor might be a bit off. Never mind, what's important is that if they take down her father, the rest would be easy to handle. Now that the new knife was ready and the stage was set, the other side would surely invite Emperor Kongcheng out of the palace. When Lu Songli arrived at the main courtyard, she shared her thoughts with her father. Fan Guan, Lu Disheng exclaimed, slapping his thigh. That must be it. The emperor knows about Fan Quan. At that time, he hadn't taken it too seriously, but now it seems he was rather careless. Lu Songli raised her eyebrows. How did Fan Quan get noticed so quickly? After listening for a while, Zhang realized that the father and daughter were discussing important matters in the hall and had not moved to the study. So, she took a basket and sat outside the main door, doing some sewing while keeping watch to prevent eavesdropping. It was winter, and the cold in Chang'an was already biting. The corridors of several courtyards where the Liu family lived were covered with straw curtains to block the wind. With a brazier at her feet, sitting at the door wasn't too cold. At that moment, Chun Rong came in with the collected materials. Money can make things happen, and what Liu Songli asked for wasn't difficult. Moreover, since this debate was held in public, Fan Quan, as the champion with 4 consecutive wins, attracted the most attention. His arguments were brilliant and unique, so it was natural for someone to record his words and actions. It would take some time to compile everything, but Liu Songli and her father didn't mind looking at the original manuscripts. The more Liu Dixing read, the more he frowned. Liu Songli read faster than her father. After quickly finishing the first round, she started the second. By the time she was done, she could see the issues within. "Dad, don't you think Fan Quan's arguments resemble your early style?" Her father was known for his clever arguments. When criticizing others, his angles and approaches were often surprising and unconventional. Fan Quan seemed like a beginner version of Liu Dixing. "Yes, that's it. I thought something was off about these arguments." He sensed something was wrong when he first read them, but only after his daughter pointed it out did he realize the familiar feeling hit him. Family knows family matters. If he hadn't avoided taking on disciples, he might have thought Fan Quan was one of his students. Over the years, many had come to seek him out, but for some reason, Liu Dixing instinctively resisted taking them on. Initially, he thought he was afraid of teaching a disciple who might end up starving him. Later, after his daughter analyzed the simplest and most effective way to bring him down, he understood why he had been so reluctant to take on students. If he trained a disciple, it would be like digging his own grave. "Dad, there's definitely something off about Fan Quan. Our suspicions should be correct." Liu Dixing agreed. Fan Quan's performance at the debate stage of Hongqing restaurant shows that she knows her father very well, whether she is imitating him or learning from him. To learn from her father, she must have a model to follow. It's important to note that gathering information about her father is not easy due to the long time span involved. Fan Quan is originally from Longquan, a small town outside Chang'an, and her family is just an ordinary gentry family. It seems unlikely that she would have such abilities. This information further confirms her suspicions. Fan Quan's actions are aimed at her father, the Duke of Pei. While Liu Dixing and Liu Songli were discussing, Lu Mingji walked in. "Father, mother, second sister, I'm back." Liu Songli invited him to sit down and asked Mingji, "Do you know your senior brother Fan Quan?" Lu Mingji replied, "He is smart, knowledgeable, has strong critical thinking skills, and is a great speaker." "Anything else?" "He is from Longquan town, and his family has some reputation in the area." This was also mentioned in the information collected by Chun Rong. "By the way, father, second sister, senior brother Fan said he wanted to visit you." When Lu Mingji saw his father and sister looking at him, he was startled and quickly added, "But I declined." What a surprise. The father and daughter exchanged glances, and indeed, this brought them closer to their suspicions. "Mingji, don't you admire your senior brother Fan? Why did you refuse his visit?" Liu Songli could clearly sense that before the appointment, Lu Mingji had a good impression of Fan Quan. Normally, such a request wouldn't be unreasonable, and her brother should have agreed. But he didn't, which made her curious. He didn't know how to answer his sister's question. Visiting each other's homes is common among brothers and sisters in learning, but Lu Mingji felt a strong inner resistance. The other party kept pressing him, asking several times, and when others joined in, he got frustrated and retorted with "Why should I?" leading to an unpleasant end. There was no need to mention what happened afterward. It was embarrassing. In fact, he wasn't particularly easygoing and could be quite serious about certain issues. He was more restrained in front of family, but rarely compromised outside. After hearing her brother's thoughts, Liu Songli sighed, realizing her brother had inherited their father's keen intuition. She analyzed the situation calmly, uncovering the issues between Fan Quan and Hongqing restaurant. Her brother relies on his instincts to avoid danger, which is quite impressive. What Liu Songli doesn't know is that later in the original story, After the original character dies, Lu Dixing realizes something is wrong. He starts gathering information to take revenge, and at that moment, Fan Quan appears. Her brother, Lu Mingji, admires Fan Quan greatly, and Fan Quan expresses his admiration for Lu Yushi and wishes to visit. Her brother introduces him to their father. In the original story, Lu Mingji is not as perceptive. This can only be attributed to the butterfly effect. The father and daughter continue their discussion, and since Lu Mingji hasn't left, he sits nearby. They don't say much, allowing him to join in, even if it's just to listen. At this point, the father and daughter, building on her earlier simulation of her father's political rival and the methods to eliminate him, speculate about the upcoming actions of the Xiao and Xiao families. With the flames they have stoked, Lu Songli estimates that their preparations are nearly complete and they're close to making a move. Based on her previous warnings to her father, he has privately reached a preliminary agreement with Emperor Kong Chung not to promote him, keeping him at the 5th rank as an inspector. In truth, if Emperor Kong Chung genuinely wanted to promote her father, it wouldn't be impossible. The position of Inspector General is quite good. He would still be an inspector, just at a higher rank. If Zhou Qingzhong knew, he would surely exclaim, "Who did I provoke? My position is about to become unstable." While she thinks this, Lu Songli believes Emperor Kong Chung won't do that. The Inspector General is the head of the inspectorate, and the Emperor knows her father's character well. Having one such inspector is enough for the court. Adding more would likely cause the Emperor headaches. Thus, the plan to remove her father from his position as an inspector is not feasible. Now, what they need to resolve is the blade prepared by the Xia and Zhao families, Fan Quan. Once they deal with this, they will have passed a significant hurdle. Lu Songli discovers that the materials Chun Rong returned include the debate topic for the next round. She is not surprised, as giving contestants ample preparation time makes the competition more exciting and impactful. Seeing this topic, she has a strong feeling that it is perfect for targeting her father. Since Fan Quan is the new weapon prepared by the Xia and Zhao families for Emperor Kongcheng, he must have personally reviewed it. Therefore, they will surely find a reason to invite him out of the palace. After all, this performance is meant for Emperor Kongcheng. Without him, it wouldn't work. Lu Dixing also saw this and confidently said, "Don't worry. When it comes to arguing, or rather, debating, I have never lost." In his field of expertise, he was that sure of himself. Lu Songli waved her hand and complimented her father. "Dad, I naturally believe in you. No one can match you when it comes to reasoning. Persuading others with logic is your strength." That sounded nice. Lu Dixing stroked his sparse mustache and nodded to himself, pleased with his daughter's words. Yes, he was a very reasonable person. When faced with someone who disagreed, he always used logic to convince them. Yes, the Xia and Zhao families can forget about replacing me with Fan Quan. He's still too inexperienced. Lu Mingji almost laughed out loud. His father and sister were so amusing. When facing an opponent, his father was known for being relentless and stubborn. Did his sister really believe that? Jiang also rolled her eyes nearby. The father and daughter were truly a pair, one bold enough to speak and the other willing to listen. Lu Dixing and Lu Songli looked at Lu Mingji, their faces clearly asking, "What's her opinion?" This made him suppress his laughter. Once Lu Mingji surrendered, Lu Songli said, "But Dad, we can't fall into their trap and let them lead us around." Having her father argue with Fan Quan would lower his status. Given her father's reputation, winning an argument would be expected, but losing would be embarrassing. Her point was valid. Why should they let others dictate the terms? "So, daughter, what do you suggest?" "I have a better idea." "What is it?" To be honest, Lu Dixing was a bit curious. Lu Dixing easily accepted his daughter's suggestion and followed her lead. If people from the future were here, they would surely exclaim, "Lu Yushi, your daughter just used the sandwich technique on you." Fan Quan wanted to overstep and use her father's reputation to gain favor with the emperor. What great ambition and appetite. Acknowledging him would be giving him face, and they wouldn't give him that chance. Let him stew in his own ambitions. Trying to follow in her father's footsteps while leaving him with no options? Not a chance. He would need to train for another 500 years. Let's do this. Lu Songli moved a couple of steps closer to Lu Disheng and quietly shared her plan. This strategy was similar to the entertainment industry, where someone stands out and shows signs of success right after debuting, but when the company wants to sign them, they refuse. They will find someone similar to you to compete for resources and try to replace you. If the main person gets involved, it would be quite embarrassing. Jiang only saw her husband and daughter whispering together, with the little girl talking nonstop while her husband nodded occasionally. She shook her head and smiled, rarely seeing such a close bond between father and daughter. It was another bright day. Lu Disheng did not arrive very early. By the time he got there, the Grand Counselor Zhou Qingzhong was already in the side hall unifying the opinions of the officials. When he entered, Zhou Qingzhong looked him up and down, his gaze lingering on Lu's old official robes for a while. Lu Disheng ignored him and sat at the edge as usual. As Zhou Qingzhong rallied the officials, he glanced at Lu twice, his eyes filled with pity, like a frog in warm water unaware of the boiling pot beneath it. Lu Disheng lifted his eyelids and shot him a glare. He knew what was going on. He was waiting to see Lu's misfortune. After Zhou Qingzhong unified the opinions of the officials, he walked over to Lu Disheng and said, "Sir Lu, why haven't I seen you wearing the official robes that the emperor specially granted you?" Lu Disheng rolled his eyes. "What I wear is none of your business." He could tell him that he was wearing the new official robes underneath. He could also tell him that he had on 2 sets of robes today, one inside and one outside. This was his lucky robe. How could he not wear it? If it weren't for his daughter constantly reminding him to be low-key and to act humble, he would have proudly shown off his new robes already. "Lu Disheng, are you a volcano? Always ready to erupt?" Just then, the bell for court sounded, and Zhou Qingzhong had no choice but to shake his head and lightly scold him, "You Lu Disheng, you." As the bell rang, regardless of what the officials were doing, they all straightened up, adjusting their clothing and appearance, preparing to enter the main hall for court. Just as they stood ready, a sharp voice called out, "The emperor has arrived." All officials kneel to welcome him. Emperor Kongqing walked to the dragon throne with a sullen face. He had not rested well the night before due to his obsession with training and had intended to skip court today, but was persuaded to attend, leaving him in a bad mood. All the officials knelt and shouted, "Long live the emperor!
Rise!"
The voice of Emperor Kongqing was firm and unwavering as he clearly told the ministers below, "I am in a very bad mood today. You can handle the rest as you see fit." Wei Zili shouted, "Ministers, if you have matters to report, do so. If not, you may leave." The ministers were silent. Those qualified to attend the Grand Court were all clever individuals, and they quickly noticed that the emperor was in a bad mood. However, in recent years, his mood during court sessions had rarely been good, so they had grown accustomed to it. But today was different. He had barely sat down before he seemed ready to dismiss the court.
How could this be?
Among them, the ministers from the Xia and Xiao families exchanged glances, feeling uneasy. They were supposed to jointly recommend Lu Disheng for promotion today. Should they go ahead with their plan? They decided to wait and see what the Xia family would do. If the Xia family took the lead, it would mean they were proceeding with the plan, and they would have to present their proposal. Moreover, since this was a joint recommendation to promote the emperor's favorite official, he should be pleased and not take out his frustration on them. "I have a petition to present," said Ji Yongqing, the first official from the Xia family to step forward. Emperor Kongqing's mood was already poor, and seeing Ji Yongqing's familiar face made it worse. "What is it, my minister?" Everyone lowered their heads, knowing that if the emperor addressed a minister by their surname, it meant he was displeased. Ji Yongqing seemed unaware of this. He slightly bent forward and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, I am old and frail. In recent years, I have often felt weak and unwell. Just the other day, I fainted at home. After consulting a doctor, he said my health has suffered due to overwork and warned that if I do not take care of myself, it could affect my lifespan. Therefore, I humbly request to resign from my position as Minister of the Court of Judicial Review and return home to rest. I hope Your Majesty will allow it." Ji Yongqing's resignation request was like a drop of water hitting hot oil. It left almost all the ministers stunned. Minister Ji, you are a vital part of the court. How could I do without you? Emperor Kongqing said, trying to persuade him to stay. Your Majesty, if you continue to call Minister Ji my minister instead of Minister Ji, your words would carry more weight. Your Majesty, my health truly cannot keep up, Ji Yongqing insisted. Emperor Kongqing refused again. Minister Ji, do not worry. After the court session, I will send the royal physician to your residence to examine you. Please focus on your work. The two officials played a game of polite refusals. Your Majesty, please allow me, as I truly cannot continue in my old age, Ji Yongqing said, bowing deeply. The emperor responded quickly, if you insist, then I will grant your request. With that, the position of Minister of Justice became vacant, stirring the thoughts of the other officials. At that moment, Xie Mingtang stepped forward. Your Majesty, I recommend Inspector Lu Disheng for the position of Minister of Justice. The emperor was taken aback, not expecting this turn of events. He had been pondering why the Xie family would give up such a significant position. If they were letting it go, who would they want to take it? Why do you say this? The emperor squinted at Xie Mingtang, curious about the Xie family's intentions. Recently, he had heard about Lu's daughter teaching Xiao Bin a lesson, including the details of Xiao Bin's schemes and her daughter's retaliation. Though the retaliation was a bit strong, those were Lu's exact words. Noticing Lu Disheng's uneasy expression, he inquired and learned more about the specifics of her response. After hearing it, he couldn't help but smirk. Lu quickly apologized for his daughter. And what could he do? He forgave her. The emperor appreciated Lu Disheng's honesty. It made him feel close to him. But now, what was Xie Mingtang doing? Lu had confronted Xiao, and since the Xiao and Xie families were connected, why wasn't Xie helping Xiao? Instead, he was promoting Lu Disheng? Xie Mingtang held his tablet with both hands, slightly bowing, and respectfully said, Lu has a keen eye for talent and can see through issues that others might miss. He has already pointed out problems with officials before we noticed. Isn't that a skill? Therefore, I believe he is suitable for the position. The other officials looked at him with mixed expressions, thinking he was speaking nonsense. They thought he had a talent for twisting the truth. At that moment, Lu Disheng was also shocked. The position of Minister of Justice was a high rank, overseeing legal matters. To get him, the Xie and Xiao families were willing to give up such a significant opportunity. They thought highly of him. Jumping from a lower rank to a high one, did they think he would rush to accept without hesitation? However, they underestimated him too much, thinking that just by offering the position of Minister of Justice, he would lose his mind? Minister of Justice? Who wants it can take it. This is just too much for him. As Xie Mingtang expressed his gratitude, the officials on both sides quickly agreed. Your Majesty, I support this. I also support this. Lu Disheng glared at them angrily. Oh, you guys, are you teaming up against me? I'll remember each one of you. Just wait. None of you can escape. Lu Disheng's gaze fell on the faces of those who had just recommended him. Some of the officials he stared at were confused, while others felt uneasy, mainly because Lu Disheng was too powerful. Individually, they were no match for him. They hoped that the Xie family would work hard to resolve this situation. Otherwise, it felt really uncomfortable. Prince Gong stood beside him and couldn't help but quietly advise Lu Inspector, don't be like this. They mean well. Lu Disheng rolled his eyes. Do you really think I'm foolish enough not to see the difference? Prince Gong was taken aback. Recommending him for a promotion was a good thing, right? You really don't know anything. Lu Disheng kindly advised him. Find a place to stand quietly and say less. You can't handle this situation. Listening to advice is wise. Prince Gong was a nice person and not very bold. After hearing Lu Disheng, he sensed that something was off in the court and quickly found a spot where others wouldn't notice him. Most of the other unrelated officials thought the Xie family was being very generous. They imagined a reason for Xie Mingtang's actions. The position of Minister of Justice was compensation from the Xie family to the Lu family. Although the marriage alliance could not continue, it was true that Lu Songli had saved Xiaozhan, so it made sense for the Xie family to compensate the Lu family with his position. They thought this way because both families had returned the engagement tokens and exchanged them for a promise of marriage. The Xie family had also given the Lu family a large sum of compensation. This matter was not hidden between the two families, but they didn't publicize it either. The Lu Disheng couple didn't want to mention it, while the Xie family, feeling somewhat superior, didn't actively promote it, but would mention it if asked. The other two witnesses were not talkative, so not many people knew about the compensation from the Xie family. This misunderstanding was caused by a lack of information. Some officials, who were not well informed or didn't understand the situation, couldn't help but marvel at the Xie family's generosity and then looked at Xiao Wenkuan, wondering how he felt about his future in-laws treating his former in-laws so well. Xiao Wenkuan remained expressionless, giving no hint of his thoughts. But his actions easily make people think he is unhappy. This reaction is normal. If they were in Xiao Wenkuan's position, they would also be upset. These ministers are not very perceptive, but a few have already noticed something unusual. When Emperor Kongcheng saw so many ministers following Xie Mingdang to express their support, he asked Lu Disheng, "Lu Aiqing, what do you think?" Lu Disheng quickly expressed his loyalty. "Your Majesty, I refuse. I do not dare to dream of such a position, nor could I handle it well. I know my abilities are limited, and my character is lacking. Being a fifth-rank censor is already a great fortune and a blessing from your Majesty. I truly have nothing to offer and cannot fulfill the role of the Minister of Justice." "Flatterer," Xie Mingtang immediately said, "there is no need for Lu Yushi to be so modest. Your Majesty, Lu Yushi has held his position for too long without any significant achievements, but he has put in hard work. Your Majesty cannot overlook that." While saying this, Xie Mingtang felt exhausted. He didn't expect that promoting him would lead to such rejection. If it weren't for the fact that only a few knew their plan, and he was sure they would keep it secret, he would suspect Lu Disheng had learned about their scheme in advance. "Yes, Your Majesty, we cannot let our loyal ministers feel unappreciated. Lu Darren has done a lot for Your Majesty over the years. Those people seem to want to harm him." But Lu Disheng didn't have time to deal with them. He was more concerned about the emperor's reaction. He was afraid that the emperor, wanting to do him a favor, would really promote him. Emperor Kongcheng pondered silently, seeming to waver. Seeing this, Lu Disheng blurted out in a moment of desperation, "Your Majesty, you promised me. You said I could stay in the censor position." Upon hearing this, the emperor looked at him and noticed his urgency. He raised his hand to quiet the ministers. "You all need not say more. Lu Aiqing has indeed helped me with many troubles over the years, and I remember all of that. However, I have already rewarded him for his contributions." "Rewarded? When?" The United Ministers thought it was just a usual reward and wanted to support Lu Disheng further. But the next words from Emperor Kongcheng left them stunned. "I have awarded him a death exemption medal." The emperor's words struck like thunder, echoing through the hall. In the court, the ministers felt dizzy. "Your Majesty, what did you say?"
"Please repeat that."
"I think I misheard." One minister trembled as he requested. "You all did not mishear. I indeed awarded Lu Aiqing a death exemption medal." As soon as the emperor spoke, all the officials' eyes turned to Lu Disheng. A death exemption medal. It hasn't appeared in years. The emperor gave this to Lu Disheng? What has he done to deserve this? Immediately, many old officials glared at Lu Disheng, thinking he was a cunning traitor who had somehow deceived the emperor into granting him such a reward. At that moment, Lu Disheng felt exposed to everyone's scrutiny. His daughter was right. The emperor was making a mistake. But when he thought about the death exemption medal he had received, he felt a surge of confidence and straightened his back. These people were just jealous. Their jealousy made them look terrible. The officials felt bitter. The emperor's favoritism was beyond reason. What had Lu Disheng done to deserve this? Especially the older officials, who were frustrated and felt pain in their hearts. "Your Majesty, are you blind? Can't you see us? Why only Lu Disheng?" But the emperor had already granted the medal, and there was no way to take it back. If it hadn't been given yet, they could have opposed it, but now they could only say, "Your Majesty, you are mistaken." Many old officials were pounding their chests in anger, shouting in their hearts. Upon hearing this shocking news, Xie Mingtang, who had led the recommendation for Lu Dishing's promotion, was stunned. The other supporters fell silent. At this moment, Xie Mingtang was very confused and didn't know what to do next. The other officials who had supported him felt lost and dared not speak. The officials thought it was best for Xie Mingtang to stay quiet. If he dared to push further, they would turn against him. Lu Dishing getting a death exemption medal and rising in rank was too much. But while they were quiet, Lu Dishing felt he couldn't remain silent. The emperor was probably troubled too, so he needed to say something to help. What were they discussing earlier? Xie Mingtang had given up the position of the head of the Dali Temple, which he controlled firmly, and led the recommendation for Lu Dishing to rise. He couldn't accept this offer or give it to the Qin family. Lu Dishing's gaze fell on Yao Sunwen, who was in front of him. The Yao family had always been at odds with the Xie family. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Additionally, Yao Sunwen was a rising star in the Yao faction, experienced and capable. However, due to the Yao family's losses to the Xie family in recent years, he had been left without a suitable position, which was unfortunate. Positions in the court were limited. Important ones were even more so. The Yao faction wants to seize the opportunity when the opponent has a weakness. Yes, it's him. After choosing the candidate, Lu Dishing felt confident that there was an 80% chance this would work. He had long known that the emperor was unhappy with the Xie faction's tight control over the Dali Temple, especially with the current Dali Shiqing, Ji Yongqing, who had been in position for too long. The emperor had wanted to remove Ji Yongqing for a while. However, whenever he tried to act, issues arose at the Dali Temple, stirring public discontent. No matter who handled it, they couldn't resolve the problems. Only someone recommended by the Xie family could stabilize the Dali Temple. This shows that the position of Dali Shiqing is not something just anyone can hold securely. At least he couldn't. If he followed Xie Mingtang's suggestion, even without the Fan Quan backup, he wouldn't be able to manage the role of Dali Shiqing. It's obvious. Once you take the position, there will be many trying to trip you up. Who could stay in that position? If it were given to Yao Sunwen, it would be different. The Yao family would surely put in great effort to help him stay in power. The Xie family wouldn't be able to easily push him out. Thinking of this, Lu Dishing sneered. The Xie family wanted to use the position of Dali Shiqing to bait him, deal with him, and then reclaim the position for themselves? He needed to show them what it meant to fail. They had thrown out the bait, so they shouldn't expect to take it back. In the quiet hall, Lu Dishing stepped forward. Your Majesty, I am grateful for your kindness. I am not greedy and know my own limitations, so I am not fit for the position of Dali Shiqing. However, I believe that Yao Sunwen is quite capable and would be suitable for the role. A surprise opportunity. Lu Dishing's words left Yao Sunwen stunned. Xie Mingtang was also taken aback but quickly reacted, Your Majesty. He realized the situation was urgent and felt anxious. But the officials from the Yao faction were quick to respond, interrupting Xie's unfinished words and supporting Lu Dishing's suggestion. Your Majesty, I support the suggestion of Inspector Lu. Your Majesty, I agree. The Yao faction quickly jumped at the opportunity. A piece of unclaimed pie. Whoever gets it first owns it. Go for it. Yao Sunwen quickly realized that since the opportunity was right in front of him, he wouldn't refuse it. He stepped forward to show his loyalty. Your Majesty, though I am not talented, I am willing to give it a try. Just a brief statement. No lengthy discussions. No excessive modesty, preventing any unexpected situations from arising. Lu Dishing nodded in his heart. Yao Sunwen was not foolish. Didn't he see Xie Mingtang anxiously pacing nearby? If he showed even a hint of weakness, others would take advantage of it. All right, I grant it. From now on, you, Yao Sunwen, will be the new minister of the Supreme Court. Emperor Kongqing knew that the longer the night, the more dreams. With the position of Minister of the Supreme Court vacant, the Xie family might take it back. It was better to appoint Yao Sunwen first and see if he could hold his position. The court valued balance. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will serve diligently and faithfully, never betraying your trust. Yao Sungwen bowed his head, and the matter was settled. Xie Mingtang felt a wave of despair. They had suffered a great loss. They hadn't anticipated this, and they lost such an important position. But with the emperor still present, he dared not faint. After handling these matters, Emperor Kong Chung felt tired. He glanced at Wei Zili, who immediately understood, and stepped forward to announce the end of the court session. Once the emperor left, Xie Mingtang swayed slightly, and an official beside him quickly supported him. "Minister Xie, are you all right?" Zhao Wenkuan looked upset, but did not approach. Xie Mingtang shook his head, trying to steady himself. He took one last look at Lu Disheng. "Let's go." After resigning smoothly, Ji Yongqing, who was resting in a side hall due to his poor health, stumbled when he learned that the new minister of the Supreme Court was Yao Sungwen and not Lu Disheng. He could only think, this is a disaster. Could he get his position back? At this moment, Yao Sungwen was the happiest. His faction was also thrilled. It was truly a case of the clam and the snipe fighting while the fisherman benefits. With Lu Disheng's excellent support, the Yao family might become the biggest winner, often referred to as today's strongest opportunist. On this day of court, Emperor Kong Chung resolved a long-standing concern and felt very satisfied. Yao Sungwen had received a great opportunity, and the Yao officials were also pleased. Lu Disheng had effectively countered his enemies, weakening their power, and he too felt satisfied.